You clicked on this video because you're interested in stylized 3D anime. You've probably seen that it is something that you can create, but whenever you look up how to actually do it, you find a lot of like basic stuff, but not really like in-depth information that you need to really create something that truly looks like a 2D anime. And if you say that's you and you want to learn everything that it takes to turn a 3D looking anime into something that looks truly 2D, then this course is for you. I am Nogi and I have spent the last 2.5 years roughly trying to collect everything I could when it comes to 3D or 2D looking 3D anime, and then try to implement those into my own projects to see if what I've learned and what I've gathered actually makes sense. And I think I've gotten there now, and so I want to share with you what you need to do. Throughout this course, I will guide you through the entire process from choosing which version of Blender to use to creating your actual characters, designing the environment, and of course animating them in that environment, the characters, and then, you know, going a bit further in the end into compositing to really give it the final polish and make it look really as good as it can be, render it and have in the end a, awesome, beautiful looking, 2D looking 3D animation. Let's start with a simple definition for this. If you ever looked at anything 3D anime related, you've probably seen this word or this acronym before. And once you know what it actually means, it gives you kind of like a guiding star that you can kind of follow through any 3D anime or even NPR related project that you will do in the future. NPR stands for non-photorealistic rendering. You might have already heard of the opposite, which is PBR, which stands for physically based rendering. PBR is kind of based on reality and how reality is constructed, like how light bounces off things, and basically all the physical realistic rules that we have discovered so far at least. NPR, the opposite then, is basically based on you and how you want your world to look. So basically said in a different way, at the core of PBR, you'll find the real world, and at the core of NPR, you'll find the world that you envision and that you basically want to create. What we will be covering requires a little bit of 3D knowledge up front, but I try to make everything as beginner friendly as possible. So if there's knowledge that is required that would be kind of like out of the scope of the course itself, I will provide links to extra resources in a separate page, which is the course page that you can access with the first link in the description, or probably also in the pinned comment. It's going to be resources, going to be extra beginner tutorials, for example, stuff like that. So if you're going to follow this, I highly recommend that you actually also have the page open, or at least look at the page, because there's just a lot of good stuff on it. Well, I hope there's, because I haven't made it yet. If you're anything like me, when you started learning about 3D anime or NPR in general, you're probably kind of confused because there are so many different techniques and, oh, you can do it in this way. The hair could look like this. The face could be created like this. It all just seems like it's just thrown at you and you don't really know how to put everything together. What I've learned is that there are a lot of techniques, but all of these different techniques follow a couple very specific principles. The first thing that I want to show you is this. Look at it, take it in. From this perspective, everything looks kind of the same. But when I move out of it, you can see all three monkeys have been made in different ways. So I think for this one is pretty simple to see. Like this one is just drawn basically on a 2D plane. These two are a bit harder to identify, like why they're different. They look pretty similar. But when I go then and open this and show you what happens if I rotate the sun, one of them changes, but the other one doesn't. So something is different there too. The first principle that you should always keep in mind is that the camera view is king. Whatever you see in the camera view matters. So if I give you a thumbs up out of the camera, you don't really feel you've learned anything or I've given you approval. But if I do this, I think you feel a lot better, I hope. Yeah, so anything you see in the camera is what matters, because you know, you create a 3D environment, but then once the camera renders it, it gets crunched into a 2D environment anyway. So who cares what the 3D model really looks like, as long as it looks good in the end result. Do whatever it takes. You can break models, you can invent new techniques, you can come up with your own rules. The 3D program is really only like a tool belt that you can use in whatever ways you want. It's really just about you to see how you want to put things together. The second principle is this, basically. 2 balls. Congrats, you learned the second principle. No, what it means is 3D is always perfect. So as you can see here, we have 2 circles, with an outline. But once again, if we go out of the illusion, we can see this one is actually a sphere. whereas this one is just a drawn, you know, circle. The sphere in 3D is set up to look perfectly spherical, but if you were to, for example, draw a sphere yourself, or a circle really, it would be really hard to create a perfect 3D circle, or, you know, a perfect 3D sphere. So what you would want to do is you would then want to think, okay, how can I turn this perfect circle into this? Could I maybe separate it so that the line art looks kind of imperfect? Could I maybe somehow, I don't know, like warp it a bit to make it look more, you know, less perfectly round? And all these kind of things you have to think through in your mind to remove the 3D perfectness out of your image and make it look a little bit more handmade. The third principle is something you can see right here. This was a project that I've made trying to kind of like capture the very extreme poses that you can see sometimes in One Piece. This one was like the most extreme pose that I found, was like super crazy deformations and like arm stretching and deforming, and I have like these weird lines that always change and everything's kind of changing all the time. Like you think like, oh, this looks so crazy. Can you even create this in 3D? One thing that you should always think about is, if you can create something in one frame it looks 2D, you can probably create it in multiple frames too. You just need to find a way to do that. So in this case, for example, I started by like warping basically the 3D model as much as I could to get it to the original as close as I could. And then I drew over it with like lines to kind of fix, or this face, fix any like things that don't look that great yet, or anything that really isn't there yet where it should be. You could argue, you know, like just drawing over it, is it really 3D anymore? The point of this is not like to say that this is the right way to do it, but more that if you can do it in one frame, you can probably do it in multiple frames, and maybe sometimes it requires you to animate something with individual meshes. Sometimes maybe it requires you to draw over something. Maybe sometimes it requires you to create multiple versions of your 3D character to really represent something well. It all kind of depends on, you know, what you think would work best, and what, of course, in the end looks best in, you know, the camera view. The last thing that I want to cover with you here in this section is how to set up your Blender file to make it as perfectly set up as possible for 3D anime. If you haven't used Blender at all yet, I have included a link in the course page that you can watch just to kind of learn the basics so you can follow along with what I'm going to show you. The first question we need to answer is you need to answer really, is what kind of Blender version do I want to use? There's really only three, I think I said it before, that are really relevant at this point, right? I am making this for 5.0 basically just released, and at this point the most relevant versions really are Blender 4.1, Blender 5.0, and Goo Engine. If you haven't ever heard of Goo Engine, it's basically a fork of the Blender version of like vanilla Blender, which basically kind of tries to optimize it for NPR rendering. And so 4.1, if you want to have a little bit more control over your lighting, just a little bit more. 5.0 for more features that will be useful in the future. Or if Goo Engine has already released 5.0, you definitely should use that, nothing else. If it hasn't, then you can also choose Goo Engine because it has a few more NPR features that you can't find in these two versions. One more thing to note, Goo Engine is paid if you want to just get an installer and, you know, let it install itself. If you want to get it for free, you can install it yourself into the vanilla Blender as well. I can't give you really any guidance for that. There should be a guide for that so that you can check out if you want to do that. Once we are in Blender, wow, look at this. The first thing that I want to do, or the only really things we need to adjust, are here in these settings. The render settings are the main things. What we first need to make sure is that we use the render engine Eevee. Cycles is really the only one, the other one that is really important, but that one is basically the PBR engine. Eevee is more the NPR engine. So if you want to do anything NPR, use Eevee, nothing else, okay? The next thing is ambient occlusion. If there's two things close together, it kind of darkens the connection. It doesn't do anything without you actually adding that feature later during shading and whatever. So just enabling it won't change the look from what I've seen, so at least. So make sure that you enable it in case you want to use ambient occlusion. Let's just go through all the things that we need to change. First of all, screen space reflections. This is especially useful for Goo Engine. You should just basically turn this on by default. Screen space reflection and refraction. Even for the other versions, just keep it on in case you somehow need it. It doesn't change anything about the visuals if you don't want to use it. That's basically the big thing with it. Next up, motion blur off. We don't want motion blur. We basically add motion blur ourselves if you want to, but we want to make sure that it's not automatically baked in. Next up, we have the shadow section, the shadows tab right here. And the only really thing that you really need to do for now is to change the cascade size to the highest one, which should be 496. It's kind of like in Eevee, all shadows have a resolution. And so the higher you put the cascade size, the more resolution, the less pixelated the shadows will become. High bit depth, you can enable it if you want. It kind of lowers your performance, but you can turn it on if you want. And then soft shadows, you can keep it on or off. Doesn't really matter. We're going to turn off the shadows anyway, a little bit of a spoiler for later. And then if you wonder, the cube size is important when you have lights that are not only shining from one point of space. So if you have like an area light that's like this and shining light, you would want to adjust the cube size, but we don't want to have anything like that. We don't want to have soft shadows, so we don't really need to change the cube size. And if you keep it lower, it's going to be a bit more performance light, I guess. But if you want to just have the highest quality of everything for the shadows, you can also just turn it to 496, you know, depending on your PC basically. The next section is the color management. So color management can be very confusing, especially for NPR. What it basically does is it applies a filter over the visuals that you see. So if I go in here and look at this, it looks like this right now. But if I change this from, for example, from AGX, even just like to Filmic, you can see it looks a bit different. And then if I change it to RAW, for example, it looks different. And then you could even change the look right here. So this is kind of like a LUT if you've ever used like camera color adjustments and whatever, or just like a filter in Instagram, for example. We don't really want to have that in NPR because we want to work with the colors that we determine. After the render settings, I lied, there's a few more settings that we want to go through, is the output settings. So basically this tab over here, which I just want to make sure that your resolution, or you should always make sure that your resolution is never above 1920 by 1080. Of course, it could be 1920 by 1920, I guess, but that's kind of weird. No, I think, no. You know what? 1920 by 1080 is max. Different anime use different resolutions to create their anime. So there are even like newer anime that are like from 2018 or whatever. There's two different anime, for example, that could be from the same year but look very different. One looks older, one looks newer. They just have a different look based on their resolution. And the highest resolution that I've seen so far is 1920 by 1080. So if you have an anime that looks older, or yeah, whether it is older or just looks older, you should always check what resolution that is. And if you want to create something in that look, you should just copy what resolution they use and then scale it up later if you want to make it a 1920 by 1080, for example. And the last thing that I want to make sure is that the frame rate is set to 24. 24 frames per second, nothing else. Don't even think about it. Just keep it at 28 frames. Not 30, not 60, definitely not 60. If I ever see you and you say you do 3D anime and I ask you what frame rate and you see anything but 24, I will just leave the conversation immediately, okay? Just 24, nothing else. Just stick with 24. The last thing I want to talk about is the view layer settings. And all I want to make sure really, or that you want to make sure, is that combined is on, Z is on, and Cryptomat object and materials are on. If that is set, then your blend file is prepared for any 3D anime project, and we can go deeper into the actual material of how to create a 3D anime project. Now let's talk about the anime art style and what an art style actually is. Here are two different photos from two different anime. They look different, but they're both anime, so how does that work? What exactly makes both of them look different, but still be part of the same thing? Let's, start by defining what an art style actually is. An art style is kind of just the visual rules that you use to define the art style. So something like the colors, the shapes, how something is described, the shading, of course, how the anatomy is made, if it's, like very blocky, very smooth, whatever, how these scenes are laid out, if it's always like, kind of like a screenplay, always flat with very specific foreground, midground, or whatever, if there's more dynamic, if there's, I don't know, even like a sort of POV style, that kind of thing, and any other like artistic elements. Like for example, in anime you have the line art. If you wanted someone to create the style, how you would describe it, what they should follow, so that whenever they create especially multiple of that art style, multiple images of that art style, those rules kind of describe what they need to keep in mind or what they need to follow to keep that art style the same in each image, for example. So now that we kind of know how to identify an art style and how to kind of figure out what makes an art style look the way it does, let's talk about the basic anime art style and what makes it look like anime. What is the anime art style? I'm going to kind of like in this course mainly cover anime and the art style of anime from like a basics perspective. So what are like the most common things that you would kind of see in most or even all anime, but then you can kind of take what I've done here and then maybe apply it to the one and analyze the one that you want to create or that you have in mind and find the even more detailed things that make that anime style look the way it does. The first thing that I want to talk about are the kind of design characteristics. So how an anime style is designed, kind of the main visual things that you will see when you look at an anime. The first one of those basic design things is cell shading. What cell shading means is if you look at, Luffy, for example, he has a very sharp distinction between the light and the shadow. And that's kind of what cell shading is. If you have like, for example, a sphere in 3D and you light it from the top, you have like a very, very fine gradient that goes from very light to, the shadow. But in anime, you kind of just draw the distinction between light and shadow. There isn't really any gradients in here. And that's kind of what you would describe as cell shading. You can see it right here. You can see it in Luffy. And you can also see it, of course, in this one. The second one that you basically always have is some kind of line art. Sometimes it's more simple, like this one. I think it would be like the most traditional one, which is kind of like even line thickness here. And then kind of going around all the shapes to first of all define the silhouette of any object or any element basically in the scene to distinguish it more from the rest. Here you can see it has line art too, but this one, for example, you can see it has like an orange big thick line art as well as a colored line art right here. So this one, for example, just plays around with the line art a little bit by giving it different colors, for example, but all of them have line art. Another one that kind of applies to most anime is anatomy. So if you want to create an animal, you want to generally follow that animal's anatomy to make it look like that animal. And anime kind of does the same, where if they want to create humans, they follow basic human anatomy for the body, and then they kind of play around with the face. The face is a bit more stylized than the body. The body is pretty realistic most of the time, like, we have like the chest here and the abs right here and the rib right here and bicep, whatever. This always stays the same. It might be a bit stylized, like, like the hands or the fingers, or like generally it might be simplified or stylized a bit, but it still follows the basic human anatomy. The face though is much more stylized than the rest, and there you have like all like the face is kind of where you have like the creative freedom, I guess, that you can see between different anime. This one, for example, is a bit more like sharp in their shapes, like the eye is kind of like this pointy oval, whereas this one, for example, is actually also kind of like slimmer. Here this one's a bit rounder though, the eyes are a bit rounder. And then of course with him you just have like almost circles for the eyes and just the dots for irises. Something else that you can see visually is when it comes to animation, I'm going to show you a clip right here, is that if things are very animated, so they move very fast, they're generally more simple. So if you have a character that generally, if they're just standing, has a bit more details in their outfit or whatever, once they're moving, they're going to be drawn much simpler. And that is just because if you have like to draw all these complex and like fast moving scenes and generally just have to create so many different frames, you're going to make it simpler just so you can go through them faster. That's just like something that anime tries to do. The same thing happens when things get far away from the camera. They also get simpler, just because you can't draw as much detail as you could in like a close-up. So something that you could also consider for your 3D model, if it's further away or if it moves fast, to just kind of simplify the model a little bit to kind of adopt this simplification for productivity's sake or efficiency's sake. And then the last thing is just like very exaggerated poses, exaggerated expressions, close-up foreshortening, or extreme expressions, extreme like eye open, mouth open. Like these are things that you oftentimes also see as visual like characteristics of anime. The second set of characteristics that I want to talk about are the animation characteristics. So how things are animated, how things move throughout time, I guess. The first thing that I want to point out, if I go now and look at the timeline, if I go 1 frame, nothing happens. Second frame, nope. 3, 4, 5. Okay, then there was a new frame. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This already encapsulates multiple different things that I want to talk about. The first one is limited animation. So as you can already see, not every frame is animated. The animation or the anime might have 20 frames per second, but that doesn't mean that every frame is a new looking frame or that every frame is drawn anew. Oftentimes you animate on 1s, you animate on 2s, or you animate on 3s, for example, which basically means that you only create a new frame every second, every third, every fourth frame. This allows you to save a ton of time because basically, if you think about it, if an animation has 24 frames, you would have to draw for every single frame 24 times this character. But if you only animate or create a new frame every second frame, you can already save yourself half the work with it not really looking that much worse. So if this was animated basically at full frames, look at that face, it wouldn't really look that much better. It'd look a bit smoother, but it's not really like getting, like, it doesn't really add anything in terms of emotion or whatever. So removing those can save you a ton of time without much drawback. And here, for example, so this one, for example, is animated on 2s. What you can also see is that there's a variable frame rate even in a single frame. So if you, for example, let's see if we can find it, have stuff like this, look at him and then compare that to Gaara's sand. The sand is differently animated than Lee. And what that is, what I want to highlight here, is that even within a shot, different elements can have different frame rates. So if Lee, for example, is animated on 2s here, if there was sand here, it could even be animated on 4s, for example, just because it might be more complex. It might not be the main focus of the shot. And this way you can save even more time. And something you have to keep in mind for 3D, like for example, the environment is 3D and it is just animated on every frame. For environments, that's fine. But if it's for characters, in 3D it's very easy to just have it animated on every frame, but that makes it very quickly look 3D because you wouldn't do that in 2D. So making sure that it only is animated or changes every second frame is something, you know, just like something you can keep in mind to make something immediately look a bit more 2D. And then the last thing I want to talk about, you can see here in the beginning, look at his mouth. Nothing moves except for his mouth. Everything else stays the same. The only thing that is animated in this frame is his mouth. Oftentimes, if something doesn't need to be animated, it isn't animated. So here, everything, the main thing here is him and him talking, I guess. The rest is just kind of like background characters. They don't really need to be animated. So why would you animate them? They could be like, you know, moving around, whatever, like kicking dust or whatever, but why, right? You would just like waste time on like a meaningless background that could even like distract from the main thing here. So you just kind of keep it still and only animate what is necessary. And then once he's done speaking, he just stays still and then Lee is animated. So you can see it's kind of like they use the animation to draw your attention to things. It saves time and it also helps with storytelling, for example. But something that you need to keep in mind in 3D. If things are not important, they probably don't need to be animated. The last thing I want to talk about is the production characteristics, or how you can also describe it is like the effects of the production, how the way the anime is created affects what the final result looks like. The first thing I want to highlight here is if you draw something, but you want to give it like this very detailed pattern, for example, how are you going to do that? Are you just going to draw these patterns perfectly, like how they would move in perspective around the cloth here? How would you like really do that? Do you just kind of have this more like flatly put on pattern or texture? This is just kind of like a traditional thing that you oftentimes see in anime if they have something like with a lot of detail on them. You kind of do that, you see that for environments too. Things interact with environments sometimes, but especially for clothing you can see this, where this basically was in the original drawing just a flat red, for example, and then in post-production, in compositing, they added this texture on top, and then they kind of tried to imitate the movement of the arm and whatever, but it doesn't really exactly follow how he moves. It doesn't change with the perspective and whatever. You can see here like the line just moves across the sleeve, because, you know, humans can't perfectly create a texture put on this kimono moving with his movements. It kind of reminds me of these fake ads with like just like an image printed on like a hoodie, for example, and like, hey, look at this black hole print, and you can clearly see that it's just a picture put on like a hoodie. What I want to highlight here is the hair. Look at the hair right here. This could just be like between characters or like inconsistencies between artists, because, you know, there's a lot of artists sometimes even working on the same scene. Like there's artists that create the main frames, and then there are other artists that kind of create the frames that are in between the main frames. And sometimes maybe they could be like misunderstandings, or just like forgetting something, or just like not being able to draw something as well as it needs to. For example, here in this case, you can see like a little bit of inconsistency on this hair. The movement, like here, it's kind of in front. It looks like it's in front of the eye, and then it's in front. Still in front, rotation, and then all of a sudden it's still in front, and then all of a sudden it's behind. Whoop, what happened there? Maybe somebody just drew this and didn't see like, oh, it's supposed to be in front, but I thought it's just supposed to be behind, but no, it's supposed to be in front. And then all of a sudden, next frame, boop, it's back to front. So this is just like another example for like human error, or just like production error. Small imperfections that are kind of like the characteristics of how anime is created. Another big one is the style difference between anime characters and anime environments. Oftentimes, you can see the characters, of course, are a bit more simplified, sort of stylized realism, I guess, but the environments oftentimes look very, not necessarily realistic or like painterly realistic. They try to capture the realism in this more painterly style. If the environment was drawn like the characters, it would look very different. That's what I'm kind of trying to say. So the style difference between the character and the environment is quite big. Also, another example of how the production changes the look of the final result. Usually you create the characters separate with different mediums than the environment. So here, for example, you might have like gouache. Actually, no, I think like gouache is used for like the characters, for like to have these very thick and even colors. But then the environments could be like water paint or something else. I don't really know what they use for the environments. But the point is, the environments look very different to the characters. Just another production style characteristic. Another one is motion blur. We just disabled motion blur in the Blender settings because we don't want to have it. Because if you create an anime, of course you draw individual images, and motion blur is being created by a camera detecting like something moving while the camera is taking a photo, I think, so that it creates like this long streak of an image. Like if I do this, you can see it kind of looks like there's just like this one blob of my hand. With anime, you try to imitate that because you can't have real motion blur. You try to imitate it by doing this right here. These motion blur looking smear frames is what they're called. They kind of just try to imitate motion blur, but of course they look a bit different, and you can't really create them in 3D manually, except if you have like a simulation or whatever. But we're not going to talk about that, okay? And the last thing I want to highlight again is something I've talked about before, is the anime production resolution. So something you can see here, for example, both of these anime have been created in the same year, 2018, from what I know. But both of them look very different. This one like super crisp and detailed lines with like very sharp edges, whereas this one looks a bit more blobby, a bit more like blurry, a bit older, because this one has a much lower resolution that it has been created in, like 480 or something, versus this one is 1080p, so 1920 by 1080 natively is what this has been created in. And they did this for this one because they wanted to capture this old feel that you've seen in the past. So the resolution that an anime has been created in can also make a big difference in how the final look comes out in the end. So if you see something for an anime, or if you want to create, for example, an anime that is older, you probably don't want to go with like a basic 1920 by 1080 resolution. You want to go with something like, I don't even know what 480p would be, but you know, something lower. You can figure it out for your anime style, and then you would basically scale it up again or upscale it once you have rendered it to create something more like this and not like this, if that's what you're going for. So these are kind of like the different characteristics that you generally see in anime that you should always keep in mind when you're creating your own style or when you're analyzing a style. I know up until now we've kind of covered a lot of theory, which can be boring, but it kind of also is the foundation for all the rest that we're going to talk about from now on. So you know, it's kind of important. And I wanted to go through it first so that we have the overarching thing that kind of affects everything out of the way. And then now we can get into the nitty-gritty details, okay? The first thing I want to talk about is, of course, characters, because usually they are the main focus. So let's talk about those first. I will not go through the entire process of creating a character all the way from scratch, from just a cube. But what I want to give you in this is basically all the information that I think you need to be able to create any character for your anime project, or for most other projects too, yourself. So I'm not going to give you an entire workflow, and I'm going to give, you can just follow along. It's more going to be like, you're going to learn the tools, and hopefully I'm going to answer as many questions as you might have about this process, so that you can then be confident and create whatever you want on your own. Whenever you think about creating a 3D character, okay, the first thing I want you to think about at all times, okay, even when you sleep, is references. You need references, especially if you want to capture the look of a 2D character in 3D. The goal is not to make a 2D model in 3D, the goal is to make a 3D model look 2D. So we need to grab the references, the guides for how it's supposed to look once it looks 2D from external. So whether it's like a character that already exists, or it's a character that you've designed yourself, so that you can then base your 3D model, or let those references guide the 3D modeling process. So this is, for example, a kind of default setup that I use. So imagine this character's gone, right? It's not here yet. What I would always recommend is to have references of the character that are kind of like them just kind of standing in a neutral position from the front and from the side view in your 3D scene. Like this one is a really good one. This one is like a really good reference for creating your 3D model, because it shows you the full character in all the proportions, ideally of course without clothes, but if they always have the same clothes on, then I guess it's fine. Find references of them standing straight like this in a neutral pose. The face, I guess, is fine like this. It should probably be neutral, but whatever. Usually you don't find perfect references that have everything you would want. But what you're looking for is, first of all, neutral, them standing full body shots from the front and from the side. And then, if you can, also a 3/4 shot. So this one, for example, we could place right here, kind of as if the character is already in the 3D environment as this reference. So if I go into front view, orthographic view, if I take the red line as the ground, I want to kind of place it like right standing on the ground like this. Usually I go with the heel as the ground point, because oftentimes 2D characters are kind of modeled with feet slightly slanted downwards. And in these cases, I usually use the heel as the ground position, and the front feet, I guess, they're just kind of below the ground, which doesn't really matter that much. In 3D modeling, you can adjust it afterwards anyway. But this is kind of like a good example of like a really good reference for 3D modeling. Then you would, if you can, also like to find one that is the same but from the side view. In this case, for example, for Luffy, I couldn't find one that is like this, and unfortunately I couldn't really find good references to, I guess you could call it like Photoshop one together. That's something that I also had to do sometimes, and probably so you have to do sometimes too. It's just like you find a lot of references and they have like some good things, like, oh, maybe it's like a shot of a manga panel or like an anime panel of him standing straight, but you only see the top part, which is something that you see here with these references. Like here, this one looks pretty good, right? This one, but it doesn't have a lower body, so I had to combine it with this one to add the half of the lower body to the legs. And so this way, of course, ideally his legs would be straight, but in this case it's not. You could Photoshop this to be straight, and just as a tip, if you don't have Photoshop, and I wouldn't recommend getting Photoshop because Adobe just sucks, what you can do instead is use a website called Photopea. I'm gonna have a link to that in my course page, I guess you can see and check out. It's kind of like Photoshop, but just the web version on free. Or, why even use Photoshop anymore? Especially for this is more than enough to just kind of like combine these, for example, and create like a perfect reference for your example. In this case, for example, I couldn't really find a perfectly straight side view reference. So in this case, I actually could only find a a head. But even if I only found the head, I put it in here because at least then I have that as a reference. And then I kind of like try to use my knowledge of like anatomy in general to create the rest of the body from imagination, which of course isn't perfect, but if you have nothing else, then you kind of have to do that. So in 3D, what you want is full body, flat view, neutral pose, looking forward with the head of the character in front view and side view. It's meant to more as a reference and a perfect guide that you can follow. And just I guess to cover, in case you don't know what these are kind of like reference images that you can add. Of course, they're reference images, but they're reference objects in 3D, which you can add by going here to image and then reference. You can also use image to planes, but reference has a few neat features. What the depth setting does is it allows you to put the reference, for example, always in front or always behind certain objects. So if I set this in front, nothing will ever be in front of this reference. The reference will always be shown in front of anything else, even if it is in the 3D scene behind something else. And then in the back, of course, it will always be shown behind something else. The side thing is more like if you, for example, also have a reference of the back of a character, and you place it, for example, over here. Then you could, for example, set this reference or both references. Let's say that this one will be set to back and this one will be set to front, which basically means that you can only see the reference from the front view, or in case of this one, in the back view. So if I look at the front of this image, you can see I just see through it. Whereas with this one, I see the front, but I don't see the back. So it could be useful, for example, if you have like references from all angles and the references from one side would block the other one. You can then use these side settings to fine-tune your I guess your scene. The last thing that it can also be very useful is this one right here, is the opacity. So for example, if you already have like a block out of your character and then you go into the orthographic view, for example, to kind of compare it in proportions, you can then use the opacity to, for example, set the depth to front, so make it always be in front, and then just lower the opacity to kind of see, oh, do the gray shapes follow the shapes of the 2D drawing or not? Do I need to make it thicker or whatever? And then you can go back in and adjust it. So that's what the opacity can be useful for. The main important things for these references is that they don't have perspective. So no like no any like poses, just like standing straight. The second one is no distortion. So, foreshortening, like if you model this just like straight, this front hand would be way bigger than the back hand, of course. And very useful references, if you can find them, and we're going to talk about how you can find good references in a second, is if you can find character sheets. I think they're called sete in Japanese, settei, which are basically the reference sheets that the animators get to make sure that the proportions and character basically generally always look the same. And these are also very useful for here because generally they're very like flat and just made to be used for stuff like this. And then of course, if you don't have these references, you can either just like put them together like this by just stacking them, or by using Photopea, for example, and doctor them together just to have the best base to work off of that you can have in 3D. Next to this main 3D setup of references, I also would recommend to have a second one for which you're going to use a different program, which is called PureRef. It's basically kind of just like a pinboard where you can just throw all your references in and then sort them and give them labels and whatever. Here is where you would have the references that don't really fit into the category that I want you to put into the 3D scene. Different perspectives, different emotions, anything that you find useful for modeling the character, animating the character, anything like that. Let me show you what that could look like, for example, for my One Piece project. So what you want to do first is collect all the references, and then you can just grab them all and dump them in here. The first thing that I would recommend you to do is just grab all the references. I think you can just do this, or Control A to select them all, and then you go to here, right click, and then images, normalize, and then I would usually use size so that they're all kind of roughly the same size. And then once they're all kind of the same size, you can go in here and go to images, arrange, and then optimal. And that just kind of gives you a basic layout of all your references. If you then, for example, want to say, hey, like I have Luffy with black hair and I have Luffy with the white hair, let me just bring all the white hair images over here, and then I can sort them like this. And this is kind of what this program is meant for, to kind of keep all your references in check. And you can also place this program on top of anything else. So if you, for example, have a browser where brain rot memes or whatever is playing, you could then say, hey, right click, and then where was it here? Yes, mode, always on top. This makes sure that even if there's something above this, let's say, for example, I have Blender underneath this. If I now click into Blender and do things, you can see it still stays on top, which is like really, really useful for references, because even if you like, you know, need to change your brain rot content, okay, on YouTube, and you have placed this on top of the browser, it'll still stay on top, and you don't have to then click it again to make it be on top, which is really, really useful. Something that I would also recommend, if you really want to make something as good as possible, I guess you could call it, what I want you to create is a face angle grid that you would create from different shots. Like, oh, you have a manga panel where he looks front, and then you have a manga panel where he looks to the side, and then you have like this, and like this, and like this. Then you can collect all of these and arrange them in a grid like this, which can be very useful once you have a base 3D model head, and then rotate around to see, you know, to just kind of see if all the angles look correct. And then the last thing that I want to give you as a tip for pure ref, if you go right click and then note, Control N, you can then also write something like white hair, and use this, for example, for a header like this to, you know, just organize it a little bit more. That's kind of like what pure ref is really good at, just organizing all your references so that you can quickly like, oh, okay, let me look at these. Okay, I have this, and then, what about, I don't know, his body? Oh, that's what it looks like. It is also, I think, you can either get it for free, or it's kind of like pay as much as you want. So you can kind of choose what you pay, I guess. I would recommend to pay something because it's a really good program, and, you know, if nobody pays, then it doesn't, I don't think it sticks around. So yeah, these are the kind of main two places where you want to have your references. Now, let me give you a few useful websites that you can use to find the references, because, you know, where do we find good references? The first website that I would recommend to you is something you probably already know, but it's Pinterest. It's a very good website to finding images of all kind of variation, not only because it allows you to find references that you're looking for, or images that you're looking for, but it also basically then, once you've looked for something, gives you more in your Pinterest feed. And so once you've looked for references, and then maybe the next day you're looking for more, it already will probably give you references that might go in the direction that you're looking for. Also, of course, if you already have something that you like this, you can then check the side panel here for even more things that look like this to find even more of what you might look for. But of course, something that you might worry about, or something that you might want to do, is if you're looking for references, original references, for example, what you don't want to find is like, for example, AI generated images. They have a filter for that now too, which you can find here in these settings. I don't even know. Yeah, it's just here at the bottom left, the settings panel. If you click on that, I think it's refine your recommendations. Then you can go here to Gen AI interest and just disable all the, you know, all the topics you don't want to find generated images in. If it's everything, then just disable everything. If it's only art, whatever, right? Very useful if you want to only find original images, for example, like original manga panels. Another good useful thing that is kind of like maybe not as common for people to know is that once you click on an image like this one, for example, usually the pins are not created in Pinterest. They're coming from a different website. This one is coming from Behance, as you can see here. So this one is something that somebody pinned that they saw on Behance, and then, you know, you can see it here. But oftentimes, or sometimes at least, this is not the only image that was part of the original link. And you can access the original link usually, if you hover over it, you can see this visit site thing. And then once you click on it, you get brought back to where the original pin came from. And then sometimes you can even find more references of that one image that you've initially seen. So here, for example, you can see it's a whole set of images that you wouldn't have seen if you only saw the original pin. So it's worth checking. Oh, I like this one. This one is exactly what I'm looking for. Is there a website that this came from? And is there more of what, you know, I'm looking for? Rather than going through the, hey, you might like this too section right here. It might be worth clicking in this one too. Another good useful feature is the cropping feature. So we have, for example, an image with multiple different characters, but we only really need the references for Luffy, for example. What we can do is right now it's kind of like giving it as everything, not even just like Luffy, just every character from One Piece, it seems. But what we can do now is we can use the explore thing, I think, and then we can mark what we actually want to find. So here, if I now go with my mouse and do this, we can make sure, hey, I want to find this guy. And then it's only going to give me what I have marked, which can also be very useful, especially if you find like these collections of things. Oh, but now I know I already have Luffy. Let me now find some stuff relating to Zoro. And then all of a sudden, ta-da, it's only his stuff. And that's a good feature to just speed up your reference finding process. And the last tip that I can give you for Pinterest is generated tags. If you see under the image like the gray tags, I'm going to show you an image right here of what that looks like. You can also click on those to find more of what it says. Or just it gives you like inspiration that you can then, for example, type into the search bar as well on top of what you've already typed in. Another useful website next to Pinterest is also Google Images. So these two, Google Images and Pinterest, are probably the ones that I've used the most and that I've found the most useful when it comes to finding references so far. Let me give you some tips for finding exactly what you're looking for on Google Images. First of all, if you look, for example, for like One Piece character sheets, you'll find stuff like this. But what if you don't really exactly find what you're looking for? What you can then do is go here to, where was it? Tools? Yes. Here in the tools section, you can fine tune your search even more. Something that I actually just recently discovered, which is pretty useful actually, is not necessarily the size or the color, but the type. If you go to the type, you can choose, for example, like line drawing, and all of a sudden all you're finding are these kind of things. Look how we had these red, like these colored things, but if you only want to have like black and white stuff, ta-da, now we have only that stuff. Pretty cool. Of course, we have the other thing too, which was, what was the other one? Clip art, for example. I don't know if GIF would be useful. Maybe if you're looking for like video clips, maybe you can find one there. Maybe you remember seeing one before and then you want to find it again. You can filter it for GIFs. PureRef can also import GIFs. So, you know, also something useful that you can find. But this is just the surface of what you can do, okay? There's a lot more you can do. Another thing is search operators. You can not only search for something, but you can also exclude certain things. So if I, for example, have this right here, One Piece character sheets, it gives me all this stuff, but I'm not really sure if, you know, there's some, maybe this like, there's some like AI stuff in here or whatever. I want to make sure that nothing of this is AI. What I can do then is just do -AI, for example, and then it tries to remove any images that have, for example, AI in there. I think like search terms or whatever. It tries to remove those. To be a bit more exact, what you can do is like -AI, -Midjourney, for example, and then -generated, for example, just to be a bit more exact and weed out even more stuff that you don't want to have. And all of a sudden it should be much cleaner and much less unnecessary stuff that you just don't want to have. Of course, you don't need to do this with AI, Midjourney, or whatever. You can do it with other stuff like, oh, One Piece character sheets and then oh, we have a Zoro one right there. Let's go like this. I haven't tried this. Let's see what happens. He's still there. Oh, no. We can't escape him. But at least now, you know, like with this minus whatever, you can make sure that some certain things just don't appear. Or at least you can minimize the chance of it. Another thing you can do is if you want to look for something exactly. So for example, if you remember I don't know, like an Instagram post or like an article that had a certain headline. What you can then do is how Google Images treats this. What you write in here is that it kind of just takes these words on their own and tries to find images that match all of the ones that you put in there, or most of them. But if you want something that is exactly what you're looking for, like character sheets, for example, you can do whatever these are called, crow suite, whatever. And that makes sure that Google treats it as one phrase. So it only looks for things that are written exactly like this, not like anything else. If there's something very specific that you're looking for, this might allow you to find exactly that. It might be a bit less, like more niche to use this, but I can still see it being useful if you're trying to find something very, very specific. For both Pinterest and Google Search, of course, since they're based on what you type in, I want to give you also a few terms that you can use to find references for your projects. The first one is something that I already said before, which is Sete. Sete is basically what you can see right here. They're basically just like the character design sheets that animators use to make the character look the same in all their shots. And these are very useful. It's basically like can be a good source for good references, especially for 3D. This one, for example, seems pretty good for 3D, kind of neutral like this. Yeah, so this is like a good reference also, or good source for, especially also for like different head perspectives. Another one is just to add in like orthographic. Let's say if we go back to Pinterest, for example, there you go. We find this kind of stuff. And this is exactly what I showed you before for good references. So orthographic can be another good one that allows you to find really good references for 3D modeling. These are like the 3D modeling ones are usually the harder ones to find. Another one that is very good is turnaround, because basically it's kind of like, you know, just like the same character from different perspectives. Yeah, stuff like this. Same character from different perspectives. That's kind of what the turnaround is. Very useful for finding different perspectives. Same thing with T pose, A pose. If you know, like character whether in this pose or like more, you know, like standing like this. Very useful. Once again, like this is an A pose basically. Just make sure that the characters are standing in a neutral pose that you would 3D model them in. And the last two useful ones are production art. Let's see what this brings. Stuff like this, I guess. Production art, and then what the hell is this? And then blueprint. Might sound a bit weird, but it allows you to find maybe something more like this too. Just more guides for how the character is supposed to look. The last feature that I want to give you as very useful is this one, the reverse image search. So let's say we have an image. Let's see if I can find one. I had one before. Let's look at this image, for example. You can see it's a photo because you can see the glare of the highlight or some kind of light over here at the top, and then maybe even like a shadow right there. So this is not the original thing, of course, it's the photo of the original. If you want to find the original, it can be useful to use, for example, the reverse image search on Google to find basically the same thing, but for example, like scanned in, like this one looks like. This one is photographed again. And maybe sometimes it doesn't even exist, you know, like the original doesn't even exist as a scan, only as an image. But at least this way you can see if you can find the distortionless and like extra effects less reference. So Pinterest and Google Images are like the main reference finding sites that I would recommend, but there are a few more that can be useful, especially for animated things like, you know, anime. Who would have thought? One of them is YouTube. If you can find clips of your character animated on YouTube, you can, you know, go through individual frames. For example, if you press comma or period on your keyboard, you can go frame by frame back and forth, and you can find different, for example, head positions, different poses, find the perfect references, maybe even in an animated shot, and then you can screenshot it, whether it's with basic Windows screenshotting, or there's also extensions that just allow you to screenshot the frame that you're currently seeing of a YouTube video. Stuff like that. So YouTube can also be very useful, especially if you want to try to find like turnarounds of your character. Another useful website is Sete Dreams. Sete Dreams is basically just trying to combine or trying to find all the Sete images from different anime and then bring them all together on one site. So, you know, I guess this would be like maybe even the first one you would go to if you want to find references for your 3D scene especially. And then you can find like, I don't know, let's just go for One Piece again and see what happens. There you go. This one, One Piece movie, let's say this one. And all of a sudden you can see all these Sete drawing guides for that. I guess that's the movie. Especially like stuff like this is like kind of hard to find otherwise. These details like the weapon or this, like the bag. What does the bag look like? What is the design looking like when it's open, when it's closed? Stuff like that is hard to find otherwise. But this website is really, really useful for stuff like this. Another good website is this one, which is called Character Design Reference. Kind of describes itself, I guess. They have a lot of references for different shows, different anime or animations, not only for anime, but also other stuff. Here we have Spirited Away, for example. This one, all kind of like different anime. This one is a bit more limited in what you can find, but if you can find what you're looking for in here, it also has like a nice collection of different art from the production, like this kind of stuff. A lot of references for the characters from different kind of angles and different looks, different perspectives and whatever. So this one is another good one that you can use to find more references. And of course, for all of these pages or all of these sites that I'm talking about, you're going to see the links once again in the course page. If you haven't opened the course page, you should do it right now. You don't have to do anything. You just open the page. It's the link, first link in the description. Just make sure that you don't click off the video, I guess, or to open it in the tab of the video. You can look at it and see even more references and whatever about what I'm talking about, including all these websites. There's two more that I want to give you. The first one is Reddit. There's a subreddit called Model Sheet Archive, which, you know, once again, just tries to combine or collect kind of different model sheets. This one might be a bit more niche because it's just kind of like all kind of random model sheets that people could find. But you know, you can, once again, if you can't find anything anywhere, maybe you'll find it here. Just another reference that you could consider checking out. And then the last one is Sketchfab. Sketchfab, of course, is another good reference, especially if you want to 3D model your characters. Like if you're trying to find references for a 3D model, you know, why not see if you can already find someone that made that 3D model. Let's say like Naruto, for example. If you want to download it, of course you can download it, but if you want to just use it as reference, for example, you can go in here and like choose this one and then just create your own references by just screenshotting this, for example, or just like rotating around. If you want to have it in 3D, of course you want to screenshot it, but if you also just want to have it as reference, you can just use it like this, for example. So now that we've extensively covered what you can do to find your references, now we can talk about how to turn those references into a 3D model. If you don't know how to model 3D, how to 3D model anything, I have 2 tutorials in the course page. If you haven't opened the course page yet, what are you even doing? Okay, at this point, just stay away from it. Okay, I don't want you on my course page. For everybody else that has the course page already open, I want you to check out the sculpting and the poly modeling tutorial if you have never used Blender before. Poly modeling is more like, oh, you basically work with the individual geometry and create it kind of like from scratch. And sculpting is a bit more like organic, working with clay. So the question would be like, well, which one should I use? Should I use sculpting or should I use poly modeling? And my answer is both. Of course. No, the reason why I say both is that you're not going to get away with only one of them. You really, if you want to create really great 2D looking characters, no, 3D looking characters, no, whatever, 3D characters that look 2D, you want to use both poly modeling and sculpting. Like if I say you, oh, you should, if I tell you, oh, you should poly model the whole character, and you're like, yeah, sounds about right, I'll do that right now, then you can probably just go to poly modeling. But if you say like, wait, poly modeling, like, what is that? I don't get anything. You should probably start with sculpting. Or of course, if you like sculpting, or if you prefer sculpting, if you like to have sculpting involved in your workflow, like me, for example, I usually start any character by sculpting them. You know, you should start with sculpting. Sculpting is basically just like the pre-step before you go over to poly modeling. If you just don't like sculpting, I can tell you just, you know, you can skip sculpting if you learn how to poly model, so whatever, right? But we're going to go and start from scratch, from the beginning with sculpting. So your scene is set up. So the first thing we want to do is just start with some kind of object that we can then turn into this character, into Luffy, for example. So in this case, you can say add mesh cube, and we have a cube. Look at that. Wow. Hope you can follow me this far. And then, for example, what I like to do, the way that I like to block out my characters for a sculpt is create a basic body block out with a cube. And then if you press Ctrl 2, you can add a subdivision surface modifier. This allows you to give the cube more geometry and also smooth it so that it looks like something like this. And the great thing about this is that it allows you to create very organic things with just this very blocky geometry. So if I move this, for example, now you can see how the sphere moves, and this is very useful to block out your character. So for example, here in this case, we can say, okay, I want my character, I'm trying to create Luffy's head. So I can start with like the top head, for example. So this could, for example, be the head. And then if you want to be more detailed, you can either add a second sphere by just shifty duplicating, or you can also just go here and then duplicate it in object mode so that they're separate objects. And then, for example, go in here and adjust it some more. Something also very useful or very important for your 3D model is that the model is basically, if it's not part of the character design, that it is symmetrical. So the right side is the same as the left side. It just makes the whole modeling process a whole lot easier. Like oftentimes the drawings, of course, are not going to be perfectly symmetrical. Just go with one side and work off of one side and just let the other side be created by something that will be very useful while you're blocking this out. which is the mirror modifier. You can create it by pressing Control, and then for me it's like the little hat icon next to the one, left to the one. It basically automatically adds the mirror modifier to your mesh. If you have any trouble working with the mirror modifier, I also have a link in the course page that gives you, that is just like a mirror modifier tutorial, because I've seen people have trouble with the mirror modifier. This video should help you fix most of those issues. So now, for example, we can go in here. Alt-Z allows you, for example, to select both vertices. If you don't have Alt-Z enabled, you select this, you only will select the front one, the one that you will see, because it covers the other one. But in this way, for example, we can now go in here and, you know, just kind of use these spheres to create the basic shapes. So we can go in here, do that, and then we can do the same for the neck, for example, here. Something also very useful for the block out here is the sharpening feature. So if you have an edge selected or a face selected, a face is really just multiple edges, you can then press Shift E to sharpen them, which can be very useful. I'm going to show it to you here. If you select this edge and then do this, you can sharpen it just to, you know, create like very sharp edges in, you know, in times where you need it. Here, for example, if you want to make this just a tube, you can select this and all of a sudden it's a tube. Much more useful for the neck, for example. And then you bring it here, put it in there. Look at that. Something is off here. Why is this one not in the middle? I think I moved this over off the middle. So let me just bring it into the middle again. Something like this, I guess. I think I did something wrong. What you want to make sure is that the middle is perfectly straight. And then also, of course, that's why we have both sides, not only the front view, but the side view too. We can then not only create the character from the front view, but we can also then see, well, if I go to the side view, it looks kind of weird. This is not really exactly what this is looking like. So now let's just adjust this again, because we see the front view looks fine, but the side view doesn't look fine. So what we only really want to do here with the side view is define the depth, basically. The neck, for example, needs to be much further back here. And then that looks a lot better. Something useful you can do is also just have one object for the head and one object for the lower face, I guess, for the jaw and nose and whatever. Here you can see it's kind of looking weird now, so we need to bring this back. Bring this back a bit, and this way you can just refine your body more and more and more. The goal with this is only really to capture the broadest shapes. We will only want to make sure that the model follows the silhouette, but don't really capture any like details. What we don't want to do right now is like capture like the, you know, the ear shape is fine, but not like the ear details. I don't know, like the hair details, especially not. We just want to make sure that we have a body that we can then work off of and refine to add the details later in scope mode. Something I also would recommend is that you don't really, for this block out, while you're still blocking it out, don't go above the viewport subdivision level 2. This should be enough to really block out the character fully. I don't think you really need more. Of course, if you have like fingers and whatever, you probably wouldn't like want to extrude this or whatever, like this, and extrude more and more and more to have the finger. What you would want to do here for the fingers, for example, is have this and then have individual fingers made out of individual cube tubes. And the last one that I want to give you as a tip for this blockout modeling is that you want to make your character roughly around like 2 meters high. You can very easily see if it is that way by just adding another cube. And then especially if you go GZ to move it up 1 unit, it's perfectly on the ground now, the cube. And the cube is by default 2 meters high. 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters, which you can see here in the dimensions. So you want to make your character like maximum 2 meters high if it's a normal character, like a normal human character. Of course, if you know exactly how big the character is supposed to be, then you can just go in here and say like, oh, the character is exactly like 2 meters 50. And then you know exactly how big it is supposed to be. And then you could, for example, dial it in a bit like this. And to make sure that you capture this size for the character, I would recommend not to keep this cube, but to use the cube to position the references. So in this case, we can select, for example, the ones in the back and then move them up so that the head is where it's supposed to be in terms of height. If you want to place it right here and Luffy would be 2 meter 50, we would place it like this. So if you know what size the character would be, I would recommend that you also create the character in that size, using, for example, the cube to measure whether you're actually on the right height or not. Staying within the size and not all of a sudden have like one project where you'll have like characters that are like 1 centimeter high, and then other projects with like 200-meter high characters, allows you to use the same settings for all different scenes. And once you've gone through the whole block art process, 3D modeling, like simple block art process with cubes, it could look something like this. This is the block art that I made for the Luffy model. As you can see here, I actually sculpted the head already. So if you want to, you can also start with a head sculpt and then model the body from there. But in this case, you know, you already can see the full body. If you're new to sculpting or new to the whole blocking out process or character modeling in general, I would recommend that you start by blocking out the full body first, which could look, for example, like this. So this could be like a basic body block out where you have the head looking like this. This is like a good starting point for your sculpt. Once you have this, once you have created your character block out, you then want to make sure that all these individual cubes, they're supposed to be scale 1 and have location 0. The way you can just make sure that that's the case is just select everything like this and then Control A to apply. And we want to apply the location, rotation, scale. Since we want to do all of them, we can just say all transforms, and that should, you know, make sure that everything is exactly where it's supposed to be. Now, we could theoretically go in here and already, you know, switch to sculpt mode and then just start sculpting on this, but we want to do something first. Since this is just a block out with individual objects, now we want to merge the objects together so they can all work together into one character and make this look less like a puppet or a robot and more like an actual character body with no weird like separations like this. The first thing I would recommend you do is keep the hands, body and head separate. When you're sculpting, the body generally needs less geometry resolution than the hands, for example, or the head. So I would just recommend that you don't merge these all together in one. Since you've applied a subdivision surface modifier to this, there's an armature here too, but it doesn't matter. We want to make sure that we actually can use this geometry. Right now it's stored in the subdivision surface modifier. We don't need this. We want to use this geometry. So what we want to do is just select all of this and then use your search button. For me, it's space. For you, it might be F3, I think, if it's the default. If you just look for mesh, for example, you can find object, convert mesh. You can find it here, object, and then convert mesh, which basically just applies all modifiers on all objects. So now we have actually the geometry that we can now work with. Now what we want to do is just bring all the individual objects, as you can see here, together into one object. So except for the hands, of course, and the head. So let's start with this, for example. Let's select everything here for the main body like this. And then we can press Ctrl J to join it all together. So now all of this is a one object. We can do the same for the hands and of course the head if there's like two separate head objects. In this case, there's not. Now we have this object, we have this object, this like both hands, and then the head. Well, the problem that we will run into if we go into sculpt mode now is if we might be sculpting, but they're still not connected. As you can see, they're still separating if we go adjusted in sculpt mode. So we still need to do one more thing so that we actually merge them all together, which is we just go in here and then we apply a new modifier, which is called the remesh. Put the remesh on there and then it looks kind of weird. And that is because we don't have enough geometry. The voxel size basically describes the resolution of the mesh. Right now it's too low, so we need to reduce the voxel size. What you can do, for example, is just add a 0 here, and then all of a sudden we already have way more geometry. I have like a standard resolution voxel size that I go with if you have a model that is 2 meters in height, or like, you know, related to the 2 meters in height that I talked about before, which is like around 0.05 or 0.03. So 0.01 is already quite a lot. Let's go with like 0.03. This is quite rough. I guess for this model, for example, you would want to use a little bit more. Actually, 0.05 is pretty good. So maybe I just missed a 0 in my notes. 0.03, 0.05 seems like a pretty good number. This gives you plenty of geometry to work with. And it also, since it is remeshing now, it merges all these objects together. So now these objects, these individual block out shapes are actually joined. And we can use this to sculpt. So now we just need to apply this. And then we can go into sculpt mode to actually sculpt. So like merge these together well, you know, create more more defined connections and whatever, and make this look even more like the references. Something that I would always recommend in scope mode, just real quick, since you've seen it here, I haven't had it turned on, is just to make sure that you have symmetry enabled. It just saves you half the work. In case you don't really see any tools and no tool is selected, you can either open the tools but with T, pressing T. So you can open here this tool shelf on the left, or something else that you might see is that it looks like this, where no tools are there. You can see these tools, but that's not all tools that exist. If you use the 5.0 Blender 5.0 version, they added a new kind of tool shelf down here too, which you can only really see with this little arrow right there. And if you click it, you can see all the tools that exist. You might be inclined to add a lot of detail to your 3D character heads, but I would really recommend you not to go further than what we've used here for the remesh. So this, like 0.003, 0.005 is really all you need to create a good first head sculpt. Since the sculpt is only really going to be a base that you're then going to model the actual geometry of your character on top of with retopology later, or polymodeling, whatever you want to call it, this is only there to capture the broad shapes of the character. It's not going to be there to capture the details. The details come later. You don't really need to go further than the resolution 0.005, 0.003. And I would recommend you don't do it, because it allows you to, it prevents you from going too detailed. Don't waste time on details, okay? Do not. Something you might encounter, which you've seen here, if you see like, oh, I forgot to block out, for example, a horn right here. Whoop. Something you might notice, especially with these snake hook brushes, that you run out of geometry. You don't really have much more geometry to work with. If you get into that position, you can add more geometry, or you can remesh it again in scope mode. So if you have something like this, for example, and then you see, oh, I need a bit more, you have the remesh section right here. And if you go here, you can see you have the voxel size, just like the setting that we did before with the 0.005, 0.003, something like that. So what you can do here to make sure that we use the same resolution, we could just type it in, but I'm not exactly sure if the voxel size is the same between scope mode and the modifier. So what I like to do is just use this, the sample detail size, click this, and then it copies what it sees under the cursor from the sculpt onto here. And then, for example, we can just hit remesh again, and then it remeshes it, and then we have more geometry to work with. So this is, for example, how you can add more geometry or fix like these stretchy geometry sections. I know that you're already thinking about it, but I am telling you the remesh feature is not there to make your sculpt more detailed. You will not spend a lot of time with this. It just gives you a guide for the future geometry of your character, okay? Do not go too far with this. Something else that I want to give you as a tip is, if you're sculpting your character, you probably wonder like, do I sculpt the mouth or not? Do I sculpt the inside of the mouth or not? And no, you don't need to sculpt the mouth, because we're going to remesh this afterwards, retopologize this afterwards. And so we don't need the mouth. We're going to add the mouth later. So just don't do it, okay? Don't do it. We don't need it right now. Something also you might notice if you're trying to hit the likeness, or, you know, like achieve likeness with your reference, is that the head might look weird. I would recommend you, I would recommend you to do that always, is to sculpt the hair, at least in a very, very rough blockout. So in this case, for example, what you could do if you don't have this yet, what you could do, for example, is just grab a sphere, scale it down and bring it up, and then put it there like this. And then you can use this to sculpt the hairstyle. I would recommend that you do this. You can see I made a mistake because I didn't apply the transformations. I also didn't apply the remesh because I am a noob. And then in scope mode, you can see we can sculpt the hair. Characters are very defined by the hairstyle, especially anime characters. If you want to do an experiment, you can just take any especially female anime character, and just try to draw only the head, not the hair, without the hair. Just draw like an outline around the head. You can see oftentimes that the forehead is like massive, and the hair kind of just basically hides it. And somehow the hair being massive, like high, doesn't look as weird as if it's just a bald head. So having a hair blockout oftentimes helps with seeing the likeness in your 3D model as well. So whenever you do this, I would also recommend you create a very rough version of your character's hair like this, for example. Just a very rough version, just so that the ginormous forehead is hidden underneath the beautiful hair block out. Once you have something that looks pretty good, and you think like, you know what, this looks kind of nice. I don't really know what to do. Then I would recommend you once again to check the front and side view. Of course, you should always do that while you're sculpting, but especially once you say like, oh, this looks pretty good, see if there's anything else that you see that is off. And if not, then I would also recommend you to go and look at it from all angles like this freely. Is there anything like, oh, do the eyes, like if you look at it from 3/4 view, do the eyes look good? Or do I need to bring them forward? Do I need to bring them backwards? This is oftentimes something you need to adjust. The goal with this, with creating a 3D character according to your 3D references, is not to capture it perfectly, because you can't. What you're trying to do is capture the character's likeness. Just like any 2D drawing of that character, it is a completely unique drawing, and it's not going to look exactly the same as it has been defined before. So your character will also never perfectly match the 2D reference. But we want to create a base that we can then use to make it look, as original as possible. And then this is what a final body blockout sculpt, or not really a blockout anymore, it's a full body sculpt could look like. At this point, your 3D scene should either look like this or like this, depending on whether you did sculpt or not. If you have sculpted something, let me quickly talk about how to do retopology, how to now retopologize this model and merge everything together and clean up the geometry, because we cannot work with this for our animations or whatever. First, I'm going to talk about the retopology of the sculpt, and then afterwards I'm going to cover how you would poly model from scratch. Let me give you just like, retopology is not really part of the, it's not really part of the course, but I want to quickly give you the rundown of how you can do it. First of all, what I would recommend is, once again, not only for your 3D character's look, but also for the topology of the model, I would recommend that you get some references. I wouldn't recommend getting images from like blog posts and whatever, because they, it might just be pictures of people like asking, hey, does this look good? And maybe it's not even good. So you want to find images, maybe even go to store pages where they have like, fully like 3D base meshes for your projects, and then you can look at their topology. Sometimes they show those off in one sentence. If I were to summarize it, find references, okay, for everything basically. I think you already found the trend for this. Just find references for everything. If you were to retopologize this, what I would recommend is that you start with a plane. Okay, start with the plane. How's my screencast keys off again? There you go. Okay, mesh, plane. You should know how to add a plane by this point. What I want you to do is cut it in half and remove one side, and then press Control, whatever this is, again to add the mirror modifier. Now, so that we have this, we can now start retopologizing. And the way we do that is basically just by putting this on top of the original geometry to create a new model. And we do that with snapping. Enable snapping, and I like to use like face project. I think it was face project, and then I think you click only face project. And then if I scale it down, you can see, wow, it sticks to the geometry. I actually am a loser myself and a noob, because I forgot to enable clipping. Clipping allows you to keep the geometry together in the middle so that it doesn't move. See, it doesn't leave the middle anymore, and we want that. And then we can go in here and retopologize this whole cool guy. I'm not going to go over like all the details on how you best do it, but let me give you a few more tips. First things first, what I would recommend you to do is to go to object settings and set this to in front, so you can actually see what you're doing, okay? For retopology, I would recommend to set this in front and then remove in front again once the model is done, of course. But this just helps you to actually see what you're working with. Another one that I would recommend is to go in here into the viewport settings and enable back face culling. Like imagine you've already modeled like the chest right here. Bring that down there, and then all of a sudden you want to work on the back, well then you see this. Oh, how will we work with this? Well, you could just do this and cover it, but something even easier is to just go into the viewport and go to back face culling. And then everything that you only see the back side of will just be hidden. Of course, something you should also do, should have enabled with this, is a subdivision surface modifier. Just actually, well, you don't really need one, but it allows it to see the model in a bit more, just a little bit more smoothly. Whether you want to use it or not is kind of up to you. I like to use it. If we're going to use something, you're going to use something else afterwards anyway. But right now, for example, you can use subdivision if you feel like it. That's just something that I wanted to tell you, okay? You're allowed. And then you basically just follow the basics of Retopology. There's going to be a link to my Retopology tutorial, I guess. And then there should be also another tutorial about Retopology if you want to check that out. All in the course page. Also, I would recommend that you start with the broad shapes first and then add more detail if you need to. The point of Retopology is basically to capture the shapes that you've created here, not to capture like all the fine details like, oh, I need this crease right here. So what I'm going to do is like, you know, go in here and create like this perfect edge that follows this. No, what you want to do is just kind of capture the broad shapes. The details will come later in something that I will show you in a second. One of the main reasons why you do Retopology is that now you can actually merge the individual pieces together. So something I would recommend here is that for this to work the best, you want to merge like all the individual objects together. So in this case, just grab all this, merge it into the body, for example, and then you can go in here with this. And now you can see we can go over this and merge the faces together. Oh my god, look at this. And then we can, you know, if you do this, all of a sudden through Retopology everything becomes a one mesh, which we can then use to animate and do all the rest of it. So this is when you will actually merge all the individual pieces together. And then of course something you can also do in Retopology now, which we have neglected for now, is the mouth. Let's say we do something like this. Horrible. He looks like he's been doing a lot of intense morning routines with his mouth thing. I always feel like those things, like if you have like the strip on over your mouth that just prevent you from breathing through your mouth, I always feel like I would just die from suffocation because I couldn't breathe, but maybe not. So here now, for example, if you have like the lips that, I don't know, look like this, something like this, for example, very, very rough version of the lips. You can't, there's no mouth hole yet, right? So you can't retopologize the mouth hole, but you can create it. So if you have this, boom, kazam. And you want to have a gap here, of course. So this should be like a round loop for the mouth. And then we can just select this, disable snapping, and then with Alt-Z, for example, to see inside, extrude this into the inside, and then, for example, scale it by 0 on the Y. You can see it's a bit weird, so we can shape it a bit more like a mouth, or like a sphere rather, or oval, whatever you want to call it. I like to do this first, extrude it one more time in, and then like here, boom, boom. I like to see like, oh, the vertical looks fine. And then once I get to this point where you have like these weird edges, you can see actually this works quite well. Let's add a horizontal one. And then there you go. Everything is merged. And this is how you can create a mouth hole, whatever, a mouth. Something that I would like you to avoid, okay, if you are so kind to me, okay, is that you don't create something. I don't want you to create a mouth geometry like this, where there's a very sharp corner. So the opening goes like this, and then the corner of the mouth is this very, very sharp point. I don't want you to do this because this makes it harder to create natural looking mouth movements, especially once the mouth goes into like O position where it's supposed to be round. It's really hard to do that with a mouth corner like this. Rather, have a dedicated, basically, face right here. That is basically right where you want to have the mouth corner. This makes it much easier to create more natural looking mouth movements or mouth shapes. And then once you have retopologized everything, we want to capture all the details that you can see here on the model. And usually if you have like a subdivided mesh, you can't really do that. Especially with subdivision, it will smooth out everything. You can see it here. This is what it looked like before. So what you want to do is keep the mirror modifier, apply it actually, not just keep it, apply it, and then remove subdivision surface. The whole thing is not done for me, but you know, in case your whole body is done, you can then go and add one first thing, which is the multi-resolution modifier, which is basically like the subdivision surface modifier, but it has one cool feature that I'm going to show you in a second. And then also a shrink wrap modifier. Put that on here. First, let's set this. So the shrink wrap modifier, what we want to set to is project. And then we want to snap to on surface. That is fine. We want to enable negative and positive, so both. And then the target, of course, would be the body. You can see it looks horrendous, especially here. The biggest problem here are these like stretchy things, which usually come from either the shrink wrap finding different surface target that it snaps the geometry to. So in this case here, for example, it took this section, which is really close to this geometry, and just kind of moved it over here because somehow it saw this one as the closest geometry. You could, for example, also set this to nearest surface point, which might make it look a bit better. I usually use project because generally you can fix these problems, and project creates a nicer looking geometry. In this case, with the mouth, for example, what you need to do to fix this is just select the whole mouth that is inside the sculpt, create a vertex group, and then apply the vertex group to the shrink wrap modifier right here so that the mouth gets excluded from shrink wrapping. And this way you can make sure that the mouth doesn't explode. So now you can see it's nicely selected and removed from the shrink wrap modifier, and now everything looks okay for this example. And now with the multi-res modifier set to a pretty good multi-resolution level, let's set it to like 2 or 3 depending on how much geometry you need to capture all the details. Let's say we set it to 3, for example. You can then apply the shrink wrap modifier, and the shrink wrap gets saved in the multi-resolution modifier, but you can still go back in the previous levels too. Multi-resolution is the one that you want to use, not shrink wrap, because multi-resolution can actually save the shape that your sculpt had. Subdivision surface cannot save it. And so in the end, a retopology could look something like this. In this case, I actually have not applied the shrink wrap and whatever yet, but you can see what a geometry like this would look like. Something I also want to highlight are the eyes. The eyes don't have anything inside yet. You can add an eye hole, but we're going to talk in a second about how the eyes should look for anime characters. It can be quite different for anime characters than what you would generally see for normal 3D modeled characters. So now that we've covered how you can get to this from the sculpt mode, let's now talk about advanced polymodeling is what I would call it. Which basically means that you just start with a simple geometry and then more and more detail that geometry, connect more geometry and whatever to create what you see right here with, all the flow that you can see here too. And just as a disclaimer, I have never really done character modeling in this way. I've done it a lot for weapons, I've done it for clothing, I've done it for any like hair even. So I know, how to do it. I just have never done it like a full workflow for the body. So I'm not like super comfortable showing you exactly how you do it like step by step or whatever, or give it like a full workflow. But what I have done is I've collected, a lot of people that do the character modeling workflow with poly modeling. In the link in the description in the course page, all the way at the bottom, and the extra resources, there's going to be links to people that you can check out for even more resources when it comes to modeling or anything basically when it comes to 3D anime. And so if you want to see like a full workflow with how do I create a character that looks like this in the end with poly modeling, you can check them out. And I might even show some examples now when I explain a little bit more about like the tools that you should be aware of and like kind of like the general workflow that you should keep in mind when you want to create characters like this. Advanced polymodeling is kind of like retopology, but without a sculpt to retopologize. So you kind of just retopologize the air, I guess. That's kind of how you can think of it. So just like in retopology, how you do like divide and conquer and whatever, you can do the same for polymodeling. You're going to see kind of like workflows like that for people that do polymodeling for their characters, which means that you would of course usually start with something like a plane or a cube, to save yourself half the work. You could, for example, start by using like deleting this side and then using a mirror modifier plus subdivision surface modifier to start with this. And then you can start like, for example, whether you want to start with the foot, for example, you go here, do this, and then create something like this for like the foot base and so on so forth. Create the inserts, right, for the toes and whatever, and you would go from there. So this is kind of like the very basic setup to start your poly modeling, and you're probably going to see this in most of them. The subdivision surface gives you the smoothness to make the model actually look like a organic model, and the mirror modifier just saves you half the time, of course. If you have this issue, or if you already have back face culling enabled, if you don't, of course, you just see this, but it's worth putting it on sometimes, or checking the face orientation in the setting to see if what you're seeing if you have backfacing disabled, you can see, oh, the red is on the outside. Blue and red, what this basically means is blue is the outside of a face and red is the inside of a face, or like the different direction that the face is pointing. What you want to have for a finish to the 3D model is that everything is looking blue. So in this case, you just want to flip this real quick, and now red is the inside and blue is the outside. Checking that sometimes can be very useful. And then once you have actually created the entire model, you apply the mirror modifier so you can work and have a fully finished model with both sides that you can then rig and whatever, but you're not going to apply the subdivision surface modifier. The subdivision surface modifier is generally only a modifier to give your model more temporary, I guess, geometry. It's not really there to be applied, except if you just want to give your model a little bit more geometry overall. But usually if you do poly modeling, you don't really need to do that because you're already giving it as much geometry as you need to. The subdivision modifier in this case is only there to give it a more smooth look, and you're going to keep it there even while you're animating. It's still going to be there. That's kind of the idea with the subdivision modifier for a workload like this. And then once again, of course, just like with the sculpt mode, if you, for example, model according to a reference image, oftentimes, of course, if the reference image is drawn, it's not going to be symmetrical. If that happens, choose which side you like more and then reference only that one and just let the other side be created by being the mirror of the other side. So if it's not a model that has like one horn on one side and then none on the other, you just want to be symmetrical all the way. And then just like scope mode, when you're modeling the character and you reference it to the main reference that you have in your blend file, for example, you also want to make sure that you're trying to capture the likeness, but not the exact look of the reference, especially if you have multiple angles, because if you have to redraw the character, you're not going to draw it exactly how it would be if it was a 3D model. So there's going to be differences between the references, and then trying to match it exactly from all angles wouldn't really work. So you're trying to find the middle ground that kind of combines all of them together and says like, oh yeah, I could see this 3D model in all three of these, and then you can work with that. This is kind of like the general overview of how you're going to do it. And now I want to give you a few tools for poly modeling, like the basic tools that you should be aware of so that you can create basically whatever you want to create with those tools. The first one I want to just talk about is something that is kind of similar to scope mode. If you, for example, want to adjust a lot of geometry at the same time, let's say we want to rotate his foot outward so that it's like, you know, slightly outward tilted or rotated. We could, for example, select all of these. And then if we go here to the proportional editing mode, you can see if I make it bigger or smaller, you can see what it does. This tool is very, very useful if you have a big edit that you need to make. Usually you don't want to do this if you already have like this much geometry. But for example, if you have something like you want to move something, like let's say I put this here right here, it's very useful, especially if you combine it with the 3D cursor and then set the transform pivot to 3D cursor. You could do stuff like this. If you do some kind of action like moving, rotating, and scaling, it has a certain fall off that you can see with this circle right here, and by your scrolling you can increase it or decrease it. See, it rotates around the 3D cursor, which can be very useful for, let's say, horns, for example, or other stuff that is like hard to find a good pivot for. I tried it before without this on the median point. Median point basically means the middle of everything that is selected. So in this case, it's hard to see where it is, but if you just rotate it, you can kind of see where it is. It's like, or if you just press R, you can see where the dotted line is. That's where the middle point is. And it rotates around that point. But if you, for example, wanted to rotate around the leg, where it's connected, where the foot connects to the leg, you could, for example, also first select only one edge, then press Shift S, and then say cursor to selected. And now the 3D cursor is right in the middle of this. And then if we select everything again, we can see it rotates perfectly around the ankle. And now we can make the legs point outwards. Look at that. Scope mode is kind of like proportional editing, but just in its own mode and a bit more like brush. Like you use brushes rather than just like doing it off of the selection. Rotations in this mode are a bit harder, like the one that I just showed you. So this is especially useful for doing big adjustments like moving something somewhere else, or doing stuff like, oh, I want the whole leg, for example, to be a bit more inflated, let's call it. So we can use the inflate brush and then just make his legs a bit thicker. Like this, for example. This is where the scope mode is really, really useful, because you can do stuff like this very quickly without having to find a good selection first, find a good pivot point. You can do all of this without really having to worry about all that. Another useful feature in scope mode is the ability or the brush which is this one, relax slide. What this brush basically allows you to do is it allows you to adjust the geometry, but it doesn't affect the volume as good as it can. So if we have something like this, we can just move the geometry and the volume is still trying to stay the same. With this tool, you can polymodel something and don't really have to worry about geometry too much. In the end, it's good to have a geometry that is very even. Like if you look at this chest or look at the arm, you can see it's very even. The faces are all pretty similar in size. And then here, like the edges flow very nicely. Nothing is like jagged and whatever. But then you compare to this and it's like all weird. And you can model that way in polymodeling and then use this tool, the relax slide brush, to ease this out a bit and smooth this out so that it looks nice and clean. You can either use it to move geometry like this, which can be useful sometimes, or if you hold shift, you can also smooth out the geometry and make it nice and even like this. Let's say, oh, I want to add more geometry here. Let's do this. And all of a sudden we have more geometry in this section. Let's smooth it out so that it's like evenly distributed again. So we can go in here. If you want to see the edges a bit more, you can go to object settings and then show wireframe. Or you can also go in here in the viewport overlays in geometry wireframe, and then you can see the wireframe too. If you're like working on the, the geometry and then holding shift again, you can like smooth this out. And it tries to keep the surface or the volume of the model as clean as possible. Another useful one, very useful one for when you're polymodeling is to use face sets. Face sets are these kind of things. And they're only, I think, available in sculpt mode. For example, let's say we use where's the face sets brush? Face set paint. Face sets are basically masks, but you can have multiple of them and they're color coded. So let's say we mask the thumb first. And you can see it's immediately marked as this color. If I then draw another brush, you can see it's a new color. So if you want to have something have the same color or continue like expanding the same color, you have to hold Control and then you can expand and draw with the color that you started, where you started your drawing from. So if I start on the green, I add green. If I start on the purple, I add the purple mask. We have other tools, not only of course the brush, which for example, one of them is the box face set. So here, instead of just using the box mask, we can also box face set. For example, the lasso face set. Select all these faces, and this also goes through the geometry, so it looks at the one behind too, as you can see. Do the same for this finger, and then the same here. There's two very useful brushes that benefit from this. First of all, it's like the move brush, for example, because you can see right now everything is moved. But if you go to the brush settings and you go to advanced, you can, for example, say, hey, I want to auto mask, which means things are only affected if they're part of the same topology. So if you have two meshes that are part of the same object, but they're not connected, enabling topology allows you to only affect the one that you actually affect, like brushing on. So if you delete this face right now, you can see now that these fingers are not connected to this anymore. So if I enable topology, it doesn't work. So once you have face sets created, then you can just like be very sure that only the thing that is actually under the brush, especially like where the little dot is. I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen. Where the little dot is where you're actually affecting it. Or like that's where it samples the mask from. So even though the brush is so big and it would affect the whole hand if I disable this, if I enable face sets, it samples the little yellow dot there, the blue finger, and then only affects the blue finger. And that's how faces can be really useful. For example, for the grab brush or any editing brush in sculpt mode, but also especially for the, let me see where I can find it, the pose brush. So the way the pose brush works is it goes where your brush is where you want to rotate it, and then it tries to go to the edge of the brush, and that's where it tries to find a pivot point for it. So you can see like how this little line that goes like to the edge of the brush, how it tries to find geometry to latch onto. So if I now rotate it, you can see that it rotates from that point. You can make this even better though, if you go to rotate origins and set this to face sets. Now it will always look for the border of that face set. If you, for example, don't want to rig something, you just want to pose something without having to add a rig, you can use the pose brush, for example. Just face set everything so that everything is set that you basically, where the bones would be is where each face set is. Let's say we do it this way. Now, if I do the pose brush, it only uses the front, and then if I do this, it only goes to this section. You can also see if I make the brush bigger and it encapsulates multiple face sets, it then goes to the border of the least included face set, I guess you could call it. You can see here, if it's smaller, it only takes the turquoise one. If it also is bigger, it also includes the pink one. And that's how you can adjust like where the pivot point would be. So even if you don't want to sculpt the character, sculpt mode can still be very useful for your poly modeling workflow. Let's go back to the normal edit mode and let's go through a few more settings or features that you should know in here. Another useful one that I actually learned fairly recently is, do you have the basic feature of if you have edges selected and you want to slide them along the edges that they're connected to, you can press G to just move it and then G again to move them along these edges. The problem with the normal slide tool is that it only goes along the edge that is connected to, the edges. But if you're in this mode and then you press Alt, you can go past that and you can go even further. And this way you could, for example, finish this arm. And then once you're at the end, you have to hold Alt, I think, and then press Enter to finish the selection. I don't know why it does it like that, but you know, I guess that's how it works. If you do poly modeling, another tool that is basically going to be very useful for your poly modeling is especially when you want to add details or just change the, let's say, for example, the flow of geometry. The knife tool is very useful for creating just edge flows out of nowhere, like freestyling edge flow. The Control R way only really follows the edge, like the edges that already exist or the faces that already exist. Let's say you want to, for example, change the geometry right here. What you could do, for example, is select all this and then say, not delete, but dissolve edges. And then all of a sudden we have this n-gon. This n-gon is still geometry, so you can use the knife tool to connect things. Just say, okay, I want to have like a little U shape here. So an edge that goes around. You can do this, for example, and then you know, okay, that's going to be the edge flow there. Then you know that you want to have an edge flow that goes around like this and connects back to here. And then all of a sudden you already have like the flow that you want. And all of a sudden you already created the flow right here. So now you've created this. And now you just need to find a way to connect the rest. Here you could, for example, use the Control R tool to give this an edge. And then let's say, oh, I think it connected it to something else. It connected it to itself. Okay. You can see there's a weird face here. So there's like some issues you can run into this, but you can see like how the knife tool can be useful for situations like this, where you just want to kind of draw the edge. And then if it runs into issues like this, you can also just remove the face that was causing the issues and then continue like this. But once you have all of this, we have created what we wanted, which is this little loop right here. And you can see there's like a little bit of like weirdness going on here, which can be the normals of this geometry. There's like a couple things you can try. So the first one is just like merge by distance. If there's anything that is like on top of each other, it should get rid of that. And then you can also press Alt-N, recalculate outside, or Alt-N, reset vectors. This can help to fix those issues. I just wanted to show you, this is how you can use the knife tool to create some flow that is hard to create otherwise. The next one I want to show you is probably known if you ever wanted to connect two things. So let's say we have like edges, let's say we have a geometry like this. We have made sure that the edges here, the amount of edges is the same as here. So if we connect this, for example, you can see it has 18 edges. And then this one also has 18 edges. So they're prepared to be connected. So now if we connect, or if you select both of them, you can search for it, which is, bridge edge loops. Or if you're not using spacebar, but F3 is, I think, the default for the search bar, you can search it through that. So you just search for it, bridge edge loops. And what it does is what you would expect. It creates something like this. Another one that is extremely useful is, let's say we created all the flow for the outside of the shoulder, like the edges that define the shoulder shape. But now we just need to fill the inside. If it creates a somewhat square shape, then you can just go in here and say grid fill, and it creates the fill automatically. Sometimes it will try to basically follow the shape of it, and sometimes it doesn't do that, so you have to be kind of like wary of that. So it's not as round as it was before, but of course afterwards you can adjust it yourself. This can be especially useful if you know that you're going to use it. So these edges are here. Now you've created the edges right there. You created the edges right here. But now you want to just fill this. All you had to do is create basically these edges right here. All this edge frame, you could call it. And now you can just use the grid fill to fill the rest. So you can save a lot of time with this. And that's why I want to show you this. Because all you will need to do is create the framework. And then once you have these very clean missing holes that are looking kind of like squares, I guess you could call it, it has a very easy time filling those and can save you a ton of time. Another just useful way of just speeding up your workflow with polymodeling is if you, for example, have just one row like this that is not filled yet. What you can do is just select this face and this face, and then if you press F, it immediately fills this whole face. But if you just spam this, all of a sudden it is full. Like if the grid fill, for example, doesn't work, or somehow you just end up with this, you just select 2 points on the edge of this flow basically, and then you just press F, or you can, I think, even hold F, and it does it automatically, and there you go, it's finished. This is also, of course, just another small way to speed things up. Another one that is kind of in that same vein is if, let's say, we have all of this, for example, open. If you have basically like an edge corner like this, and then you select the vertex on this corner, and then you press F, it automatically creates a face in this section. But you can't really spam this, but for example, like for stuff like this, so you could theoretically do this for the rest of this. It's a bit hard, like hard to remember all the button presses, but it's like left click F, right click, left click F, right click, left click F, right click. But of course, it can be much faster than like manually having to do all this. Like, oh, select this, E, select this edge, and then fill it. You can do it very quickly. Selecting this corner, and then press F. There you go. Another thing that you need to keep in mind with this though is that it doesn't connect to another face. So it doesn't fill this hole. If you select this edge only, we already know that you can fill it with this, but it doesn't work if you go here and then press F like this. You can see it's not connected. This is something you just need to be aware of. Just a small, caveat with this. Another very useful one, I'm just kind of destroying this Luffy more and more, I'm sorry, is the ability to rip faces apart. This is especially useful for hair modeling. You can just select these edges and then press V, and then it disconnects this edge from the other one. The only annoying part about this is that it's kind of random how it disconnects it. So you would think, oh, I want to move these down. So I can select these and then press V and it will allow me to move them down. Nope, it selects the other one. So what you might want to do is just do this and then select the other ones and move them down. That is just like one thing you need to keep in mind of this. Of course, then you would still have to fill the hole, but you can also do this automatically. If you press Alt V, so Alt and then V, it already rips it apart, but it allows you to keep the faces there. It automatically fills the gap that you have created. Oftentimes, useful geometry for fingers is something like this. We're going to talk about that in a second too. But let's say we want to create this kind of look where you have geometry that is looking like this, but then you want to create like this triangular, like extra edge flow or extra edge. You can just select this edge and then press Alt V to create this. Look at that. That's how fast you can do it. And this, if you've done rigging or like 3D modeling for characters before and you want to create these extra edges that just create better rounding when you do like this, for example, just select the edges, Alt V, and you immediately have the geometry. Look at that. Another useful one, especially if you're of course using the subdivision surface modifier, I've just applied it right here with Control 2, is going in here and then selecting edges like this. You can see I select them and then pressing Shift E. Shift E allows you to sharpen that edge. And you can see now it has a nice sharp distinction between one shape and the other. So if you're working with subdivision surface, for example, it tends to smooth out your model. This is especially noticeable when you're using a more low poly model. Sometimes you just have like fairly low poly and you just want to make something more defined. This is where Shift E can be very useful. So now with all these tools, I will just want to give you a few more small, I guess, examples for how you can approach your modeling when it comes to the body and the face. If you're working with a reference in the background, especially for the face, the way that you can work with this reference is that you basically draw the silhouette of all the features first. So let's say you're starting, for example, with a face, with a head. You can just use one edge, for example, and then we want to draw, for example, the jaw. We can just follow the reference that we would have in the background and immediately create, for example, the head shape from the front view. So this would be the head silhouette. And then you can do the same for the side, do the same thing here. Of course, it's going to look horrible, but just to show you what it could look like. And then if we connect that back to the head, you can see we already have like the starting point of a 3D model. Now, of course, the next part would be to add the rest of the features. So here we go back to the front and then we start, for example, adding the eyes. And then we can mirror to the other side. And then once we have the features kind of set up, we want to make sure, of course, that you place them in the right position and stuff. And then once you've kind of drawn all the features, we can then afterwards make sure that they connect together. So here, you know, we can say, oh, this connects to here. And then you can see it already is in the wrong direction, but we can fix the face direction later. Especially the more features you draw, and I would recommend you to draw all the features that you can kind of see, the easier it is then to fill the rest. It's kind of a weird way of working if you haven't done it before, but I think the more you do it, the more intuitive it gets, because at some point you're just kind of creating the same thing over and over again. For the body, you can work a little bit more in the idea of like divide and conquer. So start very broad, create the broad shapes first, and then you can add more detail over time. This allows you to first make sure that the proportions look right, like the arms have the right length, the body proportions like width of hips, width of shoulders, width of like neck and whatever looks good. And then you can add more geometry with the knife tool, with all the tools that I've shown you before, to really define the shapes as much as you want. So, well, now we've made it to the end of how to actually model a character, but I've also collected a few things that you can keep in mind to immediately, okay, these tips will immediately increase your anime character appeal, okay? They're basically just going to be a few tips that I've collected over the time that you can apply, especially if you use a like average anime look. If your model is like a hideous slime monster, it might be not as useful as if you just have like a dude, but you know, still knowing them in case you want to create something that is a bit more average is still useful. So let me give you a few tips for how you can construct especially the face for anime. And most of these are based on a presentation that the creators of Guilty Gear have released at some point, or have done at some point. The Guilty Gear franchise, I think, is like, especially Guilty Gear Strive, is like the game that kind of started, I feel like, all the kind of 3D anime movement, I guess if you want to call it that, because they really tried to transform their 2D sprites into 3D models while still trying to make the 3D models look as 2D as possible. So they explored and discovered a lot of techniques that we can now benefit from by analyzing what they do. And the presentation we're going to look at now is one that is also going to be in the course page in the extra resources, and you should also find it in the like section that we're currently in, right? There should be 3D modeling. There you should find a link to it too. It's going to be in, I think, Japanese or something Asian. So I'm going to try to translate it and kind of like explain what they mean with what they're showing in pictures. So the first thing is face structure. There's a couple different things that really define the face structure of a 3D anime model that basically create the look that you would see in 3D. These are the ones that I mean. We have the nose bridge, we have the eyes, of course, we have the jaw, we have the other side, so the silhouette of the face from the other side that is that is further away from the camera, and then we also have the mouth. These are the main features that will define what the face looks like from all angles. Usually if you 3D model your character, it's easy to make him look good from the front and from the side. The difficulty then is getting the side view, like 3/4 view, for example, right? This view. Usually, actually, as a quick tip, you don't really want to do this for your anime characters, because if you ever see anime characters looking up, usually their jaw just extends to hide the lower part of their jaw. Except for front and side view gives you a few problems that they have developed some tips for, some anatomy things that I want to show you. The first one is just that you want to make the anime face a bit flatter than you might want to make a realistic face. So like if you want to create like a Pixar style, it would be different than this. Like look how there's like this clear distinction between face and the rest of head. there's this very clear, like, very clear distinction between them. And the reason why it is that way, and you can look at the faces right here, like especially this edge right here, and then going around to the other side too. The reason why it looks like that is because with this more distinct edge that surrounds the face, you can kind of design the silhouette of the character a lot more. If the edge right here is facing away from the camera, it creates the silhouette for the face. But if it then is facing the camera, it creates the nice edge here for the shadow. And this is especially useful for normal editing, which we're going to get to later. But for now, just keep in mind that having like this frame around the face, which kind of encapsulates, you know, the face itself, is very useful for defining the silhouette of the face like this. Another thing that is very important, like look how the lips change. Jesus, look how the lips change when I move further to the side. See how the corner of the mouth kind of at some point hides behind the side or like the middle of the mouth, and that is because the lips are actually much pointier than you would see in real life. This deepness creates a more 2D looking lip shape. You can see it, for example, in the presentation right here. If the mouth is flatter, it creates a more like off-center mouth. See how the mouth shape changes from a 3/4 view, from this to this. Now the lips are much flatter, but see how the outer corner of the mouth is much further and closer to the outer silhouette than this. And this creates a much more like off-center look. Look how off-center this looks now. Like the lips are much more like to the right of the nose, weirdly. But when you bring it back out, you create a much more natural and 2D looking shape. So when you're creating your mouth shape, or your mouth, for example, for your characters, keep in mind to make them just a little bit more pointy, and it creates a much more 2D looking shape to them. And especially when you rotate around them, it'll look much better. Another important one, another feature that you always need to be aware of is this line right here. This line going from the brow to the nose and then back to the other brow, this kind of V shape is very important for the nose silhouette, especially from like a 3/4 view. Making this shape very pronounced gives you a very nice edge following this way. Like see how if it is very pronounced like here, see how quickly the line art appears and defines the nose very clearly. By creating this a very distinct edge line right here, you can make sure that the edges then, or that the line art then creates this very clear nose, which, you know, you usually would see in 2D anime. So we want to make sure that we get that in 3D anime too. Now let's talk about the eyes. Of course, eyes, especially for anime, of course, they're ginormous and are very important for the expressions of your characters. So we want to make sure that they look good from all angles. So there's a guide that you can follow, a certain shape that you can follow for the eyes to make them look as good as possible on your 3D model. Once again, if it is for a basic anime model, the average anime model. If you once again have something like an ogre with like round eyes, it might be a bit different, but we're talking about the defaults, okay? Let's say this is an eye, right? We insert this and this is the eye opening. The normal human eye shape would be something like this, where the eyeball, right, is right in the middle, so it creates this kind of like U shape looking from the top, or I guess reverse U shape looking from the bottom. And if you do that for anime, something that happens is that you lose the inner edge of the eye. But in anime, usually when you draw it, you can oftentimes still see that. Or at least you can use the inner eye corner to create the sort of cornea of the eye. So what you want to do is you don't want to just like do a shape like this. What you actually want to do is not move the inner part further back. You only really want to move the outer part back, which then if you do this, looks like this. So it creates like this L shape. And then when you look from the side, all of a sudden, the inner part is still there and it creates a full shape for the eye. Usually for anime eyes, you don't actually use spheres for the eyeballs. So what you do instead is you define the eye shape with the eye hole, I guess you could say. Looking at this face again, so you can see if you look at the face, there is no eyeball. There is just an iris. And so what defines the shape of the eye is actually the eye opening, I guess you could call it. And so to make the eye opening, I actually create a shape that would suggest, I guess, like a 3D sphere. This L shape is really, really useful. It kind of retains its shape, whether you go up and down and to the side, and gives you actually more like view of the eye from the side, while also not looking wrong from the front. So the front view doesn't change. The side view just gets a bit more room, and then, you know, it creates a nice shape from the side view too. And then something you can also do is just rotate not only the eye hole, like the eye opening, but even the iris slightly back so that it looks something like this. This just gives your eye even more space from the side, so you can see even more of it. You can see here now, for example, if I look at the eye, see how the eye is slightly tilted outwards. This just gives you this. If I look from the front, it looks fine. And then once I rotate outwards, see how we can still see the eye even from the side view. And this is usually what you see in drawn anime too. For the Guilty Gear models, they actually also have this kind of shape. This, I don't know what you would describe this. It's like a wave shape for the eye, which gives it a bit more volume from the side too. But the main thing that I wanted to show here is that the eyes are not perfectly pointing forward. They're slightly tilted outwards like this. And by the way, this model is from, of course, Guilty Gear, and you can get it from the ArcSys Discord server, where the people there basically try to get the models from the game and then prepare them so you can use them in Blender, for example. So if you want to check them out, there's going to be a link in the course page. The last thing I want to talk about is something you cannot see from the front view and something you cannot see from the side view. But once you go to the 3/4 view, it'll be a bit more visible, which is the length basically from the eye here to the ear. Here you can see what I mean. This is the normal front view, normal side view looks fine. This is according to, of course, the references. And then once you rotate outwards, you can see like this distance seems a bit too long. We want to make it a bit, bring it a bit further towards the eye. Of course, you don't want to adjust it forward or sideways, because then you will notice it in the face. So how can we fix this? If you look at this from the bottom, it might be a bit more visible, especially once we show the topology. You can see how the jaw or the side of the face is kind of rounded like this. See how there's just like this slight inwards rotation for the jaw. Usually for human faces, for normal human faces, the jaw defines the outer edges of the face. But here, that is actually not the case. What creates this outer edge is not this edge that we talked about before, but something slightly further back, like the middle of this distance here. But then when you look at the side, of course, that doesn't really matter. So this shape still stays the same. It's just flat from this view. Front view is fine. Side view is fine. We want to fix the 3/4 view. And because the front and side view are not affected by this setup, we can bring the jaw further in, and this way create a more slimmer looking face from the 3/4 view. Let's say we bring it like in like this. All of a sudden it's like super thin, but side view still the same, front view still the same. That's how you can make your face a bit slimmer if you think it looks a bit too wide from 3/4 view. Yeah, so now hopefully with these little tips I've given you, you can have a better idea for how to construct the face. It's very different to normal 3D modeling, and hopefully with these little anatomy tips, I guess you could call it, you are a bit more confident, and you can create characters immediately that look better than my first characters, okay? If you want to check out the presentation yourself, maybe to read through it, it's going to be in Japanese, as you saw. You probably would need to use like Google Translate with the camera function to live translate it, but at least, there's going to be a link in the course page, and there you can check it out yourself. So now that we talked a little bit about the anatomy tips, I would like to call it, I want to talk a little bit about topology tips. So basically how the topology can look to make your life a little bit easier for like in animation, for shading, for modeling, so stuff like that. So you don't have to go through the same pain that I went through, and can immediately start creating better 3D characters. And wow, look at that. We're back with with Guilty Gear. Who would have thought? This time a different character, two actually. The first thing I want to just tell you, okay? You're gonna notice that the anatomy for anime characters, especially for the face, looks a little different than you might expect, or that you might be used to if you've created other 3D characters before. A lot of anime 3D modeling follows the sort of mantra, I guess, of like, if it works, it works. So since you're going to use a very flat looking cell shaded, of course, shader in the end, so the characters are going to look very flat, what the actual geometry really looks like doesn't matter as much anymore. So all you really need to make sure is that the topology defines the shape of the face very well from most angles, and that it works well for what you want to do. If you, for example, look at the lips, you can see a ton of geometry around the lips right here. Like, look how much geometry there is. It's like so much more compared to like the face right here. And the reason for that is that anime oftentimes has like very extreme mouth expressions. And to create those mouth expressions, you need, of course, a lot of geometry so that it looks nice and smooth. Also, see how, because we don't really have any topology here, it just kind of works. Like, we don't really need the topology here because it's going to look flat anyway, and the shading there is going to be flat. So why do we need all that geometry? Removing all the geometry around the lips allows you to create these very big mouth shapes without having to worry about like all the weight painting around the lips. You just kind of think like, you know what? I want it to be like this. And then the geometry, because it's just one face connecting to the lips, you're just going to follow. Something you might notice for your own line art, once you add line art, we're going to get to line art, okay? Line art will come later, okay? But you might see line art coming and going along these long faces. And if that is the case, something that can fix that is to make the face just a little bit flatter. So basically, you know, make the mouth pointy, but then making the rest of the face quite flat. This can oftentimes fix this kind of like line going along like the spider webbing or whatever you want to call it. You can fix that oftentimes with making just like the face a little bit flatter in this region right here. Yeah, so, and following the topic of do what works, right? You can see like the same like weird edges right here. This is going to be for the face normals. We're going to talk about normals later and what that actually is. But you can see like comparing that, for example, to a Pixar face topology, it looks very different because, you know, a lot of things that work in 3D don't really work in 2D looking 3D. What I also want to highlight real quick is that details you should only model if they're supposed to be part of the silhouette. We're going to talk a little bit about that later too. Somehow we're talking about everything later, okay? I'm not trying to tease you, just like, oh, just keep watching. But I'm just saying that we're going to talk about it later, okay? But if you, for example, have something like these little spikes and you know that you want to see them in the silhouette of the character, you can model them, and you should model them because you want to see them in the silhouette. So this is like another thing you need to keep in mind for your topology. If it's supposed to be part of the silhouette, you should model it. Otherwise, you can do it afterwards with textures and stuff and shaders. Another thing that I want to just mention real quick again about the mouth is you can still model your character how you do it normally, how you'd, for example, create a normal 3D face. And then once you have the basic topology, you can then adjust it to look more like this. I think for most people that would probably be, at least for me, that would probably be the more comfortable way of working, just because I can make sure that it looks fine first, and then afterwards I can adjust it so it works better. For example, these kind of like edges right here, they probably have not been added before they focused on like the shading and the normal editing. When they modeled the character, it probably looked kind of basic. So you don't have to think about this topology immediately when you polymodel the character, but it's something you should then consider modifying once you get it to the stage where you have the 3D model and you want to make it look more 2D. Another tip I want to give you is I've only seen one 3D anime where they use like spheres for eyes, actual eyeballs. For all other, I've seen these eye holes. So where the character has a floating iris and no eyeball, only an eye hole that then acts like the iris. This is kind of like the standard that you usually see for all anime characters. And the reason for that is that it allows you more freedom in how you want to place the iris and how you just kind of want to design the eyes. It would be hard to create this shape for the iris if it was a ball. So removing the iris and just making the eye hole, the cornea, I guess, or the white part of the eye, allows you much more freedom for the iris. Iris? No, iris, okay. Another thing I want to talk about is the ears. So these ears are pretty detailed, as you can see. Like we can see like this this shape going into the inside. We can see even like the little earlobe thing. No, no, that's the earlobe, but like the ear cliff is even modeled out. If you compare that, for example, to my Luffy character, for the ears I just did this. And this is something I've seen for other game characters, for example, too, that they just create this and then they create the line art that makes it look like an ear afterwards on top. I don't know if there's an angle where you see the ear inner as the silhouette. So modeling it out kind of just helps maybe with shading, but not really with anything when it comes to the silhouettes. What you get, of course, is like this parallaxing, but that might not even be something that you want. What I'm saying basically is the ears could look like this, or they could also just be flat like this. You don't need to detail something if it's not going to contribute to the silhouette. Another thing that you can see in my Luffy model is like this geometry around the brows. See how the edges, how this face flows around the brows like this, around each brow like this. Creating something similar to this, or maybe even a shape like this, allows you to create more defined brows when the characters, for example, do this a lot, okay? When they're very angry boys, okay? Then you can define the edge, I mean the brows with flow like this a bit more, and create a more distinct frown silhouette like this for your 3D characters too. Just something else you can keep in mind, and something worth considering when you have an angry boy you want to create. Okay, there's one last thing that I want to mention, and this one is actually from another Guilty Gear presentation. I'm going to have a link to that one also in the description under hopefully the topology tip section, or just like generally in the 3D modeling section of the course page. There you go. I don't know why I always forget the name of it. the amount of times I've said it by now, it's like maybe I have dementia. I don't know. We'll figure it out later, I guess. Hopefully not. There's something that you can do for your limbs that only rotate in one direction. So shoulders, for example, rotate in all kinds of direction, but for example, fingers only really rotate in one axis, you could say. If they rotate in any other direction, you should probably if you don't feel pain, then what's wrong with you? If you do feel pain, then you should definitely not watch this anymore, but go to a doctor, okay? How can you make those deform better for rigging? Let me show you what Guilty Gear proposes, okay? So here's the problem for those kind of like rotating limbs. As you can see, if you've ever seen a leg bend, of course, when you see that then in your 3D model with a normal kind of like edge loop right here, what happens is that the inner corner here gets like indented a bit, like the leg indents like this. This is kind of what it creates. It kind of indents the knee, and it doesn't look realistic very. Even if you had geometry, so you can see it doesn't really fix anything. And so what you do to fix this is you just remove the point that was on the inside that went in. You just say, you know what? How about we just delete you? And it creates like this shape right here. Now, of course, if it's too big, it might look a bit weird, but if you make it, a decent size, it's fine. Then, of course, you can still add more topology here in the front to make the front, like the rounding here, the concave rounding, smoother, but keeping this flat face here for the back allows you to create a more natural, leg rotation. I actually wanted to check that for these models, and when I checked it out for this model right here, you can see it looks a bit different. What the hell? What happened? They say they do this thing and then they don't do it. What is this? I think this method is very useful sometimes, but not always. If you have, for example, a very defined leg or knee structure like this, it might not be as useful as if you, for example, have something like these boots. These boots are a bit more flat, right? And so for this one, they actually did this. Let me show you what it looks like. They used folds that you would see when you bend the knee to kind of encapsulate this free open space, that then when you actually deform it, see how these two folds that would have been created anyway once you bend your leg encapsulate this face, and now there's no weird like indent. Of course, the more you bend, of course, the more the geometry goes inside each other anyway, but that's how you can actually apply this technique of just having one face for the inner knee part. In this case, they use folds to encapsulate it, but I guess you can also just do it with basic geometry. And then, of course, they have more geometry in the front so that the bend in the front looks nice and smooth, but in the back, they just have this long, big face like this. So they did it for this character, but why didn't they do it for this character is the question. You can see it still creates this indent, but I think how they fix it is by having another bone right there. So it's kind of like a trick that you can use if it works, but of course if it's, for example, very defined legs like this, it might be a bit harder to use, but it's something worth keeping in mind in case, you know, you can apply it. That is something that I did for my Luffy model, for example, as well, with a single face here, and then you have more geometry on the top. Once I switched this, I remember I had my Berserk model, and one thing you can see on the Berserk model is when he holds the sword, they're very sausage fingers, as if you just bend a sausage is what it looks like. They don't really have like distinct like knuckles and like this shape basically. But once I did this for my next project, which was the Deadpool project, it looked so much better. So I would recommend trying this kind of topology. So to quickly just summarize everything again, the topology, there is no perfect topology. The topology serves a purpose, and that's all it does. If something is supposed to be part of the silhouette, you want to make sure that it is modeled. If it isn't supposed to be part of the silhouette, then you don't really need to model it. And then for the fingers, to create nice deformations, you can, for example, remove the inner face, like the convex face, like to create a better deformation there. Okay, well, we've covered a lot about 3D modeling by now, but there's a few more things that I want to give you like some hints or like some tips about the character's, you know, clothing and outfit in general. I would call it outfit because it's not just like clothing and shoes and whatever, it's kind of like part out of it, but it would also include the hair, because oftentimes the style of hair can very differ between different styles, between different looks that you want to achieve. Outfits are oftentimes one of the main reasons why a 3D model looks bad or looks like 3D. 2D anime clothing, it's like very free flowing. Like the wind goes through it, and then you can see like these folds being created, and it moves, and it doesn't really have like its own like shape that it always follows. But with 3D, it's very easy for it to always look the same, look too smooth, doesn't really have too much detail, doesn't really have like this free flowing look to it. And that's what I want to kind of cover right now. And then I promise, okay, after this, we're basically done with 3D modeling and we can go to the next part, but just a few more things, okay? And then we're finally through with 3D modeling. First of all, let's talk about like how to actually 3D model outfits. Something that a lot of people that when they start, for example, 3D modeling and they start with sculpting or they just like sculpting, something that they tend to do is then also sculpt clothing. I've done it, I've seen a lot of other people do it. The problem with sculpting clothes is that it doesn't allow you to add the fine detail to the clothing that you would want to have, especially when you think about like folds and stuff like that. It's really hard to do that in sculpt mode, or you would need way more geometry than what you would need, for example, with poly modeling. So when you want to create outfits for your characters, I would always suggest to do poly modeling. And that's why I'm also saying that sculpting is really only 20%, if you even choose to do it, of the modeling process. You want to learn how to poly model, because you could do everything with it, okay? And so the same applies to clothing. It gives you the most control. You can then also use like modifiers or geometry nodes even to speed up or just make your life a bit easier when it comes to modeling things. Something you can also think about is like whether intersections on your character are fine or not. Like intersections, for example, here, if we look at, for example, the spikes, what is happening here is that the spike is a separate mesh that is then just kind of like intersecting with the actual glove, but they're not part of the same topology, let's call it. Same thing with this thing, with this little thing right here. See, there's no holes where this little rod would connect to. So you can work with intersecting meshes, and you can be quite free with that. Generally, you can be quite free, but it kind of depends on the line art. So it's just something you can be aware of, like an option, right? That you can use if you know what line art, for example, you're using, if it could work for your model. Another thing to keep in mind for clothing especially is triangles are not really that like this super bad thing. Triangles can just create problems if you don't know how to use them. For example, for clothing, they allow you to create an edge flow that you couldn't create with just square faces or with just four-sided faces, or you would have to use way more geometry than you need if you were to just use triangles. So triangles, especially for like anime clothing or like clothing, like stylized clothing in general, can be very useful. Like look at this, you just have like this very clean grid, and then this is just cut into that shape. Triangles are fine, But I would recommend you to model the broad shape of the clothing first and then use triangles to give it more details. The structure should work without triangles, and then you can give it more details with them. The reason why triangles can be a problem, what happens with triangles is that they stop any edge flow. So if you wanted to, for example, add an edge flow like along these faces to give you, for example, like another opportunity to change the shape a bit or just refine the shape, if you already have a triangle there, it's just going to stop any progress or any edge loop, and then all of a sudden you just have an edge loop right here, and then it's like weirdly disconnected from everything else. So triangles should be something that you add after the quads are really all set up and the shape is fully done. Triangles also contribute to the shading, so you can see here how the shadow perfectly follows the edge. We're going to talk about the shading and how you can control the shading a bit later, but for now keep in mind that triangles can affect the shading. Same here. This is why these triangles exist, because they're used to manipulate the shading. And so you need to be aware, first of all, that triangles can affect the shading. And then, of course, the more you do it, you'll realize how it can affect the shading. And we're going to talk about that later, of course. One last thing about triangles is how they can affect the silhouette, actually, of your model. Let's say we have a face like this. So let's say we just move this up. And all of a sudden we have like this weird face that is kind of made of two triangles, because the middle is kind of cut and then it kind of just flips over. But then if I move this over to enough, at some point it switches. Look at this. It switches to how the silhouette of this face looks. But if you wanted, for example, the silhouette to be like this, like up there already with this shape, you can also just use it here and just add a cut in there, and all of a sudden it looks like this. So this is also how you can use triangles to define the silhouette. If you, for example, see a weirdly concave face like this, it might be worth, for example, going in here and just adding a cut like this to give it the silhouette that you want it, if you want it to be the silhouette. If you don't want it to be the silhouette, it still might be worth giving it a triangle like this to enhance this cut and basically confirm it, make it not be on the whims of how the 3D program interprets it, and this way you can just kind of lock in what this face is supposed to be shaped like. And then just another broad thing before we go a little bit more in detail, I would recommend you, especially for clothing, because clothing can be a bit more experimental, for basically anything that you think like, oh, I'm gonna do this next, so I should probably save a backup in case something goes wrong. Of course, Blender does its automatic backups, but at some point they get deleted. So you should also do some yourself so that you just have something to go back to if something goes wrong that you couldn't predict, or that you can't Control Z back far enough. Like if you start with version 1 and then when you save next, you just call it version 2, and then all of a sudden version 1 will become your backup file that you can go back to if something in version 2 goes wrong. You can also do it by just creating a collection in Blender that you can then just duplicate your model into and call it backup collection, for example, and this way you just have something you can go back to if something goes wrong that you can't fix with Control Z. It's just something that I found very useful, especially for like detailed character modeling. So now that we kind of have the broad idea about like how to create the clothing, let's talk about hair. Hair is something very, very specific for anime. Arguably, hair could be considered VFX, and we're going to talk about that. Who would have thought a bit later, but usually most hair styles can be modeled. Especially if you just want to create a still character, you can just model the hair. If it's supposed to be animated, you have to think about it a bit more, but we're not there yet. First, what we want to cover is how to actually create the hair. There's like 3 different types of hair that you can consider for your 3D models. The first type is what you can see right here from my Spirited Away animation, which is this kind of hair. Looks pretty simple because it is. It's basically just planes of hair. It looks great from this angle, but then when you move over here, it just disappears. So there is like a downside to this. And the downside, like the main downside with this one is just that it's turning invisible when you move over to this side. Like when you align with its planar direction or whatever, you can't see it anymore. And so this kind of style of hair strand or hair is only really useful only for details, or when you can only see it from one angle. Here you can see some planes too. Actually, well, there's not really planes, but they could be planes. Like these small hairs, they could, for example, be simple planes, because once you move over to this side, you wouldn't really see them anyway, because the other hair is in the way. Same actually for the eyebrows. Look at the eyebrows right here. They're just simple planes. And because they wrap around well, like I guess they're like planes plus like a triangle plane or whatever. Like they have a cut in the middle too to give it a little bit of volume, but still they're kind of like just planes. And because they wrap around the face, you can still see them from all angles, and you can't really see that as a plane because they're like right on the face. The last thing that this kind of plane here creates is that they also create a lot of individual line art. So you wouldn't want to use it for a whole hairstyle, otherwise you would have like tons of line art that you probably don't want. So this is really useful for small details, but not really very useful for big hairstyles. The other two types are more useful for actual full hairstyles. The first one of those is hair tubes, is what I would call it. Something that a lot of people recommend is to use a curve, for example, and then just give it a depth like this. And then you can, for example, you can make this side smaller, and all of a sudden you have like a very, very, very simple hair strand that you can then use, you know, to model the hair. The big difference between this one, of course, in terms of silhouette, it looks pretty similar. The main difference here is that it can be visible from all angles, and that's the benefit of this type of hair. So this one is kind of one of the two styles that you can use to create actual hairstyles. But look at, for example, Tanjiro here. You can see his hairstyle, you probably wouldn't want to use like the curves that I just showed you. These curves are very round and they create very smooth and round shading, and it doesn't look that great on very stylized or detailed hairstyles. What you would want to use for more, you know, stylized stuff like this is where the curves have a certain profile. You can see the profile right here looks a little bit like a sort of like trapezoid, I guess. So this is kind of what Tanjiro's hair tubes kind of look like in terms of their profile. So if we were to apply this now, for example, to the curve with the bevel object setting, it has much more like, I guess, character to it, because it not only is super smooth, but it actually has some shape to it that is different from different angles, which gives it just a little bit more variation and makes it look less boring and more natural. Of course, you don't need to necessarily use curves to model it like this. If you were to, for example, poly model these curves, it might be a bit harder. You might have more precision that way, but it might be a bit harder to place them correctly and like broadly shape them. With curves, you can do like broad shape adjustments much easier. It kind of just depends on which one you're more comfortable with. And this is kind of how you work with these tubes the best way. I would guess that the trapezoid works quite well for a lot of characters because it also has these very specific planes right here. So this is the underside, this is the upper side, and it's still kind of rounded like at the top versus at the bottom. So it creates a nice distinction between bottom and top, which creates a nice shading. But of course you can play around with different, what would you call this, profiles to see which curve profile works the best for your characters. Here you can kind of see something similar, like these are not actually, they're not round tubes, but they're just like cube tubes. These kind of border on the tube, I guess, style, and the third style that we're going to talk about now, which is what I would call the blanket style. If there's very little line art on the top of the hair, oftentimes that is because they use the blanket style of hair modeling, which basically means that you know those blankets that then have like those frills at the bottom. And imagine the blanket is basically the top of the head. See how this part all here is all one big flat shape. And then at some point you can see it splits up to create its own separate strands. See how the strands at some point separate from the top, which is all one shape, into individual planes, you could call it. If you want to give it a bit more depth, of course, you can then give it another layer of these hairs, which don't necessarily even have to be connected to the main hair that is on top, because it's going to be covered anyway. But this is very useful for creating, yeah, like very line artless top parts of the hair. It also allows you to get a lot of control when it comes to the bottom of the hair. So here for these like individual frills, you could call them, it allows you to very cleanly define what the final strand at the bottom is supposed to look like. But also the downside of this is that it can be quite complex to work with, because the more detail you add at the bottom, the more intersections or the more separations you do, the more you have to then kind of merge them together at the top. This is where like triangles come into play a lot, and that's how like where triangles can be very, very useful. Like here, for example, this merges together with these triangles, like all this right here. See how it merges together with these triangles, just to get rid of this second edge right here. This is where triangles can be very, very useful, and where you can use triangles to create another separation and another separation and another separation. And you can also see it like here for the Luffy one. Look how this one is all just one big blanket, I guess you could call it, with like these blobs, but they're still part of the same shape. If I were to move this, see how it's still part of the same overall mass? Same with this one. See how this is all just one big blanket wrapped over the head. One thing you can then consider once you've created these hair strands like that is that you can either keep them in a 2D plane as a 2D plane, or you can give them a little bit of thickness. Here in this, example, you can see that they decided to give these strands thickness so that when you look at them from the side or from the front, for example, that the ones that are on the side are still visible, which isn't the case, of course, with the first version of hair that I have shown you. The plain hair, you don't see it from the side. And so to avoid them just vanishing, when you move to the planar angle where they disappear, you can give them a little bit of thickness like this. And then, of course, you can make it, whether it's like a cube like this, a cube ending like this, or it's a bit sharper like this with a triangle ending. That is something you can decide. Depending on how the silhouette for your hair is supposed to look like. You can kind of vary between the cube and the triangle. The benefit of this hairstyle, or this kind of style of hair, is that you really define where the line art will be. Usually line art is created where you can see the silhouette of an object. And so with this style of hair, you can really define where the silhouettes of the individual strands split. And that's also why there isn't really much line art at the top. Everything is one mesh. Everything's just one blanket. There is no silhouette because the silhouette is at the bottom of the hair where the individual strands are. Whereas with the curve hair, and then especially with the individual like plain hair, you can definitely see a lot more line art. So depending on, you know, like your style of hair, some anime hair is very, very simple, like Naruto, for example, which is basically only has line art around the silhouette of the hair, whereas other ones which have much more detailed like line art inside the silhouette of the hair, it can vary a lot between anime. So which one is being used in the one that you want to create kind of defines which of these types of hair would apply to you the best. And then, of course, you can also not just use one of them. You can, for example, combine all of them, like using this one, creating the blanket, and then having some tubes. As you can see here, they use tubes for this so that they don't disappear at all from any angle. But you can make these also just simple planes. Here, for example, I combined not only the blanket at the top here, but also I have the tubes right here and on the side. So what I'm saying is basically you can combine them as well. You don't have to just use one type. Using them all together probably creates the best result in most cases. So now that you know how you can shape the hairstyle to make it look as good as possible, let's talk a little bit in more detail how you can refine the clothing for your characters. As I said before, you can start with the body of the character as your starting point for your clothing as well, if the clothing is form-fitting. Let's say we want to create the jacket right here. Once you've selected the whole part of the body that you think would work well for your clothing, you can just then duplicate it, separate it, and then just select it again, Alt-S to scale it up, and then you already have the basis of your clothing. Of course, it's going to look weird if the clothing has the exact same definition, muscular definition as your character itself, because usually folds smooth that out a bit, or clothing in general, but it gives you a good starting point to create the clothing now with this. Him, for example, here, his clothing is just exactly, or almost exactly, the shape of his body or his muscles. So it's like as tailor-made as it can be. I wish I could find clothes like that, but unfortunately not. Maybe if I look like him at some point. But even for him, you can see some like small changes like here. It's kind of separate. But I would imagine that they started by selecting, you know, part of his body topology and then duplicated it and then adjusted it so that it looks good, like looks good for clothing. Something that I would also recommend, what we talked about before, is 3D clothing can very quickly look very 3D when it doesn't really have an organic feeling. And you can quickly add organic feeling through adding folds. So what you want to do is you want to bake in some small folds into the clothing already, which are usually the folds that you can see always. If you ever look at references for like pants, for example, or jackets, there's usually some folds that are always there, especially when somebody wears it. A good example for that would be either like the wrinkles here around the the armpit, or for example, the wrinkles around the legs right here, the knees. These folds are usually always there. And these kind of folds can really add a lot of detail and a lot of organic feeling to the clothing, which makes it look a little bit more handcrafted and a little bit more drawn. Another big thing that 3D models kind of expose themselves with is having too much 3D in them. Like, it's hard to explain, but let me show you what that means. Let's look at these buttons, for example. All these buttons are flat planes. They look pretty good and look kind of drawn or 2D on the model. If they were solidified or if they had thickness, it would immediately show that they're, first of all, 3D objects, which might be the case in real life, but when you draw them, you wouldn't really draw every button with, like, you know, you first create the circular shape and then you also add like a little bit of thickness to them. Especially when you animate it, you would probably just draw it as one simple shape. I have had the same for example, the Deadpool model, where he had like a little protection on his hands. If you make this solid, if you give it thickness, and then you move it around, it's very easy to see that it's a 3D model because the perspective, like the thickness of it perfectly moves with how it moves in the 3D scene or in the you know, according to the camera in the 3D space in the world. Once you remove the thickness though, and it's just a plane, it still looks like it's a protective pad on his arm, but it allows it to look much more 2D and much more drawn, because if you were to draw it, you wouldn't draw the thickness. Like, imagine if you draw armor, for example, usually you would just see the line art as the thickness. And that's how you kind of have to think about these smaller details for 3D models too. So thickness for like big things like these rings are fine because they're so big that it kind of makes sense to give them thickness, because if you were to draw them this big, you probably would also draw thickness for them. So for example, if I were to create this for an animation, rather than like a video game, for example, I would probably just remove the thickness on the shirt, for example, because you're not going to see it anyway. And it would probably look better without it. And this kind of covers everything really that revolves around 3D modeling. You can also, of course, check out all the videos and resources I have on the course page to get like another recap of everything. The last thing I want to give you is a few little extra tips to help you during your workflow while you're creating the character. The next topic is going to be shading, but if you're kind of like working along with me while I go through this course, I would give you the tip to, while you're still modeling, for example, the clothing, the character body and whatever, to already have a basic shader on your 3D model, because the shader oftentimes shows you some of the things you might have to adjust when you're still 3D modeling. So it is useful to already add like this very simple cell shader to your 3D model, because it helps you see what the final model actually will look like once it has been like flattened and cell shaded. So I would recommend you add the cell shader as early as possible. Another thing you can do, you could in theory use this face and duplicate it and then move it over, like move it forward, and then turn this, for example, into a mesh that has just a shadow material applied to it to use as shadow meshes. Oftentimes, for example, here for the anime eye shadows, they just make these faces either a separate mesh or just give them a shadow material. We're going to talk about that a bit later, but something you can consider while you're 3D modeling too. The last thing you can consider is maybe, you know, depending on the style, you don't even need to create an entire 3D model face. If it's like a super simple character with like very expressive eyes, maybe you don't even need to model the eyes. Maybe it could just be textures. Of course, if you want to have like a lot of freedom with how you animate the eyes and the mouth and whatever, of course you would probably want to have a 3D, like that 3D model. But if it's just like a simple character, maybe you don't even need to have a 3D model. Maybe you can even just use images as for the eyes. Is another thing you can consider while you're 3D modeling your character. And then the last thing that is kind of related to 3D modeling is sometimes you might have like an expression that is really hard to create or almost impossible to create with the 3D model that you have in that moment. Very extreme expressions that you can see sometimes in anime. You can't really create that with the base model that creates the base look of the character. So what you might want to consider there is just switching the model. For example, here, if he has like an expression like that on his head, you could consider having a system where you can switch his head so that it can actually do what you want it to do. but don't have to try to force that into the base head. If it's like an extreme expression that is really hard to create with the base geometry, it might be worth considering creating another head that can then do that extreme expression, or is maybe even dedicated to that one extreme expression. And that is basically everything that is around 3D modeling for anime, and hopefully I was able to answer as many questions as possible, and you could, you've learned a lot of things, and you can now create your own characters as confidently as possible. Of course, if there's any more questions about this topic, I know there was like a lot that I talked about. You can always come back, of course, and like check the course thing, like the course page, if you forget something or if you want to revisit something. But hopefully this answers as many questions as possible, and if you have any more, of course, you can put them in the comments. So now that we've covered this enormously long and vast topic of 3D modeling, let's get to something a little bit simpler, but there's still a lot of depth into what we're going to talk about now, which is shading. If you've modeled your character so far and you haven't created the basic, just like maybe in colors as shaders for your character to make it look a bit more flat and a bit more 2D, you're going to see like, well, it still looks very 3D. So how are we going to turn this into 3D? And that's where shading comes into play. You've probably seen the basic setup for cell shading in Blender already, but there's a whole lot more you can do than just the basic. Wow, you have one shadow and you have one highlight color, and we're going to cover everything basically that I have learned so far, at least, that you can do with the characters and how you set those things up. And then also, of course, for all the setups that I will talk about, there will be a download link to the file that I'm talking about, or to the setup that I'm talking about, in the course page. So if you haven't seen anything else and skipped to this part, don't know what the course page is. Course page basically is a side thing that you can open where everything is in that I'm talking about in the video, as well as some extra resources that you can only find there. It's free. You just click on the link in the first link in the description, and then you'll find it. Hopefully you can utilize the setups that we're going to talk about in your projects to make it not just look like basic anime, but your kind of anime. Also, by the way, if you don't know anything about shading, there's going to be a link in the course page for shading for beginners for Blender. So if you don't know anything about shading, what I'm going to talk about here, I don't want to, do like the super basic stuff. So if you don't know anything about shading, then watch this video, and then you can come back to this and we can continue with this, because yeah, we just need like a little bit of basics to get into this. First thing that I want to do is look at some 2D examples so we can kind of understand what the differences between shading can be between different styles, between different anime. If you look at, like, let's say Pokemon, for example, it's probably going to be shaded very differently than Berserk, which is actually here too. So when you're analyzing a style like this, there's a couple things that you want to look at. The first thing, of course, is just like generally, how do they work with lighting? Some, for example, anime try to keep the face very flat, so there's very, very little shading in the actual face. Here, for example, there's only really the hair, and a little bit of like a shadow right there around the eye crease, as well as the nose, but nothing really else. The face is pretty flat compared to this one, where you have like a much more pronounced nose, of course, and nose shadow. We have the lips that are in shadow, even like underneath the lips, and then oops, and then underneath here in the eye corner, as well as the eye and stuff. And then here, of course, this one doesn't have a face right now, but you can see there are some definitions, but it's not like super detailed, where there's like shadows right here, and there's some details here, which is nice. So some, for example, another anime might just do it like this, where the shadow looks like this. It doesn't even go deeper into the creases right here. So this is like one big thing, how anime styles can differ in what they look like. But of course, we can't necessarily understand how the style looks, or we can't really fully understand what a style looks like without actually analyzing different scenes. Because oftentimes, even the way that the shadows transition between movements, between scenes, between lighting, scenarios, can give you more of an insight into how you can adopt that into your own recreation or style. So here, for example, we have lighting coming from the front, so the camera's basically behind the character. Here, for example, we can see how they solve that with like a very even edge line like this, or edge light, you could call it. And then the same here. Other ones might treat it differently. Maybe they just add a rim light. Maybe they don't even shade it at all. That's kind of can also differ very much between different styles. Here, for example, something else we can see is how the hair, for example, changes between like the movements. Does it move with it? Is it kind of static? Here, for example, it kind of moves with it, but you can also see not all the hairs have like the shadow isn't exactly like the hair right here, which can be, of course, a bit difficult in 3D, but there are some techniques you can use to get closer to this style. Another thing you want to look at is how the style treats different materials. Of course, here we have we have fabric, which you can here see the texture thing again, where the texture kind of like stays in the same spot. Then when he moves, the texture doesn't really move, but he moves, which is interesting. And then here, for example, the sword as well. Look how there's like this very clear highlight on the sword that like moves along it. Look, it's right here. And then it moves over here and then moves further over here. So it kind of transitions further past, like along the sword. It's also something you oftentimes see in metal, but it's something you need to study for the style that you want to create to make sure that it is always the same. And you can understand, okay, so if it looks like this, that's metal. If it looks like this, it's fabric. And stuff like that is important also for hair and stuff, like these little highlights right there, to make your art style look coherent. And some stuff of those things are being designed, of course, in the shader. Here, for example, we have a backlit lighting scene, and there's no edge light. It's just like a little bit of like a gradual lighting up from one side. Same with this one. But there's no like clear light like this. So, you know, it's something you need to compare and need to see what, or if you want to create your own style, of course, you need to define and determine for your own style. So now that we kind of understand what shading is and how we can determine it basically and understand it, let's now talk about how we can recreate that and create whatever we want basically in 3D. And for that, the first thing I want to show you is basically the foundation to everything. Okay, the foundation to everything when it comes to anime shading in 3D. I call this basically like the gradient concept. That is like, if you understand this, you unlock everything. Okay, so let me see if I can if I can explain this in a way that is as understandable as possible. When you look at this, it's just a simple gradient, right? And this gradient is basically what you find in any lighting that you create in 3D. So let's say we add a sphere, right? And we move it to the side. We give it, make it nice and smooth. And then, for example, we add a light to the scene. Let's add a sunlight. There you go. And all of a sudden, we have this sphere lit up. And now if we make it a bit brighter, you can see basically this gradient that you see here, which goes from black to white or from white to black, whatever you want to say, is the same thing that you get when you light something in 3D. We have here white, and then we have a gradient all the way to black, and of course the other way around, black to white. So let's now do something to this gradient. So this gradient, you can see it as black and white, or how you can also see it is as 0 and 1. That's a horrible one. Horrible one. You can maybe you can see that I haven't been to school for a while. And this is kind of like the second level of this gradient concept. So black and white equals black is 0, white is 1. And then the middle, for example, the exact middle between black and white, like 50% gray is 0.5, 25% gray is 0.25, so on and so forth. So now, for example, if we go in here and select this so we can adjust the gradient material, let's add something in here to kind of manipulate how this gradient looks. So let me just move this over, and then let's now add something called converter color ramp. Now let's just take the color and put it into the color ramp and then plug this into the surface. Nothing has really changed because the color ramp has not been adjusted yet. The color ramp now allows us to adjust how the gradient will look. So if we, for example, take the black right here, the black handle, and then we move it over, you can see it correlates to what we see in the gradient. So this is this is basically a perfect representation of what the gradient looks like. What this color ramp basically does is it takes the original gradient, which goes from 0 to 1, and plugs it on here. So now this one here, this black over on the side, the most left part of this bar, this gradient bar, is 0, and this most right part of the gradient bar is 1. And then if we move this over here, what this basically means is everything that are values from here 0 to right now it's at 0.2. So any value from this black to white or 0 to 1 gradient that is from 0 to 0.201 right now will be black. So this everything here, all the gradient values that were before is now turning black, and everything that is past this will also be changed to contain the gradient that was originally taking up the entire space. I don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully, okay? So what we can then also do is change the value. So we could say, hey, well, we have the white value and we have the black value, but what if we don't want it to be black and white? What if we want the black values or the values that have 0? What if we want this to be, let's say, like blue, and then all of a sudden it's blue? And because it's a linear interpolation, it tries to create a smooth gradient from this white handle to this blue handle. Keep in mind, the original gradient still looks the same, but the color ramp modifies it. So the reason why we want to use the color ramp is the color ramp is basically the secret to creating cell shading. How does cell shading look? If you look back at our anime scene, for example, cell shading means there's one light color and one dark color. Right now in our scene, we have a light color, a dark color, and then the full spectrum of gradients in between. So what we want to do is change this gradient to only have one light color and one dark color. And the easiest way we can do that is to change this interpolation from linear, where it tries to create a gradient from one handle to the other. These are handles, by the way. We change this from linear to constant, which means this. Well, it's just blue, I guess. But it basically means it starts on the left side, so on this handle, and applies what the handle's color is all the way up to the next handle. So to this white one. Since the white one is all the way to the right, we don't see anything. But once we move the white handle a little bit over there, all of a sudden we can see a second color appear. Now the white color appears, and now everything else past the white color will be white. If you were to add another one like this, and we bring it over there again, you can see it goes blue again after this value has been reached. And this is how we can create the basic cell shading look. We take the gradient that the lighting creates on the sphere, and then we can convert it to one light, one dark by determining on what point of the gradient it's supposed to change from black to white. Another one that I want to show you, because we can not only do this with the color ramp node, there's actually another one we can use, which we can find. Well, good question. I just use my hotkeys. Let's just search for it, which is the math node. And this one I would actually recommend for you to use rather than the color ramp node for most cases. And then for this math node, we want to use the greater than operation. The way the math node works is that it does a certain math operation. So if you set this to add, for example, it's going to add the two values together. For greater than, though, what it does is it checks the gradient, and if the gradient value, so 0 to 1, is above this threshold, it's going to be white or 1. If it's below the threshold, it's going to be 0. So in this case, let's set this to 0.5. And since the gradient, right, is perfectly linear, so starting from black and going to white, the middle of this, like where the axis is, the y-axis, would be where the value 0 would be. I mean, 0.5 would be. So everything that is past this point, past the axis, will be 1, because it is above or greater than 0.5, and everything below is less than 0.5, so it's going to be black. So these two allow you to create a perfect cell shading look on these gradients. We know how to apply this to this gradient, but how do we now convert this or apply this to the lighting of the sphere? To make sure that you have that, which we should have since we set up the Blender file in the beginning, but just to make sure, you need to use Eevee. It will not work in cycles. If you're using Goo Engine, you want to use Goo Engine, of course, the render engine. If you use the Blender vanilla version, you want to use Eevee. We have the sphere, we have the sun. Let's get rid of the principal BSDF. This is usually the default that gets created if you create a new material for an object. And then we want to look for something called diffuse BSDF. This one is basically the most basic version a sphere can be lit. So now if we plug, for example, the greater than node, I have a hotkey for it. That's why it shows up like that. Okay, just so you know. If we now put the greater than node into the shader, what happens is nothing. We can't. If we plug this in, it says invalid link. We need to somehow convert the BSDF shader output of this node into a color output. The way that I like to use the shader, I mean the add menu in the shader, is by just using the search button rather than having to find them in the menu right here. So whenever you see this and then I type something, that's what it is. You open the menu, add, and then I type something to search for it. So what we're trying to find is something called shader to RGB. You can also just type something that is remotely what you're looking for, like sRGB. You'll also find shader to RGB because sRGB, all of those letters are in shader to RGB. And this one has a green input and then a color and alpha output, which is exactly what we need. So we put in the BSDF. And then if we preview this, you can see it looks like this with the color. And if we look at the shader, it looks exactly the same. So this basically just converts the color. No, this basically converts the shader output from the diffuse BSDF into a simple color output, which we can now use and plug the greater than node into. And look at that, it has already changed. And we can see the cell shading happening in real time. It looks a bit weird right now, but you can see now if we move the sun, and the little highlight on the ball changes too. Which means now we just need to kind of adjust to where the distinction between light and dark starts. And we can do that, of course, with the threshold. So we just bring this down. Ta-da! We can, of course, bring it all the way to like 0.01 if we want to. I usually go with something like 0.07. That's usually what I go with, but it also kind of depends on how bright your light is. You can see if I change the brightness of the light, you can see that the shader also changes. So a quick tip for that is that you just kind of want to stick with the same light brightness for your project, or at least for the same project, so that you can set up the same values for all your shaders. That just makes it a bit easier and a bit more organized. Of course, we can do the same with the color ramp. I just want to show you that it works with this one too. We set this to constant now, ta-da, and it works too. So this is like still basically, as you can see now, the same setup that we've used on the simple gradient on the plane. And if you want to make it look a little bit more like lighting, of course, we can, for example, change the light color here. So now it looks a little bit more like light. We could, in theory, of course, add another one and make this even brighter. Let's say we make this like a nice bright yellow, and then it looks a little bit more like lighting. Look at that. The way you would do that in greater than, because the greater than only gives you a black and white value, we need to do it a bit different than in the color ramp. So this is like, I guess, maybe one way the color ramp works a little bit easier is that you can immediately give the shading its colors in the color ramp, which can be easier. I actually prefer it the other way around, and the reason for that I'm going to share in a bit. But for now, let's see how we can create a similar setup to this, where we can give the black and white values colors for the greater than. For that, we want to have a mix color node. So the factor, if you look at this and you make this, for example, black and this one white, you can see the factor determines which color we use. So we have two color inputs. We have A and B, and the factor basically, just like the gradient, has a value from 0 to 1. And 0 means we take A, and and 1 means we use B. And then, of course, 0.5 would mean that we use something in between. But of course, in our case, we don't want that. We just want to have the exact distinction between these two colors. We want to have one or the other. So we plug this into the factor. And now we have basically the same setup as before, but now we can actually determine what colors we want to have for the shadow and for the highlights. And then, of course, if you're asking like, oh, but here I was able to do 2 values. Well, the way that you would do that with the greater than node is you would just add another greater than, and then plug this in here. then add another color ramp, and then plug this, the mix output here, into the A. We can basically now use the second greater than and plug that into the factor. And then since you can see, if you compare it, it looks exactly the same because we still need to adjust the threshold. We want the highlight color to start at a higher white value. So the threshold needs to change from this to something higher on the second one. So we move this a bit higher on the second one. And now if we look at this, you can see the yellow is only up there. And then we have the gradient, the color right there, and then the shadow color right there. You can see if I change the second color, it changes only where the yellow is. So the color ramp is really, really good for very simple setups like this one, for example, where you only really want to set one color for the shadow and then different colors, for example, for the lighting, or even just like one color like this, right? This is where the color ramp is really good. What you can't do with the color ramp is what you can do with the mixed color node, which is adding textures, for example, for the shadow and textures for the light color. If we now use this noise texture, for example, and plug that into the light color, all of a sudden we have a dark color, and then we have this noise texture for the light color. There is no way to plug a texture into the handle of the color ramp highlight color ramp here. So the only way we could use this texture is we would just use a mixed RGB node here too. And then we plug this in here into the factor. Would have to make sure that it's white. And then it's basically the same as this setup. So you don't really save any nodes or whatever. That's one reason why the color ramp isn't really necessarily better in any case except using a simple color. So this would be the vanilla Blender setup that you can go with. So in Goo Engine, I'm currently in Goo Engine, you have a new menu here, which is called Goo Engine. Who would have thought? In the add menu. And this one has a node, which is called the shader info node. And this shader info node is basically like this combined, but it gives you a little bit more control over how or what shadows you want to consider. So first of all, move this a bit higher so we can see now also a shadow created by this ball on this ball. And if you move this, of course, it changes too. But as you can also see, even the shadows are being affected by how you determine the lighting in the shader. So the shadow right here is also blue. So any kind of shading falls into this gradient concept and into the shader thing right here. Now let's see what the shader info node has for us, okay? All the different things we can play around with. Diffuse shading is basically just how the light hits that object. Then we have the cast shadow, which is basically the shadows that are being created by the objects. So if you want to compare these two, I would kind of describe it as diffuse shading is the light that hits the sphere or that hits the object. The cast shadow is the shadows created by the objects hit by light. So you can see here, this sphere creates a shadow even on itself as well as on this sphere. And then we have these self shadows. There's probably a slight difference. I don't know if this one should be included if it's a self shadow, but whatever. Self shadow would be, you know, what this creates on itself. And then we have the ambient lighting, which is of course the lighting coming from the world settings right here. So if we change this to like that's what that is. And then the last one is half Lambert factor. It's kind of like a mask that describes which part of the object or which surface of the object is closest to the light and then which one is furthest away from the light. This can be useful, for example, if you want to add light wrapping around an object to just have even more control, for example, over the shading. So you can use this instead of the diffuse shading, for example. It has a few more functions that you can utilize this for, but in default, now that we know all the different ways we can separate the lighting with this node, the basic one that you kind of want to use usually is the diffuse shading, just because I think it's the most intuitive. So this is kind of what the node gives you. It gives you kind of like the separation between the different parts of the lighting that are being created in the 3D scene, whereas the diffuse BSDF only really gives you all of that combined. That is where Goo Engine has its upper hand, I guess. So for example, if you say, well, my shading setup is supposed to have diffuse shading, so it's supposed to have the basic shading. Diffuse shading is basically the one you always want to have. And then it's also supposed to have cast shadows. Then what you can do is use like another mix node and then plug the diffuse in here, plug the cast shadows in here. And since we understood, well, black is 0 and white is 1, how do we have to mix these together now? Mix basically means like, you know, this factor determines which one we want to use, A or B. If you set this though to multiply, what that means is now if we set this to 1, the diffuse shading is, for example, here, a certain color value like 0.5, 0.3, 0.7, whatever. And then that value on the surface gets multiplied by the cast shadow, which in this case here is full black, which means 0.5 times 0 is 0. So whenever there's a black value, you can be pretty sure that the end result of multiplying that with something is still 0. And that's how you can, for example, combine the cast shadows with the diffuse shading. And then of course you can do the same with the other ones, like the self shadows, put that on top, multiply that, and it's still the same. And then of course, if you also want to have the ambient lighting, you can put that on top too, and then use the ambient lighting here. And for example, use multiply if you wanted to. If you go to the world right now, the world is black, but if we set this to maybe like a nice blue, all of a sudden the highlights become nice and blue. If we want to now, for example, apply our setup right here, greater than, and then mix to this, we can, for example, just grab this in here and plug it in. And what we get is basically the same setup. But now if you wanted to, for example, have the shading be affected by the world lighting too, we can plug this in here as well. And then if we preview this, it probably wouldn't change much. But if you now go to the world, for example, and change this to be like yellow, all of a sudden it changes color. So that's how you can, for example, combine and even more customize your shader with the Goo engine shader info node. I would say that you can probably work with something either with this setup right here or with the setup right here. You can probably create this very quickly and then already apply this to your model once you start 3D modeling, because having the basic shadows even can give you like a rough idea with like how the shadows will look, because you otherwise have to ignore the 3D shading on the model. So adding the shader first or immediately like quickly once you're already modeling, for example, allows you to like see it just a bit easier. So now that we know the basic setup for a cell shader, the one that you probably already know, but I just wanted to make sure that you understand why it looks the way it does. And once you know the basics, we can now go deep. Okay, we can go deep into the depths of how you can adjust the shader to look even better. The first thing I want to explore now to go a little bit deeper is how the shader settings work. If we now go over to the material, there are a few settings that can be useful or you should consider when you're creating your materials in Blender. The first setting, of course, is backface culling. If you ever heard backface culling, if you have just like a flat plane, right? The 3D program determines which direction of the plane is forward and which one is backward. So once we enable this, nothing has changed. Wow. Did I just talk trash? No. If we now go and look at this, we can see through the plane. And if I do this, it is visible. So that is what backface culling does. It allows you to see through the object if you see the back side of the object or the back face. The next one we have is the blend mode. So the blend mode basically allows you to enable or disable transparency basically. If the blend mode is set to opaque, it means no transparency. Everything is supposed to be visible. If you set it to alpha clip, what that basically does is it kind of works like the cell shading, but only for transparency. And you can see the setup that I have here right now. I've mixed a transparent BSDF, so a transparent material, with an emission material. And right now I'm using factor 1, so full on emission. But then if I go here and reduce the factor is basically like the gradient concept we talked about in the beginning. So when we set the blend mode to alpha clip, it basically works like putting a greater than or a color ramp with constant set into the factor. What we did with the greater than is we said, okay, anything above 0.5, it will be 1. So full on emission, full on input 2. If we go below 0.5, we have 0, which means we want to use transparent BSDF, the first input. And we can define at what value it's supposed to be 0 or 1 with the clip threshold. So if we set this to 0.25, for example, and then we change the value, you can see we can go below 0.5, but once we reach 0.25, it becomes transparent. That is what the clip threshold is for. But why do we even want to use this for transparency? Like, what is this useful for? It is useful for using textures in the factor input. So let's look at this noise texture. I just kind of made sure that there's like the pure white and pure dark values with the color ramp. And now if we plug this into the factor and then plug the shader into the surface, we can see now the noise texture controls how these two inputs mix. And as we know before, dark spots, the darker it is to black, the closer it is to black, the closer it is to 0, and the brighter it is, the closer it is to 1. Which means white parts will be emission, dark parts will be 0, which is transparent BSDF. But once we enable alpha clip, any value here from this noise that is above 0.5 will be 1, and anything that's below 0.5 will be 0. So now if we change the clip threshold, you can see how bright or how dark something needs to be considered transparent or considered emissive. We also have two others, which is alpha hashed. Well, let's do alpha blend first, okay? Alpha blend basically just applies the noise texture, what the noise texture gives into the factor, blended. Like if there's a gray value of 0.25, then it's going to be 0.25 emission and 0.75 transparency. Whereas alpha hashed is kind of like alpha blend, but it's noisy. That's like that's like the main difference between the two, at least visually. They behave a little bit differently, especially when you have multiple transparent objects behind each other, for example. But visually, in the basics, is blend is smooth, and then blend hashed is noisy. So now that we know how we can affect how transparency works, let's look at the shadow modes. So the shadow mode basically just defines how shadows are created from the material that is on an object. So if you go here and set this to none, wow, no shadow. The light just goes through the object. The lighting will still affect the object itself, but the object will not throw a shadow behind it. If you set this to opaque, it will always have the shadow of the object. The transparency has no effect on the shadow. If you now set it to alpha clip, well, it looks a bit different. Let's set this also to alpha clip to make sense of what is happening. And now you can see what it does. It basically applies the alpha clip of the blend mode to the shadows too. So we could have something that is like alpha clip and then opaque. So now the shadows look like they use alpha clip, but the shading or the shader itself doesn't use it. Usually you want to combine the same things. So if you use alpha clip, you want to also use alpha clip for the shadows. These blend settings are important to know, but they're going to be more important once we get to actual anime VFX. For characters, usually they don't matter as much. They matter much more for anime VFX. So once we get there, you already know all the stuff. So you already learned a little bit about, I guess, anime VFX. Congrats, you you already are a little bit further along your anime VFX learning progress. Oh, wow, you're still here. Okay. I didn't expect you to still be here after all this kind of boring, I guess, math. But it seems like, I guess, that you actually understand what what we talked about, which means you're ready for the fun part. Why we need the basics, right? I hate the basics, explaining the basics, because I just want to get to what we can use them for. But of course, you know, you have to understand them to do the thing. So, but now we finally reach the fun part. So let's begin with how we can now go more deeply into a cool and awesome and amazing and beautiful and fully customized to your taste shader setup for whatever you want to do. Okay, here is the first thing you can do. Here we have the gradient again. Okay, no, this is not a basic. Okay, this is not the basic. Do not skip. Okay, this is how you can turn the gradient into a cool pattern. Okay, if you ever think about like, oh, how do I create like crosshatch? How do I create like what's it called, halftone patterns, like the dots that get smaller and smaller to like show shading? And this is how you can do it. Okay, here we have the gradient going from 0 to 1. Blah blah blah. We all know what this is now. Now let's look at any other blend mode than the basic mix node or multiply node that we've covered so far. The one that I want to talk about right now is color burn. Here's the formula if you want to see it. I don't know if that helps anyone, but let me just show you what it does, and then hopefully you can see kind of what happens, okay? So if we, for example, take the distance here from this Voronoi texture, which looks like this, right? So what you would expect to happen, right, with this gradient is if we here on white, actually, you know what? I'm just going to type. I don't know why I'm trying to explain things, okay? Here, look at this. This is what happens, okay? I think I'm just like trying to understand it better myself while I'm explaining it, but I don't think there's any hope in that, so let's just get into the visuals. This is what it does to a gradient when you apply the Voronoi color burn onto this gradient. This is what happens. So this is also what it would do to lighting. Let's see another example, which would be this one, for example. Let's plug in the factor here into B, and then you can see what it does for this. And this is what the noise texture looks like. So you can kind of see it creates a gradient, but that gradient can have the pattern of the texture that you plug into it. Here for this noise, it's kind of sharp, but you can see for the Voronoi, for example, how like cool it can look. And then if we change the randomness, for example, it can look like something more organic. And in the original, it looks like this. So this is where the color burn node is really, really useful for anime shading. Because then if we wanted to, for example, we can use a greater than node, plug that in here, and then we have a very clean edge like this. If you were to put this in here, the noise texture, for example, we have a transition like this. And we can adjust it, of course, to create a slightly different gradient. And this is how you can turn normal lighting gradients into cool effects like halftone, for example, which if we now move over to the actual lit sphere, you can see it's lit by this light right here. I've already applied it to the noise texture here. So now if we change this, we can see the factor. It's kind of like how much like gray gets burned by the second texture, I guess. So if you put the distance down here, you can see, look at that. And that's how you can stylize the gradient of the light for your 3D models, or for your scene, I guess you could call it. Oftentimes, like something you can see where this has been used, for example, is for the Spider-Verse movies. For highlights, for example, they oftentimes use a sort of like half-tone gradient for highlights. So you could use it for that, for example, or if you want to make like a manga panel with 3D objects, you could use a shade like this, for example, as well. So you can experiment with like how the color burn helps you create different effects. Of course, if you want to do it the opposite way, we would have to go in here and invert the Voronoi, which you could do if you use, for example, another math node, and you can invert any value by just grabbing the distance or grabbing the value, putting it into the lower part of the subtract, set the subtract to 1. So 1 minus 1 is minus 1, 1 minus 0.5 is 0.5, and 1 minus 0 is 1. Wait, I'm confused. But basically what it does is it inverts the gradient from 0 to 1. And then we get this. Look at that. That looks pretty cool. And if we move this, you can see how it reacts. Okay. So this is how you can, for example, create cool effects on the gradient of the lighting. If you want to see more examples how you can do that, I have linked the video in the course page. You should click on the course page. If you haven't done that yet, what are we even doing right now? You're missing probably 25% of the whole information, okay? If you want to see more examples of how you can create cool effects like cross-hatching or whatever, I put a link to a video in the course page that you can check out right there. Now, let's look at how we can apply or how we can use color textures with our cell shading setup. We have the model with the basic texture right here. And so now how do we give this shading, right? We have a texture, but there's no like lighting information. So the first thing we need is, well, whether you're in Goo Engine or in normal Blender, let's just use the vanilla Blender setup, which creates the basic distinction between shadow and light. So now we grab the shade, the texture, and we already discussed that with the greater than node and a mixed color node, we can now use textures for the colors. Looks kind of weird, right? And that is because now we only really use the texture for the shadows. Actually, we probably want to use it for the highlights. And now we want to make the texture darker to use it then for the shadows. What we could do, for example, is just use a hue saturation value node, plug the color into the color here, plug this hue saturation value now into the A output. Still looks the same, but now if we change this smexy little note, wow, look at that, 0.7, maybe 0.6. We have some shadows on the model now. And usually what I like to do is when you have darker values, you also can give them a slightly bit more saturation than the highlights, and then the shadows look just a little bit richer. Like, you just have to be kind of careful that, for example, like if there is slightly more saturated stuff, that it doesn't get too saturated. But now look at that. We've added shading to an object with textures too. Look at that. Wow. I actually created a basic cell shader like this. What I basically just did is combined the basic setup and put it into a group. And you can download this one also from the course page. There should be a link there for this file and any other files that I'm going to share from now on for more in-depth shading, anime shading. So this is how you can, for example, make your life a little bit easier by just creating a cell shader like this. Now, let's cover something a little bit more interesting. And that is using multiple different light colors in your scene. I want the character, for example, to have one highlight color, one shadow color, but then I also want to, for example, have a rim light color. How do I add a rim light to my character? First of all, of course, we want to use the cell shader, but then we do a little trick with colors. What you've probably heard before is RGB. What that means basically is that the colors created in the RGB spectrum are all a mix of a red value from 0 to 1, a green value from 0 to 1, and a blue value from 0 to 1. Technically, it's 0 to 255 if you want to be technical, but in Blender, you can just think of it as 0 to 1. And so, let's go in here, create 3 lights, and we go into the color of them. One of them will be pure red, one of them will be pure green, and then one of them, who would have thought, will be pure green. No, it will be blue, okay? So now, actually what I probably want to do is copy all of this out of the cell shader, because this now goes beyond the basic cell shader. So now how do we use these lights? The diffuse BSDF gives us the lighting of all the lights. If we move a light now, you can see, wow, there's a red light and then there's a blue light because blue and green gets combined. If I move the green light, you can see there's a green light and then pink. And if I move the blue, there's a blue and yellow. There are different lights and it gets detected with the diffuse BSDF, but the shader RGB just turns it into, well, it still turns it into color, which we can now use to separate the 3 light colors. And the way we can separate them is separate color, of course. So if you plug the color into the color, now we have a red light, which is this one. Ooh, we put it like here, for example, green. Wow, a blue light too, which is this one. And you can see each one of these has its own setup that we can affect. And we could create a custom setup for all 3 lights. But this is of course not really how we want to use it. We want to somehow combine them back together so we can use them all for different purposes. So let's say we want to use the red one. The red one will be the main light, right? Now, how do we, for example, use the green light, this one, and use it as, let's say, a highlight color, for example? How do we add this on top? Well, it kind of worked like how we did it with when we wanted to use another highlight color, for example, with the greater than node rather than the color ramp node. We basically just need another mixed color node, and then we plug the green greater than in here. Now we have independent control over the normal lighting, the lighting, the basic lighting, as well as the highlight lighting if you wanted that, for example. And then we can do the same as well for the blue light. This one could be, for example, the rim light. So we plug this in there and then we put this maybe to like a nice yellow. So this is a nice rim light. And once we move this, now we can see it as a rim light right there. So with this setup, using 3 different lights with 3 different, like with R, G, and B individually, we can then separate them and have even more control over the lighting of our character and add even more features like this, right? You can't really do more than 3 though. This is a setup that has a limited amount of, I guess, lights you can use, but it is the one that is probably the most intuitive, or at least the most straightforward, I guess. The rest that we're going to cover now is a bit more like in-depth and a bit more like harder to set up. They give you a bit more different features, but I would say for most setups, for anime setup, shading setups, this is like probably the max you want to do when it comes to like different lighting setups. But there's more things, of course, you can do with the shader, which we're going to cover now. The first thing I want to show you now is something that you could call like shader-based lighting. You don't even need lights really to light your characters. You can also do all of that in the shader. Oops, sorry. From now on, all the setups that I'm going to show you from now on, I'm going to explain broadly, but I'm not going to explain every step, because if I do that, we're going to be here like in 2 days still. So I'm going to give you download links to all of these. So if you want to understand it, you can analyze them yourself, and I'm going to try to explain how it works, but I'm not going to explain every single node and how it's been created, okay? So how would you set up shader-based lighting? Well, you can already see the two groups that we have here. We have a point light and we have a sunlight group. But how is this now different to normal lighting? Let's first preview what these look like. We have a point light. It looks pretty much like it's lighting the scene. And we have a sunlight setup. Looks like this. You rotate this. Works, you know, as if it's a light, but it's not a light. Let me explain it with the point light first. So basically it works with a gradient. So what this setup does, if we go in here, you can see it has a gradient texture right here. And what this gradient texture basically does, or how it's set up, is that it takes the object position that I selected right here of the point light. This is where the gradient texture originates from. If we just preview the gradient, for example, it looks like this. So if I move this now, see how the gradient follows the point light. So this gradient is originating from the point position. So what is all the rest here? What does this all do? Basically what it does is it takes the object's geometry and then sees which faces of that geometry are pointing at the light and which one aren't. The ones that are pointing at the light are being lit by this gradient or are being affected by the gradient. And the ones that aren't are being blacked out. They're shadows, basically. We take the light position, which we saved here, with basically drivers as a position. And the way you can do that is if you go in here, you say like location, we want to save the position of the light in the shader setup. We can select the light, right click the location, copy as new driver. And then you can paste the new driver with right click, paste driver into here. And then you can see if I move this, the values change. That's how this is set up. And then the second thing we do here is we also take a driver to copy the value, the power value of the point light to here, and then multiply that with the gradient so that if you change the power value, it gets stronger or lighter. So we basically just recreated the point light in the shader. The great thing about this now is that we can now combine as many lines as we want and have a different color for all of these. With this, we can give each light a unique shader group, which means that we can have an infinite amount of different lights in our shader setup. I don't know why you would need this, and we're going to go a little bit deeper into how you can use this in a second, but you can do it, okay? I don't know why you want to do it. This also has the downside. If you want to use cast shadows for your characters or for your style, then you cannot use the setup because this does not create shading or shadows, cast shadows. It only creates basically shadows on the surface facing away from the light. Now let's discuss how you can make your character's light react to the light color. So this is what the shader to RGB node, of course, gives you when you actually give the light a color. Now, how do we keep the color but stylize the lighting? Well, what we basically want to do is we want to affect the value black to white, but not the saturation or the hue. The way we could do that, for example, is with a mix RGB node set to value. So now what we can do is we can plug in the color shader to RGB color output into A, then set the value to 1. And then if we plug the greater than into B, now all of a sudden we have this. So now we have already made a shader that is affected by the color of the light. But you will see something very devious. And that is that the shading, the value is also affected by the light color. Yellow is brighter, blue is like very dark. Oh my god, it's completely gone. What the hell? Even though it's just colors. This is where the shader-based lighting can be very helpful. You can see here, this sunlight simulates how the light would affect the model. But if we change the color, nothing happens. No shader values or no light shading changes, because the values don't matter. All that we want from this light now with this group is the rotation of the sunlight, or if you use a point light, the position of that point light. So now basically what we just need to do is bring the color of the light into I don't know why I did it like that, okay, into the shader, and then somehow use it to affect the coloring. And the way we can do that is with a combine color node. How do we bring them into the shader now? How do we use this combine color? Well, we can just go in here again into the RGB values and say copy as new driver red, paste driver red. And then we do the same here again, green, paste driver, and we do the same for blue. Now we have the color of the light in the shader. We've captured it in the shader. But how do we now make it affect the colors of the model? Because right now it just looks like this. Well, kind of simple. We just go in here and add a mix RGB node. Set this instead of mix to multiply. If you put this in there, wow, look at that. It has the blue tint now. If we increase it, it looks like this. And now we can move the light, but we can also change the light color without it affecting the shading of the character. So this is how you can separate the values of the shading from the color of the shading, or of the light, I guess. But just to keep in mind, once again, the shader lighting does not create cast shadows. So if there's like lighting like this, where there's light coming from here, it will not create a shadow right here, okay? I can tell you right now though, that in my opinion, you do not want to use cast shadows, okay? You do not want to use them. And we're going to go a bit deeper into that in the lighting section. But then of course, some special cases of you, okay, also probably want to know, how can I now make my setup react to multiple light colors? Well, I have a setup for that too. I suffered hard for it, okay? I don't want you to use it because it is trash, but it is possible, okay? So here you can see it. This one's green. Ooh, this one's yellow, and then this one's pink. And you can see these lights also interact with each other. So the pink interacts with the green, creates this. Same here, right? Especially if you only want to have one light and one dark color, it's really hard to create like a good looking lighting setup in the shader that reacts to multiple light colors. If you use multiple gradients, it can be a bit better. There's a video that I put in the course page that shows you how you can set it up with 2 light colors. But for only having one light and one dark, it's really hard. So this is kind of like the best I could find. And let me show you kind of what it looks like. It's basically like this one is one color, right? So this one creates the lighting for this light. It all 3 uses point lights, but of course you could use the sunlight too. Then we have this lighting here, which is basically the yellow light. It gets added on top of the pink light. And then this third setup adds the green light on top. Like, it looks weird, but if you want to use it, you can do it like this. This is kind of like the best setup I've found. You can download this, you can check it out, but I do not recommend to use this because it's just, I don't know, why would you use it? You could try it, maybe you can create some cool things with it, but for traditional anime stuff, it's not really that useful, okay? Now let me show you something that is actually something that you probably want to use for most of your characters. This is an easy way to add more detail into the shading of your character. What I want you to consider is, so far we've only really used the greater than node to determine when something is light and when something is dark. What we haven't considered yet, and what I have not considered until probably like half a year ago, is that you could also plug something into the threshold. So you can have a dynamic threshold based on different parts of the model. So let's say we use this color for the threshold. Let's plug the color now into the threshold. All of a sudden everything gets dark. But when I turn this down, it turns white. Because we're currently using the value right here as the threshold. Which means if we set this to 0.07, we basically get the same lighting as if we turn this to 0.07. See, it looks exactly the same. And so we can not only use a one threshold value for the entire object, we can also use textures, for example, to have different thresholds for different areas of the object. Maybe, for example, we can now, with this, bake in shadows into the model without having to do anything but plug a texture into this. This is the texture that came with this model, and this already kind of defines where shadows should be. So now if we plug this, the color, for example, into the threshold, it looks like this. With this technique, you can create shadows wherever you want and make the clothing like this, for example, much more detailed when it comes to how the folds look without there being geometry. Look how smooth the geometry is, and yet we have a highlight here and a shadow, even though there's no difference in the surface. Let's see if we can, for example, extend this shadow right here. And look at that. All of a sudden, we just have a shadow like that. And then we can smooth it, for example, make it a bit more even. And if we preview this, we can see it here. The smoother it is, the better the shading transition will be from light to dark. So if we now look at this, we can see the shadow. And now if we move the light, you can see, because we made it blurry, the shadow actually changes in size if it gets darker in that area. So this is like a big thing, a huge tool that you should always consider for your characters, because textures can have much more detail in them than geometry. Look at the hands. Geometry, flat, no real detail there. But the texture, because of this, we can actually have shading between the fingers and on the knuckles of the fingers. And this is like a huge thing that can make your 3D models look so much better, and especially so much more handcrafted. Let's preview the coat real quick too, or the body. See? All the details only coming from the texture. The 3D model looks boring. It looks flat. Let's see what it looks like without the threshold texture. Look at this. Horrible. This is the lighting without the threshold texture. Hopefully this shows you how useful this texture can be, or this threshold input, by just using a texture. Or instead of using a texture, you can also use vertex color. If you go to the data panel here, there's something called color attributes. And if you add one right here, now we can plug that in here with a node called color attribute. There you go. Now we have access to this color attribute in the shader. So now we just need to paint it. In vertex paint, we basically give the vertices a color, and this can then be read just like a texture by the material. So if you paint this like this, for example, it can do the exact same thing as the texture. Just, of course, the problem with vertex color is that it is based on geometry data. So the color attribute is limited by geometry, whereas the texture is not. It's just limited by resolution, I guess. And now, second to last, I want to show you something that is also very useful compared to using multiple lights that all affect the shading of the character. This one is actually useful, just like the last one that we did. That one is like so good. And this one works by, well, we can create a shader to detect lighting and then determine which one is light and dark. But what if we just want something always to be in shadow? For example, here for the hair, if we move the lighting now, the light at the bottom never turns bright. How can we do this? Well, we could use the threshold texture once again, but then the further you zoom in, the more pixelated it will become. So it's limited by the resolution of the texture. So you would have to either make it very big or use a different solution. So the solution I would suggest, rather than using that, is to just create next to your shader that reacts to lighting, create two more, one of them being a pure shadow shader, and then one a pure light shader, to turn something either always dark or always light. Let me show you what that could look like. So here, for example, you can see how they've applied basically a material to these faces that is always in shadow. Well, technically for this model, they actually didn't do that. They just either used a color and applied this to these faces, or they used like a threshold texture that is basically applied to these. But let's just create a new material, okay? Let's call this like a darkness. And then make this just like a very simple emission material and make this black. So this should be our shadow. What we can do now is just go here. Oh, all of these faces should be always dark, right? Now we just say, well, go to darkness material, assign it, and then this will always have this darkness material. And this is also very useful because now, no matter how far we zoom in, these edges don't have a texture resolution, so they will always be perfectly crisp. And then of course you can create the same setup for a highlight material, which is what they've done here, for example. See how these faces are perfectly shaped, like the highlight, like zigzag that you can see on the hair. It is so sharp because it is assigned to these faces. And that is how you can create something perfectly sharp and handcraft your lighting even more. Lastly, I want to cover what we've already seen before. If you want to, for example, create a few more detailed shadows, for example, in the face, for example, like here in the eye, or for example, you can also move it over here and then all of a sudden you have a shadow right there. Wow, look at that. Doesn't that look great? This is what you can do in Vanilla Blender. You basically just create a material, which is a mix between transparent BSDF and then emission. So it's basically a half transparent black material, which then basically just darkens what is behind it. The one downside to this is that if you have two transparent materials that cover each other, you get this overlapping effect, and then it basically combines those two and creates an even darker material. That's like one of the downsides to using this kind of setup. But here's an advanced setup that you can use in Goo Engine, which uses a new node, and you might not even notice like what is happening. But if I move the hat, you can see there's like this very clean shadow right here, right? Do you see the shadow? It always moves with the hat. But it also somehow is only affecting the skin. And if I select this, you can see there's some kind of like transparent object right here. But so how does this work? So it's kind of like a screen-based shading setup, which uses Goo Engine's screen space info node. What does the screen space info node actually do? First of all, for the screen space info node to work, we need to go to render settings first of all and make sure that screen space reflections and refraction is enabled. Then we need to make sure that in the shader settings, we go to ray trace refraction and we enable this. And now we can see what is happening. It basically just shows what is behind the object that you look at, which means that if you, for example, now use something like camera data and you use something like a vector math, the camera data basically inputs into the shader what you see basically. And so if you plug this into the view position, nothing should change. But if we now plug this into here, nothing should change because it is still on 0. But now if we change the value here, you can see all of a sudden we move what is behind the plane. But if we look back into it, it hasn't moved. So this is what the screen space info does. It takes what is behind the camera and then you can affect what is behind the camera through the lens of this material. So how do we use this for the hat? The object looks like this, okay? It's just like a weird shape like that, okay? And then we use the screen space info node to look through the object. But what we want to do is not just, we don't just want to look through the object. We want to make the object affect something. And what we want to affect is the skin of Luffy, for example. And we will only want to see the shadows on the skin color, the skin highlight color. The way we can do that is we can use a mix RGB node set to difference. It basically subtracts A from B or B from A, is kind of the same thing. And that is the output of the color. And what we're looking for is an exact match, something that is 0, aka black. So now we're getting this blue, but we also have these black parts because the black parts are the color that we're looking for, that we selected in difference, right? So now we just say greater than 0.01, and now we have separated what is the color from what isn't the color. And if we plug that now into the mix shader, that is mixing transparent versus emission, it basically means if it has this bright skin color, it will apply the shader color wherever you look through the material. And if it isn't that color, then it doesn't have any effect. So even if we move this now around, you can see if we move it completely off the model, nothing gets affected by this. And that's how this can be so useful. And if we use this, for example, for the eye, and we stack multiple of these on top of each other, it doesn't actually create a multiplied or an additive effect because it still just compares the colors. This is why this can be so useful, because then you can handcraft even more shadows. Like, for example, here, the shadow under the chin, you can handcraft and stuff like that. And that is why I also said that you don't really need cast shadows, because you can simulate them if you need them in multiple ways. And there's going to be even more that we're going to cover later. Once again, as a quick reminder, you can get all the shader setups that I just showed you in the course page. There's going to be a link for download, so you can just check them out yourself and see if you can use them in some way. But there's one more thing I want to talk about when it comes to shading, and that's just a few more nodes that I haven't covered yet for any setups, but some that are still useful for maybe other things, or maybe for ideas that you might have for setups. So let's go through those few nodes, and then we're going to get to lighting. The first thing I want to show you is, of course, the Fresnel node. It can be useful, but it's kind of like, you know, a bit more niche when it comes to what you can actually do with it. In this case, actually, I'm not using the Fresnel node. For some reason, there's two nodes. There's, for one, the Fresnel node, which only has Fresnel, and then there's the layer weight node. I don't really know if there's a difference between the two. I don't think so, but, you know, maybe there is. But the layer weight has Fresnel and facing. They work in slightly different ways. Fresnel highlights what is basically pointing away from the viewer, or from us, basically from the camera, and facing is kind of doing the same but a bit different. You see, like the weighting is a bit different, where even things that are kind of pointing even closer to you are already highlighted, where with Fresnel it's a bit more focused on pointing away from us. So in this case, for example, I just used the Fresnel node and then used a color ramp to sharpen it so that it's only really at the edges of this model. And then I mixed it in with the rest of the color to add this yellow tint as, you know, the rim light in here. It's, you know, you can see it's not really that great because over there, like, it's starting to fill up the whole space, which really doesn't make it look that great, and it's kind of all over the place and blobby. So I'm not really a huge fan of it, but maybe you can find a different way to use it, maybe for some kind of like eye highlights on the edges or some kind of like glossy thing. So because of that, I wanted to show you that it exists, I guess. And then the other one that I just mentioned, which was the layer weight. This one can be more useful if you, for example, let's do the inversion again, invert the facing value, which can be very useful for example, highlights that you only want to see when you're actually looking at it. Let me show you what that looks like, for example, here for Giovanna. Okay, that's Giovanna over here. That's her name in the game. Something that I can show you where they used something similar to the facing value is for this hair highlight here. Check out how it disappears when we move away from this highlight, and if we look at it from a more shallow angle. So basically making sure that the highlight isn't exactly on the edges. Usually when you see those kind of highlights on anime hair, for example, they're only really like in the middle of the hair. They're not really on the edges. Sometimes they are, but oftentimes they're really only there where you basically look at the hair and then it reflects like light that is coming from up top, for example, and on the side it's kind of a bit harder to get those reflections. Here we can see then what the final version of this kind of like hair highlight mask looks like, where they then cut it off where it is below a certain value. Just to kind of show you like two different ways you could use this kind of like facing the camera effect with the layer weight node. Let's go to the next one. The next one is actually really interesting. All of these three objects have the same setup on them, but when I move around, the sphere looks like it's kind of just showing the same thing all the time, like it's stuck on the sphere even though we rotate around it. This one is kind of like warpy and wobbly, and then this one is completely crazy and then this one is also kind of weird. So this one is the flower that I just used to kind of see what like it overall looks like, my test image basically. And then this one is how I've seen it used in a model before, which is basically like a custom sort of facing node, because it uses a texture to put this highlight, or this I guess highlight mask, for example, on the sphere, on the monkey, and whatever. And the way this works is with this vector transform. Let me show you for a second how this works, because if you understand this, it can be pretty useful and pretty powerful. What the vector transform basically does is it takes the XYZ values of the object or of whatever you plug in here, and then it converts it to another one. So as an example, for example, I don't know why I always say that. As an example, I think it's a bit easier to understand if I split these values. Let's say we take the normal output here right now, okay? you know, this is x value 0, and then it goes into negative, and here's x value 0 and going to positive. So this is the x direction, as you can see, you know, with these axes too. So that's what the normals are showing for x. Then of course y would be going in this direction, following the green line, I mean, and the z would then be going top. And now let's see what happens when we look at this. So we take the normal of the texture coordinates, we plug it into the vector transform, set it to normal, and then we transform it from world, which is what we've just seen, right? These are based on the world. And now we take these values and we transform them so they're based on the camera view. It might be a bit weird to understand, but hopefully when you see this, it makes it a bit clearer. So now you can see what happens. Before, X looked like this, and if we rotate around, nothing happens because it's based on the world, the axis we can see here. But now, through the vector transform, now those values are based on the camera view. And as you can see, you know, if you have a camera view, it has width and height. Width would be X and height would be Y. And then Z would be the depth, how further you go in the 3D scene from your camera perspective. So in this case, for example, with the camera standing here, if you were to look through it, the Y axis would be the depth or the Z value. So it basically takes the XYZ from the world and then transforms it into the camera view. What that basically means is that if we then apply an image to this, it basically takes the X and Y values and just puts it basically where the camera kind of sees. I don't know if that makes sense. Let me mute this for a second. Now let's look at the flowers again. Now you can see how it looks like. We still have, as you can see, the 0 point in the middle of this object. But then if we go further, you can see, we see the flowers, right? We see the flower image kind of just normally how it would look. If you then apply the mapping, now it basically just applies it to the object and it looks like this. Usually, of course, you don't want to have flowers looking like this on your model. So something more useful is this one, which I've already showed you, which is basically a texture that is a customized facing node. This is what the texture looks like that we then map onto the camera or onto the object basically from the camera's perspective. If you've ever created a matte cap, this is basically how it works. This is how the matte cap gets applied to any object. You get the image of the matte cap material and then it puts it onto any object that you have based on the camera's view basically. That's how a matte cap works. So when we want to apply this technique now, this is what it looked like before, right? You just the normal model, and then let's apply. This is just a matte cap material that I basically created in an external file. And now, if we apply this to the model, it basically puts it on the model like a normal matte cap. So once we show this, you can see we have the highlight right here on the arm. We have it right here. We have it right here. On the head, it's also there, but it's a bit weird because the normals are edited. And you can see the same here. This is how you could, for example, use this kind of technique. In theory, you could even just draw or like paint a custom matte cap in like Clip Studio Paint or Photoshop or whatever, and then apply this here and, you know, create like interesting effects like this with that too, so that it isn't just like flat, but actually, you know, has like some painterly, like a painterly effect to it, for example. And then I also made a few more. This one, if you plug that one in here, you can see it's a bit warped. And that is kind of like one of the downside of this technique. It warps what you put on the model based on like what the shape of the model is. So you can see like, you know, if it's like sphere-like, it looks a bit more like the original. But if it's like an arm, like stretched or like an oval, it's gonna look very weird. But maybe you can find a way to use this. I just wanted to show you this one because it was an interesting approach to like layer weight or like applying a matte cap. And maybe you can find a way to use this for something that actually has some use rather than put smileys on characters. Next, I want to just quickly go through a few more Goo engine nodes that I think are very useful and maybe you can find a way to use them. And this one is already the first one. You might not really see what is happening here, but there's a plane right there. So this is once again using the screen space info node. Just as I explained before, the screen space info node just kind of shows you what is behind the object, right, that has this material. But you can then affect how what you see behind it gets shown. So in this case, for example, I used a noise texture. What this noise texture basically is there for is to give it this wobbly effect. And then these values are basically there to increase or decrease the strength And this one I think is just there to center it again. You could, for example, use this to create like distortion after like a hit or like a swing or like fast movement to do like, to basically do automatic smear frames, for example. That's what you could use it for. Or the other one, the other output that this thing has is the scene depth, which if you look at this here, you can see it basically gives you, from your perspective, the depth of the scene, kind of like a mist pass, so that the further something is away from you, the brighter it gets. But what you have to keep in mind is that by default it's just going to be white, because basically the way it works is that it gives you meter values through this thing. So right now, maybe let's say this spot right here is like 2 meters away, which means the value is 2. And Blender can only show values between 0 and 1, right? The gradient concept from the beginning, if you remember. You should remember. Which means that we need to basically bring down the values that are going from 0 to whatever, let's say 50. We need to bring them down to a level that you can actually see visibly, which we can do with the map range node, for example. Another one is the curvature node. The curvature node is very useful if you want to just highlight edges, for example, without having to paint it yourself or whatever. Oftentimes for painted objects, you can see like a sort of lightened color for the edges of it, or for the corners. Where the corners are is oftentimes where it gets worn out the most, any object, especially if it's like a hard object. And you can do that with the curvature node, also only in GUEngine. All of these I'm going to show you now are going to be in GUEngine. It's kind of like the pointiness node in Blender cycles, but since we don't have that in Blender, in Eevee, we have this node here. Also, as a quick note, if you use a map range, for example, use a map range, and then you put the scene curvature in there. By default, the scene curvature only shows you basically concave edges. But if you want to see the creases or the convex edges, those edges are basically saved in the negative values. So if you want to see them, you probably basically want to set the max to 0 and then the minimum to -1. And then you can see we have the values right there. And then the other output that you have here for the curvature is the scene rim, which is kind of working like a rim light basically, which can be very useful to add a little bit more atmosphere. Could also be useful for characters, for example, if you want to imitate like a big light behind the character, lighting up the sides of the character or the silhouette of the character. That's for the rim light, for example, can be useful. The next node that we have here is something called set depth. Right now it doesn't do much because we don't see the effect, but once I go, and you can see the monkeys behind the cube, once I go like this, you can see the monkey still visible behind the cube. So how does that work? Well, that's exactly what the set depth node does. With the set depth node, we can basically determine how deep the object that has this material is in the scene. So let's say, for example, we have 2 boxes here. You can see at some point the monkey is not behind in front of the box anymore, because now at this point it is not set forward enough to be in front of this box. And the way this works is based on the view Z depth of the camera. As we said before, X and Y is the camera vision, and then Z is the depth. So if we subtract from this value, this Z depth, we basically pull something closer to the camera. So now if I subtract more from this, you can see it goes further in front of the box, and all of a sudden it's in front of everything. And with this node, with this set depth node, we can basically determine things to be in front of other things, even though in the 3D space, they're not in front. Sometimes, for some anime, you can see the eyebrows through there, maybe for more emotion or whatever. And with this node, you can basically do that. But there's a few things you have to keep in mind with this node. The first thing you have to make sure in the settings of this material is that you set it to alpha blend. So just make sure that you set it to alpha blend so that it works in the best way you can. Oh, you want to make sure that the back face culling is not enabled. This can create some problems, so you just want to make sure that that is not enabled. And you want to make sure that show back face is on. Otherwise, it's already gone. Another interesting set of nodes are the SDF nodes that you have in GUEngine. SDF nodes are like sign distance fields. I don't know that much about it, but it's kind of like metaballs, but with math. And with that, you can create some cool stuff like different patterns, like stars and whatever, and then you can merge them together like smoothly. I don't really do much with SDFs, but if you know what SDFs are, you probably don't need to tell me what what cool things you can do with them. And of course, here with this SDF primitive node, you can create a few different like patterns, or actually not a few, a lot of them, like a horseshoe, rounded eggs, and all this kind of stuff we can create with this SDF node, which can be useful, for example, for VFX, which we're going to get to later. And so in that way, the SDF node can be very useful, maybe even for shaders, but I haven't really played around with it, but maybe you want to. And then in Goo Engine like 4.3, I think they added a few more nodes. So if you notice like, oh, I don't have these nodes in my version, that is because you need Blender version 4.3 Goo Engine. One of them is the twirl node. So if you look at this now and I increase the amount, you can kind of see what happens. I'm not exactly sure what you would use this for, but it exists. So if you want to use it, you can. The other one that is pretty cool, and this one I can see being much more useful, is the ripples node or water ripples node. And if you want to see what this does, you basically just have to change the time, and all of a sudden we can see the ripples coming up. If you hold shift and drag this time value, I think it's a bit more easy to see what is happening. So this basically just simulates, like water droplets hitting like a water surface, for example. And then we have one more node, which I thought was kind of cool, which is the hex grid node. I think it makes, explains itself really, and might be something else you might be interested in using for like some kind of pattern or some kind of material. You can use this one, for example. So the last shader thing I want to show you is how you can imitate this kind of effect, right? This texture sticking to the silhouette or the character's clothing, for example. This is basically an effect that is being created because in compositing, basically they put a texture on top and then have to kind of warp it to make it look like it moves with the character. Imagine if you applied this in 3D as just a basic texture to your clothing, it would look way too perfect. So if you wanted to create something like this with a clothing that has like these detailed patterns, you probably want to use one of those two techniques that I'm going to show you in a second. The first one is this one. Look at that. We can already see something is happening, but I'm not, it's not really clear exactly what is happening. Let's now simulate what it would look like if the character would move. So it follows where his body moves, but it also changes a little bit its position. And the way this works is basically with a mix node that mixes two things together. What it mixes together is the UV coordinates. I basically just did a camera projection. So, once you're in your camera view, you want to go to the unwrap menu and then select project from view, so that it basically puts the character how the camera sees it into the UV grid. So then the UVs would look like this because it's just projected from the camera view, and then we combine that with the camera coordinates. You're going to be able to download this too, so you can kind of experiment and see what this actually is doing. But if I now put this in here, for example, you get something like this, right? Which basically means, hey, the camera is basically just an image and the silhouette of the character is the mask that reveals the image. And then I wanted to mix that with the UVs of the character, where from one camera perspective, we projected the UVs. So it's going to look fine from the camera's perspective, but it's never going to move with the camera's perspective. If you only use the projected version, you can see if I move it now, it perfectly moves with the character. And that's why I created this kind of camera mapping here, because by adding it in by just a little bit in here with the mix vector, whatever node, mix node, it creates the slight warp and wobble effect when you change the character. So that is one way you can do this kind of 2D put on character effect. The second one is this one, which I call sticky camera texture mapping. In this case, it's going to use a texture coordinate generated, the generated coordinates. The generated coordinates basically go to the minimum and maximum position of the object in world space and apply a gradient to that in that way. So, minimum is 0 and maximum is 1. That's kind of how it works. And then if you transform that and map that onto a texture, it basically perfectly puts the texture on the object again from the camera view. The difference with this one, because it is procedural, what is cool about this one is it will always look at the camera. This one, for example, does not move with the camera. So you can see the tree just acts like a mask to show the image. This one wouldn't be useful to do this warp texture effect, but what this one is more useful for is, for example, adding a little bit of like paintbrush strokes onto an already existing texture to give it a more hand painted look, basically. So you can see here, if I rotate, you can see what the texture is. It's like this darkening, so it darkens the texture just a little bit, but it adds this more handcrafted painterly feel to the edges, for example. If you think about like how an image is painted, you can't rotate around. the trees right here if they were painted on an image, right? Because it's just an image. Every paintbrush stroke is basically facing the viewer if it's a 2D image. But in 3D, if you texture paint an object, for example, it can like warp around an object, which wouldn't really be possible if it was a 2D painting. I don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully it did. You can play around with it and see what you can do. But why this is cool is the problem with normal camera mapping is that if I apply this to the texture, you can see when the camera moves, the texture moves too. But the great thing about using the vector transform on generated, you basically create a camera mapping that doesn't move when the camera moves. It stays with the object. So it actually looks like it's part of the object. The only thing you can do with this without it looking weird is if you want to rotate things, but you shouldn't do that anyway if you want to make it look hand painted. If you want to use it to make something look painterly, for example. And those were all the extra little things that I wanted to show you. The next thing we're going to cover is lighting. What we just covered was basically how the surface of an object is supposed to react to the light that hits it. But now we need to look at the other side of the equation, because we've only covered half so far. How the light is actually lighting up the scene. Anime lighting in 3D is kind of simple. So this is kind of like an improved version of like camera texture mapping, I guess. It's kind of like, you know, picture a big field of grass. And in the middle, you have the perfect lighting setup. You just need to go to it and grab it. But then once you start walking, you step in a big pile of shit. So let me just show you how you can avoid all those stinky landmines, okay, to get to the perfect lighting setup and don't have to worry and have to think about like, what is happening here? I don't want this lighting to look like this. It always looks weird. Let's just go through all of the things you need to know so that you can create the perfect lighting for your perfect scenes. Let's first, of course, start by analyzing how 2D does it so we can then apply it in 3D. The first rule I want to give you is the same that we, I think, just covered like 10 times by now, which is you want to have a style you follow, not only for, you know, the shading, not only for the design of the characters, but also for the lighting. What you can do is say, well, I like the lighting in this anime, but I like the designs in this anime. Determine it and you can combine styles to create a unique one, but you can't change styles between scenes, except if it's like a joke, for example. The next thing we kind of already talked about in shading too, but I just wanted to mention it here again. We're going to use, of course, cell shading. We have one light color and one dark color. What you might discover sometimes is what you can see here, is that you have these gradients. Whenever you see stuff like this, it's the same with like bloom or any kind of like glow effect. This kind of stuff will be added in post-production in compositing. Glow and anything gradual where you create more than just one highlight and one shadow color will be added in post-production. Do not add it in your shader, except if you don't want to do compositing in Davinci, for example. I would highly recommend you do, and I'm going to show you why you want to do it there. But if you say, nope, I don't want to do it, I'm a special snowflake and I don't need it, okay? Okay, you can do it your way. Just, you know that, you know, it's gonna probably look worse, okay? And it's also better to have fewer steps between the lighting than more. The more steps you have in like, oh, I want to have 2 light colors and 2 dark colors, then it gets easier to see that it's a 3D lighting or a 3D object rather than a 2D object, because the more lighting you have to draw, the harder it is to make it all perfect. But in 3D, it's just always perfect. So sometimes you can have like small little areas that have like double, like, oh, there's a dark color and then there's an even dark color, but that is usually more for like special occasions and not broadly applicable. Another thing you also need to keep in mind, of course, are the shadows on the ground. So whenever characters are standing or sitting, I guess in this case, or like here, for example, you can see it on the ground. Sometimes those shadows exist. If they do, they're generally simplified. If you look at this shot right here, for example, the light is coming through the window, so it's creating a direction like this, but the shadow on this character is just a circle under the character. So if you want to add shadows, make sure that they're not perfectly recreating what basically the shadow of the character would be. I'm going to show you how you can do that later, but just something to keep in mind. But then you don't even need shadows if you don't want to. Sometimes those shadows on the ground aren't even in the scene. Like here, for example, here you can see we have shadows, and then here there are no shadows. You could argue maybe, oh, it's already so dark, so adding even more shadows might make it too dark, but I feel like it's not too dark to add something there. And I've kind of discovered the same in other scenes too, especially when they're very fast scenes. Usually it's better to have worse lighting or bad lighting than have perfect lighting, perfect 3D lighting if you want to make it look like anime. And of course, the best worst lighting is if you don't have any shadows on the ground at all. If you do this, you will probably discover that it still is going to look quite well and probably even more 2D compared to if you just add shadows like you would normally do in 3D. And this kind of brings me to another thing that I want to mention, which is basically looks over realism. This shot is like a lot of looks over realism. Because if you look at the scene, you can see there is supposed to be probably a light right here. She's kind of like holding a light, some kind of light, right? It doesn't come from the top, it seems like, because there's no like light beam coming down like this, right? But then if the light is right here, how can there be a shadow under the chin? How can there be a light on the nose, on the right side of the nose? Wouldn't there be shadow on the nose like this? And then on the chin, there wouldn't even be a shadow visible because the light is lower than the chin? Well, it doesn't matter. Looks over realism. If you add a shadow here and it looks better because it elevates the chin or the jaw more from the neck, then you add a shadow there. The most important thing about anime shading that I can give you is looks over realism. That applies to more things than just lighting, but especially for lighting. The more realistic the lighting will look, the more 3D it will look. Okay, just keep that in mind. You need to just remove realism from your brain, okay? Just think, how can I make this look as good as possible? It still, of course, has to be coherent. Like if there's a light here, most shadows suggest that there's going to be a light there, or that the light is coming from there. Like here's a shadow, right? Stuff like that. And then here, of course, with the fingers. But you can have exceptions where the light just doesn't work, or where the shadows just don't fully adhere to how the lighting would be. And then especially here, you can see it as well as an example right there. I think she's supposed to hold the light. So why is there first of all lighting over here? Is she not holding the light? Is it floating above her fingers? And then how is there only lighting on the knuckles right there? Well, the reason why there's lighting on the knuckles is because it just looks better. It makes the hand look less flat, gives the hand more depth, but it doesn't necessarily have to make sense. It just needs to look better. Now that we've hopefully honed in and know how 2D does it, how do we do it in 3D, okay? How do we work with lights in 3D? First of all, you don't want to have world lighting. What that would mean is if you have just like this set, for example, and then you increase the color to white, this would bring lighting into the scene from the world. If you remember the light gradient, right, you have the brightest light, which is 1, and the lowest light, which is 0. If you bring in world lighting, it basically just brings all the values up and brightens them, so that you just lose the lowest part, the darkest parts of your shading. The world can have a look, so it can have, for example, like a sky texture, but that one shouldn't affect the lighting of the world. And the way you can do that, for example, is with a simple setup like this. The setup basically just says, well, what is visible should be the lower background color, and what is lighting up the scene is this color right here. So, and then if you change anything, you can see nothing changes on the world, but if we increase this, we can see something changes. If you're thinking, well, how do I then make my characters react or like, you know, look like they're part of the scene? Maybe in one scene you have bluish lighting, and in another scene you have like orangish lighting. How can I make my character look like they're part of the same lighting sort of scheme? Well, first of all, you could change the colors of your shader setup to make them more yellow, to make them more blue, or to make them more orange. Or what I would recommend is to do that in post-production. Compositing is where you merge the environment together with the character, and there it is also much easier to give them a different color scheme so that it looks like they're actually part of the environment and are being lit by it. Lit by it. I don't want to be licked by the environment. Another rule that I just want to give you right now is any shadows should be as sharp as they can be. No blurriness at all. We talked about it before, like, you know, blurry lights will come in compositing. I'm going to cover why that is in the compositing part, but just for now, keep in mind, everything should be as sharp as possible. The shader already does that, right? Because shaders are inherently always as sharp as they can be, but we can run into problems when we're talking about 3D light shadows. But first, let's cover which lights you could use for your scene. The sunlight is probably the one that you're going to use like 80 to 90% of the time, because this one simulates how cell shading works the most realistic. What I mean by that is usually when you see anime scenes being lit, they're being lit from one point in space, and that point in space is very far away. Everyone here, for example, light is coming from up top. That's why the shadows, for example, underneath them is right underneath them, because the light comes from the top. So their faces looking down will be in shadow. This one actually isn't fully in shadow, but like there's like a big shadow. Here underneath the head is the shadow. You could see a weird lighting here, even with like this. You just want to make sure that in the light settings, the angle is set to 0. The angle kind of simulates how clouds could make the sunlight, for example, more spread out, more diffused. You want to make sure that the angle is 0 at all times, never not, okay? The second one you're probably going to use most is the point light. The point light, for example, can be useful for a scene like this one over here, for example, where the lighting doesn't just come from like a point that is far away, but where the source of light is actually close to the character. It's kind of radiating out from this spot, right? So there's shadows here, and then there's shadows here, and shadows here, shadows here, shadows here, because the light is right here. So if you, for example, set it like over here, you can see it kind of simulates what we saw in the 2D footage. Another one we could use is kind of like the advanced version of the point light. It's the spotlight. The spotlight is kind of like a point light, but it's very local. It not only has a point in space, but it also limits what it shines on with a cone. This cone determines what is being hit by light. For the point light and the spotlight, we have the radius setting here, which can increase or decrease the softness of the light and the shadows. We don't want softness at all, so we want to set the radius to 0 at all times. At all times, okay? I just want to make sure that that's clear. Let's kind of think about like when you would use which light. The sunlight would be like in 80-90%. If you think like, oh, I want to broadly light my character, that's when you want to use the sunlight. Point light can be useful for local lights, I guess, in the scene. And the spotlight could be a good one for touching up some small areas. Like, oh, let's say we want to have like a little bit of a light right there, but nothing else really should be lit up. We can do that very well with the spotlight, which, because of its cone, recreating this effect of like very local adjustments would be kind of hard to recreate that with the point light or sunlight. We can even use it here, like let's say, oh, we only want to have like a little shadow on the nose right here, right? So we could go in here, bring it very close to the face and make sure that it only hits, for example, like a tiny, tiny little spot right there. The last light, of course, that exists is the area light. You never want to use the area light. The area light, as you can see, creates the most blurry shadows you can have. Just never use an area light, okay? Just never use an area light. Never, ever, 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 okay? It is just not useful for anime lighting. Next up, let's cover light settings. There are a couple of settings that can adjust or affect how the lighting affects the scene, I guess. And these settings are different between versions. So if you choose 4.1, you'll have different settings than 5.0, for example. And we're going to go through both of them, now. The first setting in 4.1, because this one is the EV version that is a bit less realistic, but a bit more, I guess, stylized, you could say. One setting you should always set to a certain value is the bias for your shadows. You can see the cube is slightly above the ground, but this cube is not floating above the ground, but somehow there's a gap here and there's a gap here. You can fix that with the bias right here. If you set this to 0, you can see the change here. Ta-da! You can fix it with the bias. Jesus Christ, you can fix it with the bias. The other thing I want to quickly talk about is the contact shadows setting. Contact shadows, I think the way that like what they're supposed to be is like, you know, sometimes when things connect, there's going to be a shadow basically where they connect because light bounces off more and loses more of its power. I think it's kind of like that. But in practice, it just kind of looks bad. Like, look at this. Like, look at Suzanne here over here. Look at how the lighting changes if I move the camera. Why would the lighting change like this? Like, look at the box right here. Why is there a shadow there? Like, what? Wow. Why? Like, what is it supposed to represent? Whatever it is, we don't need it. We can change the distance, of course, and make it maybe a bit better, but like, why? You know, just don't use it. Don't use it, okay? Just get rid of it. And these are kind of like the main settings for your lights in 4.1. So this is now 5.0. You can see the lighting looks a bit better because in 5.0 Eevee has already been reworked to give it a much more realistic lighting, but of course that doesn't necessarily mean that it's better for anime lighting. Let's once again go through the light settings right here. The first thing we have here is the filter. I think the way that the filter works is like there's still a resolution that Eevee uses to calculate the shadows, and the filter just kind of tries to blur out the shadows, because in most cases, except if you're doing anime lighting where you want to have perfect sharp shadows, you want to have like a little bit of a blur. So the filter is what basically gives the shadow this extra kind of like blur, post-production blur. We don't want to have any blur, so we want to make sure that the filter is set to 0. And then the other setting that we have here is the resolution limit. What this basically does is what you can see right here. It determines the resolution of the shadows. So these settings, you should basically set the resolution limit to the minimum and the filter also to 0 to have the best shadows you can have in Eevee. The settings that I just showed you apply to Goo Engine 2. It just depends on what version of Goo Engine you're using. If you're using Goo Engine 4.1, for example, you would want to look at the settings I showed you before. If you're using Goo Engine 4.3 or more, you would want to look at the settings that I just showed you here in 5.0. Another quick tip I want to give you for the lights that you're using, as I said before, you probably in most cases want to use the sunlights for your main lights. And when you do that, to make sure that all scenes look basically the same when it comes to the shading, I would also suggest that you just kind of set a certain strength for your light and then just stick to that for all your other lights too. The way that the light strength affects the shading on the character is that it's either gets more or less lit. Of course, if you have like a flickering light, for example, like a torch, for example, you would then change the strength, then it's fine. But if you just have like a light coming from up top for like a more sunny shot like this, where the sunlight doesn't really change in intensity, you just want to stick with a 1 light strength and stick with that for all scenes that are like that. I usually go with a strength of 2, but you know, it kind of depends on what you want to do. So just set a value for your main light and then stick with it throughout the scenes where it applies. So now let's go to the settings that are not in the data properties. So we covered the green tab, but now let's cover the ones in the render settings. And here we only really have these ones right here, the shadows. Of course, there's a few more like ambient occlusion and stuff, but this is a more like post-production. What we really care about here are the shadows. Of course, we already set like high bit depth here, but the main things that will change how the shadows look are the cube size and the cascade size. What they basically do is just determine the resolution that the shadow will have. You will not have these settings in 5.0 if I remember correctly. You only really have like the ray tracing setting, which you don't really want to use for anime shading anyway. There isn't really any shadow settings here except for these, but even these, they're not really like, you just don't want to change them, okay? Just keep them how they are by default. So if you're using something before 4.3, you will have these settings, cube size and cascade size, and these basically determine the resolution of the shadows. The cascade size is basically just the resolution of the shadows, so if it's very low, it looks very blobby and very blurry, right? What you might be wondering if you've already played around with these settings is like, what does the cube size do then? The cube size is related to basically something you're not going to interact with, which is if you, for example, give the sun an angle. The cube size kind of determines the resolution of this kind of like blurriness. I think it also only applies to something that isn't a sunlight. So if I set this to a point light, now if I, for example, increase the radius, it gets very blurry again. And then if I change the cube size, you can see it makes it less detailed or gives it a lower resolution. That is what the cube size is for. So if you're using any lights in the scene except for the sunlight, so if you're using a point light or a spotlight, just make sure that the cube size is set to 496 and then you're good. It basically just makes it so, you know, all lights have the highest resolution they can have. If you have a scene where you only use sunlights, because the sunlight doesn't get affected by the cube size, you could theoretically set this to like 128 pixels and save a little bit of performance. It's just like a small tip you could consider if you have like a lower performance, like a laptop, for example. Let's quickly also talk about high bit depth. It kind of just gives the 3D renderer, I think, just more information to work with to create the shadows. I don't think I've really seen a difference between the shadows with or without it, but If you want to make sure that your lights are as good as possible, you want to turn it on. If you want to make sure that your scene is as light and fast as possible, you want to turn it off. So the cascade size and the cube size are the main things that determine the resolution of the shadows. But there's one more thing that can make this look a lot sharper, and that is the clipping distance. If you think about how Eevee creates shadows in this environment, it basically gives the shadow a certain resolution, and this resolution we set right here. But this cascade size and cube size are applied to the 3D world. If you lower the clip end or increase the clip start, what these clipping values do is they say, well, anything that is further away from the viewpoint, so the camera or the viewport, than this value, it just gets not rendered. So anything past this point will not be considered for shadows, which then also increases the resolution you have for the space that is visible. So with this, by increasing this, you can see the shadows all of a sudden got much sharper. But even then, they're still a little bit blurry. So the closer you are, the blurrier they will get. But this is just another value you can use to make your shadows a little bit sharper. But we want to have the sharpest shadows possible. And I have not found, at least in 4.1, a way to make the shadows perfectly crisp, sharp, how you could see them, for example, in 5.0 right here. And even if I change the resolution here, even then they're sharp, they're just more pixelated. In my experimentation, and from what I've heard other people do, something that might now just throw everything that you just learned out of the window is that I would recommend you just do not want to use any 3D light shadows. And what that would look like is, for example, for a specific light, you can just disable the shadows in the light settings, or you can just go for the whole scene and say shadows off. Of course, then like the contact shadows look weird, but there are fixes you can do to bring back like the drop shadows without having to use 3D lights, and even make them look better than using 3D lights. So in my opinion, just don't use 3D drop shadows. If you're in 4.1, for example, you have to do it for each light right here, disable it. Or what you can also do is just disable it for each object. You have to go into the material settings, and once your object has a material, you can just set the shadow mode to none, and then this object only has shadows on its surface, but it doesn't project any shadows onto other objects. And once again, just to repeat the rule, the reason why I say that not having a drop shadow is better than using the 3D drop shadow is that from what I've seen, it is better to have no shadows than realistic shadows. And 3D light shadows will always be realistic, and so they make your character look more 3D. So why do you want to use them? Of course, you might like the look of the 3D shadows, but you can fix that, for example, with a few other techniques later on. And I think it's also the case that you only really notice that it looks worse or that it looks better with 3D lighting when you compare it to no 3D lighting. You're gonna get used to what it looks like, and in most cases you can even simulate shadows. For example, with the screen space shader setup that I showed you. So if you really want shadows in certain areas, you can do it with shading, for example. Another cool trick I want to show you is you might have already lit your character, but then you see like, oh, but you know, I have already removed the shadows. I want to remove some of this light from the face again. Well, I have just the right thing for you for that. Just bring another point light in there, bring it over where you want to remove the light, and then say, well, I don't want to add light to the scene, I want to subtract light to the scene. And all of a sudden this doesn't become a light, it becomes a shadow, I guess. It's kind of weird to think about it, but and if you increase it, of course, it sucks off. What? It removes less light from the scene. In this way, for example, you can also use lights not only to add more into the scene, but also to remove some light. So this is another cool thing you can do in lighting that you might have not known before. If you have known this before, you're definitely more advanced than a beginner. So maybe write a comment like, oh, I already knew the negative light, or I didn't know that, that's so cool. I know that when I learned this, I was like, oh my god, right, you can just remove light with negative values. It's like a really cool effect, but it's not really something that is like intuitive. So I'm curious if you already knew about this or not. Okay, now that we've kind of covered the basics of lighting, let's now go a little bit more advanced and talk about light linking or light groups. Light groups are basically a way for you to determine which light affects which object. Here's an example for light linking or light groups. So we have one light which is green and we have one light which is red. If I move this light, you can see it affects this cube over here, but somehow it doesn't affect this cube, right? Even if I bring the light very close to it, it still is only green because this green light affects it, but then this green light doesn't affect the red light. And then in the middle, this one gets affected by both. Like, oh, this one gets affects it, and then this one too. This is what light grouping does. The reason why you might want to consider light grouping or light linking is because you can control it not only based on, oh, this object is supposed to be hit by light, this object is not supposed to be hit by light. You can also determine this material is supposed to be hit by these lights. This material is supposed to be hit by other lights. So you can use light linking or light groups, for example, to have unique lighting for each individual part of your character. For example, the face can have different lighting than the clothing. The coat of the character can have different lighting than the shirt underneath. Even like, oh, the arms of the character can have different lighting than the face of the character. Because, once again, repeated with me, looks over realism, okay? If you learn anything, if you learn nothing else, looks over realism. And that you can read all of this and like even more in the course page. I didn't even say that in the beginning. For lighting, there's also a beginner video, but I feel like if a beginner watches this and have gone this far without watching a beginner tutorial first, then they're already good enough. But there's going to be a beginner tutorial at the beginning of this too. But whatever, we're already way past that. So how does light linking work? Let's go to Blender 5.0 first so we can look at it. In Blender 5.0, we do this in the object settings under shading. Here we have light linking and shadow linking. And the way this works is, for example, let's say we use light linking. We can say, hey, I want to set up a new light linking collection. It is not a collection like you see here in the outliner. It's a unique light linking collection. So we could call this like hee, okay? And then we can determine what objects is supposed to be in the hee collection. So let's say we only want to light up, for example, Suzanne over here. Let's then select the light with the collection over here, and we can drag Suzanne in there. And then nothing is lit up but Suzanne. With this, you can then, I guess, invert this if you click this button. Shadow linking, I'm not super familiar with, but I'm familiar with light linking, and that's probably the one that you're going to use because shadow linking are for shadows. We're not going to use shadows, so who cares about shadow linking, okay? So 5.0, I think even like 4.2 or 4.3 is when they introduced light linking, so object-based light associations, I guess you could call it. But in Goo Engine, you actually have another way of doing this light linking, which is called light groups. And light groups work a little bit different because they're material-based. So now let's see how that works. We first have to give these objects a material. And now, if we go back to a light, for example, we can see in here, in the light settings, we can see the light groups tab. And here, we can, for example, now create a new light group. Let's call it like Lamau, okay? And now that this light is assigned to the Lamau group, let's also disable the default group. Default group basically means if there's no light group, then it just uses the default group. If we disable this, all of a sudden only the red one, which still uses default group, lights up these cubes. Let's do the same here. So let's now also change this, add a light group to this one and call it LOL. And now we have one light, we have LOL and we have Lamau, okay? So how do we assign the cubes either to LOL or Lamau? First, we need to have a material, which we already have. And then we go down here to the light groups tab. For these ones, we also probably want to disable default light groups if we don't want them to be affected by any lights that are not assigned to light groups. And then we want to go here to the chain link and select one of the two. Lamau is the green one. This one is closer to green, so we're going to use Lamau. And all of a sudden, this light affects this box, but nothing else. If we want the plane to be affected by it too, we can go in here and select Lamau as well. And then, of course, we want this one maybe to be affected by both, so we want Lamau selected. But then for this one, since we want him to be affected by both, we also want to select LOL. And then this one is affected by both. And then we can do the same here. This one should only be affected by lol. So we just select it and there you go. Now we have light linking for this one perfectly set up. One more tip I want to give you for Goo Engine's light grouping is to give the lights the name of the light group. In this case, I could call this Lamau, and then this one I could call LOL, and then I know which light has which light group. Of course, if there's multiple light groups in one light, then you couldn't do that, but you know, just as a tip if it works for you. If you're using Blender 4.1, you might notice that there is no light grouping or light linking because it exists in Blender 4.2 Plus or in Goo Engine. So how do you do this in 4.1? There is a way to do it. Let me show you how. It goes back to the good old shader-based lights. So here we can see we have the sunlight, and we have the point light. And as you can see, this point light affects the character, but then if I disable it, ta-da, it's gone. So you can have like shader-based light linking with this setup, and I'm going to show you how it works in a second. It's pretty simple, but it's also, you know, the only way you can do it. Once again, the shader-based lights don't have shadows, but as we just learned, we don't need them. So they don't really have a downside. So right now we don't have any lighting, right? But if we, for example, add one of our shader-based lights, let's say we add the sunlight, and once again, if you want to check out how we created this, you can go back to the shading setup. In there, I've had a setup that you can download in the course page too for how to create shader-based lights. So if you want to know more about how these shader-based lights have been created, you can check that out in the shading section. But how do we now use them for light linking? Let's say we have all the lights right here, right? Like if we now preview one of them, now only the point light affects the character. If we preview this one, now only this light affects the character. If you preview this one, only this light. So we already have kind of like selection-based lighting, and then of course we can enable and disable it. So, but now how do we combine them? Well, you know, it is kind of simple. We just add an add node or a math node set to add, and then we can just combine two of these. So we can say sunlight 1 and sunlight 2, and then if we plug this in here, all of a sudden, both of these are part of this lighting setup. And then of course, if you want to have the point light too, we just add another one and set this in here. And ta-da, all of the ones now affect the scene. And then, for example, the way you would turn this now into a light group, since you've already selected which lights are supposed to be part of this lighting, you can then just create a new group. Now we could call this like Lamau, and then all of a sudden we already have a Lamau group that if we want to add it to another shader, like here, for example, we can just go into group, and then we have the Lamau group. And that's how you do light groups in the shader. So now we know that we don't want to use 3D light shadows to create shadows on our characters, but sometimes, right, as we've seen before, sometimes we want to have drop shadows under the characters, as we can see like here, for example. So how do we bring back those drop shadows? How do we create them in a way that, you know, makes them look okay for, you know, our anime style? There's kind of 3 ways you can do it. One of them actually uses 3D shadows, but in a different way than you might think, not in the normal way. One problem that I always had with the 3D light shadows is that they look too perfect. It perfectly projects the character onto the ground from the light position with all the details, all the perfect proportions and whatever perfect perspective. But that is not really realistic when you would draw the shadow, right? If you look at any of these shadows in these examples, they're all more like this blobby shape. So how can we recreate this if we want to use 3D lights? The way that I found would be most useful is to, first of all, set the main model to have no shadows. So I want to remove the shadows here. What we want to do then is we want to duplicate the model. We don't want to see it, but we want it to affect the scene. We can do that with a material. So we want to create a new shadow material. This one already has a material, but that's the default material. So we need a new material. And this one, just use a transparent BSDF and put that in here. Of course, as you can see, it's now just black. And the reason for that is that in the shader settings, we need to make sure that the blend mode is set to alpha clip. You can just use alpha clip. That's the easiest one. We can now change the shadow mode to opaque. Now it is invisible, but it still has a shadow. So this is the first step we need to make. The second thing we need to do is it looks too perfect. So how do we now make this look a little bit more blobby, for example? Well, the way that I found the easiest is either to just use a remesh option. Here you can use like a remesh like this and just voxel remesh it, for example, to make it more blobby or like blocky if you wanted to. In my Demon Slayer project, for example, I just used quad remesher and remeshed it with less geometry that it had. And all of a sudden it already looks a little bit more blobby. Of course, if we go lower with this, let's say we go with like 1000, you can see it gets more and more blobby the more we remesh it with lower resolution or less faces. And that's kind of the idea here. We want to create a lower, more blobby version of the character that then can throw the shadow. So if you want to use 3D light shadows, I would recommend you do this just to kind of reduce the resolution or like detail that the shadows have, because usually shadows are much more blobby than the actual characters in anime. And of course you want to keep the armature and whatever the armature modifier applied to this shadow thrower too, so that it moves the same way as the original model does. Another way you can create shadows, and the one that I actually prefer, is with a geometry node setup that I created. For this, we basically want to once again duplicate the original character, and then we want to apply the geometry node setup. You can download it once again in the course page, so make sure that you check it out. The way that it works is, first of all, you select the ground, and then you can also select the controller object, which would be the main light that is supposed to throw the shadow. So we select this, you can see, wow, it is already there. It looks kind of like a shadow of the silhouette, but it doesn't look perfect yet. It still needs a material. So for this material, for example, we can just create a new one, make sure that we use something like a black emission to create a shadow, and then look at that. All of a sudden, we have a shadow like this. Something you might notice with this is that you can see like weird clipping or like noise on the object. That is because if something is very close to each other in terms of distance in the 3D scene, the camera or the view might have trouble identifying which one is in front of the other one. And when that happens, you can fix that with the view settings here. And for example, change the clip start to something higher, and then it fixes that. See, now it's gone. Also, in case you might be confused with, you change the clip start here. This is only for the viewport. If you want to change the clip start for your camera, there's going to be the same setting in the camera settings. Of course, you can once again, just like the other technique where we use the actual 3D shadow, simplify this geometry or the model, right, to make it more blobby. And this is, in my opinion, the more superior way of creating a drop shadow like this. One thing you can do with this that you should be aware of is you can't use transparent BSDF with this. If I were to mix this together now, you can see it creates like this weird overlapping. So the way this works is basically just that it takes the geometry of the object and then just like puts it flat on the surface of the ground that you selected based on the angle of the light. And because there's overlapping geometry, that's why you can see the overlapping of the shading too. So if you want to use a shader where you can still see, for example, a texture underneath through the shadow, you would either want to combine the shadow and the environment in compositing, so render them individually, or you would want to use Goo Engine and then use the screen space node to darken whatever is underneath the shadow, like this shadow object. And the third way of creating, drop shadows in your 3D scene or for your anime projects is by just drawing them with the grease pencil. There's also an automatic way to calculate the shadow with grease pencil, and we're going to get into that later. But for now, if you're considering like, oh, what kind of drop shadow, I want to have a drop shadow, but how do I want to create it? You could also use grease pencil. So of course, if you ever have any more questions, you can always put them in the comments, for example. You might also see your questions answered when you check out the course page with any extra videos, any extra tutorials or whatever. So, look around and see if the question has already been asked even in the comments. And if not, then, type in your question and I'll make sure to answer it if I see it. Or you can also come and join the Discord to ask your question there. The link for the Discord will also be in the description, or it should also be in the course page. That is basically everything about lighting. We have covered everything that you need to know. So the next step now is to go into normal editing. Oh god, that sounds scary. If you've gotten all the way to this point without skipping, then first of all, congratulations. There was so much information already, so it's pretty impressive that you're still here. Like, why are you still here? It must be that you actually like doing this stuff and you're pretty passionate about it, which means you're basically one of us, the 3D anime artist, 2D artist, whatever you want to call it, okay? And since you're one of us, I wanted to show you two more things next to this course that you might be interested in. The first one is my Discord server. So the Discord server, you can find a link in the description, and there should be also a link in the course page. The Discord server is meant for, 3.2D artists or 3D artists in general to come together and talk about the passion. Especially I want to focus a lot on 3D anime at this point right now. So there's going to be a lot of talking about that in there. And what you can do in there is not only just chat about things, you can ask questions, you can ask for feedback, you can post your work in progress, you can, chat normally. There's also a section with like tutorials, beginner tutorials or like general tutorials, and a resource page where people can just share stuff that they found helpful. So even if you can't find a resource that you were looking for here on this video, for example, or in the course page, you might find it there in the Discord server. So that's the first thing, the Discord server. The second one is my memberships on YouTube and on Patreon. So what I want to do with them is basically just give you more of what you're looking for. In the beginning, what that would look like is like product files from different projects. What I also want to do is like a dedicated in-depth tutorial each month. And when you're watching this, there will also already be at least 3 uploaded to YouTube or on Patreon, whichever one you choose, and any other stuff, maybe like personal feedback sessions, recorded ones, of course, that I can then share. Anything you basically would want to see there, I want to make possible if I can. So just anything else that you would find valuable. That would be the second thing, the memberships on Patreon and YouTube. Yeah, so and if you're wondering which one you should choose, YouTube or Patreon, they're basically the exact same thing. You just choose the one that you find more comfortable. And once again, you can find links to all of what I just mentioned in the description and also on the course page. Now let's get into what I would call the makeup of 3D modeling. You've already, of course, modeled the character, now you've shaded the character, and we've lit the character, but it still looks kind of weird. Like the shadows don't really look that well. They look kind of jaggedy, they look kind of blobby, weird in some areas. So this is what we're going to fix in this section. And I call this the makeup of 3D because it basically changes what the 3D model looks like on a surface. I don't know why, but whenever I look at like a woman with like makeup on, I always think to myself like, oh, what does this person look like without makeup? Because it can make such a big difference in how the face appears from other person's perspective. It doesn't change the silhouette, but it changes how the surface and the shadows basically look on the face and how the shapes of the face appear to somebody else. And this is what we want to do now as well with normal editing. So, normal editing. You think like, what? Are we just trying to be unnormal? What are normals, right? Normal is kind of a weird name, to be honest. What? Like, how do you know it? Like, normal? How would you even know what that is? So, the normals describe the surface direction of a 3D model. And the surface direction is then being used to create the shading on the model. So if you look at this, for example, you can see, hey, this surface right here is pointing up, and if there's light coming from the top, it's going to be bright. If there's a surface down here that is pointing down and the light is coming from the top, it's going to be in darkness. That's kind of how normals are being used in 3D software. It also determines the direction that any face is facing. So as we've discovered before with back face culling, that is also determined by the normals. So a face has a front face and a back face, and you generally want the back face to be pointing into the inside of the 3D model. And the way you can see the, for example, front and back face, of course, is by enabling face orientation. If I do that in 5.0, you don't really see anything. With earlier versions than 5.0, you can see the front part of the face is blue and the back part, the back face basically, is red. In 5.0, blue got removed, I guess, and you can only see the red. And since the red is pointing inwards, it all looks fine. So the normals kind of describe in what direction the surface is pointing. And why do we need this? Like, we kind of already talked about like it is used for lighting, but it is more generally not only used for lighting, but it's generally used to render the volumes of a surface or the surface in general, like the shape of the surface. And how do we do that? With shading. So when it comes to shading, normals are very, very necessary, basically. Otherwise, you couldn't really shade anything. Talking about describing the surface of an object, let's look at this. So this is a cube. You can see the silhouette is a perfect cube, but somehow it looks like it has like a it is round, but it's not, right? You can see it even has like these shadows right here and then highlight in the middle. Like, how does this work? The reason why this works is because of normals. The cube has all this geometry, and what I did is there is a sphere in the scene, but the sphere is inside the cube, and the cube copies the normals, or the surface direction you could call it, from the sphere onto its own surface. So if I now were to move this sphere, you can see the surface direction also changes based on the position of the sphere. So even though a surface might in its silhouette look a certain way, it can still shade like a different surface. So what you could also do, for example, is just make the sphere look completely flat. That's another interesting thing about normals. So we can edit the normals to make the shape look different than it actually is. We've also already talked about in shading about normals, right? When we transferred the normal texture coordinates with the transform vector node into the camera vector world. And normally the normals kind of look like this, right? We have like green here, we have yellow, we have red, pink. It's not really easy to see like, what does this really mean? Like, where do the colors come from? As always, with any directional thing, especially with geometry normals and whatever, let's grab a separate XYZ node to see what is really going on, because any vector is really a combination of an X, Y, and Z vector, or position, I guess. So let's see what happens if we only look at the X direction. It is pointing in this direction as we've seen before. So basically, right, on this sphere, these faces point in the negative X direction and these faces point in the positive X direction. And the more they point in the positive X direction, the brighter they are. So the ones here, right, that are pointing, you know, in the same direction as the actual X-axis are the brightest. That's what the normals of the sphere look like for the X-axis. Then, of course, we have the same for the Y-axis, which then points backwards because the Y-axis goes along here. And then we have the Z-axis as well. And the reason why we see the vector as these colors is the colors come from the colors of these axes. As you can see here, for example, if you look at this direction, right, had X, the X-axis is red. So if you look at this here, this side has this red tint to it. If you look at the Y, it has green. So here we have this green tint to it, right? And then of course we have the Z-axis, which goes from bottom to top. And if you look at this, the Z-axis is blue, and we see the top half has this blue tint to it. And that's how these colors are being generated. And that's also why normal maps, for example, look the way they do. Like, the color is basically the direction that they point in. So if the color is purely red, for example, they would point in the pure X direction, and so on and so forth. Normal maps are a bit different because they're not based on world space. They're based on, I think, like tangent space, which is a bit different, but that's where the colors for that one comes from. So now we know that normals exist and what they're supposed to do, but how do we see them? If we want to edit the normals, we also want to be able to see what they look like. And the way we can do that is if we select any object and we go into edit mode. First of all, of course, we can see the geometry. And then if we go here into this new menu in edit mode, mesh edit mode, we can enable normals. We have 3 different types here in this normal display menu. The first one I want to talk about are the face normals. If you look at these, you can see now all of a sudden we have these lines popping out of every face. And those are basically the face normals. We can also in this menu determine the length of this. So if you want to make it longer or shorter, like if your model is very short, for example, you want to probably reduce this. These lines basically describe in which direction the face is looking. And it makes kind of sense, right? If you look at this, and especially if you look at like the curvature here, these faces are pointing in this direction, these are this, and then this. So those are the face normals, in which direction a face is pointing. The second one are the vertex normals. The vertex normals basically describe in which direction the vertices are pointing. So these basically work the same way as face normals, just for vertices. And then we have one more, which is the vertex per face normals, or split normals, how you would usually call them. And they look like this. These ones look a bit weird, maybe because there's all of a sudden 4 rather than just 1. The reason for that is there's 4 lines on each of these points, or 4 normals, because each point is part of 4 faces right now, which means each face has its own direction that it's pointing. And so each point also has 4 face normals. And the vertex normal that you then see here is basically the average of all these 4 face normals. That's how you can see the difference between the pink one, right? The split normals, the dark blue one, the vertex normals, and then the face normals, which are in the middle, the cyan one. And whenever we want to do normal editing, we want to use these split normals because these are the only ones that actually react to us changing the normals. Another thing that normals affect is smooth shading. You know, if you select any object like this one and then you set shade smooth, it looks smooth. But how does this look smooth all of a sudden? The way smooth shading works is that it basically allows the normals of every vertex to be affected by the surrounding vertices, which makes it then smooth out and average those out so that then it creates a more smooth surface. If I set this to set smooth, you can see they also merge. You can see how all of a sudden we only have 1 normal. If you set this to shade flat, we have 4 normals because now they're split. If they're set shade smooth, then they're all of a sudden like averaged out. That's how this works. It works very similar to as if you just use a subdivision surface modifier like this. It, you know, smoothes out the surface basically, but without having to add more geometry. Another one that of course also exists is auto smooth. So here we can see shade auto smooth. Of course, in this plane, it doesn't really do much, but what if we now rotate this, for example? The auto smooth function basically looks at the normals as it rotates like this, right? It's still, you know, looking pretty smooth, even though there's a cut in it now. Auto smooth looks at the difference between the split normals on vertices. And if it reaches a certain limit, then it makes it a sharp corner. See how it all of a sudden, this is smooth, and then this is sharp. Once the split normals here reach a limit, it basically breaks it up and then separates those 2 split vertices and they don't average out anymore. That's how this works. If it was smooth still, smooth shading, it would look like this, but with auto smooth, you can retain some sharp corners that you otherwise with smooth shading wouldn't. So that's how normals interact with these smooth shading modes, basically. Then also something that I kind of wondered, like the normals are saved mainly in these vertices, right? How can it be that if only vertices can save normals, if I shade the smooth, for example, how can there be like a smooth fall off between these points? And the reason for that is that imagine like a camera and then 1 pixel of that camera hits, let's say, this surface. And what this pixel then does is it looks, okay, I'm right here. And then it looks at all these surrounding vertices, which have a certain normal, and they try to average or interpolate what normal would exist in this pixel in this position. And that then calculates what the normal in that position would be, even though there is no vertex exactly where the pixel would be. It's kind of the same like how shading works. You know, shading isn't geometry based, it's based on the pixels of the camera. So now we know generally what normals are. Let's talk a little bit about normal behavior, like, you know, what affects normals, how do they work, really just a little bit more in detail how you work with them or how you can understand them. One thing to keep in mind with normals is how the geometry can shape the normals. So since normals, right, are based on vertices and faces, we can use the geometry to also manipulate what the normals look like. So for example, here in this case, if we change the shading on the character, you can see all of a sudden it snaps to this darker shade on the side of the face, but it looks very handcrafted because we have like this interesting round shape here on the cheek. And if we move it back, you can see there's like a shadow on the nose, and all of a sudden it snaps to this darker shade. That is what you can do with normal editing. And if you look at this now, you can see how the shading made by the normals is perfectly following the edges right here. So you can use geometry in combination with editing the normals to create these very unique shading looks, you could call it, or this very unique shading by manipulating the geometry and the normals. What that also means is that when you create your 3D character, you might create it in a certain way, so that it you know, like has, for example, certain shapes. But then once you've created the basic quad geometry, afterwards you want to see if you need to normal edit, for example, your mesh, like the face, for example, and whether a different geometry with like triangles, for example, or a shape like this would look better for your character shading, which means that after, if that is the case, you would change the geometry to make the shading look better. The shading creates the final look of the character. So the geometry is only really there to support whatever shading you want to create. So whenever you think about a hierarchy, the most important thing is the shading. The geometry is only like secondary, not the most important thing. Another thing you want to avoid, just as always really, is that you never want to use n-gons. N-gons in 3D software are basically just faces with more than 4 edges. And when that happens, the 3D program basically triangulates it without showing it to you. So you might as well just use triangles. Never really use n-gons, because n-gons just create problems that are kind of unpredictable. And then the last thing that you need to be aware of when you're, editing or changing normals is that modifiers, like for example the armature modifier, can change those normals. So you might set a certain normal direction, but then when there's a modifier applied, it can change that direction afterwards. There's a few ways you can avoid that, but it's just something to be aware of. And we're going to get into it, how you can avoid that, for example, in a second. Just something, keep in mind. Oh, if I edit my normals, I need to be aware the modifier can change what the normals look like. So how do we edit the normals, right? We know that normals are normal in a 3D model, but how do we normal the normals? How do we edit the normals to make them look however we want, right? We can see the shadows right here on this character. It doesn't really look that great yet, right? It doesn't look very handcrafted, doesn't look very hand-drawn. Who would draw a character like this? So how can we edit the normals, right? If we just go in here into edit mode, of course, we can just rotate things, and that would technically, I guess, edit the normals, because the normals change on these vertices, but that's not really what we want. For editing normals, there's actually one dedicated menu, and we can open it if we go into edit mode first, and then we can press Alt-N. I think most of these settings are pretty self-explanatory, but we're going to go through them just to make sure that you can find an explanation in this video. So the first thing that we find in this menu is flip. So, it basically just flips the normal. So if we select, for example, a section like this, and then we press Alt-N, flip, we can see all of a sudden the lines in the middle are gone because they're pointing in the opposite direction that they did before. The reason why here we can still see normals is because they're split normals. So the ones that are part of this face are pointing inwards, and the ones that are part of this face are all in this one purple line, and they're still pointing outwards. So if I wanted to point this one inwards too, I would have to do this and then flip, and then it's gone too. The second one that we have is recalculate outside. This is trying to calculate the back face and front face direction. It looks at whether the surface is concave or convex, and if it's concave, that is usually the direction of the back faces, and if it's convex, so like this, right, facing outwards, that is usually where it places the front faces. The next one we have is set from faces. If we go in here and then we say Alt-N set from faces, what it does is it copies the normal of the face and pastes it onto the split normals. I don't really know why you would do this, but it's another option you would have. So if, for example, you want the split normals to be exactly like the face normals, you can use set from faces. The next one is rotate. I think this one's pretty self-explanatory. If I now, for example, press Alt-N and then rotate, it's just going to rotate the normals around the center of the face based on the viewpoint of our viewport, I guess. So it rotates it around the Z depth axis basically. And you can see if it points in the other direction, it gets dark. If it points in this direction, it points at the light, so it gets light. The cool thing about this is that you don't need to use this rotate option in the normals menu. You can also just rotate something, and then if you press N, it automatically switches to normal rotation mode, which is pretty cool and pretty useful because then you don't have to go into the menu all the time. The cool thing about the rotation thing is that by default, it's rotating around the camera perspective, but you can also let it rotate around any axis. So if I, for example, press R, N, and then X, it's going to rotate it around the X axis, R, N, Y, rotate it around the Y axis, and then R, N, Z will rotate it around the Z axis. And I think even this menu up here allows you to fine tune the rotation even more. So let's say we have something like normal, And then we set this to active element. If I now select one of these edges, for example, that if I now rotated the normals around the y-axis, it rotates around the direction of the edge, for example. You know, just another way to have even more control over how you want to adjust the normals. The next option in the normal menu is point to target. And this, I think, is also pretty self-explanatory. But once we have faces selected and then we click it, we can see nothing really happens. But if we look all the way down here at the bottom of the window, you can see a few options in how we can use this feature. We have R to reset, I to invert, S to spherize, which basically tries to make the normals have the normals of a sphere. But the one that we want to use here is M, which basically makes it so the normals try to point at the mouse. If we do this again and then press M, you can see, wow, now they always look at the cursor, and that's how it basically works. There's a few more settings, but I think in general, this option isn't that useful. I don't think most people are going to use this, but it's another feature that you can use. Next up on the menu, we have not a burger, not fries, we have the merge option. And the merge option, we can better see if we set this to shade flat. What this basically tries to do is any split normals that are selected right now based on the face that you have selected. So if you select this face, there's a split normal here, split normal here, split normal here, split normal here. If we select both of these faces and now use the merge function, what it tries to do is merge the split normals of these two faces together and average them out basically, which means that if we select all 4 of these faces, this middle one will be completely merged together and become one normal that isn't split anymore. I guess it's a non-split normal. We merged the split normals, but even you can see even the outside one once again gets affected, but only the ones that actually have 2 faces selected. If we do it again, the corners don't get affected because there's nothing to merge with, because there's only one split normal selected. Let's actually see what this looks like if we do this. Merge. See, it actually smoothes out this, because that's what smooth shading does. We could theoretically do this locally on the geometry without having to use shade smooth by using the merge function. I don't really know why you would do it, but it is something you can do. A lot of these menu options are kind of like that. And then of course, if we have a merge function like this, we also have a split function. It also creates these sharpened edges, which we're actually going to get to later, but they're basically here in Control E, mark sharp. If we clear sharp, they're going to be gone and the faces should be back to normal. So that's what the split function does, basically the opposite of merge. The next option we have here is the average function, where we have 3 different options, and it's basically kind of working like the merge function, where it averages together the split normals that you select, and for the selection you have 3 different options. Custom normals basically just means if you have already set custom normals, or it also just uses these split normals if they're default, you just merge them all together. So if you do that again here, average custom normals, boop, all of a sudden they're all together. Then we select a few more here. So if you do it for these now, you can see it gets smooth again. So that's kind of a similar way of merging, but just vertex based. And then we have also face area as well as a corner angle. If you want to figure out more like super in depth how this works, you can, but the main function here is you can average out the custom normals if you want to. Then the next one is actually one that you're probably going to use a lot when you do face normal editing or normal editing in general, which is copy vector. So this is, I think, easy to explain if you, for example, just grab a simple plane, move it over here, make it just smaller. There you go. And then we can, for example, say copy vector, and then also immediately the next function, paste vector. Ta-da! And it basically copied the normals of this face over to this face. It doesn't really look very different, but for example, if we apply this to the entirety of the face, all of a sudden, the whole face normals point forward, which means the face is completely flat in terms of how the shading treats it. This is a very useful way of editing normals because it allows you to be very precise with what the normals that you want actually look like, and then apply them to a big area all at once. This is like one of the easiest ways to make your character look pretty good without having to go into a lot of face normal editing. Let's say we select all of these and then once again, paste vector. And now all of these are pointing forward while the other ones are still fine. So if we go out of focus mode, we can see now we still have the shadow underneath the jaw, but the face itself looks nice and clean now. So this is like the easiest way you can clean up any anime face, especially if you have like textures that you're using for the shading as well. Of course, the only thing you might run into as a problem is if you rotate the light, at some point it's just going to snap to being dark. But you can, avoid that by just not putting the light there, I guess. This is like the easiest way you can make anything look very clean in terms of the anime face, or using this, for example, as like a very simple base to then edit more off of. The next one we have here is smooth vectors. These editing things are very similar to as if you were just editing geometry. So when we, for example, select everything, we can see there's a very harsh line right here between these split vectors right now on this face. But if you were to, for example, now smooth the vectors, we can see they get a little bit closer together. In this way, for example, we can create a smoother transition between the jaw shading and the face shading by just making it a little bit smoother in its transition. It's not snapping really anymore, except in the middle. It's more having a smooth transition from not being shaded to being shaded. And then the next one I think is also pretty self-explanatory, which is the reset vectors, which just basically recalculates the vectors again, but it works a little bit different than a recalculate outside. I don't know if recalculate outside can override custom normals. I think custom normals have like higher priority over recalculate outside, which means that if you want to recalculate outside again, you need to reset the vectors first, and then you can do recalculate outside. But for example, what can happen is you see some weird shading in like an imported model, for example. The model looks fine, but then all of a sudden the shading on it looks weird, like the surface is weird. That can happen when you import a model, that it just has weird custom normals, and you try to do recalculate outside, nothing happens. And what you then need to try is reset vectors, and that usually fixes it. Just a little distinction between the two. And then the last two here, select by face strength and set face strength, is something we don't really need to care about for anime shading. This is more used for the weighted normals modifier. The weighted normals modifier is basically what existed before auto smooth, where it detects the sharpness automatically. I think with the face weights you can determine where sharp corners are supposed to be, so that the weighted normals modifier doesn't smooth them out. So it's not really important for our case here. So now that we know all the options to edit normals, what's the best way to normal edit a face like this, for example? Well, the first thing I've already shown you, which is just creating, for example, faces like this that you can then copy onto the model, right? We can just do this, copy, and then paste onto her face where we want basically to have flat shading. This is like the simplest way you can do it. The other one then, once you, for example, want to be a little bit more detailed, is you can use smooth shading, or if you want to be even more precise, you can use, for example, the rotation option. So RN and then Z, for example, allows me to really fine tune the shading, and you can immediately see a feedback right here. So this is, for example, a way how you can adjust. Let's say, oh, I have the normals right here on the nose, but the nose isn't supposed to have a shadow underneath it. So what I could do, for example, is select, let's say, all of these points, and I'm going to say, well, I'm just going to rotate them all along the x-axis so I can remove the shadow underneath the nose. Keep in mind, the shadow is not completely removed, because at some point, if the light changes, the normals will point away from the light, or be in the shaded part of the light. So even if I do this, at some point it's still going to be lit up again. So the normals are not there to remove any shading on any area, but it's more there to customize when it's going to be shaded, how it's going to be shaded, and what the shading, like the shadow lines, look like, how the shadows transition over the face, for example. If you want to remove any kind of shading, you would just create a material that has no shading. That's often also why you see when people show off their anime characters, that they have like the shot of the characters sitting there and then the light kind of rotating around them. That is because they want to show off their custom normals and how the shadow transitions from one side to the other, or the light transitions from one side to the other, and how the shadows follow basically the light. So we covered the manual ways you can do editing through rotation, smoothing, and whatever, or copying, of course. But then there's also a modifier that you can use to copy normals from something. What we want to use for that is something called the data transfer modifier. And here we have something in the face corner data, which is custom normals. And the way this works is you select an object that you want to copy any information that you can set here from, and then it pastes it onto the geometry where the modifier is on, based on what mapping method you use. So if you want to make the shading, the normal shading on her face, for example, very spherical, we can bring in the sphere, maybe make it a bit smoother, and apply this. And then if we place this on her face, kind of so that it's as close to the face as possible. I'm also going to make it slimmer because the face is slimmer. And since I'm only going to work with the face, I'm going to do this. There you go. Now I can actually see the hugeness of her forehead. And then make it a bit wider maybe, like this. And then we can bring it a bit further back. It's only really there for the copying process. Looks kind of cool though. Looks like she has glasses on. Okay, now if we go to the data transfer and we go source, we select the sphere. Nothing happens yet because we haven't selected custom normals yet. So we selected and all of a sudden it did something, right? Something happened. For us to see what happened, we can of course go, for example, into edit mode and then make sure that we have the editing thing enabled, right? Here are these two buttons. Edit mode, like this one shows you the final result of the modifier, and this one moves the vertices in edit mode where the modifier would bring them to, or also, of course, how the normals get changed based on this modifier. Now we can already see how it tries to copy the normals of the sphere onto the normals of the face, of her face. There's a few different mapping options, and usually, in my experience, the best ones, if the mesh isn't the exact same, the best ones that I've seen that work is either nearest face interpolated or projected face interpolated. And then you can see it looks like this. We can also then, of course, still adjust it. So if we scale this up again. So now that we have this modifier here, it copies the normals onto her. You can see it already changed the model. And now if you look at this, you can see the shading has changed. You can see if we look at the shading now, it looks very different to what it was before because it tried to copy the spherical normals of the sphere onto the face. It still looks kind of blocky, and that is, you know, one of the reasons for that is because the geometry still determines how jagged, for example, the geometry will be. So if you have something like a pole right here that has more than 4 faces, it might look a bit weird. If we, for example, set this right here, it might change the normals a bit, or do this, for example. You can see now it changes the normals, and if you move the vertice, you can see it also changes what the shading looks like. So this is like a way you can like adjust the shading even more. Add, for example, another line like this. You can see the normals already changed, and then if I move this, you can see like this. Of course, you would want to do this after you applied the sphere thing. Once you have then created a normal look that you like, you know, once you've edited the normals to make it look exactly how you want, there's one more thing that I want to show you with modifiers that is important if you, for example, use subdivision surface modifiers. By default, the normals will not copy over once you apply a subdivision surface modifier, right? It all of a sudden just recalculated the normals, it reset them again. But here in the subdivision surface modifier, in the advanced section, there is a use custom normals button. So if you have custom normals, but you also want to use a subdivision surface modifier, you want to make sure that this custom normals button is on. Otherwise, it just resets them. And the same is also true for the multi-resolution modifier. Here in the advanced section, there's your custom normals. It's basically the same thing because the multi-resolution modifier is basically just like the subdivision modifier, but it can save edits on the individual steps, basically. And as I said before, also, once you have custom normals, you don't want them to be destroyed by modifiers. And probably the most important modifier where that applies is the armature modifier. So here, for example, is the Tanjiro model from the Hinogami Chronicles game. And you can see it has custom normals because we have like these nice shadows right here. We have these nice shadows right here. And if we rotate, for example, the sun, you can see it has this nice, very calculated and very handcrafted shadow transition, right? But then let's say we want to open his face or we rotate his mouth. All of a sudden, oh my god, everything is broken. How do we keep the normals now? Like everything, like the modifier needs to be there. I want to animate that character, but how do I keep the normals now? And that's what you once again use the data transfer modifier for. The data transfer modifier is for copying normals, right? From one object to another. So how do we use it to retain the normals that the object originally had before the modifier got applied? Well, we can do that with a duplicate of that object that we handcrafted normals for. So how will we do this now? Well, we can basically just, you know, grab the model, whether you've only modified the face or whether you've modified the whole body. You either want to, you know, select the head, whatever you custom normaled, we duplicate it over. Oh my god, and you can see it's already getting deformed because the armature modifier is still on. So we want to remove it from this, and then you could call it like Tanjiro normals, for example. And then back in the original object that has the armature modifier applied, you go to the data transfer and you select this new duplicate of the model that has custom normals without the armature modifier, and you use the mapping method topology. And when you do this and you actually enable the modifier, it retains the normals. The most important thing with this though is that you put the data transfer after the armature modifier, so below the armature modifier in the modifier stack. If you put it above, the armature modifier acts after the data transfer modifier, so you want to make sure that the normal copying happens after the armature has deformed or posed the mesh basically. So now hopefully I have given you kind of like an idea what normal editing is, how you can do it, and like the pitfalls that you can run into. Now I want to give you a few resources for different workflows that you can try to, you know, see which one works best for you. Once again, to be completely honest to you, I don't like normal editing that much because it seems very like boring or like very monotone and like very mathematically and monotonous. So what I've usually done is fix the shading afterwards with grease pencil. So far I haven't done a lot of normal editing. It's been a while. I've done it for my Berserk animation, but not really much afterwards. And the way I've done it in the Berserk video is actually based on a video by Vertex Arcade. So if you want to see a good workflow for how to customize a character's face normals, for example, to look really nice, you can check out this video. There's going to be a link to it in the course page, so check that out to see a workflow for how to do manual vertex editing. And you can then see, you know, like if that workflow works for you, or you can of course just try yourself whether you can find a good workflow on your own. One more thing that I actually forgot to mention until now, the Control E Mark Sharp feature. What the Mark Sharp feature allows you to do is if you have your custom normals and you set this, for example, to shade smooth, when you now use the Mark Sharp feature, it's in Control E, Mark Sharp, it prevents the points, the split normals of those points to merge completely. So if you look at this, the split normals now, there's two now instead of one. Before it was one, now there's two, because the faces on this side are not being merged with the faces on this side on this point. That's why we have two normals, one for this side and one for this side of the edge. This can be very useful when you're editing normals if you want to have very sharp edges, because you can make sure that there's no normals that are being merged together with the shade smooth, for example, for specific edges. And you're going to see the same during the Vertex Arcade video, for example. I'm just not going to go through the workflow that they're going to go through because I don't think I can do it better than them. So, you know, why would I try? If you don't want to go into normal base editing manually, there's also another way you can do it, which is with shader based normal editing. And I've also linked another video in the course page that you can check out, which basically attempts to flatten the whole body with a shader based on the camera perspective and the Fresnel node. Look at that. There's one where you can actually use that node. There's a setup. So if you're curious about like how that works, it's a bit, you know, restrictive because it's the shader, so it's not going to be as handcrafted as it would be a manual setup, but it might be something else that you're curious about, so I put it in there too. And then in theory, you could also, for example, bake a normal map of your character and then paint that one if you wanted to, like smooth it out, for example, or make it look like painterly, but I don't think it would be that useful for anime characters specifically, because usually you want them to be very smooth. What you can do is create custom normals and then bake them into a normal map. So you can, for example, have different custom normal setups if you want to. You can do that, but painting custom normal maps is kind of like weird. So I wouldn't recommend it, but you know, is another thing that you could look into. The last thing I want to mention is an add-on that you might find useful, and I've heard a lot of people, or like some people, talk about when it comes to normal editing that are, you know, part of the NPR crowd, which is an add-on called Abnormal. There's going to be a link in it in the course page as well. The Abnormal add-on looks like this, right? You have it here in the end panel, and then you can say Start Normal Editor. And when you have an object selected, it does this. It basically shows you you know, the normals, how you would see it in normally in edit mode. And then it gives you basically like all the kind of different functions you have in the normal menu, but now you have them maybe a bit more intuitively set up here. But they not only have the settings that are in base Blender, they have a few more as well. So for example, you can symmetrize your normals if you want to. You can mirror it too. You can align them to an axis. So for example, if I select, let me see how you actually select anything. The selection method here is a bit different than by default. So you need to kind of check the key map to know exactly like how you select something. For example, if I just use B to box select all of this. I haven't used this add-on myself yet, but I wanted to make sure that you're aware of it in case you want to use it. For example, you have some extra options here that you don't, as far as I know, have in the normal menu in Blender, the vanilla Blender menu. Like here, flatten the normals, so you like align them to an axis like X or Y. Of course, you have stuff like the flip normals set outside, reset vectors, stuff like that. You have the modify normals like this. And you also have like this thing right here where you can incrementally do rotations. So here we can say, oh, like I want all the normals, for example, that I've selected to be rotated, let's say by 10 degrees whenever I click this. See, so now it does this. This gives you just more control over how you edit the normals, right? You can have more control, for example, in vanilla Blender's normal editing too, if you, for example, use the gizmo right here. So if you enable this thing, and then, for example, you use the rotate thing right there. Then, for example, if you go in here and select all of these and rotate them with this gizmo, you can press N while it's doing this, and then press, for example, Control to snap them to certain degrees. You can see the rotation at the top. You can see 10, 15, 20, 25, and I think you can even change how much, like to what degree it snaps. But right now this is locked to 5 degrees per tick, I guess you could call it. You have like just a little bit more control over all of this with the app normal editing add-on. And then one that I think is can be pretty useful is this one, Spherize Normals, which if you select everything, for example, and you do this, it tries to turn the normals of the object into a sphere. So it's kind of similar to what we did for the character's face, but now it does it based on, for example, this empty right here. So basically it looks where the empty is, and then the normals are basically just pointing away from this empty. Can be, for example, useful if you have like a model that has like a very round face, but it doesn't look very round because it has eyes in it, for example, eye holes. You could use this, for example, to just make it nice and round, and then you can confirm, and there you go. It looks like a sphere. That's one of the things that I haven't seen in vanilla Blender. Maybe it exists, but you definitely have it in the app normal add-on, which, you know, can be a pretty useful feature. And that summarizes everything about normal editing. Now you know why normals are the makeup of of any 3D model, and how you can create exactly the look for your character's face, for example, that you want. The next thing we're going to look at is rigging. So how do we actually rig our characters? Anime characters, you know, in their geometry and in their anatomy are a bit different, so there's going to be some differences in how we want to rig the character as well, and some unique ways we can rig the character. Well, we've gone through so many topics already, and as you might also have already seen as you've gone through the topics, is I've gone through a ton of shirts by now. Recording this takes much longer than the final version, and I'm recording this over multiple days. Just, I don't know, felt like I wanted to mention that. But yeah, we've now gone through quite a few topics already, and you should now at this point already have the knowledge to create a final like 3D model. The next thing we want to do, of course, is also animate it, make it actually move. And the first step to that is rigging. We want to add a skeleton to it. And whether you've done it before or not, rigging can always be a little bit complicated. It's also one of my most disliked, let's call it, least liked topics when it comes to 3D modeling, just because it can be so complex and things work together and whatever. Fun fact, I actually just recently I decided to do the course by Pierre Picot or P2 Design for character rigging. I haven't gone through it yet. I'm like halfway through. So far I can recommend it, so if you want to check that out, I might put that in the course page too. It's pretty good, and I've learned quite a lot through that. So if you want to have something, you know, even more in depth than what I'm going to share, you can check that out. Over the last 6 years of me working with characters and creating animations, I've created a lot of rigs, but it took me quite a while to find a workflow that worked for me. And so you don't have to go through the same pain that I've gone through in 6 years. I'm going to give you all the information that you might need and I hope I can answer all the questions that you might have to create a rig for your anime characters. It's going to be a little bit different than what you might expect if you've already animated or rigged, rather, other characters. But of course, we're going to go from the beginning. There's also going to be a beginner tutorial in the course page that you can check out if you don't know what rigging even is. So yeah, let's begin with something rather simple so we can slowly ease into the complexity of rigging. And I'll try to make it, of course, as simple as possible. So the first thing I want to cover is just what is rigging even. If you want to go all the way back, from what I know at least, I might be wrong, but the first beginning of what rigging actually means or what it's supposed to describe is all the ropes and whatever that are controlling the sails of a sailor ship. A sailboat, there you go. Of course, in 3D, we're not trying to just use rigging to control sails or a ship. We want to use it to control our character. And let's first explore what are all the options you can use to create a rig. When you describe like a rig, it's like usually for characters, it would be a skeleton. So, you know, a skeleton is made out of bones, but I would also include in that not only the skeleton itself, which is usually used for character rigging, but also the kind of other outside things that you can use to deform or control a 3D model with an external object. And let's kind of explore what those different things are outside of just a skeleton. The simplest way we can rig something is by just parenting something. So let me, for example, move the box over here. And then if we just select the Suzanne and then select the box, we can press, if I press Control P, I can say set parent to object. So now this Suzanne is following the transformations of this cube, which means that if I move the cube, Suzanne follows, of course. If I rotate it, Suzanne rotates with it. It's kind of like as if this is now part of this. They kind of get bound together. But there's one big difference, or there's one important caveat to this, which is Suzanne's location gets affected by this box. But if you rotate the cube now, Suzanne is a different position, but you can then also modify Suzanne afterwards. So Suzanne has its own sort of local transformations that are stored in her object, I guess. And then on top of that come the transformations from the parent. That's how you also distinguish global and local. Jesus Christ. Local is the axis based on the object's rotation, location, and whatever. So if I move something, for example, on Suzanne's local axis, it would be GZZ. Now I'm moving it along the local axis, which is kind of rotated because Suzanne is rotated. If I rotate it like this now and I do the same thing, you can see the local axis has changed. If I now rotate Suzanne too, and then I do the same, the axis has changed again. But if I move it along the global axis are the ones you can see as a grid or like as these colored lines. So if I now do GZ, it moves it up and down. And if I rotate it again and I rotate it, move it, it's still up and down. So that's the distinction between global and local and how the parent interacts with the children or child, of course, if it's only one. Something you might also notice, if you delete the parent, the kid goes back to its original position because the transformation only applies as long as the kid is part of the parent. If you might notice the same thing if you, for example, have something parented and then you have a different object and you want to parent this new object to that second new parent. You might notice that all of a sudden the object jumps because you say set parent, but it works differently because it was transformed by the first parent, and by parenting it to the new parent, it removes the transformations from the first parent and copies the one from the new parent. Hopefully that made sense. You can also see the local transformations, for example, here in the rotation menu of the N panel. So the easiest way you can rig something is by using normal parenting of an object to an object. Another actually interesting one is you can parent an object to vertices. We can either parent Suzanne to one vertex or to 3 vertices, aka a face. Let's start with parenting Suzanne to one vertex. So we select Suzanne, we select the object we want to parent to, and then we select the point we want to parent to. Let's say like this point, for example, right? And then if we press Control P, all of a sudden Suzanne is parented to this vertex. So now if we move this, Suzanne moves with the point. We can't rotate it because the point has no rotation, it only has a location. So now what if we want to parent Suzanne to the face right here, for example? Well, let's first of all remove the parent, clear the parent, and then go back into here, edit mode. And for a face, as I said before, you want to select 3 points. You cannot select 4 points because of what I showed you before, which is this. This is still one face, but it got split into 2 because the face is not flat anymore. And the smallest a face can be is with 3 edges. With 4 edges, it can't, it is not planar anymore. It's not flat. To avoid any kind of like weird behavior like this, they decided, I guess, to make it so you can only parent to 3 vertices. Because with 3 vertices, you never run into the issue of like weird triangulation or like weird non-planar stuff. So you select Suzanne, you select the cube, select these 3 points, Control P, and then it should be parented to this. So now, for example, if we select this and remove the face, Suzanne moves with the face. Can be, for example, useful if you parent buttons to a shirt, for example, stuff like that. That's where parenting to face, for example, could be useful. The next one, of course, is I think the one that you probably thought of when it comes to like how to rig stuff is rigging with bones. So here we, for example, have a bone. And if I now go in here and I select Suzanne and then I select the bone, I can say Control P, set parent to object, for example. In this case, the way skeletons work is a bit different to other objects in that each skeleton, of course, is made out of multiple bones. And so you can't just like parenting into a box, select set parent to object, because that would basically just parent it to the overall, like the whole skeleton. So if I now go in here and rotate the skeleton, Suzanne rotates 2. But if I go into pose mode, for example, and then rotate 1 bone, Suzanne will not move. So what you have to do, instead of just say parent to object, you have to select Suzanne, go select the skeleton, go into pose mode, and then select the bone that Suzanne is supposed to follow. Let's say we're going to use this one. Then we can say Control P and parent to bone. So this is how you can, for example, parent objects to certain bones. And now Suzanne moves like this. And of course, this bone affects this bone, and then this bone affects Suzanne. This one doesn't affect anything because there's nothing parented to it. And the reason why this bone gets affected by this bone is because this bone is connected to this one. So this one becomes its parent. It can also be disconnected, but yeah, if this one moves this one, it means that, you know, this one is this one's parent. So this is how you can basically parent objects to bones. Then, of course, what you can also do is if you have, for example, something like this, the bones are actually in Suzanne and you want each bone to affect a certain area of Suzanne, to parent an object like Suzanne, for example, to each individual bone based on the position of the bones. We can select Suzanne, we can select the bones, Control P, and then we can say armor to deform. Usually the one that you would use is automatic weights. Envelope weights, I have never used it. I've never seen anybody use it. Empty groups doesn't really work because then you have to still create the groups that the automatic weights automatically creates. So we can, for example, say with automatic weights. And then if you go into here, this bone controls this bone controls this, and then this controls the rest. We can see now these bones are not parented, and that's why this bone doesn't move the other ones. If you wanted to, of course, we can go in here, Control P, keep offset, which means the bone stays there. If you say Control P connected, it connects the bone to this, which of course we don't want to have if it's supposed to be, you know, in this position. So this is how we can apply, how we can rig a character with an entire skeleton, for example. Another thing that can be part of a rig for a character can be a lattice. In 5.0, you actually have the option to immediately do lattice deform selected, which sets Suzanne immediately up with the lattice modifier. So if you have a lattice setup, you can then apply a lattice modifier to the object that is supposed to be affected by the lattice modifier. And then once you move the lattice, you can see the lattice affects the object, kind of like as if it's like a transform cage for the object. And as you might know, lattices can also have more than just 4 corners. And then you have even more control over how to, you know, how to change this. In anime rigging, there's something called a flattice, which we're going to talk about a little bit more in the future. It basically means that the lattice is there to flatten the face like this, and then also align it with the camera like this, so that it always points at the camera to flatten the face and make it look very 2D for anime faces, for example. We're going to talk about that a little bit more soon, but for now, you can use a lattice in your rig as well. And lattices can also be parented to a bone, for example. And then the last one that I think is useful is the curve rigging, I guess you could call it. So for example, if we now go in here and we go to the modifiers for Suzanne and we add a curve, modifier, and we say curve object, this curve right there. Now, this curve controls what Suzanne looks like. Right now, Suzanne is a bit like off center because the pivot point always gets put at the beginning of the curve. So if we want Suzanne to cover more of the curve itself, we can, for example, do this. And then all of a sudden, you know, she's like along the curve. And then we can do this, for example, to create like more like smooth shapes like this, or like, you know, have like this weird wobbly look. Because now Suzanne follows this curve right here. See, this can be useful, for example, if you have like tails and stuff like that. That's where curves can be useful for rigging, for example. The reason why I just kind of wanted to cover like what you can parent things to and like the ways you can rig is just because some of these things that I just listed, I didn't even know about until like this year, last year, like a year ago or so. So I just wanted to mention them all because it seems kind of like a beginner topic, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows, you know, all the things you can do. I didn't know that you can parent to a vertex. What the hell? Like why? Or how? Or nobody ever told me this. Yeah. And then one more basic thing that I think is essential when you want to work with more complex rigs, which we're going to get to in a second, is a certain setting in Blender's keybind settings. When you're editing a rig like this, for example, and I look at it like this, you can see there's like different bones, not only like very close to each other, but sometimes even on top of each other. So if I move this, oh wow, there's a bone that is exactly in the same position as this one. So how can I like make sure that I select the right one? Of course, I can just select or double select, and then it selects the other one, but that's a little bit unpredictable. There's a keybind you can set to make this, you know, as clear as possible, so you know exactly which bone you're going to select. And we're going to find this here in edit mode in preferences. If you go to the key map and then we go to name, and it should be in the 3D view global, and then we're looking for select. Let's see where it is. View, select. So there's a few different select options. Right here, select toggle, select toggle, blah, blah, blah. And what you're looking for is one where it says enumerate. This one, and then I think this one too. It's this one right here, and then this one right there, right? So for me, for example, I like to set this to Alt right-click mouse. I actually learned this from P2 Design's rigging course, and it is a huge time saver. So that's why I'm showing you this here too. I think Alt right click doesn't have any buttons assigned to it, so you can assign it to that. And then if you go into pose mode, for example, or in edit mode, you can then just like hover over something. And then if you press Alt right click, it shows you what bones are under your cursor. And then you can select which one you're looking for. Is it the org one, or is it the upper arm? Oh, I want to select the org bone. Right click, org upper arm, ta-da, and then it's selected. Same thing here. There's two right there, MCH forearm and org forearm. There you go. This just makes working with these rigs, especially the more complex they get, 10 times more easy. Those are the basic things, okay? But now how do we actually rig, right? First of all, before we go into rigging, I want to quickly make sure that we know, just like all the other topics, I feel like there's like one principle that you want to follow. And that is, with your rig, you want to have as much specific control as possible. I'm going to go a bit deeper into what that means with examples and stuff, but for now, just keep in mind, the main goal with an anime character's rig is to have as much specific control as possible. How do we rig our characters then? How can we create something like this, right? We need to distinguish you, okay, between two people. Are you number A or are you number 2? B. Jesus Christ, I can't speak anymore. I can't form a coherent sentence anymore. Basically, are you a beginner to rigging, or are you an advanced person? Have you already done some advanced manual rigs yourself, or do you usually work with Rigify and stuff? And we're going to cover different things for those different people. First, we're going to cover rigging for beginners. If you're a beginner to rigging, there's one thing that I want you to do, okay? There's only one thing, okay? One thing I want you to do. And that is to watch the playlist, or whatever you want to call it, course or whatever, video series on YouTube called Rig Anything with Rigify. If you just look that up on YouTube, it should be by CG Dive. And this is the thing to watch if you want to use Rigify. do not use Rigify before you've watched this. It's not that many videos, and it teaches you how to actually use Rigify. If you've used Rigify before, but only like, oh, you know, like just put a skeleton there and then hit generate and then it's done, but you don't really know what the layers are, like how you actually create a custom rig with Rigify, and you only know like the presets. Rigify is not only presets. Rigify is a system that has different bone setups that you can combine to create whatever rig you want. And with that course, which is going to be in the course page too, right? You will know how to use Rigify effectively and how to actually interact with Rigify and edit Rigify's skeleton effectively. It is a bit older, version 3.5 or so is I think when it got created, but it has a few videos that will update some of the things that aren't up to date anymore in the previous videos. So you don't need to follow necessarily what happens in the video. You don't have, it's not like a follow along necessarily, but knowing what Rigify is and how it interacts and how it works is very important to really create a good rig with Rigify. There's also two more resources I want to give you. The first one is a Rigify bone placement guide. I remember, like, you know, especially for the face, it's kind of hard to know where Rigify really wants you to place the bones. And there's actually a page on the Blender manual, I think, for Rigify, which gives you like a guide for, oh, this bone is supposed to be here, this bone is supposed to be here. This is going to be in the course page as a link, of course. And then also another Guilty Gear presentation for where to place bones for good deformations to make them look nice. That is also going to be in the course page. It's going to be in Japanese. I think it's visually is kind of enough to see what they mean. Of course, you can also translate it with Google Translate, the app on your phone, and then setting it to image mode so it can live translate. But if you have trouble with, like, you know, where do I really place the bones? I think most of your answers are going to be, most of your questions are going to be answered with those two resources, and then especially once you watch anything with Rigify. So if you're not like an expert or like a advanced person that can do like very complex rigs manually, create those manually, there's a few more things I want to mention here. Rigify's default face rig is not good for NPR rendering. The face rig of Rigify is made to be realistic, which means that the bones are set up to react to each other. If I move the eyes, the eyelids automatically move too. We have this, like, look how much moves by just moving this one bone. This is all really nice when you have realistic characters, but we don't want to have that when we have anime characters, because we want to have as much control as possible for our characters. And we don't want one bone affect another bone that are not connected to each other. This is what a good anime rig would look like. So we have here, in comparison to the Luffy model, right? And it's the same thing, the eye thing here. We move the eyes, but the eyelids don't move with it. We have parent bones for example, to group bones together, but once we move one of these bones, of course with symmetry then, no other bone gets moved. That is like one of the most important things for anime rigs. We don't want any bones to move with each other or react to each other. So here, for example, why do these exist? To be able to adjust the silhouette of the face, or to change the shape of the face a little bit so that in certain poses it can look a little bit more 2D. So we can adjust here, like, oh, the width of the eye, like we can take all these, for example, and make his face a little bit wider. But we don't want, if you move one, the other ones to move. That's why Rigify's face rig is not good. If you want to create your own face rig, I think the best thing I can give you is just to look at other rigs. For example, this one. I might put a link to it in the course page too, so you can check out the rigs. There's going to be in the extra resources, actually, there's going to be models you can study too, and some of them are rigged too, and then you can check out, you know, what that would look like. So we don't want any bones to react to each other. The same thing applies to the body as well. Anime only animates what is necessary to animate. I think I given the example before. If a person is speaking, sometimes only the mouth moves and the jaw doesn't even move. So if you want to create the same effect in your 3D model, of course, your lips can react to your jawbone and the jawbone can react to your lip bones. So you want them all to be separate. Now I want to quickly just go over, I want to cover what, you know, the different bone layers here mean. If you've watched the rig anything with Rigify by now? Have you? If you haven't, then you should definitely watch it at some point, probably soon. But if you haven't yet, or if you're still confused, I want to just give you a little bit more of an explanation for what the individual layers here are. These are automatically generated by Rigify, but they're also usually the default naming conventions that rigs go with, at least from what I've learned, okay? Let's go from the bottom to the top. The deformation, which is this one, the DEF collection, these are the only ones that deform the model. If I click here on this guy, and then I go to the bone, look at this, it has the deform checkbox enabled. And that's the case for all of these, right? So those are the deform bones, the bones that actually move the model. If we now go to the next one, which is the MCH bones, and I look at this, you can see they don't have the deform enabled. The reason for that is because MCH bones are really like mechanical bones that are there to create certain functions, like automation between bones. If this bone moves and reaches a certain rotation, then another bone is supposed to start rotating too. That's, for example, where you can start using mechanical bones for, or like tracking one bone to another, stuff like that. For that stuff, you can use mechanical bones. But of course, those don't need to deform the model, so you can disable deformations for that one. The next one we have here is the org bones. In advanced rigging, what you usually do is create the deformation bones first, so you know where the bones need to be placed to have, you know, the control that you want. Then what you would do is add the mechanical bones on top so that you can automate some of the processes, for example. But the thing that you want to avoid is that while experimenting, for example, with mechanical bones, that all of a sudden you remove or modify a deformation bone. To avoid that, what you would usually do is just take the deformation layer and then duplicate all the bones in the deformation layer into a new layer called org layers. I think it's like original or something. The org layer is a duplicate of the deformation layer. And why do you do that? Well, now we can experiment with the mechanical layer and the org layer to create the systems we want for the rig without actually changing the original deformation bones that are already in the right place. So they're basically creating like a buffer between the diff bones and the mechanical bones. And then you would basically parent, or here in rigs, I guess it would be bone constraint, use bone constraints on the deformation bones so that the deformation bones follow the org bones. It might sound a bit complex, but it's basically org bones are just a duplicate of the deformation bones, and the deformation bones follow the org bone. Jesus, the org bones. And then all the other layers right here that you can see that have names are really the ones that you create to make the rig user-friendly. The def bones, the MCH bones, and the org bones are usually hidden because those are the ones that actually create the mechanisms of the rig. But then you would create another layer of bones that is basically the visual bones that you can then give stuff like custom properties and give their own layers so that you can make the rig actually usable and intuitive, basically. So there's basically this hierarchy of the visual bones control the org bones, and the org bones control the def bones. And the def bones actually deform the object that is parented to the rig. That's how this works. Now let's get to the advanced section. If you already know how to create a pretty advanced rig yourself, I don't need to explain to you how to create certain things. I just want to give you some pointers for how you might want to set up certain things to make the rig work better for anime models. Once again, I just want to repeat it in case you skipped the beginner section. We want our rig to be as controllable as possible and have as little automation as possible. Because in anime, if you animate something, anime only animates what needs to be animated. If characters are in the background and they're part of the background, they will not move at all. If there's a person speaking, standing still, only the mouth will be animated. The jaw sometimes isn't even animated. That's, for example, why when you move Tanjiro's eyes, his eyelids don't move with his eyes. Actually, I don't know why his second eye doesn't move right now. It might be some kind of problem with drivers, but yes. And then if we go in here and I move one of his lip bones here, nothing else moves. I move this bone right here, nothing else moves. We want as little automation as possible. If you're creating a rig from scratch, In my opinion, an IK rig is probably the first priority, and the second priority, maybe even with an IK FK switch, of course, would be the second priority to have an FK, to have an FK option too. Another thing that an anime model should have is the ability to stretch like this, because they need to deform during the animation to create appealing poses and create, anime-like extreme poses. Like if you can't stretch like this, it's really hard to create anime poses that you would see in anime that are very stylized. Yeah, you need to be able to stretch your character, as much as possible, I guess, if you want to say it like that, but at least for the arms and legs. For example, here with the Luffy Rigify model, of course, Rigify allows you not only to stretch the arms, but then also have control, for example, here. Stuff like this is kind of something you want to be able to do in anime rigging, I guess, because it just allows you to do so many more different poses that might look weird from a 3D perspective, but from the camera perspective, it might look really cool. Also, the rig for an anime character should have more bones you can control than a normal realistic character, for example. If you look at this one, for example, back to Giovanna, the reason why we want to have as much control over every part of the anime character as possible is because then we can make it look as handcrafted as possible for every single frame. We might want the shoulder to look like this, but then if we move the shoulder down, we, for example, with this bone can then control the shape of the shoulder, for example. We have a bone right here for the jacket. We have a bone right here for the jacket. We have this thing to control the corner up there. We have, of course, here in the front for the jacket, even controls for the highlight. And then you can stretch the highlight if you want. So there's so much control just because we want to handcraft this 3D model as much as possible. Of course, if you automate a little bit of it, it can help. But then you can also, of course, customize it with even more controls for each, with each of these bones here, for example. Imagine you want to adjust the profile of the nose from this angle. You can make it flatter, you can make it longer, you can change this. On the other model for Tanjiro, you can even see that it had controls for the nostrils, controls for here. Of course, the full eye, we have the line above the eye. We have the eyebrow, we have the brow plus forehead or brow ridge, and then an individual control for the eyebrows. So there's the more control, the better is what I'm trying to say. And also, I don't know if I mentioned this before, I think I did, but just to highlight it again, there's bones that are of course necessary for any rig, which is like eyelids and stuff like that. But then there's also other ones, which are what I would call like shape controllers. That would be stuff like the nose, another one here, just to really be able to fully customize what the character's face looks like. And I think it's more important to do it for the face than the body, but if you really want to go ham, you probably want to do it for everything. Like imagine you're in this pose, but then the cheek looks a bit too puffy. So you can just bring this in a bit, and then even do this, for example, and then he looks a little bit like he's mewing, or he just like lost some weight. All that was just 2 bones, but they're important because they just give you so much more controllability that is important for anime characters. And then of course you can, if you want to, group these together, like here, middle of the face, bottom of the face, and so on and so forth. And then once you have rigged the character, of course, this gives you the first level of detail. And then on top of that, the one that gives you even more control, of course, are shape keys. If you've never heard of shape keys are basically a way to save a deformation or an edit on a mesh as a value slider. So if we create a shape key now, and then another one, we set the value to 1, and we may move this over, for example, over here. This is now an edit that is saved in the shape key. So now if I change the value slider, you can see it applies it or doesn't apply it based on what the value is. And so with this now, with shape keys, we can have even more control over our model. And this is, I think, pretty important for anime models too, because sometimes you need to be really, really specific with your changes. And with shape keys, you can do that. You can do it in sculpt mode, you can do it in edit mode, but shape keys are basically like the second level of control that can give you even more fine control, vertice based. Like you can change every vertice specifically how you want with shape keys. And these shape keys, of course, can also be scene specific. Let's say your character, for example, starts without shape keys and then you add it to a scene, and then you have a pose that is like very extreme. And you see that the elbow, for example, is very rounded right now. The deformation is very rounded. You can then use shape keys, for example, to create a very nice silhouette, for example, for this one scene for that model on your character. That's how deep you can go with shape keys, for example. Shape keys can also be driven by bones. If you want to see a tutorial for that, you can check out the video in the course page. So what you could do, for example, is instead of using bones for your character's face, for example, you can also rig your eyes only with shape keys. This is something that you can see for this character, for example. If we look at the face, the features of the face are not controlled by bones, but they're actually controlled by shape keys right here. Like if you look at them, we can see open eyes, close eyes, and one eye, both eyes, the other eye, so on and so forth. Of course, the more control you want to have, the more shape keys you need to create, but you don't necessarily need to rig your face with bones. You can use shape keys too, but then you can also control those shape keys with a bone. We could create a bone in the rig that can go up and down, and then we can bind the value of this close and not close value with a driver to that bone's vertical position. So when the bone goes down, the shape key activates and the eyes go down too. This can be very useful, for example, if you have very specific geometry, for example, and it's hard to weight paint this. You can also do it with shape keys and still control those shape keys with bones. Just one thing that I want to tell you when you want to use shape keys on your character. We're going to talk about line art later, but in case you want to use the inverted hole technique for line art, I would recommend you to apply the inverted hole before adding shape keys, but we're going to get into that a little bit later. So if that applies to you, make sure to check out the inverted hole section at least of the line art chapter as well. But yeah, just something to keep in mind. It has to do with like applying modifiers with when the object has shape keys. So that's why I'm saying this. Another thing you could do is maybe you also have a character that has like very extreme mouth poses, for example, or very extreme expressions. Something that you can't all create with one model, with one head model. Maybe then you want to have character head swabs, and you could control this, for example, with a geometry node system or with a bone as well. Let's say the bone controls the scale of the object, or even just like the visibility, stuff like that you could control with a driver, so that you can switch between different heads, like, oh, one has like a ginormous mouth, one has a tiny mouth or no mouth at all, stuff like that. Like you want to create different models if you want to have that capability in your rig. And so to be able to automate that, for example, you can do that with the bone and drivers as well. Just something to consider based on what kind of style you want to create. The last thing in terms of like what you can add to the rig is, once again, what I mentioned in the beginning, is this lattice, this flattice, which I can now show you what it would look like when you actually apply it to your character. Something you might run into when you create your character and then you animate your character is that the three-dimensionality of the face of the character can be very obvious when the face gets closer to the camera and you can see like the lens distortion of it, or like just a different perspective that you wouldn't expect if it was a drawn character. Like you wouldn't draw a character like this in 2D, but in 3D, of course, since it's a 3D model, it looks like this. So how can we kind of easily fix this kind of issue of it looking too 3D from a perspective kind of way? So this flattice is rigged to the model, so it is parented to the model. If I move the head, the lattice or flattice moves too. This lattice affects the head, and basically the head and the hair, and then a little bit of the neck too. And this lattice moves and follows and tracks the camera. So now if I go into my controller object, this could also just be a bone in your rig, but I just used Suzanne here. If I go in here and go to the custom properties and I enable flattice, you can see what is happening. Boom. And now the face is much flatter and looks much more 2D. This is what it looks like with a flatus, okay? Looks pretty nice. Now let's compare that to without. This is with flatus, and this is without. It just removes all the perspective that the camera adds to Luffy's face and makes it, almost completely flat. This is like an easy way that you can use to make your characters look more 2D, because you just kind of flatten the face based on the camera's perspective. It has its limitations. It's not that easy to use, and especially if you, if you like rotate this now and stuff like that, it has its troubles and it's hard to control and whatever. But it is something that I've seen people use for their rigs, and so it is possible to use, and if you want to try it, you can do it too. I did something similar for my Tanjiro model, for example, for my Demon Slayer animation, where I went into here and just, instead of having it flattest, I just scaled the face flat. That also worked quite well. So whatever you need to do to make your character look more 2D, you can do. And this is just an example on how you can do that. And before we're done with this rigging section, there's two more things I want to show you. The first one is something I've shown you already in the shader, but I just want to make sure that you remember it. Or if you haven't watched the shading section, you should watch the shading section. But if you haven't, let me show you something that you should definitely know if you're going to work with the rigs. Let's say I want, for example, this cube to control this cube's X position. What I can do is just select the cube, go to the X location, say copy as new driver. And then I can go in here and say paste driver. And all of a sudden, the cube moves where the other cube is, because it copies what the other cube's X value is. And now to see that it actually is doing it, you can see nothing gets copied except for the X value of this cube. I just wanted you to be aware of this, because it is a very, very useful feature that can all be applied to a lot of different things, not only rigging, even like shading and stuff, as I've shown you before, copying like the RGB values from a light into a shader, for example. And then the last thing I want to just leave you with for the rigging section is a few add-ons. The first one is cam keys. Cam keys is an add-on that allows you to automate shape keys based on the camera's perspective onto an object. You can see this right here. If the camera moves down, the shape keys move in a certain direction. If the camera moves in a different direction, the shape keys look a different way, basically. And this is very useful for anime characters, because usually 3D anime character models don't look perfect from all angles, and that's where you want to use shape keys to fine-tune them. You can use it for even more, like I guess you can use properties based on the camera angle, and then this one too, which is really cool. This is used to make sure that there's no clipping of a character into like the camera, for example, and you can control how far all the individual parts of the character are away based on the camera Z depth. So this one is really useful. The other one is lattice magic. If you've done like advanced rigs before, you might know this one. This is like basically an add-on to allow you to create editing lattices in your rig very quickly and automatically with this menu in the end panel from the add-on. And that's everything for the rigging section. Hopefully this wasn't too complex. Once again, in the course page at the bottom, there's going to be the extra resources section with also 3D models you can analyze. So if you're trying to understand a little bit more about the details when it comes to what a anime rig could look like, you can download and check out those models. And then also there's going to be a link to the ArcSys Discord server, which is dedicated to making the 3D models from the Guilty Gear game, which is where Giovanna is from, available in Blender. And then you can analyze, for example, you can download them from there, for example, and then analyze their rigs as well to see like how they work, if you really want to go deep into how to create a very detailed anime character model. The next thing we're going to cover is animation, maybe even, the thing that you've been looking for. So now that we have rigged our character and prepared it for the animation process, let's get into animating. If you've ever looked at 3D anime animations before, it might be like each frame looks, like a 2D drawing, or just like looks 2D. So you might have paused and see, oh, everything looks good. But then once I play it again, it looks 3D again, like immediately. How is that the case? The reason for that is that there's two different aspects. There's the making it look 2D aspect, and then separate from that, there's the making it move 2D aspect. Just because something looks 2D doesn't mean that it's going to move 2D. That is your job to create. So now let's cover how you can create 3D characters that move like 2D, how to avoid making things look 3D, and then also, of course, a little bit of a workflow of how you can do it for your own projects based on what I've done so far. The first thing, as you've probably already expected by now, is that we're going to look at some references. We're going to look at a few more in the later too, because the most important thing, hopefully you've gathered that by now, is that if you want to recreate something, especially if it's a different style, then you want to also really understand every little aspect of it, not just how it's designed, but also how it's animated, or what goes into even creating that thing and how that can affect what that thing in the end looks like. The first one is just like that 2D animations are based on an artist. Each artist has a different style, they have a different understanding of anatomy, they might even just be not really in the right headspace or in the perfect headspace to draw exactly what they were gonna draw, or what you can see right here. And all of those aspects affect what the drawing in the end looks like. Let's say like an artist started drawing this shot on one day, and then 4 days later he's on this part of the shot. He might be in a completely different like headspace, and the anatomy, the folds, maybe even all that kind of stuff, everything basically about the image can look different just based on even what the artist is or what situation they're in right now. And so what you always have to keep in mind is that human imperfectness is a very, very, very important part of the anime production or anime look. Stuff like the folds are always going to look a little different. The hand or anything really doesn't necessarily always have to be proportional, or sometimes the artists even just choose to make it look worse, or like have worse proportions to make it look cooler. For example, for my Spirited Away animation, I created a character for Hero, but then when I post her, just like the reference, I actually put it right on top, the reference on top the 3D camera, so I can perfectly pose it. But I realized that the arms were actually longer than they would be, you know, based on all the design sheets that I designed my character around. And that is because the artist thought that making them longer gives her a better pose, allows her to bring, you know, her friend, let's say, closer to her by bringing the elbows lower. And that's what I had trouble with. And I realized, oh wow, you don't necessarily need to worry about anatomy when you want to create something cooler. So once again, just like in lighting before, and really in anything, looks over realism. 3D is kind of based on perfection, and you want to remove that as much as possible. So when you create your 3D scenes, when you block out your animations and stuff, you would start with perfect poses. But afterwards then, the next step would be to actually add imperfection to give it a bit more appeal, give it a bit cooler poses, give it a bit, you know, just something to make the poses, like to push the poses even more into even cooler looking or clearer reading poses, for example. All that kind of stuff is what you should focus more on, or what it looks like in the end, rather than whether the anatomy or whatever is correct in the end. Because if people watch your stuff, they probably don't even know whether anatomy looks that way or it doesn't. They only really see whether it's a cool pose the character's in or not, and if that enhances the action that they're doing in that moment. So here, for example, he's sliding on the wall, right? This leg is up here. It looks like if he wanted to jump on top of this wood, for example, he would lift himself with this foot off the wall to jump higher. But what happens is, first of all, he's so close to the wood already, but then he just all of a sudden is further back, so they can give him more space to actually, you know, get on top of the wood. And then he jumps, his foot is still bent like this, and he's already in the jump, but the foot is still bent. I would think that this leg would be more bent and this one would be more stretched out, like straight like this one. It would be flipped, but they actually didn't do this here. Could be because they thought the pose is cooler this way. It creates a clearer silhouette. We're going to talk about that later a bit. But what I want to mainly talk about is like, it's not necessarily a perfect continuation of the poses or of the motion, but it creates a cooler pose here, for example. So once again, form over function. Something also to keep in mind is there's two kind of animation styles. There's the, let's say, call it like budget animation. If people are just speaking, you've probably seen it in, you know, scenes, and they're just speaking to each other like this. Sometimes for some anime, they only animate the mouth, and sometimes they don't even animate the jaw while the mouth is moving. So they really simplify and only animate what is important. That's what I would call like budget animation, where they really want to make sure that every effort that is spent has value in it. If a person is only standing in the background, they're not the actual focus of the shot. So why would you animate them? They just sit there, kind of like background furniture. That's kind of how it is, I guess. That is what I would call like budget animation. And then the opposite would be what you see right here. These very dynamic, very high effort animations. Has a lot of movements, a lot of action, very dynamic, whether it's like perspective or even just like character poses and stuff. And this kind of stuff is called, in the anime world, from what I remember or from what I know, is called sakuga. So if you ever look up like music videos made with anime clips, usually they use sakuga clips because those are the cool ones. Those are the ones that are dynamic fighting scenes, person punching and then everything exploding and, you know, things flying around, particles everywhere, or just like very extreme dynamic poses. Like here, for example, this is what you would call sakuga. Another thing I want to highlight right here is that when you're thinking about how an animation is created, right, you're basically just drawing things. And then let's say you want to animate a camera rotating around a cube. What you basically do is you draw the cube once, right? And then you have to think, okay, how would the camera rotate around the cube? And on each point, like on each frame that I'm going to draw of that rotation, what would the cube look like? You're not thinking, where's the camera? Well, you might think like, oh, where's the camera and how does the camera seize the cube? But the camera is always in your head. The camera is never actually in the scene. So you're not thinking, is the camera 3 meters long? Is the camera like a huge camera? Is the camera a GoPro? You're not really thinking about it. The camera is just the point of view of the animation. So it's never like the camera needs to fit into this room. The back of the camera that we can't see from our POV is like hitting something. We never really have to think about it because it's an imaginative camera, which is also, for example, why in anime, you know, you can do these crazy camera moves that you would never be able to do in real life because it's just imaginative. The camera's main purpose is creating the coolest perspective rather than trying to imitate real cameras. And the way that I like to see it is the camera is actually just like a fly that is trying to capture, you know, visually with its eyes, the action from any angle. And, you know, flies are super fast and whatever, so they can like fly and be like super close to things. And that's how I kind of picture anime cameras. Another thing you have to keep in mind is that camera movements are not only made in the drawing, but a lot of more simple movements are made in post-production. So when you analyze, for example, like these kind of sketches like this, they will look much more static than what the final result looks like because they don't add those like camera shaking, whatever, in here. They only really create the scene in here and then afterwards use post-production to create stuff like camera shake, even panning or like zoom ins, whatever. You don't want to do that in drawing because then you would have to draw what the zoom is like and that could be very finicky to do. You want to do stuff like that afterwards. So if you, for example, analyze scenes like this one and you see the final version, which I currently don't have, I would imagine, for example, if I were to animate or do this in post-production, like this scene, I would probably add a camera shake right here to indicate that it's been a strong hit, for example. But you don't see it here. It's like a super smooth movement. You want the 2D just to show the scene, and then in composition afterwards, once the scene is done, you can add a lot more effects or just camera moves. But that doesn't mean that you have to do all of this in compositing. You can do stuff like that in 3D, but it's important to not overdo it, and we're going to talk about what that means in just a bit. And talking about references, right? These, like, if you're wondering, like, where do I get all these references from? First of all, of course, you can find stuff on Pinterest. They also have videos actually and GIFs, so you can find stuff there. YouTube, of course, is a good source for stuff like this. Of course, a lot of stuff also gets taken down because the studios don't want the clips to be up except on like the official channels. So in my opinion, actually the best source of finding good clips to analyze, for example, or like style to analyze, and where I got all these references from, is a site called Sakuga Boru. There's going to be a link in the course page, which you can check out. Make sure to check out the course page if you don't know about it yet. How do you not know about it yet? I've spammed, basically I've spoken about it so much now. And if you haven't opened it yet, you will be glad to have done it, okay? Because there's so much more that I can't just like show you here. But that website is basically a website where they try to collect as many resources or clips of like Sakuga style animations and there's like so many. You're never gonna run out of references to look at, and you're probably gonna find the anime that you want to reference if you want to reference one or recreate one. You're probably gonna find it there. Sometimes you need to find the actual, for example, Korean, Japanese, whatever name, the original name basically, to find your anime, but it should be on that site. And then on that site, you can also do like frame by frame. There's right buttons to go frame by frame and stuff like that. And you can also download the clips from there. And that's what I did here, for example. Those are the broad kind of like looking at 2D and how to bring that into 3D foundations. So now let's get into more the general workflow, how you can think about the different aspects of an animation and how to use them properly to not make it look, of course, like 3D. The first thing I wanted to show you is how I set up my scenes, or how I set up my projects rather. Some people have asked me like, oh, if you have an animation with multiple scenes, how would you set up like, oh, is each scene a new file? Is each scene a new scene in one blend file? I've done both before, and in my opinion, it is easier to have each scene in a new file rather than having multiple scenes in one file. For my Pixar animation, for example, I decided to put all my scenes in one blend file. And so when I open them again, you would have to load all the scenes. And imagine you only want to adjust one scene because you saw something that you wanted to fix, for example. To just open the file, you have to load all the other scenes too, which of course is unnecessary if you only want to work on one. So in my opinion, it's easier to just create one blend file for one scene, and then you can work with that. It's also easier because if you, for example, want to create versions of your scenes, like, oh, version 1, version 2, so you can have backups that you can go back to if you want to. It's easier to have each scene in its own blend file, because then if you have multiple scenes in one blend file, you might do like multiple backups, but in each backup only one scene changes, so you might as well just separate them, so it's easier to see which one actually changes between which version. So this is then what my folder for my Demon Slayer animation, for example, looks like in the end. It looks like a lot of files, but that's, basically like, each scene has its own file, and then you can see like the V in the end is the version number. So for this one, I had one that I could go back to, and usually I determine when I want to go back, like when I want to create a new version. It's kind of like either based on time, how long I've worked on something, or based on, oh, I have this new thing I want to try. Let's see if it works. And before I try it, because I don't know if it's going to work, I'm going to create a backup so I can go back to before using the technique, rather than having to hope that Control Z can bring me back far enough. Of course, it's also double the files because it creates a backup file, the blend 1 file. If you don't know what a blend 1 file is, it's basically the same as the blend file. It's just a backup. So in case this one breaks, you can just rename this to blend, delete the other one, and then it's basically the same file again. Something that I want to show you here too is how you can start each scene, because you have to somehow pull all the aspects of that scene into the scene, right? And there's kind of two ways you can do it. I probably use the one that isn't perfect or isn't the intended way, but it's the one that I prefer. I'm going to talk about both though. The first one is the linking method. You basically have a file where your characters originate from. And then you can go into a new file, into, for example, let's say scene 1. And then you say, hey, I want to link, import basically this character from this file into this new file. I'm going to have a link to how to properly create linked copies or linked imports in your scenes. I'm going to have a link for that in the course page too, so you want to check that out and learn more about it, because we're not going to cover it here really in depth. If you link something in, it usually is like you can't do anything with it, but then you can do a library override. What that basically means is that some things get unlocked, and you can, for example, then actually access the rig and animate the character, so you're going to have to library override, but some things just can't be library overridden. Like, for example, I think you can't do shape keys, which is kind of important for anime animation. That's like one reason why I don't do it. It's also like kind of complex and like weird. So I've tried it for one project, and it was really like, maybe I just had to look more into it and understand it more to really properly use it. But it was just like, it felt restricting, because there's like, oh, I want to do this. Oh, I can't do this. So how do I fix this? Oh, I want to do this. I can't do this. And then at some point I just thought, well, I might as well just import the object and don't have to worry about like what I can't do and what I can do. But it might be exactly right for you, right? So that's why I wanted to mention it. And there, you know, once again, there's going to be a link in the course page if you want to learn more about it. The way that I like to work is I like to create a scene template. A scene template is basically a file that contains basically the objects you will see in all scenes. So if you have something that will show up in multiple times, you have, for example, the character in the scene template, but maybe not the environment, because the environment will always look different. And the way you work with this template then is that you basically just create a copy of this template. So this one is called, now this file is called anime scene template, and then I save this template as a new file and call it scene 1. I create the template, and then I save the scenes as new files from this template, and then everything from the template is immediately in the scene as well. Jesus, I can't shake this this voice breaking. Now let's go a little bit more in depth into the two main aspects of any animation, really. And those are the camera and the character. Those two I would treat slightly differently, of course, because they're different things. And I want to give you basically a little bit of information on how you can treat them to make them feel more 2D and make them work well with the other aspects like the environment and maybe the background, like the sky and whatever, how you should see them and how you can work with them and use them to make everything work well together. And of course, in the end, make it look 2D. The first thing I want to talk about is the main rules for the camera. The camera can very easily make things look 3D, so let's make sure that we don't do those things so we don't, you know, expose ourselves, I guess. The first thing to keep in mind is that the camera isn't super important when it comes to an animation. I would say in 3D anime, for example, in 3D animation, the camera plays more of an active role where it, like, you know, moves around and then, you know, rotates around the camera or rotates around the character or moves along the environment or in the environment. The camera is not going to be your main actor in the scene, right? The camera is only supposed to be there to frame what the character does in a cool way. And in this sense, it is better to keep your camera moves more simple than more complex. So it's better to have too little camera moves than it is to have too much camera moves. If we look at this animation, for example, in this shot, the camera is just a still camera. It does not move at all. Nothing about the camera moves. But then if you see the final result, you can see that there's like the camera follows the character. Oh, he's going left, he's going right, he's coming closer. So the camera, I think, even zooms out again. And stuff like that can be created in compositing. So even if you create super stiff scenes that look super boring and super stiff in Blender, you can do a lot in compositing to make it more interesting. The problem you run into in 3D is that it's easy to make your scene look 3D and to expose the 3D-ness of it. And so it's better to do more camera moves in compositing later than to do it in 3D. So what I want to talk about next is what you shouldn't do with the 3D camera and what you can do with the 3D camera. Here's the easiest way you can make this scene, for example, look 3D, okay? Ooh. And all of a sudden it's very clear that it's this 3D scene. The environment can look a little bit 3D or can even look like it can be very 3D. You've seen it with the example that I still have open here. Like here, the environment is 3D in this scene. But what is even more sacred than the environment when it comes to making 3D look like 2D are the characters. The characters just cannot look 3D, otherwise they will immediately like break immersion. So if you ever follow one certain rule, it is to make the character look as 2D as possible. The environment is not as important. Let me give you a few more examples so you can kind of see what that really means, like why you really shouldn't do it, okay? This one is just a person running along this hallway or whatever you want to call it, the street, to get to something, right? And what you notice is that it is cel shaded, which means that it is drawn, right? If it was more painterly, probably like the background here, it would be a still image. But because the character is running along this path and the perspective on all these doors and basically on the building here or on the whole street changes with every frame, every one of these frames has to be redrawn so that it actually looks like, you know, they move past the camera. You can't create a 2D image like this and then somehow like scale it or warp it to give it the perspective that you see here. So every single one of these frames has to be redrawn to create the effect that you see here. Let's say you want to have a dynamic scene like this in your project, in your animation. What you have to do is avoid making it look painterly. The painterly style only works for environments that are still, that are not part of the actual animation. An environment is part of the animation if the perspective changes. So if there's like depth change throughout the scene, the environment cannot be painterly, because that immediately makes you kind of doubt that it is actually a 2D animation, because doing this painterly, drawing with an actual paintbrush stroke and making it look realistic, and then doing that for like 30 frames or 40 frames would take so long that it immediately shows you, that's been made in 3D, because it is way too detailed to actually paint it for each frame. So if you do dynamic stuff like this, you want the environment to be cell shaded. Otherwise, it immediately breaks the illusion of the 2D look. So here, for example, it's kind of clear that it is a 3D environment because the movement of the camera is so perfect for this. If you were to draw this, you would never be able to draw each cube, each window, each street light, each line on the ground perfectly for every single one of these frames. And imagine how the camera moves and where everything perfectly needs to be. You couldn't do that without spending way too much time on this. If you were to draw this in 2D, watch this actually being 2D. I don't believe so, but you know, it might be drawn over, but whatever. And here actually is also an old scene where you can once again see what has probably been animated frame by frame, and what is just one still image that is just staying there. So if I play this, you can see which things are animated and which things are probably paintings. And also you can see the imperfection of the drawing. You can see how the blobs kind of like change in their shape over time, and how the bushes have a little bit of like a wiggle to them when you look at them close up. These have been drawn here, of course, in the front, and then the back is like staying still, doesn't move at all. There's no parallax happening or like 3D planes shifting, anything like that. You should even just see this thing panning up. This is like the best example for the difference between 2D drawn perspective changing environment and 2D painted static environment. So if you're thinking like, oh, but I want to have these dynamic scenes in my shot, how can I create like dynamic camera movements without it making it look way too extreme or way too like revealing the 3D? There are a few things you can consider. For every scene where you see like, oh, the camera move reveals that it's 3D or it makes it hard to make it not look 3D, can I rather find a different angle that I can show it in to make it harder to see that it is 3D? For example, like having a panning shot is much better and much harder to spot 3D-ness. Maybe it's better to have a different camera perspective, for example. Another thing you can consider is maybe you can't show the full movement without moving the camera. What if you split the movement into multiple shots that can be stills? What you basically always have to think about is like, and that's why it is good to have like a little bit of a background of how to create 2D animations, is like, if I were to be a 2D artist and I wanted to create this camera movement, what would I have to do? That is like the thing you can always think back to and have back in the back of your mind to see if what you're creating in 3D would be possible in a 2D animation sense. So now that we know what we should do with the camera, then what should we do, or how can we use the camera? What kind of things can we do with the camera? Let's first talk about like the aspects of the camera and how you can use those. Maybe the first question that you might ask yourself is, or look at the settings here, the first thing that pops up, of course, is focal length. You could also look at perspective, but what I want to tell you is that you don't want to use orthographic perspective. 2D animation is drawn in perspective, so using your 3D models in orthographic mode will look weird compared to what it's supposed to look like in 2D. Focal length is pretty variable. You can use focal length, and what focal length you choose really depends on what you want to do. Do you want to have a shot that is like super dynamic with like one hand like super close and being super big in the shot, and then the other one like the other hand being like super far back and like being super small, so showing like a lot of depth? That's where very shallow focal length can be very useful. Do you want to have a character be like more close up with like maybe only their face or only like the top part of their body, and then the environment being like very close to the character? That's where you want to have high focal length. And so it very depends on what kind of scene you want to create, and you kind of just have to experiment with what works best. The less depth you want to have in a scene, the higher the focal length should be. You can technically have higher focal length and that way make your characters look more 2D because there's less lens distortion. But in my experience, that kind of more limits what you can do with the camera than just fixing lens distortion by adjusting your character to make it look more 2D. So now I know what environment I want to have. I know what the character is supposed to do, but where do I now place the camera? And the placement depends a lot on the purpose of the shot. If it's supposed to be a dynamic shot, the camera would probably be somewhere in the middle of the environment. If it's supposed to be a shot where you see the person running, covering a lot of distance, maybe you place the camera looking at the character from the side. So it's like a panning shot where the environment just whizzes by and the character is, running fast. Maybe it's just like a POV shot of like characters fighting in a city, jumping between buildings, and you're like the camera is just like a POV of like a person on the ground and seeing the characters fighting in the sky, basically, right? So it always depends on what the purpose of the camera is. And then once again, the camera position should always favor the look rather than the realism. It goes back to making it look more extreme, making it look more dynamic. The cooler it looks, the better it is. It doesn't need to be realistic. So now that we know like roughly things like, oh, how can I place the camera? What should I use here? What kind of camera movements can we do if we shouldn't do this? We maybe also don't want to do all the camera moves afterwards in compositing. So what can we do in 3D? So you can basically do everything that doesn't involve moving the camera in 3D space. So one thing you could do, for example, is pan the camera. But then what you would think is like, oh, well, so pan the camera, does that mean like this? But then you move the camera in 2D space and then all of a sudden what was behind the cube from the camera's perspective gets revealed and then gets shown like this. To be honest, this I think is fine still if you don't make it too obvious that it's 3D. So if it's just like something gets revealed behind something else, I think you could technically do that in 2D too. It would just be a bit harder. What is a bit safer is to use the Shift X and Y. The camera just kind of pans, but it pans from a 2D perspective. It's kind of weird, but the perspective here never changes. So this is a more safe way to do panning with the camera, for example. Of course, you can do the same top and bottom. So this you could also use, for example, if you have a character that is like moving across the screen and you want to have like this handheld camera feel, for example, you could animate the Shift X and Y so that the camera it looks like the camera is following the character. Another thing you can do is rotate the camera. So one thing that you might see in 2D anime is where the character runs along, like basically past the camera. So it comes closer to the camera and then it runs, away from the camera again. That is usually created by creating a 2D environment that is longer than the camera, so that then when you see the character running along the environment, you basically just move the environment to the left to imitate like a camera move, basically. But of course in 3D, you can also just do this. In most cases, you can see there's like slight changes in what the cube looks like. So it's not like, panning, it is rotating. So it's a bit different. But because the point of vision doesn't change position, it doesn't really break the 2D plane illusion. Even if I do this and then rotate, it doesn't really change the perspective at all. It could even just be like an image that you rotate like this and have stretched on the edges a bit so that it looks a bit more like camera distortion. And the third thing you can do is zoom with the camera. And the way you can do that is, for example, here by just changing the sensor size like this. This way you can also zoom and it doesn't change anything about the perspective or whatever, because once again, it doesn't move the point of vision. So in contrast, if you were to zoom by just moving the camera, you can immediately see how everything shifts and changes in the final camera view. And then something you might wonder, right, because we also have it here as a tick box, is depth of field. So depth of field in anime, in 2D anime, is not created while drawing, of course, and it's also not created by like, I don't know, photographing the frames in a different, like with depth of field. No, the way that they create depth of field is in compositing. And if you want to recreate the authentic anime depth of field, you want to do it in compositing. Actually, I would probably recommend you just do that anyway in compositing, because in compositing, with how we're going to set up the scene, once we export the animation, you have just like basically the freedom that you want to create the depth of field that you want. But if you're a Blender purist and you want to only work in Blender, then I guess you could try depth of field, but then I don't have any tips for you because I don't do that, okay? And I won't give you tips because I don't want you to do that, okay? So just use Davinci Resolve, okay? What are you doing, okay? What are you doing? It's like you're trying to run a marathon and then you break one of your legs. Like, what the hell are you doing? Something else I've already mentioned before, and you might wonder now with the camera, the characters are animated with limited animation, so not every frame is animated. But what do I do with the camera? Do I do the same there, or do I not do that? Does it break the 2D illusion if I animate the camera, you know, smoothly every frame? The way that 2D does it is generally that they animate the environment on every frame, and the characters have limited animation. Look at the column here, for example, and every frame changes, but the characters get animated on every second frame. Even the foreground now is animated on 2s, but the background environment is animated on 1s. Here, now everything, it doesn't look like there's any environment that is painterly, so now everything is animated on 2s. But if there is a painterly environment, it is going to be animated on 1s. You will see smooth movement. See here, animated, but the character animated on 2s. Here's another example of how, like, the camera just doesn't move for 2D anime because it can't, because there's no 3D space to move around in. But what they do is here, for example, camera shake, and that's being added in post-production. Here now you can see, once again, character animated on 2s, environment animated on 1s. The only thing you want to avoid if you have smooth camera movements is that the character connects with the environment. Usually the ground is, you can't see the character moving on the ground or connecting to the ground. And that's something that you generally see with a lot of anime scenes. There's very few scenes when you compare it to all the other scenes where you can actually see the characters on the ground. Probably because it is much easier to animate a character like this and not have to worry that they're perfectly standing in the exact same spot during every single frame. You just have to worry about the cool motion that they do throughout this camera move. Even here, like, they're not really connected to the ground. Here, you know, it's just a sky. There's never really, here now they connect to the ground. Oh, look at that, no shadow underneath. Here, the dude probably stands on the ground, but they don't show them standing on the ground. Why? Because it's just so much easier not having to worry about it. And especially if you're not perfect with the placement of the feet on the ground, you're gonna see that it's kind of like, you know, always like sliding around on the ground. So to avoid that, you just don't show the feet on the ground. Only really if you have to, or for selected shots. Here, the same thing. Character runs over the ground, but you never see him touching the ground. Something you might run into though is that when the camera then moves smoothly, but the characters are animated on 2s, when the camera moves, the character is always kind of jittering. Let me show you what that looks like. The boxes are animated on 2s, so you can see every second frame it moves, but the camera moves every frame. And what you get then is this right here. This is an issue you run into when the camera has smooth movement, but the object that is being filmed has limited animation. And the way you solve this is by parenting whatever you film to the camera. If you have a character and you have a scene like this, for example, like a character running like this, for example, and the camera moves backwards through the environment, you need to parent the character to the camera. Otherwise, you will have like all the time, and you don't want that because that just looks weird, okay? So now that we know how to move the camera and especially what not to do, let's move over to the second aspect, which is the character itself, of course. We need a camera to capture the character, and then we need a character to be in the shot. So what are the things to keep in mind for 3D characters? How to animate 3D characters? The first thing I want to give you is, I didn't mention it at the beginning, but just to make sure, if you have never animated anything, there is a link in the course page for a beginner Blender animation tutorial. And then the second thing I want to give you is the 12 principles of animation. They're called rules of animation, but they're more like guidelines to make animations look appealing and work well. And so if you want to create well working animations for anime in the anime style, then you also want to know the 12 principles of animation. And for that, there's going to be a video in the course page too, a good one that I really like. So now let's think about how do we start animating our characters. Of course, we have the rig, so we can animate our character. If we don't, then you should probably do that first. But I'm expecting that you have that by now, or you know that you're going to watch this afterwards. The first thing that I like to start with is to create the key poses. And this mirrors pretty much what 2D animation does as well, and what I've seen other 3D artists do. You start with the key poses. So basically the poses that are the most telling for what the character is actually doing. And you want those poses to be as telling as possible. So if somebody's walking, you know, they could walk like this, or you could, you know, animate them like this. Of course, depending on what you're animating, whether it's a more realistic thing or a more cartoony thing or more, you know, dynamic thing, you would use different things. But we want to make sure that all the poses have clear intention behind them and tell what the character is doing in that pose. Currently, you can see on the timeline all the keyframes I've made. Let me show you what it looks like. So this is what it looks like with all keyframes. This is what only the key poses look like. And you can see here like the arms break a little bit because I removed the keyframe that makes him not grab the sword anymore with one sword. So the frames aren't perfect, but we can still analyze them. So let's look at this first pose, for example. The one thing once again that I want to highlight is that the pose should look good from the camera's perspective. It doesn't really matter what it looks like from any other perspective. So here, for example, in this case, you can see I kind of flattened his nose, the face is kind of like squished. You can see what the hell is happening here and all that kind of stuff. But in the end, in the final result, it looks, you know, pretty good. And that kind of applies for everything here. The legs, he's kind of like hunched over. You can oftentimes see when people are like locked in or like trying to run fast, that the neck is like much lower on the upper body than it would normally be. You can oftentimes see that in like anime poses, and that's something what I wanted to imitate here a little bit as well. And so the goal with these poses now is to make them as readable as possible and make them of course look as cool as possible too. But what does readable or good dynamic poses actually look like? What does that actually mean? So one of the things you could follow when it comes to trying to create, you know, visible or like clear poses is to make sure that all limbs are somehow visible. So in this case, for example, we see both arms, we see the head, we see the legs, both of them. So this pose looks much clearer and suggests, of course, that he's running. If, for example, it's a little bit more like this, if I move the legs up, all of a sudden, like where are his legs? Like what is he doing with his legs? It's a bit harder to see what is actually happening. Like this pose could maybe work as a running pose, but we don't see that he's running. He looks like he's flying. So with every pose, we want to make sure that it is as readable as possible. And one way you can do that is to show all limbs in some way. It could be, for example, that you have like a pose like this where it's like standing like this, the character is like posed like this, looking at the camera like this. And in this pose, you wouldn't necessarily see like the elbow and the arm behind the body, but you can still show, for example, the hand. Or what you could do to make this a bit better, maybe bring like the arm up here, maybe bring the arm like this. Some kind of way to still show a little bit at least of the limb. That, in my experience, makes any pose much more readable. Another thing that is important for readable poses is that they suggest a weight or at least a line of action. What that means is if I, for example, look at him now, and then we go to the next frame, he has moved his weight, first of all, from left to right, left to right, because more parts of his body are on the right side, so the weight shifts over to that side. And then when we go over to this one, for example, he is back to the other side again with even more like weight on the left side. And then the next goal that I had was, oh, I want him to jump over to the left side here, like to over here. And the way I did this is by creating like a frame that kind of shows him shifting the weight back again. to jump to this other position. So he gets ready to jump, and then whoop, he's over there. Looks a bit weird right now, but that's because I deleted a few too many keyframes. Now you can see he had jumped over to the right side, and now he's trying to stop this momentum to the right side by him putting his leg, for example, here over to the left side of his body from a vertical perspective, so that he can stop the movement going in the direction. And then he goes back, he braces, he wants to jump, so he once again, like, all limbs are visible, and then he jumps and is over there. So this is what the pose looks like if the hands are fixed. See, like here, once again, arm is right there, hand is right here, leg, and then the other leg, head, of course. And then here in the end, you can see he's getting ready again to jump again with his bent knees, and he's grabbing the sword with both hands again, and then he's jumping. And here you might think, well, now it's getting hard because he's supposed to jump towards the camera to kind of indicate him jumping and, you know, running even closer. It's kind of like the feeling that I wanted to create here is that he is getting closer and closer to the camera and to the person, to the other character. And so I wanted him to get closer and closer to the camera. It looks like he's moving much further in distance, in depth wise. He looks like he's much further away here than he is here, but in the 3D scene, he actually isn't that far away. But since the camera has such a low focal length, because I knew in the end he was supposed to be like super close to the camera, I gave the camera a super shallow focal length, and then he basically doesn't need to be super far away to appear like he's much further away. And so then, you know, he gets closer and jumps. And as you can see here, once again, I wanted to make this pose a little bit clearer. And the way I wanted to do it is to still show all limbs in the shot. So first of all, I think the important one here is, of course, his face, because I wanted him to look evil. And then the hands, of course, because they're holding the swords. I wanted to show that he's about to, you know, slice with the sword. But then the legs would be like kind of behind his body. So I wanted to still show them a little bit. And the way I did it is basically just by, first of all, stretching this knee out more so that we can see that one below his body. And the other one, it isn't perfect here in this approach, or I didn't do it perfectly, but I also then wanted to show the other leg, basically showing that he's like flying, kind of like jumping. And the leg, his left leg is basically the one that is propelling him off the ground. And so I put his leg like over here. You can see it on in the camera view. So even here I tried to place it somehow visible. And I did this by basically stretching the leg super far to make it, first of all, look super dynamic because the leg is so far away, but then also making it visible by moving it further over there. And the pose looks weird from the 3D perspective. I think I could have done it better, but I think it's still better than having it not there. So yeah, you don't need to worry about the anatomy of your character. That's like the best takeaway here. Same with, look at the face. Look at the face. That's what it looks like. If I don't do this, like here, let me show you what you can do, for example, to avoid like stretching of the face when they're very close to the character. I use this head controller to scale his face flatter. It's kind of similar to the flattest, to avoid this extreme perspective look on his face. Because if you, for example, bring this back to what it is naturally, it looks like this, but this makes it look very 3D. So what I thought was like, well, I want to kind of change his face a little bit to make it look more 2D. And the easiest way I found was just to scale it. And now he looks much more 2D because, you know, his face is actually flattened compared to what it was before. So those are like some of the things you can do to warp your character, especially the face, to make it look a little bit more 2D. And of course, the more controllers you have, the more you can control what the final result of the character will look like in the 2D view. So in theory, I could, for example, like go in here and make him look like, give him like a much sharper face silhouette, for example, like this, and then have this one, bring it a bit closer and stuff like that. So I can really adjust what the final face, for example, looks like just because of these extra controllers, to really be able to adjust the face in a lot of ways to make it look as 2D as possible. And what I mean with make it look as 2D as possible is basically like making it look like someone would have drawn it this way. This looks much closer to me to something that somebody would draw than this, for example. So that's, you know, some way I can think about like, oh, how would this look more 2D? The third thing that goes into like distinct poses is the shape language. So shape language is kind of like, oh, do you use sharper shapes like triangles or do you use circles? Depending on what you use, it kind of gives a different feeling. Like if a character has like very blocky, like angular poses. They seem a bit more like robotic, giving their silhouette like a more of a sharp look, makes them look more aggressive or a bit more sinister, for example, and giving them more round shapes, for example, can make them look a bit, you know, more friendly, more soft. The last good reason why you should always start with key poses and nothing else is because the key poses are the moments in the animation that capture the biggest changes during the animation. So if somebody waves, right, you would have a key pose here, and then you would have a key pose here, and everything in between is kind of just the in-between frames is what you call it. So the key poses are supposed to be the one that indicate the biggest change or indicate an important moment. So someone getting hit, for example, would probably also be in there, and then one for the reaction and stuff like that. Like what you can do is like go to your animation like timeline, and when you know what the key pose is supposed to look like, you can literally just on every frame map out where the character is supposed to be throughout the animation. So, oh, you know, this is supposed to be his first position, and then this second frame is the second position, third frame is the third, and so on and so forth. And so you kind of just first sketch out what the poses are and where the character is supposed to be in the world at that time. And then once you know what those poses are and once you think they look good, you can then change the position of the keyframes to create the pacing. So once you have, for example, like your roster, your list of all the poses you need, you can then place them throughout the animation, you know, always play it back and see what distance between keyframes creates a good rhythm for this animation. In this case, it's kind of like this one's further away, this one's not even further away, this one's a bit shorter. So by doing playback and just like playing and seeing, oh, so it was here, and then like, oh, if I place, like, what if I place these keyframes a little bit further forward? What does that look like? It's a bit too fast, so I'm going to bring them a bit further back. What about these two here, right? What if I do this? Like, does that look better or does it not? Like, and what you kind of want to do, animation is oftentimes a lot like dancing, where you have like these beats happening. I think a good way you can make, for example, a fight animation work better is if they follow a certain beat. So you could even just like pull up a song, I guess, or like just pull up a beat and then have that, for example, play, or even like map it out on your timeline and then just kind of use that as a guide. Because like whenever I think about like fighting animations, I often have like a beat in my head and then it's like but it always follows a certain rhythm that you can kind of feel behind the movements. And in that way, you can kind of see it for finding a good rhythm for these keyframes and where you should place them on the timeline. So here, for example, you can see bing, bing, ding, 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 ding. This one could be maybe a bit faster, but yeah, so that's kind of what I'm trying to say with like a dance or following a beat. But then you might wonder, well, now I have my keyframes, so how do I create the in-betweens now? Like, how do I fill this animation now so that it doesn't look as choppy as it does now? And for that, there's two ways, and you can kind of decide which one you like more, and I'm going to tell you why I like one of them more than the other. The first way you can do it is now basically kind of like how you would create normal 3D animation. So you basically now go in here and you create more keyframes. You could like add another pose right here for an in-between pose, and another pose right here for an in-between pose, like more and more, right? So that in the end you roughly have like every fourth keyframe you have a key, and work not anymore with constant interpolation. This is good for creating the key poses, but for this approach you would then switch to Bezier, for example, and then create nice movements in between. Right now you can see, oh, just using Bezier interpolation doesn't look that good because it just looks a bit too smooth. It's too smooth. The transition is too smooth. So we can see, oh, here, what is this going? What is this? His arms go into his body. So then we could, for example, create a keyframe right here. Take the sword, for example, here, and move it, for example, out a bit more. And this would create a new pose. Here you could, for example, also use auto keying. And then if you do this here, all of a sudden the key already looks a lot better. And you would basically do this to refine your animation to create a nice 3D animation. But then, of course, since you want to use limited animation for your character animation at least, you use the interpolation to create nice movement. And then afterwards, once you've done that, let's say we keep this keyframe here, then you would want to pick which frames you actually want to keep. And so you let the interpolation do some of the middle work, But then in the end, you want to make sure that you select the frames you want to keep and you remove the other one by removing the interpolation again. So for example, here you could say, oh, I like this one, and then maybe I'll keep this one. So you can just like select everything, make sure that your rig is fully visible, select all bones, and then you can, for example, press I to insert a keyframe into everything. And it tells you 4,849 keyframes have been created. I want to keep this one, and then I want to maybe keep this one, and then I want to keep like this one, for example. So you select which frames you want to keep, and then you go back and you remove interpolation again. This is one way you could work with this. So basically utilizing interpolation to create the movement, and you can see what it looks like if it's fully smooth, and then you choose the frames that you want to keep to bring back the limited animation basically. The other technique is a little bit different, and I would say a little bit more handcrafted, and that's why I like it more. Because something you might run into with these interpolated frames is still that the frames in them don't look as great as they could be. So then after you picked your frames, you might still want to adjust this a bit more. Oh, I want to actually keep his hands a bit longer there and stuff like that. Because once you remove the interpolation, the movement might not look as good anymore as it did before. So you would have to adjust the keyframes to bring that movement back in there. The way that I like to work to create my in-between frames is I go in here. Oh, right. First of all, I need to make sure that the interpolation is off, so we have constant. And then what I do is I say, okay, I'm going to go in here first. Once I know where I want to place my in-between frame, I then go over here. I make sure that all bones are selected, and then I go to pose, in-betweens, and then use blend to neighbor. What this does is it then shows you this little thing here at the top. You can see this little bar, and 50% is the middle, which is the pose you started with. Before that, I think if you're like on a keyframe, before that would be the keyframe before, and then 100% is the next pose. So we're basically jumping from one key pose to the other, and we can choose how much we want to blend them together. And the reason why I like this more is it allows you to add human imperfection automatically in here. So if you, for example, imagine somebody like drawing somebody like swinging very slowly, when it's hand drawn, every frame is probably not going to perfectly move the sword in the exact same distance as it would be if it was a real person, right? If I do this with my hand, if you see this in a video, it's going to be perfectly smooth. But if I were to draw this, it would be very hard to make sure that this is perfectly moving smoothly on every single frame. So you might have something like this, where it is a little bit like choppy or a little bit like uneven. But this unevenness is what creates this, because of humanity. It is the human that makes a mistake because they can't perfectly, like a computer, measure how far it's supposed to be, if it's supposed to go. And then also draw the line exactly where it needs to be. That's what this tool allows you to imitate, because you can say, well, this keyframe might be right in the middle. This frame might be right in the middle between two keyframes, key poses. So I could just set it to 75%, which would be in between, exactly in between the two, 100% and 50%. But that would make it too smooth. So what if I go to like 79% or 69%? So with this tool, you can not only create in-between poses, but you can also add a little bit of imperfection into it that you would see in normal 2D animation. And this is why I like this one so much. It also just feels, I don't know, I like the workflow more of like having full control over what the pose is supposed to look like. I can go here. Okay, first I want to have like an anticipation pose. So this first pose, I'm gonna do like a little bit of percentage, so because he's not supposed to move that much, right? So now we have this already here, and then I want to ease him from one movement to the other. So what if I do the same here? I blend and then set this to like something like this, like 90% or like something like this, right? Because he's supposed to be easing in and out of again, and you can see what that looks like then. But then I want to have like fast movement over here. Let's say we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we do another in-between pose here and blend this. Maybe I want to make him move fast and then end slow. So I'm going to go in here, and then the majority of the movement happens here, and then he eases or like slows down in the end, and then it would look something like this. I think it's hard to see, but and then if I see, oh, it doesn't look perfect, so what if I just move this a little bit, maybe over here? What does that look like then? Maybe then it looks a little better. Because I can mix these poses exactly together, I get the ability to merge them and don't have to create a pose from scratch by myself. I can use interpolation, but I can choose how the interpolation works. And that's why I like this tool so much. And the way that I like to work with this is to have it here in my quick favorites. The quick favorites are basically just like, you press Q and then it pulls up the quick favorites menu. And it's really great for not having to find settings in menus or functions in menus all the time. So if I were to work with this without the quick favorites, it would be like, okay, I want to create a frame right here, pose, in betweens, blend to neighbor. Okay. And then I'm going to go in here, create another one, pose, in betweens, blend to neighbor. With the quick favorites though, I can just go in here, say, hey, I want to have a pose here. Press Q wherever I am in the viewport, blend to neighbor. Oh, let's do another one right here, blend to neighbor. How about another one right here, blend to neighbor? So that's how I like to work with this tool, with quick favorites. And I said it 1,000 times by now, blend to neighbor. And this kind of explains already how I create my animations right now, at least at the time of writing or saying, I guess, would be 2026, January 2026, okay? I might do a video if like big things change, like if there has been a lot of change in my workflow, for example, I might do another video. But until then, I'm gonna probably give small updates if I have any on my Patreon page. So if you're interested in that, you can check it out. It's not actually just Patreon, it's actually YouTube memberships and Patreon. I'll just call it memberships, I guess. I want YouTube memberships and Patreon to be the same thing. So I'm going to share the same stuff there. You're going to get project files and maybe you're going to see like a monthly tutorial in there and stuff like that. So if you want to see more of this stuff and more up-to-date stuff, I guess, like getting updated on things or new tools or new things that I figure out in my workflow that you then don't have to figure out yourself or find. So if you're curious about like, you know, new things and new techniques, or just like learning more in-depth things like hands-on on a project, for example, through tutorials, you can check out the memberships. They should be on YouTube or on Patreon, which one you would prefer. The last few things that I want to give you for character animation, now that we kind of know the workflow, is just a few more tips. The first one is, once again, keep in mind to only animate what is necessary. This one is a very dynamic scene, which would be called sakuga, so everything would probably be animated. But if you have something where people are more talking, if you have like a dialogue, for example, think about like, do the arms need to move? Does the body need to move? Or can you just do like that, right? Can you do that? If you can't do that, then you, like, I don't think I've ever seen a sakuga conversation. Maybe, but then they would rather be like, the start or like during like fighting, for example. Another thing, once again, just to keep in mind, it's better to have fewer poses than more poses, because the more poses you have, the harder it is to imitate the 2D look, or, you know, just the more time it takes. And even having having very few frames can still make it look pretty nice. And the last one is just to analyze. If you don't know how a movement looks, look it up, Sakuga Boro, for example, the website, or YouTube or whatever, and analyze it frame by frame. Oh, here there's like easing, because this frame, like the character doesn't move much between one frame and the next, but then the next frame they move very fast. So this is like how you can do easing, for example. And there's going to be a few more tips in a second, but those are just the things, like analyze. And if you don't know how to really do a movement, or it doesn't look that great yet for you in your limited animation, just see if you can find a reference that you can analyze. Something I also want to mention real quick, and we're going to go a little bit more in depth into environment right after this, but is how to include your environments into the animation. And for that, I just want to quickly look at some examples again. Usually the environment in any animation stays pretty still, except if it is like a dynamic environment. What I mean by that is this one's very still, right? Nothing really happens. There's like things happening on the environment, but the environment itself doesn't move. The environment in general stays pretty still. Here, even like all that happens here is that the environment just moves up, so it looks like he's like falling. But all of these, the environment kind of stays still. Also, something to keep in mind for the environments. Once again, just like anything else, looks are more important than realism. Like here, for example, the way that they solved the issue of like, oh, we want this bridge to just break apart like this, or this street, is that the laser goes through, and then all of a sudden they kind of just like separated this bit from the front and then added a little bit more ground underneath the ground painting, and then just moved it up a little bit and rotated it to make it look like it is like a separate object. And what this kind of shows is like the use of different 3D layers. So whenever you create an environment, it's always good to think about whether you can break up the environment into layers to give the sense of depth. Here, for example, we would have like one layer would be the very far environment, right? The one in the background, like this stuff right here, right? Then we have this stuff right here. Right now it's all together, right? So that means that we have a foreground and a background. But then once it breaks up, we actually have three things. We have the background, we have the foreground, and then we have like the midground, I guess you could call it. And that's how you can always think about like when you want to design your anime environments, how to structure it. Here, for example, same thing, foreground, and then I guess midground or background, I guess. Background moving fast, character in the foreground. Here, character right there, environment moving fast in the background, and we even have another layer with the foreground just to create even more depth of this person running away. Here, we have the character on the middle ground. We have the background being the environment and the foreground being some dudes looking at them. Even here, we have the background with the environment, right? The mall, him, and then like some boxes. And then you can see there's actually kind of a clear distinction between the front boxes, which is the foreground, and then the middle ground boxes, which are actually connecting with him. The way you can think about the layers is that these layers are very separate. They don't really interact with each other. They're kind of their own little worlds. Like this doesn't really interact with this in a way where they like something all of a sudden moves from middle ground to foreground to background. It might happen when you have a character jumping between them, but the environments, for example, wouldn't do that. Same thing here, foreground, middle ground, background. I'll make it clear what I mean with this. And you can also probably see already like some very simple camera movements that we talked about before. Like here, this one is a great example. No movement at all camera. Camera shake is made in compositing. This one, just a simple pan. It actually speeds up in the ending, but it's still a simple pan. This one, another pan, basically. This one, still image, just camera shake in post-production. This one, just pan upwards. And you can see, this is like, here you can see the hand, I mean the camera follows the hand. It tracks the hand basically, but it doesn't like follow in terms of depth. And then this is actually just a transition to another shot. And you can see just another zoom again. And this one is also a pretty good one. Like here, for example, when it's like rotating like this, sometimes you can often see if you have a rotating camera like this, is that there's going to be a panning background like this. Oops, panning background like this. And then you also have a panning foreground that is bigger, of course, to indicate that it's closer to the camera. So panning background, panning foreground. And then, of course, the character is animated as if it's rotating. So that's how you can, for example, create a rotation of the camera where the camera technically moves, but not really because you're just imitating the movement with something simple like, you know, two planes that are moving in a different direction. You can even see how this little water splash here, or magic splash, whatever, isn't perfectly tracked to the ground. The ground is actually faster than the splash. Just another like little, you know, imperfection. And then here we have another chess piece in the foreground. And same thing here, right? The windows panning, the characters are behind that. And then we have like the environment here in the background too. The doors or whatever behind the characters. And now just to drill in even more like examples and give you some more food for your brain to like reference and think like, oh, I could do it like this. I could do it like this. I want to first give you some common scenes that you see a lot in anime that you could consider for your own scenes, for example. Anime has very typical shots because they have limited capabilities of what they can do if they don't want to use 3D. And I've kind of, you know, collected them here with this. The first one is just, you know, a simple pan. Basically, like things like the background moves in one direction and then the character either stays in the camera view or kind of like moves in some kind of way. But we have especially like the, you know, the kind of like lines, or there's the environment moving in one direction. So the camera kind of just, you know, the look of the camera moves in one direction, which is what you can see here, for example. The second one we have is a pan rotate. It's the one that we just talked about, where you want to imitate like a rotation, but you can't really rotate a 3D camera in a 2D picture. So the way that they often do it is that they actually have like 3 layers, the foreground, the background, and the midground. And then The midground usually stays the same. Oftentimes they even hide the character's feet behind the foreground so that they don't have to show that they're actually standing on the ground. And then we just have like this, for example, moving in this direction, and then the background moving in the other direction to imitate a rotation movement, which then looks a little bit like this. Since we analyzed this one before, I can also show you how, comparing it to the original shot that we saw, the sketch basically, see how now there's actually camera shake in here because it has been added in post-production. It was super still in the work in progress version, but here now we can see how post-production has added, you know, glow and stuff, and also more camera movements. The next one is a reaction shot. Reaction shot basically is like where something happens during the animation and then you see a close-up of the character's reaction, which can then look a little bit like this. You see how the character reacts to the thing that just happened, and that kind of informs what they're probably going to do next. Another one that is very, very common is an eye close-up. You can show a lot of emotion in an eye, and so the, you know, anime likes to do a lot of close-up eye shots to show like a lot of emotions too, like this, because eyes have so much emotion they can show. And so yeah, anime likes to do like their eye close-up. So even in this one, they could be like even closer only on the eye if they wanted to. Another one they like to do is a portrait shot. Portrait shots are basically just shots where you only see like the top half of the character and then some kind of background. So here, for example, we never see the character. Well, actually, never mind. We see the character being on the ground, but this kind of framing is pretty common where you don't see the character interacting with the ground. Like this or this, right? Where they never really actually touch the ground. Then we have, of course, zoom lines, which is kind of similar to like these pan lines, but these are zoom lines. So they come from a certain point in the image and then go out of the image like this, which then looks like this. Another reason why these zoom lines even exist, or these, for example, these pan lines, is because then in that way, these zoom lines often try to imitate complex camera movements that are very hard to draw. Sometimes you can even see like if a character is like flying in different directions, then the zoom lines just rotate with the character to show in which direction they're flying now. Another ones you can oftentimes see is like a wide shot, or like I would also call them like an establishment shot or like establishing shot, which shows basically like this current situation from far away. It gives you kind of an update on everything. Oftentimes like fights are shot like super up close, like, oh, right where the fist hits the punch, where the fist hits the surface, and then the character's face, and then like maybe the hand, how it's like goes back and then to punch again and stuff like that. But then you have these wide shots to give you an update on the whole situation. It gives you basically like a view over the whole situation so you can assess, oh, what has changed from the last establishing shot to the next one. That's kind of where they're very useful for. The next one is an environment shot, which is kind of just either to kind of create a certain feeling, a certain vibe, or to just kind of show, for example, where we currently are. Oftentimes for like character animations, you're more close up, like for this, for example, and then it gets a bit harder to really see like where are we actually. If you have these shots in between, it can first of all allow you to create a little bit of breathing room between, for example, fast moving things. If there's only action, you're gonna get tired at some point. So creating a few breather moments where just nothing happens or just like everything's very chill can give you this breathing room that allows you to kind of reset or like take something new and that is like different. Humans always crave difference, or human crave new experiences. And if everything is always the same, like, you know, there's like punch, 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 punch. You know, if that just happens over and over again for like 45 minutes, it's not going to be fun to watch. So you want to have a rhythm of like slow shots, fast shots, even faster shots, slow shots, and to create a certain novelty over time, over and over again. Another one you can see often is something called like the Superman punch, where you see it kind of like goes to the face of the character, past the face of the character, to the fist, and then the fist strikes. It goes behind the fist, and then the fist hits, or the fist hits the camera, and then it switches to a different shot. That's I think something, you know, that you would call like the Superman punch. It zooms past the face, so you can see the emotion of the character, and then you can see the anticipation of the fist tensing up and then punching, and then you can feel the strength coming from that punch in the next shot. I think that's like where the Superman punch can be really good. If you have like this final move, or the seemingly final move, where you should see like what the character's feeling in that moment, and you know, it builds anticipation for the actual impact. Another one you can see sometimes is a point of view. Point of view is more for like putting, you know, the viewer in the perspective of the character. So here, for example, they're just like looking through pictures. Another way you can kind of bring a little bit more immersion into your animation. Like for example, oh, a character has been hit, and then you create a POV shot of it like being blurry and like wobbly and stuff like that. So this is how you can, for example, do like, this is what the character currently sees shot. And then the last two ones. This one is an impact still frame. And what that basically is like to really emphasize the impact of a shot, what anime likes to do sometimes. And actually video games do that too, like fighting games, when you see somebody punching and connecting with a hit, they have like a short pause where nothing moves, or they just kind of wobble a bit, and then the reaction to the impact happens. Anime likes to do that a lot too for their hit, like big impacts like this. If it's more like fast hits, then it isn't used as much, but especially for these strong like main hits, they use these pauses or like pause frames to really show the impact and strength of that hit, and really show you this is the one that you need to pay attention to, this is the one that hurts. And then the last one is similar to the reaction shot, but it isn't necessarily focusing on the character's emotion. It's more focused on giving you a bit more context over what is happening in the scene. So here, for example, this is a fight scene, and fight scenes oftentimes, right, are pretty fast. So it is easy to miss certain context or certain movements that apparent a character does. And so to bring those back in, to put more focus on them, give you more context for the fight, what you oftentimes have is here, for example, in this shot, it's hard to really know what to focus on. Maybe the face, maybe the foot, maybe the hands, right? We don't really know what. But then once we see this shot, the context shot, we know, oh, she's stomping on the ground to get ready to really punch, or yeah, I guess punch you could call it, this character. We know, oh, she's getting ready to deal a devastating blow. And we know this is what we're supposed to notice during the movement. And that's what context clips are really good for, to really set the focus on what is important in a scene. And these kind of context clips really don't need to be that long. They really only need to be as long as it needs to notice what they're supposed to show you. So maybe like, you know, like half a second or even less, like a few frames can oftentimes be enough to really show you, oh, that's what's supposed to happen here. Or that's what I'm supposed to notice here. And those are, you know, all the ones that I want to give you right now for like shots that are very common in anime that you might consider for your animation as well. There's two more things I want to do. First of all, I want to just give you a few quick tips for the process in case I haven't mentioned something until now. The first one is, once again, just to recap, it is more important that you make the character animate and look 2D than it is to make the environment animate and look 2D. Especially now, since more anime uses 3D animation for their environments or for the environments in general, you can get away with 3D camera moves in the environment. But if that is also visible in the character animation, that's what breaks the character out of the 2D look. And so you need to avoid that at all costs. To make your limited animation work better, because you only have a limited amount of frames, of course, you don't have motion blur and all that stuff, you want to make sure that you utilize stuff like smear frames. So you could, for example, bend your character's arm backwards to make it look like a smear frame, or like stretch, like scale out the hand, for example, to make it look like a smear frame, or just use grease pens, which we're going to talk about later, to create smear frames. Especially for fight animations, I actually found a good video when it comes to animation that I want to recommend you watch if you're interested in, like, you know, how to really do good fight animations, how to work with limited animation but still make the impact, for example, feel good, how to make it feel impactful, how to make it feel smooth and whatever, not lose the movement in the limited animation. There's a video that is going to be in the course page about how they did it for the video game Skullgirls, because that game uses 2D animated sprites, so 2D animated characters. And so they did work with limited animation, and they give you some tips about certain things to keep in mind to make impacts and stuff like that feel better. Another thing, just once again, to keep in mind to avoid the 3D feeling is to avoid perfect angles. So even though, you know, your character's face is modeled in a certain way, If it looks too 3D from a certain angle, you probably want to warp it a bit, change it a bit with the controllers you have in the face to make it look a little bit more, whether it's like deformed so it looks more 2D, or even just like the way the 3D model looks, you would never draw it this way, so then you would want to adjust it a bit. Oftentimes it's like for 3/4 shots, for example, the eye oftentimes is kind of like offset if you compare a 3D model to a 2D drawing, for example. So kind of stuff like that. You want to avoid perfect angles that the 3D model creates. Also, something for animations is the further a character leaves or moves away from the camera, the more or less detail they have. Something that also quickly gives away that it's a 3D model is that a character has the same amount of detail when they're very close to the camera as they have when they're very far away. Oftentimes, characters that are very far away are simplified with just a few colors, much fewer lines, no really any details. They really only focus on the silhouette. And if you can imitate that in your animation as well, it's going to make it look much better and much more 2D. Another thing I want you to avoid is to use the stepped interpolation modifier for the curves or for, what is it, the NLA editor. Don't use the stepped interpolation, because stepped interpolation is basically just saying, okay, every second frame is going to be played and the rest doesn't get played. But that is very mechanical and very automatic. We don't want to use automatic things, okay? We want to handpick which poses we want to use, and then we want to work with those. We don't want just to use every second frame, because sometimes every second frame isn't the best one. Maybe not the second frame, but the third frame, or actually the frame before that or the frame afterward is actually better. So using automatic ways of creating the stepped interpolation, the limited animation, aren't really that great. Another thing you can also consider, and it might be a bit weird and like give you like this aha moment, is like, you can also completely avoid camera moves, but still have camera moves in your shot by just imitating the camera move by animating your character. So for example, if you have a camera move where a character is moving up, so we have a pan down of the environment in the background, but the camera is also supposed to rotate around the character, why don't you just keep the camera still, look at the camera, look at the character is parented to the camera, and then we just imitate the rotation by animating the character rotating. In that way, for example, you can imitate camera movements by animating the character, but you can basically include camera movements in the character's animation. And then another good way to just avoid, or like to make it just a little bit look a little bit more 2D, is just to avoid showing the character's feet on the ground. Like the more perfect the shadow is on the ground, the more it looks 3D. And then also a lot of times anime avoids showing 3D like feet on the ground. Like if you look at any of these shots right here, like very few of these show actual feet on the ground. This one does, this one does, this one maybe? Oh, actually this one too, I guess. A lot of shots don't show actual characters' feet on the ground. Sometimes they put something in front of the feet, whatever it is. Just hiding the feet can help you a lot to remove that 3D feeling. And then once again, layers, 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 layers. Just take it layers, and you're probably going to create some pretty 2D looking compositions. Lastly, I just want to show you visually maybe some of the tips that I just talked about, and just like show you a few more examples that I found interesting that you might learn something from. And I think all the things that I show you here, all the clips should also be as links in the course page. I feel like you would have seen them already, but you know, just to make sure that you know that. I think you run into a problem very quickly if you have very geometric objects in your 3D animation that is supposed to look 2D, because once you rotate them in any way, or once they change position in any way, the geometric shape will always look perfect from any perspective, and the transition from one to the other will look perfect. And then I was curious, like, what does it look like for 2D animation? Like, how does the imperfection show in a 2D animation? And it's kind of like the object is kind of like a deforming character too. For example, here, once it starts, like it tilts backwards, but then the wheel, for example, like first of all, we have like this jump over to the side, but also you can see like everything is kind of wobbling around a lot. You can see like this window bends down somehow, but it's like it actually just changes height, for example. It's like a very moldable and very bendable object, even though it is just a hard metal car. It still looks very bendable. And then here we can see like how much like the wheels can like separate or move in like separately from the car and stuff like that. How these lines aren't always perfect, like they jump down, and all that kind of stuff shows that it's 2D because it's never perfect. It's never a perfect geometric shape. And then especially I saw one frame that was really telling right here in the next shot. Look at this one. So here it comes around the corner. First of all, we can already see this isn't perfect. So when you want to have a 3D model like this, you want to make it as bendable, I guess, as possible if you can. And then there was one frame that I saw right here. look at this one. It's bending, it's looking more and more at the camera, right? And then at some point, it is almost there, and then, oop, it looks like it's there. But then you can see like, it's like this right now, right? You can see this plane of the side of the car, but then all of a sudden, the plane is gone in the front, but somehow it's like bending here in the background. Look at this. This is, I think, the best example I can show you, like how imperfect, especially geometric shapes are in 2D animation. Like we can see the other side of the car here, but also this side. How does that make sense? These kind of things you have to keep in mind when you have very geometric shapes in your animation. Another thing here is how them driving away isn't perfectly in perspective. There's a certain fall off when it comes to how something scales down when it goes away from you, or when it drives away, for example, from the camera. That is like, has a certain math equation. In 3D, that math equation will be perfect and its scaling will be perfect. But if we see it here, it's kind of sliding over the ground here. It's not perfectly like touching the ground and stuff like that. So this animation isn't perfect in that way. And that's what makes it look 2D. This one is another one where you can kind of see how the character animation imitates camera movement. So here you can see the camera, like the background just pans down, but because the character moves down and the arm goes up into the view of the camera, it looks like the camera is actually panning up. But if you were to do this in 3D, for example, you could even just animate this by having the camera still, moving the background down, and the character basically like moving down, and then the hand is only in the camera view. So the camera for this shot wouldn't even have to move if it was in 3D, for example. Another one I wanted to show you just here is like this parallax effect for environment, like, you know, once again, layers. But also the layer movement, it looks like a pretty 3D movement, right? It kind of goes past the thing. But what it doesn't do is show any perspective change. If this was a 3D model, this edge would get wider because you can see more of it because it comes more into the frame of the camera. But since it is just a 2D plane that is moving, it never changes perspective. And that is like such a small thing, but it's very important when you want to make something look 2D. So for this, for example, what you could do if you had an environment like this, you could consider, for example, just creating this environment and then rendering it and then putting it as a 2D plane into the environment and animating it that way, just to avoid any kind of perspective change that would be created by the camera moving through the scene. Or I guess you could also just use the shift and zoom functions of the camera, the settings, to do something similar, I guess. Next up, we have this one, which is just another like rotation shot. But this one actually shows you an environment that it has like depth to it, right? And something cool that they do here is how they kind of warp the image. The camera moves from left to right, and the environment then has to, of course, react to that movement. But the way they do it is they basically say, oh, this thing here should move less than the back here. And then you can see it kind of warps like this. What doesn't happen though is there's no parallaxing here. Like his foot would get closer and closer to this side of his leg, but it doesn't because the whole thing is just warped. This one just kind of shows you how different, like analyzing this, I think shows you like how different a 2D character can look versus a 3D character in like oftentimes in anime. Like this one, for example, you can see it like here. This is obviously a 3D character, and then it switches to a 3D character. And you can see like this one is still a 3D model, and then it switches to a full-on 2D model because they wanted to make this dynamic movement. But that's kind of also what reveals that it is a 3D character. One reason why you can see that it's 3D is because it has perfect smooth movement like this. But it also is just less detailed than before. Like look at this. This is what it looks like. Look at the silhouette right here. Bump right here, triple bump right there. And then before, it's all smooth. This is like one of the main things that breaks the illusion of 2D in 3D models. If you want to imitate something like this, you could, for example, add extra geometry here to create this bump, or use like shape keys, for example, to create this very drawn looking silhouette, stuff like this. And you kind of have to do this. Otherwise, it's very clear. Like look at the shadows. Look how detailed they are in the drawing. Look how flat they are in the 3D. And this kind of shows you just like examples of what you really need to pay attention to make it look fully 2D. And the last one is just another comparison. This one is actually the Guilty Gear TV show or something. So these are, I think from what I know or what I guess, I don't really know much about this, but from what I guess is that these characters are actually the 3D models from the game, and they repurpose them for this animation. and this one is a drawn character. It is really hard to like understand what exactly makes these ones look so different to these ones, especially once you created your 3D character with like so much attention to detail and all that stuff, but something still makes it look 3D. And I think one of the main reasons for that is just that they just don't look as hand drawn as this one does. Whenever you draw a line, there's purpose behind it. You can especially see this here for the hair. Very purposely driven line here to separate, of course, the hair from the face and show this 3D look right here. The lines are all spaced apart. They only really highlight what is important, like the individual strands, and then they group strands together right here if they're like cut like this. Here we have a few lines to imitate to show the flow of the hair. But then on this side, for example, look at this hair. It looks so much more messy. Messy? No. It looks so much more messy just because there's no purpose behind the 3D model. You need to give it purpose. I'm not saying that they just like carelessly did this, but you could maybe fix this, first of all, by removing some of the lines, I guess. And we're going to get to how you can do line art later, but you could, for example, make this much better by using the rig to make some hair hide other hair, just to make this hair, for example, be much more pronounced and much more clear to read. You could say that hair, I guess, also needs clear poses. Look how messy these lines are, and then compare that to his hair. Like, look how there's like so many few lines, and it perfectly describes the structure of his hair. Oops. Whereas here we have so many messy lines that you would never draw if you were to draw this in 2D. You would maybe have like a strand here, and then maybe a strand there, and then maybe a strand there. But it gets way too messy if you have so many lines like right there. I think another thing that you can see in terms of difference is here we have like suggestive lines that suggest some certain structures that you not necessarily would see from this perspective in terms of shading, but you still want to show them. Like here, this edge, this edge, this edge, or crease, whatever, or even this thing here. They would not necessarily be highlighted by shadows, but if you still want to show them because they give the character just more structure. There's nothing here to really give this a little bit more depth. And I think that also kind of makes it look a little bit more 3D. There's probably more that you could nitpick here, I guess, or analyze to see like what really makes this look less 2D. But I think one of the main things here is just intentionality, or like purpose. There needs to really be purpose behind everything. And the more you can see the purpose behind every little aspect of your 3D model in the final 2D image, the more it's going to look 2D. And that's basically concludes the animation portion. Hopefully now you know what to do, what not to do, how to do it, and are confident to create your own animations that look like they've been 2D animated. At this point, you know how to create a 3D character and how to animate it, but now we need something to animate it in. Of course, they're not going to just run around in a void, so we need something like an environment. And if you're a 2D artist as well as a 3D artist, it's going to help you a lot now in this next step. But even if you're only a pure 3D artist, I'm going to show you, how you can create cool environments for your 3D anime as well. And at the end of this, you're going to know a couple of ways to create 3D environments that look like the traditional 2D anime environments, and you can choose between the one that you like the most. Who would have thought? We're starting with some examples again, because I want to show you once again what really makes a nice looking environment. First of all, just like animation, layers, layers, layers. Also, real quick, you're gonna see while we go through this, I just want to give you like a little heads up. I think the characters in here in this anime are 3D characters. They just move very smoothly, and that makes me kind of think that they're 3D characters, but they don't look super 3D. They look much more 2D because they don't have any lighting on them a lot of the times. Here, for example, no lighting. This one has lighting. But then here we have the same, or like here, for example. Yeah, so while we go through this, you can check out what you think, whether you think it's 3D or not. And maybe some of you even know, whether it's 3D or not. I would be curious if it is. Let's talk about layers. So layers are basically, just as we've seen in the animation part, a way to structure your environment. They allow you to create depth. And through playing around with like how they move, you can also elicit a certain camera movement throughout the animation. And these layers are usually also pretty clearly separated from each other. Here in this example, for for example, Jesus, why do I always do that? You can see that we have like the foreground. You could even argue that the characters are in the foreground, and then we have the midground, which is basically behind the characters. And then you could say that the background could, for example, be all of this right here. I think this one's kind of obvious with like what is foreground, what is background, and what is midground. We have the foreground right here with the bars too, and then we have the midground, which is this roof right here, and the background, which is this. This one, I would say, I guess this could be foreground or midground, depending. You could say this would be foreground, then this wall here in the back would be midground. So foreground, midground, and then the thing here in the back is the background. And so oftentimes with environments, especially, we have multiple layers, just because it gives you more of a feeling of depth, and it can allow you to create a very broad impression on the environment. Before I created this whole thing right here, I asked like what people are curious about when it comes to creating anime style 3D animations. And one person asked, how do you actually create nice looking environments? Because if you're starting with nothing, then you can create anything, but something, you have to do certain things to make it a good environment versus a not that great environment. And so what are those things that really make an environment a good environment? When I'm thinking about an environment, I think about its purpose first. So what is this environment supposed to do for this scene? Here in this case, for example, it's mainly there to give context. The character is still kind of the focus, of course, you know, the main character, and then the other characters are more like the background characters. And the environment serves to, first of all, bring the characters into a certain environment, of course, give them a scene to work with, but also give context for what this scene is, where they are. If this was all like wooden and there's like water splashing or something through a window, you would know that it's on a ship rather than just like a modern kitchen. So oftentimes environments are there for characters, of course, to act in, but then you can use environments to tell a little bit more of this background story of the environment or what has happened in that environment. This environment is very different to the previous one. It looks like much calmer because of the still trees and the people walking slowly. We have the wooden warm logs and everything looks kind of stable. Warm light coming from the top. So everything looks nice and calm and nothing is really moving fast or like being hectic. So it really depends on what the purpose is of the environment. And you can then recreate or present those in certain different ways. So that is kind of like the purpose aspect of the environment. The environment could also be a character, and then the purpose would be that it is the character. Like for example, like a volcano that then erupts. Then of course you want to create the environment a little bit differently than whether it is only there, for example, for the characters to like walk around in or interact with. So now we kind of know the purpose aspect. Let's talk about like the compositing aspect. How do you make an appealing looking environment? What I always come back to when it comes to creating a nice looking environment is contrast. Let's speak from the perspective of the purpose of the environment is to be a cool place for the characters to interact in or walk around in or whatever. When you say the purpose like that, the focus is still on the characters. So the environment is not there to be the main character, but it is there to support the characters, support what they're doing, and highlight them basically. And the way you can highlight something in a 2D image, right, is with contrast. There are a lot of different ways you can use contrast. I'm going to go through what those are, but that's like the main way you can, for example, for environments, you can design environments with contrast in mind to create focus on the characters. Of course, if the focus is more on the environment as the character, then you can still use contrast in certain ways to highlight certain things about the environment. But if the environment is more meant to be a supporting role, then you would want to use the environment to put focus on whatever is the focus. The first way we can give focus to something with contrast is with light, for example, or with color too. So here, for example, the characters are coming from the left, and this side of the environment is much brighter than this side of the environment. And usually we tend to look more at lights than, for example, dark. And so when like this side here, this side is much darker than this side, we tend to look more to the bright side. You can also see the same often in game design when you have like a dark corridor or whatever, or just like video games in general. Oftentimes they lead the character through the environment with light, for example, like a light shining through it. For example, there's like a hallway of doors, for example, all of them are open, and then one of them has light shining through them. That's probably the one that they want you to go through. Like light is a very good way to lead the eye. So here, for example, it is not only that there is a brighter colors over here, but it also has more saturated colors. There's many more saturated and different colors over here. if you compare that to here. There's like a little bit of color here, of course, but I think this one doesn't jump out as much as these ones do. And then of course the characters too. Yeah, so basically contrast in lighting, so brightness, and as well as color. Here we have another one with light and dark, like this environment, like the characters are so small in this big frame. So how do we give them the focus? What if we just make everything just a little bit darker than where the characters are? That's a very easy way to give the focus really onto the characters or whatever you want to put focus on. It can also work if you just have like an establishing shot, for example. We talked about that in the animation chapter. In an establishing shot or environment shot rather, you want to show the environment, and then you can give like a little bit more context over the entire environment. Or if you want to actually have something be the focus of that environment in the environment shot, you can use light again with, like, for example, like a light cone hitting something on the ground, or light being on one side but not on the other, and stuff like that. Through those kind of lighting things, you can put focus on something. This one is also another contrast, which is detailed versus not detailed. Everything seems to be pretty colorful, right? There's definitely more different colors on this side, so I think the focus is still drawn to the side. But one other thing that we have here is that there's a lot more going on this side than all of this. This is like, the contrast here would be like empty versus crowded, I guess. There isn't really much here, so there isn't really any focus here. There's nothing really to look at, but there's so much going on here that you're like, oh, what is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? And so your eye gets drawn over to this side. Another contrast that you can find, especially in animation, is movement versus no movement. So if you have like this, right? If this was a still frame and all of a sudden one finger moves, your eyes would be immediately drawn to this finger. Here, I guess we have like crows moving everywhere, but at least for the characters, we can see when they're moving, we get drawn to them as well. Here's the same thing. Nothing moves in this shot except for the characters. And so on the initial recognition, I guess, or like seeing this, we're drawn more to the moving thing than all the stationary things. Yeah, I think it would be a bit harder if, like, for example, the background moves in this direction, or like everything moves a bit, like it's a panning shot. But here with this example, nothing is moving except for the characters, so I think they really stick out of the environment. And then of course we also have the contrast between dark here in the foreground and then lighter behind it, basically. Here we have another big contrast, which is just color contrast, which I think this one shows very well. We have like all these blue colors here and white, blue and white, light blue colors. And then here we have like these darker and mainly green colors that really contrast what we can see over here. It's not necessarily a full contrast in terms of like their opposing colors on the color wheel. So like, for example, yellow and blue would be very contrasting, but they're still looking very different because they're different main colors. So they still create a striking contrast between them. Another way of contrast is using depth of field for setting focus on something. So here, for example, this is not necessarily like contrast in the environment necessarily, but is, I would still included for how you design an environment. So when you, for example, have something like, let's say this one or this environment, imagine you're a bit closer to this column, for example, you could blur out the front column and maybe even the back columns to really put focus on the characters, or just blur out the front column and then have this part here very sharp to really give it, like, first of all, a more of a sense of depth, and also just put more focus on what isn't blurred. Usually if you blur something, that immediately puts it more into the background. The last thing as the contrast is like the contrast of like sameness versus complexity, which I would say you could see here quite well. Like this, it looks a little bit complex, but it has this like this very repeating pattern. And so like it all looks kind of the same when we kind of glance over it. So then what is the contrast to that? It's the characters with like different colors, different shapes, different, you know, different proportions and all that, different poses. They also move, whereas the other, like the environment doesn't move. So this would be like a contrast between sameness and complexity. And those are kind of like some, you know, different ways you can contrast things in your environment, especially when you combine it with characters that you can use to really give your environment purpose and design it in a way that allows you to create nice looking environments, basically, that serve the story and serve the purpose that they have. Another thing that is really good to include in environments are leading lines. Leading lines are kind of like lines that are visually being created by different elements in the scene or in the environment, like a contrast, or just how the structures in the environment look, like different objects, different shapes, light, for example, too. Or even like people like looking in a certain direction can give you like leading lines. They're basically suggesting where you're supposed to look and highlight certain aspects. Here, for example, we have like all these lines leading into the middle here, and then we have these lines leading into the middle. You could even argue that this one is kind of like framing the character. So all of this really like puts the focus on the middle here, first of all. Even with these, or even these ones, all of these, they all radiate out from like this part. And so the focus here is really put onto the characters. You can see the same with this thing basically being like this highlight point and then having all these lines going to it. Like this one is of course like a building, so you know it's not like fully focused on her, for example, but it still kind of shows you how these lines kind of, when you analyze how you went through this image, kind of brings you back to this circle. So that's how like what the effect is of leading lines. Same with this right here. We have like a line right here. We have lines going down, lines, lines, lines. Maybe even this one right there. So they all kind of always somehow tend to go to where the characters are. Not always, but like here, for example, it's a bit harder to see this. Here, I think they play around more with like movement through non-movement, like creating a contrast for that. Like the characters are moving, but the environment isn't. But leading lines can be very, very helpful. Another thing that is very useful is, I guess you could call it perspective or scale throughout the environment. This is a good example for that actually. Like this pillar there in the back, look at this pillar, how thin it is compared to this one. And that of course immediately suggests depth, because the further something is away, the smaller it is. So if we have like an element that basically repeats throughout an environment, that is like this one versus this column and then this column, we can see it gets smaller and smaller and suggests, as I said before, depth. Same even like with these wooden panels here, they're right there, and then all the way over here we have them again. So yeah, this kind of sense of scale can be created, first of all, with like how big objects are, and then also with where the camera position is, and also including humans. An issue you might run into when you want to design an environment is that you want to create something that is abnormally large. Like for example, let's say a castle or like a mountain or something, or like just a rock wall or a brick wall. If it's supposed to be abnormally large, let's say this one is supposed to be like, each brick here is supposed to be the size of a human, let's say. How do you make this show that it's like super huge? Because if you just remove all characters, you don't really know how big any of this is. Like, is this like huge? Is it not? A funny example that I always think of is in spaceships, or like when you're in space, there's no planets. And so all you really have to see kind of like the size of any kind of ship is when you have a different ship where you can see humans inside, for example, when you see that ship right next to the other ship. This way you kind of show scale in an environment. You give the viewer something you're familiar with. Usually the easiest way you can do that is with humans, for example. The easiest way you can show an environment's scale is by just placing a human next to the thing that is supposed to be huge, for example, or some kind of thing that alludes that there were humans, like tents, a backpack, or something that is like human, I guess. Or you can also allude to it by placing the camera on head position. So for example, if you want to make a character look huge, you just place the camera below the character and all of a sudden the character just looks bigger, even though they might just be pretty small, but the camera's even lower, so they just look bigger. In the same vein, if you want to make, for example, a canyon look ginormous, you just place the camera very low to the ground, and it looks immediately way bigger, because the camera basically suggests what your POV would be if you were in the environment. And then the last thing I want to talk about real quick, I think we mentioned it a little bit before, was the storytelling you can do in environments. I think it's harder for characters to tell a story in a certain environment, but I think it's much easier to tell stories with an environment. So for example, if we look at this shot, like everything looks kind of clean, right? It looks kept. There's no like moss or any like fungus or anything. Like everything looks nice and clean, no scrapes, no dirt, no gunk or anything like that. So it looks like it's nice and kept, so people are probably living there, they want to keep it clean. And so it could also be brand new, right? And people are just moving in there, and so this environment looks nice and new and clean. Whereas, for example, if we have another one like this one is a bit different. Like here we have like moss, for example, growing. We have some green stuff. We have like color imperfection or like color differences. So this suggests more that it's like worn down a little bit. Nature has had its impact. It's not as clean as the rest. If you want to make this look very like clean, for example, you would probably make these rocks much more even in color and then like make the edges nice and straight and remove the grass and stuff like that, and then it would look a lot more kept. But like this, you can suggest that there's like history first of all behind it, and also that it's more of a natural thing, not necessarily something that people frequently like live in or stuff like that. I think this one is also a good example. Like imagine there's like two kind of whatever these are, like wooden walkways for boats. There's either the one from like very sunny, like this one, for example, it's like super kept, like looks straight, planks are all there. There's no like breakage or anything. It looks nice. There's of course a little bit of like dirt right next to the water or on the water, but everything itself looks nice and modern and new and clean. And then you compare that to like the horror version or like the old version, which like broken down planks. Some of them are like only halfway there, like some of them hang down halfway. And so by contrasting it with these two walkways, you can immediately kind of picture in your mind what kind of different story they tell, and also what kind of different emotion they evoke. So hopefully this can has given you some impressions and like some food for thought, I guess, for how you can design your environment and what kind of purpose it's supposed to have, and then how you can put the focus on the characters with the environment if there's characters in the environment. Next, I want to give you just my approach to creating some kind of environment. I have a video in the course page for like a general environment building workflow, but actually I wanted to find like a good explanation of somebody explaining how they do their environments, but I couldn't really find a good video for like how to structure your environment with like purpose in mind. I feel like I've seen it before, but it was really hard to find something where it was also explained. There is an example, but it's not necessarily like a tutorial and like step by step how to do stuff like this. So I also wanted to show you what I do, so you can then maybe see if you can model that, or if you maybe want to do it differently, or try your own way basically. So usually I start my environments, of course, from scratch. If I create an environment, my first idea is like, oh, what is this environment first of all supposed to be? Like, what is the environment? And then how can I create the environment and give it purpose? Like you could think, oh, it could be a library. Like just saying that it's a library doesn't necessarily give it purpose. It just creates an environment. It's a volcano. It's an old ancient ruin. It's a modern cityscape. This just kind of gives it that kind of gives you a look that you can go for, and then afterwards you want to give it purpose. So okay, like there's supposed to be like in my mind, for example, for this environment that I'm going to show you in a second that I made, I thought like, oh, what if there's like this explorer that goes through these like ancient ruins that then discovers this giant artifact in the background. And so I thought, okay, well, let's see what we can do with that, right? So this was kind of like the first version of this environment. This cube right here is probably one of the most important aspects of this, and the one that I always make sure to have. It's basically the human scale cube, okay? I like to have a cube in my scene if I create an environment that kind of shows me how big a human would be. At least where humans would be in the animation, I want to have the cube to see it for scale. In this case, for example, I usually make it around 1.8 meters tall to have it like an average human size. And then I place it in the scene where I want it so I can model the rest around this. Also, what I do very early in the beginning is I place the camera somewhere where I think it works well, somewhere where I think I want to have it. I can still move it and then adjust the environment around where I place the camera, but if I already have like an idea of what I want to do, for example, for this example, I wanted to have a foreground right here, then a midground, and then the background with the monkey. And so I thought, well, I'm going to place the camera kind of like lower to the ground so I can see the character well, but I can also see like what is above the horizon and show the monkey like this. And then I basically just started by kind of blocking out because they're all blocks, different elements in the scene. So I knew that I wanted to have some kind of path, some kind of visual path to the monkey. You can see I already started here working with leading lines. We have a line going here, a line like here, a line right there, and this is kind of like the path that I wanted to show, like how it kind of goes from here to here with these vines too, that kind of like create a path towards the monkey. So I kind of wanted to use all of this to kind of, to lead your eye along this and towards the end of this. Of course, you also have like the character in the foreground. So I wanted to have a little bit of context in like what the character is standing in, like these roots right here, and then the tree, same with this root here in the front, and then of course the ground that they're standing on. But you can see that it's clearly separated a foreground here with the character, then a midground with like these blocks, and the background with the triangle and the monkey. Also, for these blockouts, you want to stick with as primitive shapes as possible that allow you to create, like, block out what you have in mind. So here, for example, in my case, I just use these blocks to kind of create the most basic structure that I wanted to go for. I knew I wanted to have something in the background that looks a little bit more like build. It draws the attention because it looks like this very geometric shape, and this is really all I did. I did the same for the vines, or for whatever the plants. They're just basically curves with a bevel applied to them, or with a profile applied to them, so they have some volume to them, some roundness, right? They're tubes. And so this is really all I did. I used cubes, I used tubes, and I used a plane. And then once I had this blockout, I also immediately started adding lighting. Lighting is very, very important for environments, as we talked about before, because it can very quickly put focus on a certain thing in the environment. So here, for example, I thought, well, oftentimes for environments, the foreground is usually a little bit darker, and then as we go further back, it is like there's a transition between light and dark when it comes to foreground versus background. Either the foreground is bright and then the background is dark, or the background is bright and the foreground is dark. So in my case, I wanted the foreground, for example, to be dark, and then there's more light, for example, here in the midground. Especially I used the light here to really light up this area here, just because then it really sets apart with contrast the character box, or the character where the character is supposed to stand, from the environment right behind it. If, for example, the lighting was looking a little different, like for example like this, it would immediately be a bit harder to identify, like what is the foreground, what is the background. But because I made this big contrast between foreground and midground, you can immediately see the difference between the two. So then once we have the broad shapes and we're happy with what we have, we can then go over to refine the block out. And that's what this would look like. So if we compare this, so this is before and then this is after. It just kind of breaks up the broad shapes and makes them a little bit more interesting by giving them more layers, for example. Here we have like the silhouette before was like very straight and very mechanical, very 3D, very realistic. And then I gave it like this little corner right here and this little elevation, or like little level right there, to just give it, a little bit more character. It's not perfect. It has like this little maybe edge chipped off or something. It makes it look a little bit more interesting. Same with this thing right here, right? Gives it more variation and makes it look a little bit more interesting. Even for the foreground, you can see I added like some little grass leaves right here that you can see right there to make it elude that the character's standing on grass or something like that. Same with the vines right here. The vines now have multiple like different vines wrapped around the main vine to make it look more varied and give it a bit more character and make it look a bit more natural, I guess. And the same thing here with this one. And then the last step is basically to just hone everything in that you've already created to make it basically fully refined and detailed. Giving it detail, giving it what we don't have yet is color. You could start with color if you really want to put emphasis on the color, but it is also worth not using color at all until you need to, basically, until you want to finish it, because then you can focus more on the lighting and the compositing, and the color is less distraction. So in this case, for example, I added the color after refining the environment. So in the end, it looks something like this. Now everything actually has color, so we can also use color contrast to separate, for example, the monkey from the background, for example, from the rest of the background. You can also see that I changed the lighting now so that the focus is actually on the background, and there's like this gradual change from foreground to background. And so now we have a clear distinction between the two and what is actually supposed to be the focus. Of course, this is more like a depiction of the workflow. I wouldn't consider this necessarily like finished. It shows you, just like the kind of steps that I would go through to create an environment like this, or any environment really. Something you might wonder now is like, well, so do I create an environment for every scene? I would say that it kind of depends on what your setup or what your scenes are. Can you create multiple scenes in the same environment, or do you need new perspectives of the environment? Something to keep in mind is that environments don't necessarily, for anime, don't necessarily need to be perfectly congruent or like make sense from one shot to the other. Like if it's a house, maybe then it makes sense. Like if the house all of a sudden like the door switches or it changes something like position, it might be a bit more obvious. But if it's something like a more organic thing, you know, like a big space, then it doesn't necessarily need to be super like realistic and staying the same between scenes. So it kind of depends on whether you can reuse the environment or it's better to create a new one, even if it's the same style, for example. Now I want to talk about a distinction between two kinds of environments. There's a static environment and then there's dynamic environments. What I mean by that is anything that is static includes it being animated, let's say. And animated means something that is like more complex than just like moving across the frame, like a pan, for example. Let me show you two examples I have right here. What do you think? Which one is static and which one is animated? I think, you know, if you've ever seen anime or like cartoons, you immediately know which one will be animated. Well, you know, the one that has cel shading. So one part of the environment here is dynamic, which is this one, and then the other one is static. It doesn't change at all. And whether your environment is static or dynamic determines how you need to treat it. So a static environment would be more painterly and a dynamic environment would be more stylized or simplified and cel shaded. For example, like a character hitting the ground and it like breaks up into pieces, that would be dynamic, for example. If the characters are just walking through it and not really like affecting it in any way except maybe throwing a shadow, then you would make it painterly because it doesn't really change over time, let's say. I think that's the main thing. Like if they're dynamic, they change over time in their shape, in their form. In static, they don't. I remember there's like this one scene where I saw this for the first time when I watched SpongeBob back in the day, where SpongeBob saw that Gary's like this super smart and is like has like his hidden libraries. I don't remember where it was. And then he brings SpongeBob there, and then he wants to pull out a book from one of the bookshelves, and you can just see all the books look perfectly painterly, and then one of them is just cel shaded, and you know he's gonna pull out that one. That's kind of always how I remember, like what is dynamic, what is static, and like that there is this difference. So now you know what it requires to create an environment. You also have a rough idea with like how to create an environment. Now let's go a little bit more specifically how you would do it. I talked about it before that if you know 2D and you also know how to paint, for example, you're gonna have a benefit here. It's gonna benefit you that you can do that because a lot of anime environments are actually painted, but there's still two kinds of environments that I want to distinguish here. So one that is very good if you like painting and you're good at painting, or you know you just want to do it, or you're not good at it or you don't want to do it. That would then be like the 3D approach to creating these environments. Or of course you can combine them to both of them as well. The first one is the manual painting approach. So if you look at these environments, for example, this one is I think pretty simple, but then if you look at this, like this one looks all very painterly, very painted, like as if it's been brushstrokes that made these. Same here. Here, this one, like you can see, it's not perfectly straight. We have like, you know, the lines aren't perfectly straight, not perfectly the same thickness. You can see it looks very painterly. And the way that I like to describe painterly is like, well, it's kind of going back to like non-perfect. And especially what I see as like painterly is like that you can see the individual brush strokes in the environment. So for example, here, look at all those leaves. You can immediately see like, oh, there's probably a brush stroke here, and then there, and then there, and then here. And we have like this branch right there. And then we have the same thing here. If you analyze painted environments, the more you look at it, the more you see where all the individual brush strokes are. Like here, the clouds, for example. I think this one is like very detailed, so it's a bit harder to see. But even here, you can see like on top of the little rocks right there, this part right here, or here. You can just see the character of the brush that has been used and how it has been used. You can even see the flow of the brush strokes. Stuff like this is very hard to recreate with a procedural approach. Here, for example, you can see like these lines that all go in the same direction. You have like this zigzag line right there, and then these little brown splotches right there to suggest like maybe some kind of ridges or something. This looks very painterly because it looks like somebody actually, you know, used brush strokes to create these. They feel like they have purpose to them. I think this one creates the most, let's say, striking environments or most 2D looking environments because you're actually 2D painting the environment. It's not necessarily that you're painting in 2D, but you're painting them, so you know that already immediately gives it more of a handmade feeling. So now let's see what the ways are you can create a hand-painted environment. So from what I know so far, okay, there are 3 different ways you can do a handmade texture painted style for your environment. And the first one is just by plain texture painting. We have all these flat colors from the shader, and now we want to give this like an actual painted look. So what you do is just, you know, go in here, make sure that it first of all is unwrapped. You could just, if you want to be lazy, you can just do Smart UV Project, default settings, there you go. And then you want to make sure that you, of course, have a shader. You create a new image texture, and then you can go in here and you can create a new texture. Let's just call it a test, and we set it to like, I don't know, let's just like do 248. It could also be 4K, whatever works for you. You have to kind of see what works. All of the other things are fine. Maybe you could even give this a color already, like the yellow that was the rocks, for example. And then you apply this and you put it, for example, into the base color. Or what you could also do is just plug that straight into the output. So now if we go into texture painting, object, texture paint, we see it already has this texture applied, but we also see that I think it has 2 materials, so we need to remove one of them. There you go. And now we can see the texture right there. And now we just can use any kind of brush to paint on it. So this would be the first way you can paint. If you want to do texture painting like this and do it in Blender, right? To just basically normal texture painting, paint your environment with texture brushes, I would suggest you get some custom texture brushes. And for that, I actually have a custom texture brush bag that you can get with, I guess, a link in the description. And maybe I'll also make it available for people that join the memberships, whether it's on YouTube or on Patreon. I might make them available for free there as well. So if you join there, you should get them on top of everything else, or you can just buy them if you don't want to have a subscription, for example, or you can create your own. I also will have links in the course page for how to create your own custom brushes. If you're curious about how I did mine or how you can create your own, I'm going to have links for that in the course page. One important thing to keep in mind is that images in Blender or textures in Blender that you texture paint. So if I draw something here, let's say, right, I paint the top here in green. If I now do this and I close Blender, even if I save Blender and then close it, the image texture will not be saved. So you have to make sure that once you've done some work in your texture painting, you need to save the texture. And one way you can do this, I think it's in here somewhere. You can say save all images, or you can go into the image viewer here and open up the texture that you've created, and then you say image, save as, and you save the image. Otherwise, the texture will not be saved and you would have to restart the whole thing. The whole thing would just be gone. I feel like everybody, like when they first do texture painting, do this mistake once and then never again. But maybe you have never done it and I can save you from that fate. Just save your textures. Another thing that can be helpful, you might see that when you're texture painting like this, that it gets a little laggy, especially like you paint something and then you let go of the brush and then it lags for a second. The reason why that happens is probably because you have your image viewer open, so you see the texture not only in the 3D view, but also here in this image viewer or UV editor, which one ever, doesn't really matter, but image editor or UV editor, you have the texture open, and so it not only has to update it on your 3D model, but also on the image itself. If you close the image, it's gonna run much smoother. I discovered this when I painted my arcane like Jinx model, and I texture painted. I was like, man, what is this so laggy? And then I closed the texture, and then all of a sudden everything was super smooth. It might be helpful, but yeah, it's better to not have it open. Another cool thing you can do if you have a pen tablet is a setting right here in the brush settings, which is this one right here. Color picker. You can either use one color at a time. So if I switch or I press Shift X, you can switch brush mode. But what I can also do is switch this to gradient. And then I can basically determine if I press very lightly with my pen, what color is supposed to be. And then if I press very heavily, what color is supposed to be. So with that, for example, you can create automatic basically color variation. For example, you can paint here with the same green color, and then if you press very hard, it could be like a yellowish green color, and this way you can very quickly create simple and automatic kind of color variation in your brush strokes. So this is the first method of, painting your environment using texture painting in 3D. The second one is to use projection. So what I did is I rendered my environment, And then I took that image and brought it into Clip Studio Paint, and then I painted over it. You can see how there's like, you know, these painted details here, like pretty roughly. I didn't go like into super detail, but I just wanted to show you the concept behind it. Here you can see I added like the cracks in there. I added this crack right there. I added the grass reaching over the edge and stuff like that. It's not perfect right there, but yeah, just so you can see, it looks pretty painted, right? So once I've painted the environment or painted over it in 2D, I then brought it back into 3D and projected it onto the environment. You can see this is what it looks like. It's basically like a projector throwing its image onto the environment that it sees. Basically, the camera is the projector and it throws the image that you've drawn onto the 3D objects. So then it kind of looks like this, how it gets like kind of stretched, but from the camera perspective, it all looks perfect. And that's what projection is. You can see even the monkeys on the wall there because it's been projected. And so this is another way you can refine your environments or paint your environments. Something you can also do with this then, of course, is depending on how much more of the environment exists around the camera, you can do like, you know, little camera movements like this, have a little bit of depth. These little depth changes or like camera moves, the more extreme they are, the more you would probably want to use texture painting rather than projection, because projection has kind of like, it looks the best from the camera position that you've thrown the picture from, and then the further you go away from that, the harder, like the worse it gets. So you can see here, for example, all of a sudden I can see the image, like the edge of this world behind it. The environment looks like this because I basically just painted the background onto the foreground, so it looks like this, there's actual grass, but it's just the color of the background onto the foreground objects. So it looks like it is actually, you know, like spiky, but it's not. It's just it's just painted like the background. So this is very useful if you're very comfortable, for example, in Clip Studio Paint or any other 2D software, for example, and then you can just paint over it in there and then throw it back onto the 3D environment. And then, of course, if you want to, you can bake these textures as new textures. So then these textures are actually saved on the object, and then you can go back in and fix some of the things that you have here in texture painting in 3D. I could remove the monkey from the background because why would it be there? You could fix this part right here because this is supposed to be the foreground, so I could remove it from the background. And the more I fix it like that, the more you can then do camera moves like this. This is actually also how Arcane created their environments. They either did projection or the third method that we're going to get to in a second. So if you want to see, you know, how good it can look, you can just look at Arcane. If you don't have a different editing program or like Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint, you can also just paint in Blender's image viewer. So you just render your image and then open it in your image viewer here, set your mode to paint, and then just paint in here. That also works. Whatever you want to do, right? For this projection, all that matters is that in the end, you have a painted over image that you can then throw back onto the scene. And then the last example is to use image cards. So let's say you rendered your image and then you painted it in a different program, for example. You don't necessarily need to throw the environment onto the 3D scene. You can also then separate the environment into multiple layers in your editing software or your 2D software, and then just do it that way. And then just put those different elements back into the scene as individual image cards. So this is basically just, yeah, it's just images put into the 3D environment on different depths to create this parallax effect and create the sense of depth. So once we move the camera, you can see everything moves according to how far away it is. Of course, you can see there's like, you know, it cuts off at the bottom. But of course, if you make it wider or you zoom in more, you have more room to play with when it comes to movements. And this would be the third way you could paint something and then put it into the 3D environment, for example. You could even have like, if the characters are not in the background, so like here, the characters only in the foreground, you could even have a 3D environment in the foreground and in the background is just these image textures. You know, you can mix and match these however you want to create the environment that you want. Those are kind of like the main three ways you can use 3D in Blender and 2D painting, so manual painting, to create the environments that you want for your scenes. So now that we talked about manual painting, let's talk about the other way of creating. This one would be more for people that are more comfortable with Blender's textures, like the noise textures and shading, rather than just like manually painting stuff. And I would call that like the procedural creation method. And I also have a few examples for that. So here, for example, this one is from One Punch Man, the first season. And you can see this one doesn't look like super painted, but it looks a little bit more computer generated. but it also doesn't look like jarring or anything. It just looks like an environment that is like, you know, maybe like a photo that has been then manipulated or like stylized, or it could even be in 3D environment. Whatever it is basically like the procedural way of creating an environment. I've seen, actually recently there was a video by PewDiePie where he went to the Wit Studio, I think it was, in Japan, and they showed him how they create stuff, and they also showed how they created environments. They create a 3D environment, they render it, and then they paint over it in their 2D software to create the final version. This is, for example, maybe what they did here, like, because the trees, for example, look much more like painted than, for example, the walls, the environment here, the ground, the overpass. And then you can see like here, for example, like the rocks look much more painted than the ground, for example. The ground has like a very distinct like noise texture applied to it, and a couple of noise textures probably, and stuff like that. So yeah, or like here, this looks much more geometric because the geometry is like perfect in like its perspective and whatever. So it looks a little bit more procedural or like 3D. So now you kind of know probably what a procedural environment would look like, but I want to give you a few more examples just so you can see, you know, what you could probably create, in my opinion, with a procedural approach. Something like this, probably. You know, you would want to make sure that they're a bit more simplified, of course. The houses, for example, the grass. There are some pretty good videos about like creating procedural painterly or like anime grass on YouTube. I should have videos, or at least the channels that have uploaded it, on the course page. And yeah, something like this, you could probably create. This is once again One Punch Man, just another environment. You can see this looks already kind of like 3D. It looks kind of weirdish, but yeah, this you could create, for example. Like we talked a lot about like 3D is perfect and it doesn't really work for anime, but for environments, you have much more freedom with what you can get away with. Like this one just kind of looks like a video, but since the characters are stylized, it still kind of works. So look at how realistic this looks, for example. But it still works because the characters are stylized. So really, the most important thing is that you keep your characters stylized. And then the last one right here, this one I would say you could also probably create with procedural textures. I think this is probably painted, but you can probably create something similar with textures. This is just another example for like, this is probably doable with procedural stuff. And then of course the benefit of procedural stuff is that you can use it over and over again. So if you ever want to use a wall like this again, you have it again, and then you can just, you know, use it again. So that's like the big benefit of this. So now that we know what you can create with this kind of approach, let me show you how this approach works. And it's really, if you've done shading in Blender before, especially with like procedural nodes, procedural shading, if you already know a little bit about procedural stuff, it's kind of, you know, basically the procedural material creation approach, just with the aim not to necessarily create something realistic, for example, but more something painterly or something more like the anime style. And to show you kind of what that could look like, I've created these two walls, or this wall and this wooden rail. So how are these materials created, and what kind of characteristics would you want to look for? So the first thing is, of course, you would want to use procedural textures. What I mean with textures is this kind of stuff. Noise texture. If we go here over to the texture panel in the add panel in the shader menu, we can see basically anything that is like right here. These are the kind of things that you would want to work with. It can be a bit tricky to work with, but it's kind of part of the procedural process to learn how to interact with them, how to manipulate them, how to work with them, to create what you want to create with them. So here, for example, in this, I used two noise textures and put them together to create this kind of like rocky grayish material. So one of them looks like this, and the other one is just there to basically brighten up. It looks like this, and then it added like these brighter spots, the second noise texture. Then I also used another noise texture right here to create these little brown spots, as well as also here at the bottom where you would have more dirt, like dirt getting kicked in corners and whatever. That's what this ground dirt would be. And you know, I created that with another noise texture, as well as using a gradient texture that looks like this, a procedural gradient texture, to mask like the bottom here, and then mixing that with a noise texture creates a pattern like this that I can then mix together with the other noise texture to have the dirt on the bottom and right here, and it's going to make it look like that. On top of that, then of course, this is only the texture. Now we also need to add the lighting to this wall, for example, to this wall material. So then I use the diffuse BSDF shader RGB thing to bring the lighting in here with a multiply mix RGB. So now through these two lights, you can see we have dynamic lighting, and that is made by multiplying basically just what you get from the diffuse BSDF onto the texture that we have here. And then lastly, what I did is something that are kind of like little painterly things you oftentimes add to your environments that you can then recreate in procedurally as well, which is what you can see here in the end. This is basically, as you can see, not only like a little bit of like a Fresnel effect where the shallower you look at some surface, it gets more and more glossy. So you can see the reflection of what's behind it more. This is what you can see here, for example. You can see it, especially if I do this, you can see how it just gets brighter the further it goes to the edge. And then I also masked out the top of the bricks to create this kind of mask, which is basically there to kind of brighten the top of the bricks a little bit as well. And then I also used the position of this wall separated so that I can only have the Z. So this is basically, you know, where it turns black are negative values in the 3D world. And I use that as a mask for the ground right here to remove any of these bright parts of the bricks from the bottom, because before it looked like this. You can see it's also highlighted at the bottom. I didn't want to do that. So I wanted to remove it at the bottom where you wouldn't have that, right? Because there's no light underground. And then we have a mask like this that I then apply with like a lighter material on top of everything else. And it gives it just a little bit more of a like an atmospheric look. The same thing here, for example, for the bricks. This one is kind of like a UV trick because this is using an array modifier. I gave each brick here a unique color by basically, first of all, unwrapping this and then scaling it, making it super tiny. So this is the entire UV of this brick, but I'm not using it for any textures. I'm only using it for the position in the UV space. And since I placed it at the top, I can then use here in the array modifier, the UV offset, to give each brick in this array a different offset in the UV grid. So every brick is placed somewhere else in the UV grid. And then I can use this and separate, for example, the X value, and then combine that with a ping pong to give each brick, for example, a different sort of value. X would be left to right, yeah. So if we separate the UVs here and only select X, for example, we would see where the brick would be along the horizontal line here in the UV square. And since that is offset by U, by 0.5, it's like all on different spots. And I used the ping pong here because some of these UVs would, through the offset, be like somewhere past the UV grid, the 0 to 1, so we need to bring them back down to 0 and 1, and the ping pong can do that because it basically goes from 0 to 1, and then from here from 1 to 0, and then from 0 to 1, and so on and so forth. And I used it here to add it to the factor, and this way each brick had its own amount that this hue saturation value got applied, which brightens the bricks as well as desaturated them a little bit, just to give them like variation between each brick. Afterwards, I used the texture again to create something that looks like this. So this is using the curvature node that you only have in Goo Engine to highlight the edges of the bricks. You can see right here how there's like these lines, right? And these lines are being created with the curvature node. And then I use a color burn on top of this. I used this texture, I made it very bright, and then I used the color burn to create a bit of variation in the mask from the curvature. And then I put it here. I used it as a mask to add like a little bit of a brighter line wherever the edges are. So the edges are basically supposed to be worn out. That's what this kind of creates. Afterwards, I used the scene rim output of the curvature to give it this kind of atmospheric like Fresnel look, which then looks like this. It makes it just look a little bit more atmospheric, adds the sky, for example, the sky color in here. And then one more thing that I did is I thought, well, usually between these bricks, if there's a little gap, there would probably also be dirt like collecting inside. So here I created just a simple color attribute, called it ambient occlusion, and then I just basically painted the inside of like the, you know, where the bricks would meet. Then I inverted it to make it a mask, used the color ramp to sharpen it a bit, and then applied that here to make the in between the bricks just a little bit darker. And then once again, because we need the shading of course on these bricks too, I used the diffuse BSDF sRGB and multiplied on top of everything like the color that we just created to create the final bricks, which of course also react to lighting. So now you can kind of see, for example, what a procedural material could look like. Let me show you one more with this wooden material. As you might guess, we also start with a noise texture. Look at that. It's just, once again, this one is actually scaled very far and it has some distortion to create this wooden effect. So this is what it looks like normally. This is the normal noise texture, but because I scaled it along the x-axis, it's like very stretched. It looks like, you know, like something like wood. And then gave that a color with the color ramp like this. So now the dark parts are dark brown and the bright parts are like this beige or reddish brown. Shot that through a hue saturation. I think just to adjust the colors a little bit, it's easier to just adjust all colors with the hue saturation for me than just switching each color here again. So I just usually tend to use a hue saturation value to adjust them. This one is just another ambient occlusion that I used the same way as I did use the bricks to mark the gaps and then darken them just a little bit. There you go. Then once again I use the scene curvature to select all the corners to make them worn out a little bit, make it look a little bit like this. And then we have the multiply for the lighting again. And we already have something like this, but there's a little bit more that I added to this now, because this is of course rocks that are very rough, and maybe you could argue that these are a bit glossier, so they look a bit smoother, but these ones are especially rough, so this is like a very non-reflective material. This one I wanted to do like polished wood or something that is very glossy, you could say. So what I did on top of the diffuse BSDF, I also then have this right here, the color dodge, which uses a glossy BSDF. The glossy BSDF in itself looks like this. So it gives it kind of like this shimmering, shiny effect. And how, you know, then I thought like, how could I add this to the material as well? Well, first of all, I turned it into RGB values so I can actually work with this and manipulate it. And then I used the color ramp to kind of just rein it in a bit so that the shine isn't everywhere, only in like the areas that are basically right now looking at the camera. And then I color dodged that on top of the rest. I used it as a mask, and then I used the color dodge to kind of define how, like, the color of this color dodge. You can see if I make it brighter, it gets shinier, and you can see how nice and shiny it looks now with this. If you want, of course, you can also change the color, so this could look more like a night scene, for example. And so in this way you can create variation and give it, like, you know, exactly the look that you want. This one I wanted to be like this nice warm sunny wood, so that's what I went with here, with this kind of orangey grayish color. Afterwards then I think once again used the scene rim to create a little bit of like an atmosphere, like a kind of like a bloom effect where the light spreads out past the silhouette of objects. And I made it a bit smaller, I think, than I did for the wall right here. So then with that on top, you can see before and after. It just brings it a bit more into the environment. Oh, this one I experimented with, since you can use the curvature node also if you map it into the negative. You can see that you can also use it for ambient occlusion, so then it highlights the creases basically rather than the edges. So then you could use this, for example, to create some ambient occlusion or in some darker spots right here. But the problem I encountered is that if you have like something like this where some objects come close together, you can see that that also darkens the environment behind it, which I didn't like that much because it creates like this ghosting effect, which I didn't like. So I just removed it. But, you know, maybe you can find a useful way of using this. And then lastly, I used a little trick that I showed, I think, before, which was using like a texture, put that onto the camera basically, and then put that onto the object. So if you were to look at what this texture looks like, you can see it looks like this. So it's basically just a texture that is bound to the view of the camera and affects the object in just a little bit. Trying to give it this effect of like, oh, there's actually some brush strokes on the object. It's just like a little experiment of mine. It probably could look better than what I did here, but it's basically using the camera coordinates. If you look at the camera coordinates right now without the mapping, we have the X coordinates, of course, we have the Y coordinates, and then we have the Z coordinates. Z coordinates would be depth, as we discussed before in the shading part, I think. And so then what I wanted to do, well, I don't want, you know, the middle to be right here. I don't want 0 to be in the middle of the camera. I want it to be on the left side of the camera. Actually, I guess in this case I didn't move the 0. I just made it ping pong so that the image, basically the texture repeats as if it's like mirrored and then mirrored and then mirrored. I don't know if that makes sense, but let me show you what that then looks like. You can see how there's this texture and then here it gets mirrored and then goes back. This is this was my approach of trying to make this non-tileable texture tileable, or at least seamless, by just basically mirroring it and then letting it continue that way and then repeating that over and over again with the ping pong node. Theoretically, I just don't even need this, so this is what it looks like without the multiply, but the multiply basically just scales up the image. Yeah, and then I apply this with a multiply to just give it like this very, very slight, you can see if I increase it, you can see it more, like this very camera bound little painterly detailed texture onto the wood. You can probably find some way to use this better, but you know, it's something that I played around with and maybe, you know, can help a little bit with making it look more 2D, I guess. There's a few more nodes that I wanted to give you here for like nodes you can experiment with. And then, you know, I'm just going to let you experiment with things. I'm probably also going to give you these files to download in the project, in the course page. So if you want to check them out yourself, you can open that right there. But you have to make sure that you use Goo Engine. Otherwise, it's probably not going to look the same way because I'm using some nodes here that you only have in Goo Engine. But yeah, let me show you a few more nodes that I haven't used here that would be still very useful. The first one, of course, is the one that we already talked about in shading, which is the layer weight. Not only because it has the Fresnel effect, which we've kind of already discovered, like we can use, for example, here to add a little bit of atmosphere, if the object isn't perfectly square, for example, but we can also use like the facing one, for example, which creates this kind of effect. Anything that is facing us directly is dark, and anything the further it goes away from us, looks away from us, the brighter it gets. Very similar to the Fresnel node, but it still looks slightly different. So they can create a different effect even if you apply the same modifications to them. Then I also showed you the vertex paint nodes, right? They are very useful, especially if you want to do like manual adjustments. They're also very useful if you have already like geometry, but then you want to give the geometry a more manual handcrafted like ambient occlusion, for example, or some kind of effects that makes the environment look a bit more hand painted. I'm going to show you an example for that in a second. But yeah, in general, vertex paint is another cool tool that you can use. Another useful one, of course, would be the camera data. Camera data node would be useful for like mist, for example, if you combine that with the... Actually, you only need the screen space node. This one, once again, only one that exists in Goo Engine, scene depth, which basically allows you to create mist, for example, in environments based on how far the camera or your viewport is away from it. So another useful node for environments, especially. One that I actually didn't use here, that is very niche, but is the only reason why we actually enabled ambient occlusion here in the settings, is the ambient occlusion node. We can see what it looks like. Well, it doesn't look like anything right now. If we set it to inside though, and then we change the distance, you can see it kind of tries to mark the edges, for example, of an object as well. If you then use the color ramp, for example, you can see it a bit more. This one only has the downside that it's very noisy. So it works very similar to the curvature node, which is right here, but it is much more noisy. And it also creates like a weird effect here where it doesn't select it somehow if there's like a subdivided edge, for example. So if it's a very sharp edge with only one vertex edge, it works well. If it's a beveled edge, for example, it doesn't really work that well. So if you want to use something like this, I would always recommend using curvature instead of ambient occlusion, but I just wanted to show you that it exists at least. Then, of course, the one that I used here for the geometry, just to highlight it again, the geometry node can be very, very useful. Like we have the position here that we can then separate to, like, for example, mask out the top of an object, for example, or like the side of an object and all that kind of stuff. We can use the normals to do similar stuff. Like tangents are a bit different and a bit harder to work with. Another one that is useful is like backfacing. Backfacing could, for example, be used to give an image plane a different texture on each side of the plane because it masks out the back-facing side of a face. And pointiness can also be useful, but pointiness can't be useful because it's only working in cycles. So that's, I think, why the curvature node even exists. So yeah. Another one, just like the geometry and shader node, is the texture coordinate node. Of course, you use it for image textures, but you can also use it with like generated, for example, to create cool effects like separating this. And all of a sudden you have like a mask here, for example, that goes all the way around. We have this, which is weird. And then this one going from bottom to top. We have the normals, of course, the UVs, the object, and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of stuff to play around with and create different you can use these to create different variations, color variations, whatever kind of variations for different elements of your scene. And then, of course, if you're once again in Goo Engine, we have all these SDF nodes, SDF noise, SDF operator. So if we use that, we use the SDF primitive, we can have like all these different patterns that we can then apply to the object, which is a bit hard to see right now here. But let's say we make this a star, for example, and then we make the sides more. It's hard to see on this thing, I guess. You can use these, for example, to create like patterns on wallpaper and stuff like that. I've shown the star SDF node in the shader section, so if you want to see more about that, you can see that there. So just another node that might be useful. And then, of course, as I talked about before, the screen space info node for stuff, for example, like, oh, there's like the vent and it shoots out hot air. Then you create a noise texture that wobbles the environment behind the air, for example. For stuff like that, you can use the screen space info node. The last thing I wanted to show just once more real quick is my Demon Slayer animation trees. What I did here is I combined procedural and texture painting. So if you really want to create, for example, environments that combine the handcrafted look of, you know, handcrafted, hand-painted textures with a procedural approach where you can create whatever kind of environment with whatever kind of lighting you want. This is like an example with how you can do this. So here, right, we have the trees, and the trees look hand-painted because the textures on them are hand-painted. I just used my own texture brush pack for this. Once again, you can get it either by becoming a member on YouTube or on Patreon, or by getting it with one of the links in the description for just, you know, buying it rather than subscribing. The texture for it looks like this, right? I just kind of painted a texture that looked kind of like what I saw in the reference, and you can see all the different brushstrokes. So it looks very hand painted because it is, right? It looks handcrafted. And then I also combined this with the shader info node from GUI Engine, which is basically, you know, capturing the lighting. So if I move the light right here, you can see, and then I color burned this shadow onto the texture to create something like this. The great thing about color burn in this case is that it kind of retained the painterly edges that I actually painted with my brush strokes in the texture. If I, for example, instead of a color burn, you can see the more I do it, the more it retains it. If I, for example, instead of color burn, use multiply that I did for the other procedural materials, it doesn't really work that well. So in this case, using color burn actually works really well to make even the shadows or the transition from shadow shading to light look very painterly. Then I did a few more things, like I used a layer, used the layer weight facing to highlight what is facing the camera just a little bit more. So it looks like this, that I then combined together with the rest of the texture to create something like this. So you can see kind of like the shimmering on the geometry that is close to the camera. And this is how I created the trees. So now I have this tree and I can place it however I want. I can rotate it however I want. I can rotate it however I want, and the lighting will always work based on the lighting for the environment, right? Or the lighting in the scene, the 3D lighting. And this kind of hand-painted tree I could now use in any kind of scene, right? The same thing applies here for the leaves, for example. These leaves are basically just a simple leaf texture. And then I put these on these individual image planes. And by doing a lot of math, basically, you can see them here, for example. They not only look like leaves, right? And painted leaves, because I actually painted them. They also have transparency, of course, so you can see this nice leafy silhouette. And they also follow lighting, and they copy the lighting, because here I use, once again, the shading, once again, to capture basically the lighting. And all of these planes copy the normals from where they have been spawned on the original object. So this is just a Suzanne object, and the planes that have been spawned on this object copy the normals from where they are placed, and this way they actually have a direction they point in, and this way that you can light them. And through getting this light mask, you can then brighten the ones that are supposed to be lit and then darken the ones that are supposed to be dark. And then with like the alpha, you can make them actually transparent. And this is how I made the leaves. So both the leaves and the trees are hand painted, but then they still react procedurally to the lighting in the 3D scene. And then the ground is kind of just like some procedural textures thrown together. I knew that the ground will not be that much of a focus, so I kind of just played around with it and like experimented. There's like some shadows that are reacting to light, but it doesn't really look that great. So I wouldn't say like this is like a good example for a good procedural ground that looks painterly. But yeah, I just wanted to say that real quick. And that is almost everything for how to create environments for your anime scenes. The last thing I want to give you is a few add-ons that I think could be helpful for your creation process. The first one is an add-on called Camera Planes. This one is basically working and trying to automate the process of creating an environment through multiple texture planes, right? Image planes that we've seen in the manual painting explanation that I've shown you, the third option there, how you can create environments by just basically exporting different layers and then putting them in the 3D environment. That's what this add-on is supposed to, or is trying to automate a little bit, make it a bit easier. Like here you can see say the distance and whatever. Another one that is very useful is Yuku Paint. It's basically a texture painting add-on that is kind of essential if you want to do texture painting in Blender, because it allows you to actually have layers in your texture painting window. So you can have layers with different, you know, how you have it in Photoshop or any other 2D painting software. Yuku Paint adds that to your Blender file too, because for some reason vanilla Blender still doesn't have that. Okay, I don't know why, but it doesn't. Another one that is kind of similar, so you can kind of basically choose which one you want to use, is this one right here, made by Taiwan Sunflower, which is basically another system to allow you to paint better in texture painting in Blender by giving you layers and all that kind of stuff, trying to make it look or feel and work like Photoshop. Another one that I want to highlight real quick is the Stylized Asset Suite by Kriza, I think you would pronounce it. It's trying to basically give you this one tool that allows you to create stylized 2D looking, or whatever, just generally stylized NPR looking 3D models in Blender by giving you this one add-on that allows you to do stuff like giving you a cell shader look, or like giving you outlines, giving you different shaders, different effects and all that kind of stuff. Just another add-on to maybe make your NPR, you know, working process a little bit quicker, for example, or easier. And then the last one that I actually want to try at some point, but I didn't get to it yet, is the brushstroke tools by the official Blender team. This one is really, really interesting because it basically allows you to procedurally place brush strokes in your 3D scene, in environments, for example, or as you can see here, even on moving objects. And this makes any scene really look very, very hand painted. They used it for one of their feature animation projects. The great thing about this is that it goes beyond the silhouette and makes actually like an object look much more painterly, because it goes past the silhouette. Like textures can only, like, you know, go along the object, not past it. With this though, you can actually create not only like brush strokes that go beyond the silhouette because they sit on the object and copy the color from the object, but you can even paint these or draw these curves, and these brush strokes actually follow those curves. This is really great because this gives you the intentionality of the brush strokes that you would usually miss if you just use any other procedural method. And then if you just use this from like a static camera perspective, I think it can look really good and look really, you know, really painterly. If you've watched all the way up to this point, first of all, I want to say congratulations. You've watched so much that you now know the way to create a 3D character, but you also know how to create the environments as well as animate them, hopefully, you know, to make them look as 2D as possible, or at least, you know, how you want them to look according to your own style. And if you're a complete beginner, then you're just absolutely insane. Okay, I'm gonna try to make this as beginner friendly as possible, but even then, you know, you would have to watch all the beginners. Oh my god, if there's one person, okay, that is a complete beginner that came all the way from beginning, right, from not using Blender all the way to now, if there's a person like that, then please leave a comment. I would love to see if there's any person. I guess it would kind of show that, you know, this whole course works for a complete beginner. It would be really cool, but it would also be kind of insane because learning even just like basic Blender, like anything do 3D in Blender, is already super complex. And then doing like very specifically 3D anime is like, what the hell? So if there's anyone, I would love to hear it. And also, once again, just because I feel like it fits right now, if you've gone all this way, you definitely are somebody that is dedicated and wants to do this and wants to know how all of this 3D anime stuff works. I want to once again shout out, I guess, or like highlight my Discord server, where if you join, there should be a link in the course page or just in the description too of this video, where you can talk about anything 3D anime or like just some, you know, 3D in general with other people, share your stuff, share work, ask questions. I'm going to be there, of course, as well. You can ask for feedback, you can share your finished pieces or just chat about whatever. There's also a resource page where you can find tutorials that people share in there, or other resources that you can even like look for, like you can search for Retopology, and then everything in that chat room, for example, is gonna be highlighted that falls into what you're looking for. So it's, I think, a pretty good resource to find anything that you might wanna look more into. With that out of the way, you're probably wondering at this point when we're going to get to line art, because that's like one of the main things that are still missing when it comes to anime. And so, well, the way that I wanted to structure this course is basically I tried to basically separate all the individual steps of the workflow into their own sections. But then of course some steps kind of work intertwined. So you might, for example, 3D model while already having like a very simple cell shader applied. So you can model it a bit more accurately, or like fix some things that you might otherwise see afterwards. And so some things come later, then you might even include them in the workflow when you create your characters, for example. And that is kind of the case with line art. And so before we can actually dive into line art, we need to cover one more thing, which is the grease pencil, the basics of the grease pencil, because this is going to be one way you're going to be able to create line art. And it's also a tool that is, in my opinion, very, very, very useful for imitating the 2D look for 3D animations. And we're going to cover how that works and how you can do that in this next section. So once again, just like any other section, there should be a beginner tutorial that you can find in the course page. So if you've never used the grease pencil and you don't know anything about it, then I would recommend you watch that first, because I don't want to go over and explain everything when it comes to how the grease pencil works. I'm going to talk more about like how you can use it, or how would I recommend it you to use it for 3D anime, and less for like anything else, right? For now, I want to cover mainly how we can use grease pencil, for example, to use it as like a fix tool or like a paint over tool. That is basically like, imagine you already rendered your image and then you can draw over it with, for example, a 2D tool to fix some small things like shading issues, add more detailed shading, add some more shading, all that kind of stuff you can do with grease pencil by basically painting over the 3D scene. And I want to kind of show you how you can do that. First of all, well, we're already in the scene, but we need a grease pencil environment. And actually, let me also add a monkey right now, because otherwise, what are we going to paint over? And then we also want to have a grease pencil right here. I'm going to use each start with blank because that gives me the most empty scene. The first thing I want to do, because we want to use the grease pencil for paint overs. And what that basically means is that we put it in between the camera and the 3D scene. If you look at it in 3 layers, we have the camera view, which would be my eyes right now. Then we have the grease pencil, and then behind that we would have the 3D environment. That's how we want to see it in terms of like where we place the grease pencil in the 3D environment. Right now, the position of the grease pencil is marked by this right here, right? But if you, for example, have already used the grease pencil before, you can also, for example, set where you actually draw with the grease pencil. We can also switch that from origin to, for example, 3D cursor. And then if we, with shift right click, place the 3D cursor over there, we can then draw over here. And now it's on this plane, basically on the 3D cursor based on the camera's perspective. So if I were to draw in this direction now, you can see it always aligns with the camera perspective. We're always going to draw with this method from the camera's perspective, so in camera view. So now we can see if we were to place the 3D cursor somewhere over here, we can then just draw over everything. The one problem that you might run into is, what if the 3D cursor is, for example, inside or behind the 3D model? If you were to draw now, you can see, oh, well, now it's going through the model, but we always want to paint over the model, of course. So how do we make sure that it is in front of the model? Let's see. Well, there's basically just a setting in here in the object settings in visibility. Nope, in viewport display, which is called in front. And this basically just makes sure that the grease pencil is always in front of anything else. We're going to also cover a little bit how you can integrate the grease pencil into the scene to do, for example, like certain things like VFX. But I think that comes later. I don't know exactly. I need to check my notes, but I think it comes either in the VFX section or later in this section. I guess we'll see, both of us. Another thing you always have to make sure when you want to use grease pencil for animations is that you enable this right here, the auto keying feature, which is in the timeline, or I think they're going to remove the timeline at some point in 5.0 or later. And if it's not there anymore, it should be in the dope sheet or something like that. There should be, somewhere should be a button that is called auto keying. I guess at this point you can just ask Google AI or just Google it where you would find it, and then make sure that this is enabled, because what this basically does is, let me just show you what happens if you don't have it enabled. If this keyframe is gone and then I draw, it says no available frame for creating stroke, because there's no keyframe yet. So for example, if I press I, insert blank keyframe, then we have a keyframe and then we can draw. If I move my cursor now and then I draw again, it draws on the same keyframe, which means this one keyframe applies to every frame. But if I want to, for example, create a new keyframe on a new frame, like I say, oh, on frame 10, there's supposed to be something else here. I could just do I and then insert keyframe like this, and then I can do this, but you can also just automate this by just enabling this, and then it does it automatically. Another thing I want to mention is in case your camera is actually moving, let's say, for example, the camera is moving forwards and backwards. Like if you were to just draw something right here, right? And then we move the camera, look at the camera view down here. All of a sudden, woo, we have weird, you know, the VFX aren't really painted over anymore. They're all of a sudden part of the environment. So how could we make it so that we always have a static layer on top of the camera that can then be drawn on? We basically just go in here and we parent this object to the camera. There you go. And now if it's moving, it's following the camera. The only problem we have now is, let's say the camera moves over here, and then we go in here and then we say we want to draw. We can't draw anymore because, well, we did draw, but it is behind the camera because the 3D cursor doesn't move with the camera when it's animated. So how do we fix this issue? Well, we just go back to the previous setting, which was in the draw settings. We need to change it again. So if the object, like the grease pencil object, is moving with the camera, or the camera is moving basically in the scene, we need to switch it from 3D cursor back to origin, because the origin point is actually moving with the camera. So this will always stay at the same distance to the camera. So if you place it here, for example, let me just move this, and then we go in here and we draw something. Ta-da! So this works, right? It's right there. And then let's say it moves. See, down there, it's still moving with the camera. And then if we go here again and we go into draw mode and we draw something in a new frame, it still works because it is now using the origin point again, which of course is parented to the camera, so it moves with the camera. So that is like another fix that you need to keep in mind when you're using an actual rotating camera or moving camera. Another thing that I want to quickly highlight is that in, I think, Blender 4.3 or so if you're using Blender 5.0, this change has been made. Blender's Grease Pencil has been updated, so now it's Grease Pencil 3.0 or so. In Blender version 4.1, it's still Blender, like the previous Grease Pencil version, so they work a bit differently. And in this newer version, they also added a few more brushes that might have existed before, but I haven't seen them before, so for me they're new at least. Here we have these, like we have this marker right here, we have these kind of things, and they all, I guess, you know, you can use them if you want to, but to be honest, for anime, I would recommend you to use something like the pen or the pencil brush. And the reason for that is that line art in anime is generally always the same thickness, and like it doesn't have any thickness changes. If there's thickness changes, those would be added in post-production. We're also going to get to that. Line art always has the same thickness, and so whatever brush can do that the best. I think the pencil should be able to do that. It looks like it might have some opacity changes or whatever. So you would all either want to use the pen or you would want to use the pencil. Another thing that you need to be aware of, we're just going through like different problems you just basically want to avoid, okay? So if you ever run into any problems, maybe you remember that you've seen a solution for it in this video, and then you can check it out again, okay? If that's you and you just came back because you realized that there's a problem, welcome back. Here's how you can fix your brush strokes looking pixelated. I want to make sure that the object is never going through the grease pencil object like this, right? I want to just place, what if I just place this super close to the camera, right? You can do that, right? It's not a problem. The only problem that you might run into is once you draw, you can see how it gets very blocky. If I make a circle, for example, see how it gets very choppy? And that is because of this simplify setting. I like to keep this at like 0.002 or 0.001 or maybe even lower, depending on if it's still not smooth enough. It's trying to minimize the amount of points that the grease pencil uses, because grease pencil in the background are basically just edges with like this sausage as a brush stroke applied to it. And so it basically tries to minimize how many points it uses, and if it's very close to the camera, you might be able to see, you know, the blockiness that creates if you're too close. So if you want to fix that, you can do that here with the simplify option. You just lower it and then it should be more points. Another important setting you should always set is, since you want to draw over the 3D scene and not make it integrated into the 3D scene, you always want to make sure that in the layer settings right here in the data panel, you disable lights. I don't know if there's ever a moment where you want to enable lights. I don't know why you would want to do this, because otherwise they're affected by lights, and that means if there's no light nearby or just a sunlight, for example, it sometimes looks like you add, for example, like a nice bright pink, and then you look at it in render view and it's like black or dark because lighting is still enabled, and if there's no light hitting it, then you can't see it. Another thing that is very important, especially for a 3D anime, especially for line art in the future, here under the stroke settings, here we will see the stroke thickness. And this we always want to have as screen space. Let's say we have a line that is right here. Ooh, oops. And then we have a line that is right there. Ooh. They have the same thickness because it is screen based. Let me show you what it looks like if it was world based. Ooh, look at that. And that is because the strokes have the same thickness with world space, but because this stroke is further away than from the camera than this stroke in the front appears thicker. But because we want to make this look like a 2D drawing and there is no depth, we need to set it to screen space. And what that basically means is that these strokes are basically based on the screen resolution or something like that. That means even if I zoom in, you can see the strokes still get smaller because they're still based on the screen. So if I zoom out, they're very big. Now I zoom in, they're very thin. It can be a bit weird to work like that. And this setting also only exists in Blender 4.1. There's a different way you can do it in Blender 5. Whatever. Blender 5. And Goo Engine basically just follows the same. Like if it's Goo Engine 4.1, it's the same as here. If it's Goo Engine 5.0 or 4.3 plus, it's what I'm going to show you in a second. But yeah, screen space, line thickness, always. It might be a bit weird to work like this, but I think you get used to it. And to check what the final render thickness looks like, you can't really go off of what you see in the viewport. You just have to kind of hit render and see what it looks like. So just render it once and see what it looks like, and then you can go with that. Yeah, don't just trust what you see in the viewport. But even if you see it in the viewport and you say, hey, you know what, that looks pretty good. But then you render it and you see, well, now I can't see anything anymore because everything is like super thick line art. You can still adjust to the thickness of the lines even after setting it to screen space. With the adjustment in here, you can change the stroke thickness in here in case you made a mistake and you can't really change the thickness anymore because of for some reason. So how do you now do this in Blender 5.0 if the setting doesn't exist anymore in the settings? Because it doesn't. They for some reason removed it because now they want you to do it with geometry nodes. You're wondering like, well, now I have to set up this whole geometry node system. Well, you would have if nice guy me. No, I created a system that you can basically just download in the course page. Again, there's a link to download it. The Blender team at some point, because the setting got removed, created this geometry node system themselves and made it available, and then I modified it a bit. So now we have the same setting setup as before. This one's closer than this one, but both have the same thickness. And now, just like any other geometry node system, it's called screen space thickness. And once you apply it, they both have the same thickness. And the way this works is you have a general overall global thickness value here. And then also what you have is the resolution of your camera. The screen space thickness for the geometry node system requires you to put in the resolution. So in case you have a custom resolution, you need to type that in here. Otherwise, if it's just a standard 1920 by 1080, you can just keep this there. You basically just type in your resolution and then you can control the thickness, and it should always be screen based. No, actually camera based. So when you go out of this, for example, it's not going to be adjusted. In the viewport, it's still going to be world based, but from the camera view, it will then be screen based. It might be a bit easier to work with, but I think you can get used to both of them. Another problem that you might run into is that you want to use the eraser, but nothing gets erased. So you go through the stroke, but nothing happens. So then you look around, oh, all of a sudden something happens. And that is because the eraser in Blender 4.1 can only erase points. So it's kind of like selecting the point and then deleting it. If you hit the area between points, nothing happens. That is just like a limitation, I guess, of Blender 4.1's grease pencil eraser, that you just need to, find the point to delete, which can be a bit annoying. So if you, for example, want to just delete this one section, what you would have to do is like find one point, and then you can, for example, go in edit mode and extend it again to close the gap that you didn't want to delete, but that's like one of the limitations that you have with Blender 4.1. In Blender 5.0, they actually fixed that. So once you go here in draw mode, this one isn't based on points anymore. This one is basically just whatever you hit, you erase. But here you also then, moving into the next point, have 3 different eraser types, and 2 of them are useful and 1 of them is trash. Okay, just never use it. And the one that is trash is dissolve. Dissolve is like, if I do this, you can see it creates like this gradient effect on the stroke, which is exactly what we don't want to have for anime line art. Only use point, which deletes individual points, or stroke, which deletes complete strokes. Stroke can be useful for broad deletions and point for specific ones. And the same thing also exists here in 4.1. Next, I want to quickly go over a feature that shouldn't be so weird, but it kind of is in Grease Pencil, and that is the fill tool. Let's say we have a circle like this. So there's a clear gap here, right? Which would mean that if we use the fill tool, it doesn't work. The fill tool can actually crash your Blender quite often. So before you use the fill tool, just make sure to save, because it basically sees, oh, there's a gap, which means I should probably fill the entire area, right? Well, obviously not, but it doesn't know that. So it just crashes the entire thing. Let me give you the settings that made it as reliable as possible for me. The first thing I want to mention is that if you, for example, have a circle and a circle, let's say we want to fill the middle, that works. But if you then want to fill the ring, basically, the fill tool can't do that. Even if I close this now, the fill tool can only fill an object, but it can't exclude something inside of it. So how would you solve this issue? The best way I've found so far is to use the stroke material that has the color of the fill material, and then just draw a line like this, and then you can fill this. Oops, not with the stroke, but make sure that you switch to the fill material again. And then if you fill it, it actually does what you want it to do. It just can't do it if there's not one of these lines, basically. Another thing you need to be aware of is that if the area that is supposed to fill is very big, it might crash too. So something that might also be useful is just to separate your object into multiple sections, just so that it's less crash prone. Technically, there is a tool that you want to use with the fill tool to do what I did here with the stroke, but it is a tool internally in the fill tool. It's kind of called like a boundary brush or something. And the boundary brush basically is supposed to do what this stroke is doing, but without having to create a new material. And it's supposed to work with Alt left mouse button, which it actually works right now, which is surprising. I think the reason why it works right now is, oh, right. No. So the fill brush has this tool, which is basically internally in the fill tool to allow you to create this brush stroke without having to create a material, but it's bound to Alt left click, which if you're using a tablet and maybe even without, is usually meant for rotating around, so it just doesn't work. So you need to change the keybind from Alt left click to something else. I just put it on Alt right click and then it works for me. And this way you can, without using it, creating a new material in the fill tool, you can just Alt and then right click to draw a stroke, and then it can be filled like this. Oh, it actually didn't work. Now what if I do this? There you go. And then you can fill it. As you might have seen just now, there were these like weird gaps where the lines were, which would still exist if you delete the lines. And so a way you can fix that is by going in here into the dilate contract and just increase this a little bit. This basically fills the area and then expands it a little bit as well, which should fix like these small gaps that you might get if you're using these helper lines. Another thing that is useful in 5.0, which unfortunately doesn't exist in 4.1, is that with the fill tool, there is a new setting in there too, maybe in here. Auto remove fill guides, which is basically like the fill guides that you create with Alt right click once you've changed the hotkey. Once you've filled the area that you want it also automatically deletes the fill guides, so you don't have to worry about them afterwards. So now that we know basically like how the fill tool works, there's still a few settings we should change to make it work as best as possible. Let's go to the settings right here. The first one that we probably want to increase is the precision. The higher the precision, the better it's going to look. You can set it to 8. And I usually keep it at 8. Maybe it decreases performance, so if you can reduce it if you want, but you know, the better the precision, the better the fill tool will work. I don't really know what thickness means here. I'm guessing if you're using stroke like a stroke material, then it would use the stroke thickness. It would apply this thickness to the stroke. Next, we have the advanced section. This one are the important ones. The first one is simplify. If you want to simplify it or not, you can determine that here. I think usually it's fine to have 1. You can set it to 0 if you don't want to simplify it at all, but I think usually it's fine to have 1. So I'll just keep it at 1 usually. And then we have this one right here, the gap closure. This is what we can use to fix this thing. What I usually use is just some kind of size. I'm going to show you what the size actually means. And then I'm going to use extend here. And I'm going to enable visual aid. And then if I set this, you can see now we have these lines. And these lines basically try to close any gaps that might exist. So now if we use this, it actually works because now this line has actually closed this stroke. And that's how you can understand these lines. If I now change this size, if I make this like this big, you can see that's what the size is for how long these lines are. You don't want to make them too long because if you, for example, if I make this to like 10, and then you can see these lines go all the way over here, even to this outer edge, then it's going to consider that and only fill this area. So you need to find a sweet spot and maybe probably play around with it to see for different areas how small it needs to be. But you basically want to make it small enough that it doesn't do that, but big enough that it can close any gap. And then you just click once and then it will fill it. And this is, the best way, in my opinion, to work with this fill tool. And that means now your fill tool is also optimized and you know exactly how you can use it. One more little tip that I want to give you actually is sometimes it doesn't work. Like sometimes it works, like it does the count and the numbers on the cursor as you saw there, but then nothing happens. Sometimes what even just helps is just to zoom out and then try it again, or zoom in and then try again. I don't know why that helps, but it helps, at least in 4.1 to do that. So if it doesn't work with the first time, try zooming in, try zooming out, and maybe then at some point it works. Sometimes just spamming even helps. I'm not exactly sure why, but yeah, just another tip, I guess, for how to use the fill tool. Oh, and then one more thing actually is if you're using a pen to draw lines, for example, with the grease pencil, something that might happen at the end of it, at the end of a stroke, is that the stroke doesn't end like this, but because when you lift your pen, it might still draw while basically leaving the surface, and then it creates something like this. But then when you try to fill this, you see like, why are these lines pointing in this direction? If they're like, if the strokes clearly go in this direction, it's because the endings all of a sudden switch direction. And if you see that the line's pointing in the wrong direction, well, it seems like the strokes have turned in the end, and then you can go in edit mode, for example, and fix it by just turning them around like this. The next tool is also very useful, especially for doing multi-frame, I guess, continuous animations. It's a bit tricky to use, so I don't use it that much, but if you can make it work, it can be very powerful. And that is the interpolation tool. So let's say, for example, we have one frame right here at 1. Let's say we have a stroke like this, and then on 30, we have a stroke that looks like this. And then if we go, for example, somewhere in the middle of this to like 15, we can then use the interpolation tool, and it works basically like the blend to neighbor if you've also seen the animation section, where if you left click and hold, just like blend by neighbor, you can basically blend from one keyframe to the other. You can see it looks kind of janky and it kind of, doesn't work that well. So it is very, very particular and very, very sensitive, let's call it. Okay, so you have to be careful with it. But if you can make it work, then it can be very powerful, just because I can create in-between frames very quickly like this. And then I can even go in here, like for example, in sculpt mode, and just smooth the stuff afterwards like this if I wanted to fix some of this jankiness that it creates. The next thing I want to tell you about is how you can navigate your timeline without having to worry about like, oh, I want to draw on this frame, and then I draw something, and then I want to draw on this frame, and then I draw something, and then I want to go to the next frame, and then draw something, stuff like that. Kind of annoying because you have to always move your mouse. So there's actually 2 hotkeys that can make that a lot easier. The first one is arrow keys left and right. Arrow keys left and right allow you to just move one frame at a time backwards or forwards based on whether you press left or right. This way you can, for example, draw on your tablet while having your fingers on the arrows, and you can quickly switch between individual frames like that. Another one that is also very useful is, would you believe it, arrow keys up and down, which basically allows you to jump from one keyframe to the other. Very useful if you want to look at like a broad animation, like if you've already created quite a few animation steps, you can quickly skip through them and see, if the flow, for example, looks right, if anything needs to be changed. if it looks smooth and all that kind of stuff. You can do it by pressing the arrow keys up and down. And as I already showed you a couple of times, I just want to highlight it again real quick. You can not only draw and create strokes, of course, in draw mode, but to fine tune them, you can not only draw them again in draw mode, but you can also, for example, go into edit mode and adjust every single one of these points. This is especially useful for line art later when you want to use grease pencil based line art. You can adjust each one of these points and really analyze how the line art has been created. And then also press, for example, E to extrude and create more line art like this if you wanted to. But then you also can go into scope mode and do some adjustments here. So we can move things around like this with the push brush or the grab brush. We can grab things and move it around. Or for example, with holding shift and then applying a brush, we can smooth a stroke like this. And this way we can fine tune the strokes just a little bit more. I found especially the scope brush to be very, very useful. But let's say I'm right here and I want to move this over, but the stroke doesn't really need to change that much. I can just go to a new stroke and then move the stroke and I automatically create a new keyframe. And then I do it again. Ooh. And then I do that again. Ooh. And I do it again. And then all of a sudden I created this animation without ever having to redraw the stroke again. Can be very, very, very helpful. Also for like subtle movements in very complex drawings, for example. For VFX and stuff, it can be very useful. So yeah, scope mode and edit mode, very, very, very useful. Next, let's talk about layers and materials. So if you've watched the beginner tutorial, I don't want to talk about what layers and materials are. What I would recommend you to do is that you at least separate the line art from the fill layers, because something that you can run into is that, let's say we have something like a simple little circle like this. What happens if you just draw on one layer, it will always stack everything on top of what existed before. So if I now fill this, all of a sudden the line art will become half as thick because the grease pencil fills all the way up to the edge of the grease pencil line edge. And this makes it so that the inner half of the stroke is just hidden underneath the grease the fill stroke. So to make sure that you don't do that and the line art has the same thickness all around while still being able to fill stuff, you want to make sure that you create a new material. And then, for example, if you make the mistake of filling something like this, you can, for example, go in here for your material and then say select, and then you can press M to move it to a new layer. And then you can, for example, move it to fill. You actually need to do it the other way. Select the line art and then move that one with M to lines. And now we have the lines on a separate layer and we can hide it, for example, separately. So this is also just a tip that I would give you because it makes your life just so much easier. I would suggest that you do more than this. So for example, if you have like multi-layered adjustments or if you draw like multiple different things over the 3D camera, for example, or the 3D scene, I would recommend that you, for example, say, oh, extra line art or VFX, like all of this stuff should be in individual layers. Just makes it just easier to sort everything and work with everything because it's just easier to see what is where. And if you want to hide something, you can quickly hide it and only hide that thing and not everything. Layers, they're useful. Something you can also do in case you use a different stroke is go in here, for example, and if you have a stroke selected like this, you can go to stroke and then assign material. And then you can assign whatever material you've created in here to the selected stroke. It can also be useful if you've created something, then all of a sudden you realize, oh, it's supposed to have a different material. You can do that. You can switch it like that. And the last main thing when it comes to grease pencil is in here in the data panel, which is the onion skinning. Onion skinning, what that basically describes is if you do animations, you first create your key poses or your keyframes, and then you want to create the in-betweens of that. And what can help you create these in-betweens is when you can see what the keyframe before looked like and the keyframe after, so you can more easily create a shape that would blend well between the two. That's what you can do with onion skinning. So for example, if I go in here and I create this, and then I go to 20 and I create this. Now you can already see what it does. Now if you go, for example, to 15 and I create a new frame, for example, you can just create a new frame with I, or you can also just, if you want to create a new frame without drawing something in the scene, you can just draw something outside of the camera, and then you have a new frame without anything visible in the camera. And then you can see this is the frame that is afterwards, and this is the frame that is before. And now I can say, hey, I want to draw something like this. And then, ooh, wow, look at that. And this is basically what onion skinning is. If you enable it, you might not be able to see it. So what you then also need to do is go over here and make sure that you click this and then enable onion skinning here. You can also customize what colors these have. So if you don't like the purple for the keyframe after and green for the keyframe before, you can go here into the onion skinning custom colors and change these if you want to. I've never changed them, but I would rather like to change the cursor color if I could, because sometimes the cursor has the same color as what I'm drawing over. But yeah, I haven't found how to do that yet. One more thing I need to note though is that by default, you can only see the onion skinning in solid view and in material preview. You can't see it in rendered view, but in Blender 4.1, you can show it in rendered view by clicking this view in render, and then you can see the onion skin even in rendered view, which can be useful, for example, if you want to see the final fully cell shaded and lit version of your character and then you want to draw over it. Maybe you need the onion skins for that. You can then make those available in the rendered view. In Blender 5.0, that is not possible anymore, so you just can't do it in Blender 5.0. They removed the ability to do that for some reason. Yeah, that only works in Blender 4.1. If you're using Blender 5.0 or anything 4.3 plus, you need to be in solid view or material preview. Lastly, I want to talk about the layer settings. Just like any texture painting or any painting layer, we have blend modes. So we can use all of these to, for example, mix them together in different ways. I have never really done this, but maybe you find a use for it. Of course, we have the opacity too. And one note for the opacity is that if you want to use masks, let's say we have a fill layer right here. So we have a fill object, and then we want to mask this object with a new layer. So let me just create a new material just so we can have a different color. I need to also have a new, let's call this, for example, mask. And then we draw over this. So now we have a mask that we want to use to make this blue only available or visible where the magenta is. So let's now hide it and then go to the fill layer and enable the mask setting. And then we can add which layer we want to use as a mask. So we use the layer mask, but nothing happens. If we invert it, nothing happens. And the reason for that is because mask layers only work if they're visible. But if they're visible, then how are we going to use it? We don't want to see the mask. We just want to see the fill layer. The way this works is that you basically need to lower the opacity to 0, and then the mask works. Another thing that is actually confusing is if you create like any kind of like stuff like this. Sometimes you're working on an animation for a while and then you're checking your keyframes, and all of a sudden the keyframes are clearly still there because the animation is still playing, but you don't see them anymore. Nothing has really changed. Like, what is happening? And that is because for some reason the grease pencil object just gets deselected, and then you just have to click on it again, and then you can see the keyframes again. It's kind of weird, but just another small thing that you just need to be aware of. There's a few more things that I want to talk about. The first one is quickly going back to onion skinning. You can also change the keyframes before and after in case you want to see more keyframes before and after. I don't know if that's super useful. I don't know if I've used it before, but maybe you find a use for it. So you can use these settings to do exactly that. So now that we've finally gone through everything about the grease pencil when it comes to working with it to create a cover layer above the 3D scene, there's a few more things that were outside of like actually drawing something that I want to talk about. The first thing is right here in the modifier section. You have a couple of different modifiers that you can apply to a grease pencil as well. You can use them to stylize your strokes, for example, but I don't use them because for anime, we want to have as clean line art as possible. So stuff like, oh, we want to like have multiple strokes and then give them like a noise and then, you know, like give them different thickness variation procedurally, and then we have the noise scale and whatever. We don't want to do this in Blender internally. We want to do this in compositing. So in Blender internally, we don't need to use any modifiers because any modification to the line art comes later in compositing. To be able to do that as cleanly as possible, we want to have as clean a line art as possible. At least in 4.1, like any of these modifiers. Geometry nodes, we're going to get to a little bit later, but any of these you don't want to use. Geometry nodes in 5.0 is fine because you need them for screen space, line art thickness, for example. Any of the other ones here, like all of these, you don't want to use, okay? And the same applies to any of these effects that we can create here. We want to have a clean output from our render, so we don't want to have any effects on our strokes or grease pencil in general. What I also wanted to cover real quick is how you could integrate your grease pencil into a 3D environment. You kind of just, grab your draw brush, and then you make sure that the cursor is where you want to place it in the 3D scene. And then you just draw a stroke, for example, and then it is integrated into the scene. If you want to have it over here, you can draw a stroke like this. Oh, look at that. And now it's in there. You want to do it here, you can do it like this. You, of course, always have to make sure that the stroke is always aligned to the camera view. So if you want to create a certain angle, you always have to kind of see how you can do this, like what rotation the camera view would have to be. So this now fits much better. And then we can maybe do the same over here, put that right there, and then draw it like this. There you go. And then we have the strokes integrated into the scene. The only problem you might run into then with the grease pencil is that if you render this now, you see, well, the strokes are there in the 3D scene and they're integrated in the 3D scene, but somehow they're all of a sudden in front of it again. Like, what is happening here? Let's check first of all if the object settings, if in front is enabled, make sure that it's not if you want to integrate them into the scene. And if you want to have both, you want to draw above the 3D scene and have grease pencil integrated into the scene, you probably want to just have two grease pencil objects, one that is integrated and one that isn't. I think otherwise it wouldn't really work. And then you also need to make sure, we've set this in the beginning, but just make sure that the depth setting right here is enabled. I think back in 4.1, it's called the Z pass right here, the Z pass. Just go into view layer and then make sure that the Z pass is enabled. And I think in 5.0, it's called the depth pass. Now it is actually integrated into the scene. Another way you can utilize this integrating into a scene is if you, for example, parent an object like the grease pencil object to a different object. Let's say, for example, there's a character that's going to punch to the camera. So all that really happens is that the hand comes closer to the camera. I actually did that for Wolverine in my Deadpool animation, where I fixed the hand because it looked very blobby by painting over it. So, creating a layer between camera and 3D hand. And then I parented to his hand, and it basically just followed the armature of the hand. And, it worked quite well because the hand basically just very simply moved closer to the camera, or like sideways or something like that. And the way you can do that is we, for example, just create something like this, right? And then we want this to be to move with this armature. And the way we can do that is just by either parenting this normally like this, right? Set parent to object. And then if we move the object, of course, it moves. Or of course, what we can also do is if you want to have a specific bone that it follows. So if you have two bones right here, we could, for example, place it over here. And we can select this and then the armature, then go into pose mode with Shift Tab, for example, selecting the bone and then Control P and then parent to bone. And this way you can parent a grease pencil object, for example, to one specific bone, just like any other object. Another thing you could do is there is actually a modifier in the grease pencil, which is called the armature modifier. And the way this works is basically like any other armature modifier for a mesh, for example. So, if you know how an armature modifier works, you first of all select a rig, and then through the vertex groups, you assign parts of the mesh to different bones. And it's the same thing here for the grease pencil. In the grease pencil data properties, you have your vertex groups over here. And as you can see right here, we have a bone called right, we have a bone called middle, and we have a bone called left. If you now, for example, create all those groups in your grease pencil data properties, and then, for example, go into weight paint, you can then assign these strokes to those different bones. Here, and then I paint this, you can see it works just like any other weight painting. And once you've done this, individual strokes can also follow individual bones. There you go. So that's just another way, I guess, how you can integrate grease pencil into your 3D scene. The last thing that I want to mention right now, we're going to go a little bit more in depth for it in the line art section, the next section. But in Blender 5.0, as I showed you before with the screen space line art, you can also now affect grease pencil strokes in Blender 5.0 and I think 4.3 plus technically with geometry nodes. So if you add a geometry node system here, for example, and then you create a new system, and let's, for example, say we want to change the position. So we can say something like set position, and then if we do this, wow, he moves across the floor. But we can also do other stuff, for example, like adding like a wobble effect. So if we add, for example, a wave texture, we only want to do this along the x-axis, for example, then it looks like this. It looks a bit weird right now, but for example, if we change the scale now, and then we change, for example, the x to a y, no, to a z, Now all of a sudden we have this. And then if you now, for example, change the face offset, ooh, we can make him dance with only using geometry nodes. Let's also do something like, he looks very blocky right now, right? You can see all these sharp corners. What we can also do now, because it's geometry nodes, is we can convert the grease pencil to other things like curves, for example. And why that would be useful here in this case is because, first of all, we can convert it to a curve, but we want to, of course, in the end, have the grease pencil back. So we need to also then say curve to grease pencil. But what we can use this now is we can use, for example, a resample node to resample the moment the grease pencil got turned into a curve. And if we change this to length, for example, and make the length very small, all of a sudden it's a high definition wobbling dude. I've experimented a little bit with how you can use grease pencils to affect your grease pencil like in useful ways. And I've developed a few experimental setups that you could consider and you can download and try for yourself. But we're going to talk about those in the line art section because they're all kind of about line art. So yeah, I'm going to get to that later. The last thing I want to give you is just a few tips that you could consider, or that, you know, I would like you to know basically. The first thing is that somehow in Blender 4.3, the menu section here, the materials, seems to be kind of broken. It might be either be the materials or the layers. What happens is, like, if you add a new material here, sometimes the whole thing just breaks and then everything is just hidden in this menu. It might be here or here, I don't remember. If that is the case, I don't know how to fix it, to be honest. Yeah, I just know that it's broken, okay? So if you see that it's broken, you're not the only one, okay? I noticed that too. That's why I'm saying that you should just use 5.0 instead of like 4.3, because it's more stable with the new grease pencil. Also, something that will be extremely useful later for line art is multi-frame editing. So let's say we have an animation like this, right? But then we realize, oh, but it is only allowed to be like in the top half of the screen for some reason, right? Just as a dumb example. So what you would have to do is like go in here and edit every frame like this, frame by frame, have to delete this. Or if you're a smart person, you don't. Because what you can also do is go here into the icons over here and enable multi-frame editing. Multi-frame editing basically allows you to select multiple keyframes and you can edit them all at the same time. I was kind of confused why it was blue like this. Apparently, if you have onion skin enabled, it makes them blue. I guess so you know which one is the active one that you're currently on with your cursor. If you don't want this, you can just disable onion skin and then you can see all of them in their full glory. And then you can just do this and all of them are adjusted at the same time. You just have to make sure that with multi-frame editing enabled that you select all the keyframes you want to adjust. Also, something to keep in mind, in 5.0, these icons for some reason moved over to the right side. You can see all of a sudden they're over here. I don't know why, but you know, they're over there now. Another one that is very useful is the additive drawing. Let's say we have this stroke right here. If we now go, for example, to 30 and we draw something, usually by default, if I draw a stroke, the other one disappears. But with additive, it basically just adds more strokes and keeps the old strokes in this new keyframe. So whenever you draw a new stroke, so if I do it now again, you can see it only adds new keyframes. It doesn't remove the old ones from the previous keyframe. Can be useful, for example, if it's like an evolving thing that is just like growing, for example, and you don't really want to remove the old stuff. You only want to add more to it, right? The last thing that I want to mention is I've seen people like wonder, like, how do you render stuff that is behind a semi-transparent material, for example? I've seen like a blog post where somebody had trouble because the line art was just basically hidden behind something like this, for example, like a lamp shining down, and the light was basically just a mesh that has like a gradient like this on it. And for some reason, the line art from the grease pencil was hidden, even though, you know, the material was transparent. If that happens for you, the way that they fixed it was basically just to change the render method to dithered, which is kind of annoying, but I guess, you know, if that's the only fix, maybe you can make it work. You can also, I guess, technically do it in compositing later if you wanted to. Apparently, I tried to recreate this issue, but in 5.0 it doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it works in 4.1, I haven't tried it, but yeah, if you encounter this issue, one fix is to make sure that dithered is enabled, and that apparently works. And the last thing I want to leave you with for the grease pencil, I feel like I've been teasing you with like, oh, this is the end, this is the end. Okay, this is the actual end, okay? Is one really, really useful add-on that I want to gift you, right? Because I'm a nice guy. The grease pencil color picker. I'm not exactly sure for which versions this works, but I think this has been updated for Blender, maybe even 5.0. It should say it somewhere in here. This one is very, very useful because it allows you to create color palettes that you can see in the 3D viewport. So basically what you can do is you have like this new window in your menu here where you can create new palettes, and then there's a hotkey to open that new palette. And then as you can see here, you can basically add a new palette, right? Call it whatever. And then you get this little ring right here. And then you can basically assign whatever materials you've created to this palette. And so in this way you can sort like, oh, I want to have a palette with only my blue colors. I want to have a palette with only my red colors. And with this, you can visually then basically open those palettes and see them. You can also move these dots around. So whenever you click on a dot, that's basically the one that means you select that material. And you can even use like these little lines right here to indicate what color that is on like a reference image, for example. You can upload a reference image into the middle of this circle and then say like, hey, this color right here is this color. Hopefully now, you know how to use grease pencil in your 3D animations to draw over it or include it in your 3D scenes for some cool effects. The next thing we're going to talk about is line art. So finally, line art. As you might have figured out by now, there's a lot of things that go into creating good looking line art in 3D for your 3D characters. And that's because there's actually 8 different ways to create line art in 3D. So now that you've basically learned all the different surrounding things that you need to know to create all the different line art sections, we can finally talk about how to actually create all kinds of line art and which one would be best used. And then of course I'm also going to tell you which one in my opinion is the best one out of all of them. And I'm going to talk about like my workflow with that one and how you can use it for your own projects to make it look as cool as possible. And of course, as 2D as possible. And if you didn't expect it by now, then you might have not watched long enough and skipped forward, because of course we're going to start with analyzing some scenes, just to kind of like get an idea for what we're going to cover, of course, and create some ground rules for what line art is and how it's used and what it looks like. So in general, first of all, line art of course is something that is drawn just like anything else in 2D, and that means that it's basically drawn over the colors of the rest of the image, or rather it's actually usually drawn before the colors so that you can then fill in basically just the gaps between the line art with the colors that you want. There's actually multiple different colored line art that they use before the colors are there, which indicate which part of the body, for example, is in shadow, which body is in light, and then I think even some other stuff like highlights and maybe some other details. And then afterwards everything gets filled with the actual colors and the weird line art will be removed. Why do they even use line art? Well, line art is used, of course, to distinguish shapes from each other, colors from each other, and give the overall shapes of the character more volume, or just kind of define them a bit more so it's clearer what you're looking at. Like if these lines, for example, would be gone here, you would be kind of wondering like, why is there like this weird zigzag here? Of course you could maybe see it with the shadow still, but of course these lines, because they're so clearly visible, adds a lot of structure to the image and makes it much more clear. It has a lot of clarity to it. In my experience, line art is also one of the few things that you usually always see. There's maybe like a certain animation style in some scenes of an anime where you don't have line art. Like here, for example, you can see there how there's no line art. Maybe to kind of indicate, oh, this one is just like a emotion blur or smear frame effect, and this one is the actual body, right? Maybe something like that. But otherwise, it is usually always there because it is so impactful on the final image. Like on this example for this, you can see there's a line right here just to kind of indicate that this is actually the front foot, or that you can see the bottom of the foot right here. If this line wasn't there, it could also look like this is actually just the foot pointing in like the outwards direction. But because of this one line, you can see, it's supposed to be the bottom of the foot. And same here with this line, you can see, oh, this is supposed to be the thumb and this is supposed to be the rest of the hand. Sometimes you can also see it here, for example, in the environment, but I feel like this environment also looks a little bit cel shaded if you compare that to other environments. Here, for example, with the more painterly static environment, you can see there's not really any line art. They then rather just try to increase the contrast between one color and the other to indicate a contour, let's say. And that's all that line art really is. And so if you don't see that with the shading, then line art is still very helpful because you can still indicate, oh, there's no shading difference here, but this is supposed to be his suit flap. I don't know what this thing is called. One more thing is that also the line art, or really the entire image that you then put into compositing, needs to have no anti-aliasing. What that means is that all the pixels have full color. There's like no gradients really. I think we talked about that before. No gradients before compositing. Compositing adds all the gradients to make it look more fancy. Before that, all the colors, basically the whole image, needs to be perfectly sharp, and we're going to see what that looks like a little bit later. But for now, just something to keep in mind, especially for the line art and the colors. For the background, that's not really important, but everything that is cel shaded, for those things, that is very, very important. Then if we compare that to 3D, like how does 3D create the line art? In 2D, we start with the line art and then we fill the space in between. In 3D, it's the exact opposite way. We first create the colors, basically like the 3D model, and then the line art comes and is being created from the 3D model. You're usually not starting with line art and then creating the model from the line art, because that doesn't really work. That is like one big difference between 2D line art and 3D line art. Another one is, of course, that when you then have the camera taking a shot, because it's still a 3D scene, there's still depth in the shot, which is something that we saw, for example, with the grease pencil lines, how we wanted to make their thickness be based on screen space rather than the 3D space, because otherwise if the line is further away, it's going to be thinner than if it's closer to the camera. In 2D, you don't have that, and that's why we want to use screen space, because then all lines have the same thickness. And something then, of course, if 2D has anti-aliasing to make compositing a whole lot easier, then we also need to adopt that in 3D and put that into our 3D line art as well, or generally the 3D render. And that's going to be kind of important for choosing which line art method we actually choose in the end, because some can't do aliasing or have a little bit of trouble doing it. That's where kind of like choosing which one works for your scene is also very important. If you, of course, want to do compositing, I would always say that you should, because then it's basically like it can take your 3D render and then make it like 10 times better. We're going to get to compositing later, but yeah, just keep in mind aliasing, anti-aliasing, not having that is important for compositing. So now let's cover all the 8 versions of line art or methods of line art that we can use. I sorted these now, how I'm going to list them by practicality and like, I guess, my opinion. So the first one is going to be the least usable, and then we're going to go down, and the further we go down, the more usable it will become. And in the end, I'm going to show you which one I use, how I use it, my workflow with it, and best practices. So let's start with Suzanne again. Ooh, who would have thought? I've combined 4 different ways of creating line art on this 3D model, and we're going to go through all of them so we can see what each one does, what are the benefits, what are the negatives, and how you can do it. The first one we can see here already is texture-based line art. Basically, you want to use a line art texture that is just white, and then you apply that to the rest of the color of the 3D model by just multiplying it on top. So how would you then use this, right? How would you do this? Well, we basically just select the model, and then we go into texture painting. We make sure that the line art texture node is selected. I think you can also do it down up here. So now you can just go in here, for example, and let's say we want to have like an iris. So we create a line art right here, and then right here. It looks beautiful, I know. I guess the UVs aren't perfect for this. So it even creates like some weird thing right here, but that's not really a fault of the texture. It's just like that the UVs, I guess, are a bit weird. What are the pros of using the texture-based version of line art? How texture-based line art? What are the benefits of that? First of all, it's easy to set up and start. You just need a model, and then you create a texture. You multiply it on top of any other color, and then you can create line art. Wow, so easy. Yes, in this way, it's like very easy to just plug it in, and then you can start. It can also, if you wanted to, for example, be multicolored. So in theory, I could also do this, because multiply still works quite well with different colors from what I know. So you can see here, it still works pretty well. You can see there's like some discoloration. So you could also just do like mix and then use an alpha image and just mix it on top with the alpha being the factor. In this case, since I'm using a white texture, we're just going to use multiply and use black instead. It is also animation ready. If you want to create line art, for example, on your model, you can just draw it here. And then the line art immediately, of course, automatically sticks to the surface of the 3D model because it is part of the 3D model. So if you wanted to animate this, moving it from left to right or whatever, it will always stick to the character. It also works in games. So if you want to use this for any video games, you can use this method, for example. I think it's pretty common to use a method like this because it is not as intense when it comes to like processing power and whatever. So in games, and especially when you're not that close to the character, for example, you can use them that well, then a method like this can be very, very useful. And also it is pretty easy to use. So even on a potato PC, you could do this, because just adding a texture hopefully doesn't slow down your PC too much, and then texture painting on it, depending on your texture size, I guess. So even for potato PCs, you should be able to use something like this. Now let's talk about the cons of this, like what makes this a bit unusable for certain things. First of all, it is limited to the silhouette. If we look around, and you can see if we go past, first of all, of course, the line art hides behind the eye, which isn't that bad. But if you, for example, rotate like this now, it always sticks to the silhouette. So it will also change in perspective when it goes closer to the edge of the silhouette, which means that the line art is kind of like varied based on where it currently is on the model, on the surface, and how close it is to the silhouette, which means also that it gives it more of a 3D look. Because if this line art, for example, would rotate, like if the monkey would rotate like this on from the camera view, and there would be line art here in 2D anime, it wouldn't get thinner, it would just stay the same until then at some point it just disappears. But in 3D, of course, because it is stuck to the 3D model, it will change in perspective, and then at some point just kind of disappear by getting too thin, I guess, or just like getting hidden behind the silhouette. Another thing that this can't do is that you can't edit the line art per frame. This is going to be something that might not seem that important yet. I think it's kind of like a weird thing to think about if you've never thought about like how to create line art in 2D anime or 3D anime. But as you will see later, being able to edit the line art per frame for an animation, for example, is very, very, very useful. And in the later stages, we're going to see how that is done and why that is so powerful. But texture painting can't do that. So that's another negative. Another thing that is very hard to do with textures is to keep their anti-aliasing. It is possible if the texture is made by you. And the way you can do it, you can see right now is anti-alias, because you can see the edges are not perfectly blurry. And to make your texture as good as possible for compositing, if you want to use textures, you need to make sure that in texture paint, first of all, your brush, you're going to use the constant fall off, because the edges need to be as sharp as possible. And then you need to make sure once you draw, you can see there's still some kind of blur here. So how do we get rid of that? We need to make sure that the interpolation of your texture is set from linear to closest. And then you can see we have perfect edges that are perfectly sharp. And this is extremely important for compositing, because then there's no distinction like, oh, is this color a blue? Is it not? The blue is always the same and the black is always the same. They have the perfect separation to each other, and it's very easy to select them. If you're going to use a 3D model that you haven't made yourself, so for example, use a video game model. For my Demon Slayer animation, for example, I use the ones from the Demon Slayer video games, and there it's really hard to get perfectly non-alias textures because they're not meant for compositing in that way. So in which use cases would textures like this work best? I think the first one would be video games. Anti-aliasing and compositing works a bit different there. So there it doesn't really matter, right? So we can use textures there, and they work quite well because they're quite fast. Also, if you want to use them for your 3D animations, for example, I think they can also be very useful for small details. You want to kind of avoid to use them everywhere, because then every line art has perspective, and that makes it very obvious that they are a 3D texture. But if you only use them for details like finger scratches or stuff like that, then they should still be able to work quite well. So now that we've covered texture, let's cover the next one, which would be shader-based line art. It's basically just using a Fresnel node, looking at which surfaces are pointing away from our viewpoint. Then we just take them, we select them with a greater than node. We can determine how thick the line is supposed to be. And then we plug that into a mix color node set to mix or multiply, I guess. And then we can see we get this. And then of course, no matter how we rotate, we will always have a little bit of like a line art, but we can see some issues. So let's go through the pros and cons real quick. First of all, this one might even be the easiest way to create line art on your character. You can use the Fresnel, or you can use, I guess, the layer weight too. But in my experience, the layer weight facing doesn't work as well as the greater than, but it would be another alternative that maybe, works better for you. It is also dynamic, so, no matter what rotation you have, the line art will always kind of be there. You can see there's like some problems, but we're going to talk about in a second. But easy to use, and dynamic, so it reacts to where the camera is moving. It also has easy aliasing, because right now you might not see it, but once you render it, and once we get to the render section, you can very easily enable aliasing for the shade erased line art. It is also animation ready, so it will always, of course, since it's dynamic, move with the 3D model and react to what it looks like from the camera, and then create line art for every frame automatically. I think it should also work in games, because the Fresnel node is just a little bit of vector math in the background, and that should work in video games as well. So you could recreate the Fresnel node if it doesn't already exist in your engine, and recreate this effect, for example, in video games as well. And it is also pretty potato PC friendly. This kind of like effect shouldn't like hog too much of your PC's performance. So this should also work quite well for PCs that aren't as strong. The downsides to this way of working is, first of all, that it's hard to be specific. For example, here I see, oh, well, I want to have more line art around the eye. This very super thin compared to like in the background here, for example, on the back of the head. You can't really adjust that. It just, it gives you an automatic result that is based on what the surface looks like. So maybe you could adjust the surface to make it look better, but if you just want to put it on a model, it doesn't really work. Or it does work, but it's hard to make it very specific and look a certain way. It is also limited by the silhouette. Just like textures, this way of creating line art is basically always inside the silhouette of the character. It never goes above it. And having the ability to go beyond the silhouette can be a benefit if you, for example, want to do adjustments to the silhouette, or to just have like lines, for example, coming out of it, like beard, for example. You couldn't really do that with this. Another one that we just talked about too, but I want to just make sure, that it's, I just want to mention it again, is that it looks kind of blobby. You can see it here, for example, how it kind of mixes together, because the surface is made in a way where it just is detected as line art. It creates like this weird blob, and then we have like this line right here. The lines get super thick here, but then they're super thin there, stuff like that. Like it's really hard to make it look like a traditional 2D anime, because it is always different in thickness, which makes it really hard to use, at least for the traditional 2D anime style. And then lastly, it's kind of going back to that it's not really specific. You also can't edit this per frame. I guess technically you could adjust like the surface to make it look a bit different, but then you would also change the silhouette, which you might not want to do just to adjust the line art. So this way of doing line art is also, once again, just like textures, not able to be adjusted per frame. So in what scenarios could you use this, for example? I think the best use cases for this is, first of all, to just have like the easiest solution for line art. So this could, for example, be a preview of what one of the next line art methods could look like. So it's like, oh, without this, it looks like this. I don't really see anything. These are other ones that we're going to talk about in a second, but I can't see, like, everything is flat. So what would this look like with line art that isn't shading? Let's preview it with the shading line art. And in this way, it can be, for example, good like a preview tool to kind of see what the shapes look like, what they would probably be drawn like, and stuff like that. It technically, I guess, could also have multiple colors. I guess you can do that with the B input here. So you can, for example, use vertex color and then paint the ear red and then the rest blue, for example, and then plug that into B, and that should work quite well. So it can be multicolored, but it wouldn't be as straightforward, I guess, as texture painting. So this would probably be more of a supporting method if you want to use it in combination with something else, but it wouldn't be the main line art method that you want to use for your projects. But it's also one that you should know about in case there is a use case that you could use it for. As an example for this line art, I actually also will include a link to a video where this version of line art is being used in combination with another one that we're going to talk about later, that you can find in the course page that is linked in the description and should also be linked in the pinned comment. If you haven't opened it by now, then I don't know what to tell you, okay? Just open it. Next, we have mesh-based line art. There's different ways of creating mesh-based line art that you can see right here. These are all the mesh-based versions of line art. Mesh-based line arts are basically based on the vertices and geometry of the mesh, and we do something to that geometry to create the line art. The first one might be the most obvious one, because we already kind of talked about it in shading, how you can have a material that you apply to faces so that they're always the shadow color. We can do the same for the line art. I, for example, just cut this shape with a knife tool into the mouth. So for example, I could do the same again to create like a line art shape. And then I just go in here, select these faces and create a new outline material right here in the materials called, for example, line art, and then you just assign it, and we have a new line art created. So this is one of the ways you can do mesh-based line art that is actually baked into selected faces of the mesh. Another method you can use is to create custom line art meshes that you can then put on top of the rest of the mesh. So here, for example, for the nostrils, I created basically most nostril meshes that sit on top of the nose and create something that looks like line art. There's one version where you basically assign faces of the original mesh, the line art material, and then there's another version where you create new mesh that is sitting on top of the rest of the mesh that then has the line art material. The benefit of this is, of course, that it doesn't have to be integrated into the geometry. So even if there's just like a big broad face, this version of line art can still sit on top of it. It doesn't need to be connected to the rest of the vertices of the mesh. And the last one is using vertex paint, which you can see right here. Vertex colors, of course, are based on vertex painting. In vertex painting, if we, for example, go into solid view and then we go here, object mode, into vertex paint, as long as you have here created a new color attribute, I call this line art, you can then go in here, for example, and give it a color like black. Let's just do this and enable a wireframe. And then you can basically just use this brush to give any vertex a certain color. So in this case, for example, I want this one to be black. And then I want this one to be black. And then this one. And then you have this interesting triangle. And this is what I've basically done for this edge here as well for the ear. I actually missed one right here, so I'm going to paint that there. And then we have this full edge selected. And then we can use these colors that we assigned to the vertices in shading right here. If we show the color attributes, right here is what we just painted. And then we can run that through a greater than node, for example, to sharpen them a bit. Here, if I do this, you can see they're sharpened. And then we put that on top with a multiply on top of the rest of the colors to create the actual line art. You can see it has some downsides here, like this creates a triangle if you draw a triangle like this, but it can, for example, be used on single edges like this to just draw a line like this, and then with the greater than you can make it nice and sharp. Now that we know the 3 ways of creating mesh-based line art, what speaks for using stuff like this? The first one is just like the shading, that it is very easy to keep aliasing when we render this. Since it's based on the mesh, the aliasing would have been added after the render has been completed. And since we can disable it there, we can get perfectly sharp aliased edges or line art through these methods. It is also animation ready, so if we were to move this, it of course follows the model because it is part of the model. But then of course it also falls into the same negatives of this, which is that the line art has perspective because it is part of the 3D model and not just part of the camera view, for example. It should also work quite well for video games because especially vertex paint is like a very, very low resource intense information on the model that can be very, very powerful, not only for line art, but also for other stuff like shading, creating like baked shadows into the model, for example. We talked about that in the shading section. And so this is also a very good one for potato PCs and for video games. So what are the negatives of this? First of all, they're limited by the silhouette, at least some of them, right? This one, assigning faces, is limited to the silhouette because they're basically part of the silhouette. The only one that isn't limited are these ones, the separate meshes. But then also one limitation that they have is that they are 2D planes, so they disappear at some point. Plus, it gets kind of obvious if you rotate around them that they are actually 3D models. It is also somewhat time consuming to create these. I think the easiest and fastest one would be vertex paint, but then that is also limited by the geometry. So if you don't have like exact geometry where you want to have lines, you can't really use that method. So if you use the other ones, you could use this, for example. You can select it and then you can extrude it. But this also isn't as fast or maybe as intuitive as it is to just draw something on the model, for example, with texture painting, for example. So it's a bit less intuitive in that way, and maybe takes a little bit longer too. Another one that is kind of the problem with these is that they're also not really editable frame by frame. You can do it with these because, for example, in theory, you could have shape keys that moves these in and out of the model. I think that's actually something that they used for the Spider-Verse movie. They had curves with a profile, so that they're actually like little noodles that have the outline color, and then they can move them in and out based on what expressions they do. So then that way they're kind of like editable per frame, but still that kind of leaves some limitations with that, because do you want to create a shape key every single frame? I guess technically you can do it, but that sounds a bit tedious compared to the other methods that we're going to talk about later. Another problem is also that it's hard to get the line art to be the same thickness everywhere because it has depth. So it is not screen space based, it is 3D space based, which means it has perspective as well as the thickness is based on how close it is. Which of course is another indicator that it is a 3D object rather than a 2D screen effect, for example. And the last thing, of course, for example, the mesh floating faces. One problem with these is that they're also, like, you can see that they're floating above the nose or above the original mesh, which of course makes it clearly a 3D thing. But in theory, I guess you could go in Goo Engine and fix that by basically using the method that we use for Luffy's hat shadow, and then apply that here and say, oh, only show this line art when it is in front of this blue color. But that could also create problems when you, for example, have like it overlapping and then overlapping into a different part of the object. It's kind of limited in how you can use this. So what are the best use cases for this kind of method of line art? First of all, once again, just like all the others that have the problem of being 3D based, is that you can probably use them best for details, because then it's less visible that they are 3D based. I think they also can be used quite well for toggleable emotions. These separate meshes, for example, could be used for that, for how they did it for the Spider-Verse movies, for example, by just like moving them in and out of the mesh so that we can see them or not see them based on which emotions they do. So yeah, once again, just another lineup method that is good for details. And since we already talked about it, the Spider-Verse style of creating line art with these, curves that follow the mesh and then can go in and out. There's actually an add-on for that that I'm going to link in the course page so that you can check out if you're interested in that. That kind of like sticks the curves to the mesh and follows the mesh automatically. And then you can kind of define like, how long the curves are supposed to be, the transition from one emotion to the other and stuff like that. Yeah, I thought that could be pretty useful for some of you that want to, use the line art in that way. The last line art method that is in the shader menu is the UV based line art. What is the difference between a UV based line art and texture based line art? Well, the first thing that they have in common is that both of them use a texture, right? The texture based line art method, we use the textures to create the line art. In the UV based method, we use the UVs to create the line art or control where the line art is. And let me show you how that works. Here, for example, you can see I applied this line art method right here, like for this line and then for this line. If I move this now, you can see it follows. And so, like, how has this now been created? It looks perfectly sharp, even though it's still a texture. It's set to closest, but even if I set this to linear, I guess then it gets blurred out. But, of course, you need to make it set to closest. We can see some part of the UVs look kind of weird. Like, what is this? What is this? I actually also applied this kind of line art to this eye right here. So now let's see, like, how this has been done. If you, for example, select this circle right here, let me actually just disable this too. This is what we can see right here. Somehow there's this black line going along the edge of this UV, and I cut the UV right here on the edge. So how has this been made? Well, this is what a simplified version of this concept looks like. It's just one color, that is the white color, and then one which is the black color. And then we basically we want to determine, oh, I want on this edge, I want to have a line art line, right? So what we need to do is unwrap this, and then we select it and we align the edge that we want to have the line art on this sharp, non-aliased black edge. What that means now is that the UV slightly overlaps over to the black edge. Wherever it overlaps, it gives us this black line art on the UV edge. Let me show you what that looks like in practice for this eye, for example. I need to, of course, first mark seam, and then I unwrap this just like in some way, angle based, whatever. You just need to have this as a UV island. And then we can scale this. You can already see what happens if I now move this from left to right. We have this black appearing on the UV map. But now we want to have it along this edge right here, right? And the edge, of course, in this, it would be the outer edge of this, this circle. So how do we bring this now onto the edge? Well, you basically just have to align the whole edge with the black edge like this. And then if I go and select one of these and I move it across, you can see, oh wow, all of a sudden we have line art. Look at that. And then if we do that for all of them, we can create something like this. In this way, you can also define how thick it's supposed to be. Like you can say, oh, this is supposed to be super thick. And then here, there's supposed to be nothing really. And then we also have like variable line art thickness. And then once we apply the subdivision surface modifier, it makes it nice and smooth too. And that is basically how UV-based line art works. So you basically determine on which edge you want to have line art, and then you basically just align the edge with this black border, and then move it a little bit over to create the line art. For this line, for example, I selected these faces up here, and then I just aligned them again with the black edge, the void edge. And then you can see if I move this, I can make it bigger or slimmer. Then if you want to see what that looks like applied, here's an example. On this model, for example, it has been used a lot for the clothing, for like small details like this. You can see this is actually combined. This one is textures, and then these ones are UV based. If you look at this, you can see they're right on the edge. And then if you look at the faces right here, for the Guilty Gear model, the textures look a little bit more complex. So it's a bit harder to see which one is the right one, but you basically have to look for the one where they kind of overlap with on an edge, which is really only this one. So now if I move this, for example, you can see we can change the line art. It actually adjusts this part here too. But yeah, this is what UV based line art looks like and how it works. Here, this texture has these weird colors, and it doesn't use a black and white because this combines multiple different things in one. So this texture has like uses all three channels for different use cases. So maybe one for highlights, maybe one for the line art. The line art is actually based on the alpha. That's why you can see through the texture here, because the alpha is being used as a black and white texture for the line art, and then the other colors are used for something else. And this is, how it works for the Guilty Gear models and how you could apply it to your models as well. And as you might have already guessed, if we see it in the Guilty Gear model, that also means that it works for video games, for example. This way of creating line art creates very, very clean and crisp and sharp lines. And the reason for that is because the line here on this texture is perfectly sharp as well. The problem we had with the texture-based line art, if they're not perfectly straight, they have like the pixelation, right? The aliasing. But if you align all your UVs to this perfectly sharp edge, you will not have any aliasing, so they will look perfectly sharp. This is one of the great benefits of using this technique, especially for video games. One problem you might have already seen for the other model is that if I move this up and down, based on how you deform the model, the line arts also change, which is a little bit of a problem, but it's just something to be aware of. This, of course, also, since it's shader based, can interact with different shader things. So we can use this, for example, in theory, also for other things like highlights, or give it, of course, different colors. So this doesn't have to be only one color, which is black. It could also be different colors. So we would just have multiple of these clear edges between the base color and the line art color. It's also animation ready, so of course if you move this, it moves with the model, and it is pretty good for Potato PC as well, because once again, it is just UVs and a texture, nothing crazy going on, no crazy calculations, nothing crazy like that. But then of course we go back to the deficits, like why it might not be that good. First one, of course, once again, it can be edited frame by frame. It can be quite time consuming to create a line art like this, because you have to be very particular about where your edges are, how you create them and where they are, and then also do the UV aligning and stuff like that. This makes it quite time consuming. It is also, of course, 3D based, which means it has perspective. It has depth based on how far it is away. And so this makes it a bit harder to make look 2D as well. So for what kind of things can you use this? Well, basically like any of the others that we've shown before as well. They're all kind of like only really useful for details. So stuff like folds, like wrinkles, edges, this could work quite well because they are sitting right on the edges. And the benefit here is also that you can vary the line thickness, which, is one benefit where you can actually control what the lines look like. Now we finally come to a slightly different way of creating line art that is actually pretty applicable in a lot of cases and actually being used a lot in video games and in other stuff. And I actually used this method before as well in my recent Demon Slayer animation. If we inspect this right now, it looks pretty good. It looks like a nice line art. We have the ears, we have the mouth, we have the nose, and then if you rotate it around, you can see some like interesting things that happen, like the line art here vanishes. Here we have the mouth, top part vanishes and whatever. So there's like some kinks to it, I guess. But how does this really work? It is basically something you call inverted hole. Let's just create it, and then I think it is kind of obvious what it does, okay? So now, how do we give this a line art? Well, you basically just grab the entire geometry, you duplicate it, and then you press Alt S to scale it or inflate it basically, so that it is broader or basically goes past the silhouette of the original object. And the last important thing here now is that you press Alt N and you flip the normals. Now the last thing to do is to create another material, and this one will be the line art material, and we assign the new duplicated geometry. And now we can see a line art. And as you can see, it is based on the thing that we just duplicated and scaled out. But there's a few more important things you need to keep in mind. First of all, what is this setup? I changed the line art setup from the previous one, from the mesh-based one a little bit. So what are we looking at here now? One of the most important settings that we still had to change for this to work, here's what it looked like before. We did everything until now, so what are we still missing? We flipped the normals, we scaled it up. So what is missing? Well, the reason why we flipped the normals is because now the inward facing normals, the back faces, are pointing outwards. And if you've watched, I think it was in the shading settings, in the shading chapter, or normals, where we talk about back facing and forward facing parts of of each face, there's a setting in the shader settings, not right here right now, I'm not really sure why, but there's a setting called back face culling. If you look at it here in the preview in the solid view, you can see once I enable back face culling, we can see the object inside the hole through this front surface, through the surface that we're first seeing of this hole. So we hide through the back face culling the back faces that we can see, but we still show the front faces that are now pointing to the inside of this whole mesh, which means that it basically shows up behind the model, because the model, you know, if it's like a circle, for example, of course, the front parts will be the back face, and then the geometry that is behind the main object is the front face that we can see through the back faces. The problem is, like, how do we create this if we don't have this back face culling setting here? For example, in rendered view, like, how do we do it here? Well, we can also recreate that effect with this setup right here. And the way this works is basically there's in the geometry node a output called back facing, which basically marks all the sides of the faces that are back facing. So if I go in here, for example, and I do this and I flip this again, you can see this turns black. So this one is the front facing side of this face, and if I were to go inside here, you can see it is white. So this is what the back facing output does. And then we can just basically recreate the back face culling effect by mixing a transparent material with an emission material, and the back facing output is the factor. And then we get something like this. Something we can also do with this is, of course, adjust the thickness. So in theory, for example, if I go here and I scale this down, all of a sudden the thickness of the line art changes here. So we can not only create like even line art, but we can also create a line variation. There are a lot more ways to create this kind of line art, and we're going to go over like which ones those are in a second. But first, let's cover like what are the pros, what are the cons, so you can already consider like, you know, should I use this or should I not? First of all, this is a very, very common way of creating line art for video games as well. You can see this, for example, for the Guilty Gear characters, they use this too. They, for example, have the actual object mesh, and then they have a line art mesh that is basically using the same technique as we've used to create the outer line art. And that is one of the main benefits of this compared to the ones that we've seen before. This way of creating line art actually exceeds the silhouette and creates the line art outside of the silhouette. Basically, where the silhouette ends is where the line art begins, and depending on the thickness, you know, it exceeds more or less. It can also be customized, of course, not only with the thickness, but also with like color, for example. It can have different colors based on, for example, vertex paint or textures. So you can assign different colors to different parts of the mesh. So in this way, you can also have a multicolored line art, I guess. And of course, just like any other that we've covered so far, it is animation ready. If we, for example, like have the geometry of both of these, like the line art and the object in the same model, for example, we can then, for example, apply this with automatic weights to a rig, and then both of these should be weight painted properly to follow the rig in the same way. And that's also how this, of course, works. You could even create the character without the inverted hole line art first, with all the weights, rigging it properly so that the weighting looks good. And then afterwards, you just duplicate the mesh, assign the material, and flip the normals and extrude it a bit. And then you have a nice working line art that also works with the rig. Another benefit, of course, if you don't want to adjust the line thickness, is that it can have consistent line thickness. That was always the problem with the previous attempts of creating line art, or previous methods of creating line art, that it was very dependent on the perspective that you look at edit at and like how far you're away. But with this one, you can create consistent line thickness if you look at this right here. By default, this setting is still affected by depth, but not by perspective. But what we don't have here is that it is not bound to the silhouette, so there's no silhouette-based or object shape-based line difference. The only one we have here by default is the depth difference. So the line art doesn't stay the same in terms of thickness based on how far we're away. So this is now much thicker like this. Then if we zoom out, then it's almost gone. But there's a way you can bring back that screen space thickness with a modifier setup that I'm going to show you in a second. So what are the cons with this? Of course, we already talked about the screen space thickness not being there by default. One downside that we have with this sort of way of creating line art is that there can be an inconsistent way or kind of like wobbly way of how this line art appears on like shallow edges or on certain parts of the model in general. So for example, if we look at this fold right here, we can sort of see the fold right there. If we rotate around it or look at it like this, it looks pretty clean, right? There's like this line art right there. But then if we go over to this side, all of a sudden the line art gets thinner there, but it stays thick over there. And then it's gone like this. But then even there, you have like this weird sharp edge right there, the sharp corner. So the line art doesn't always look perfect. It might be like half as thick as it should be in one area. It's basically where the transition between existing line art and non-existing line art happens. See how it like has like the slight, the lines is like super thin right here, and then if you go a little bit further, it's even thinner, and then it disappears, and it kind of continues that further and further. Even here you can see it. So that's kind of like one of the downside of using this kind of way of creating line art, that can be a bit inconsistent in the transition from line art to no line art. Another problem you run into with this setup is if you, for example, have two objects or two meshes colliding. So let's say, for example, you have a character doing this, where the fingers are extremely close apart, basically touching, right? If I now bring this closer, you can see the line art between these two disappears and looks a little bit glitchy based on where we look at it from. So it looks pretty good from here, and then if you get closer to where they actually collide, all of a sudden the line art disappears or gets kind of like wobbly, because of course the whole mesh collides and goes into the other mesh, and then the other mesh pokes through or clips through the whole mesh, and we get this weird janky wobbly line art thickness difference. The last thing I want to mention for like a somewhat positive is that you can use this on low to medium PCs. It doesn't require like a crazy PC to create something like this. It might just be a little bit more intense on your PC's performance, because you're basically just duplicating the entire model and then applying the same deformations like armature and whatever to this mesh too. You're basically just duplicating the performance of the original model, which can get pretty complex or hard to calculate. So depending on what your character looks like, it can be a bit hard to use, or hard to calculate or hard to work with. Another thing that is important for this inverted hole, especially when you use one of the automated ways of creating this that I'm going to show you in a second, is that the mesh fulfills basically certain criteria. For example, let me show you what that means. Let's go, for example, here to this character, and we go to the edge, and we want to use the hole, of course. So let's say we select this edge of the hole, and then let's say this edge isn't connected, but it is actually separated. So I'm going to use V to separate this, and you can see what happens. All of a sudden, there's like a gap between the line art, which of course we don't want to have. Like, why would we have a line art gap like this? So one important thing always is that where the line art, of course, is supposed to be connected like this, the edges need to be connected as well, which can, for example, be a problem if you, for example, work with imported game models. Oftentimes their faces are just like split for some reason, so you have like just open gaps between faces that are somewhat invisible from just like the naked eye, because the faces are still on top of each other and there's edges on top of edges, but they're not connected. So the automatic way of creating this kind of line art detects it as a gap, and it creates a line art gap there too. So how can you create something like this automatically? Here you can see, for example, I applied it to this model, and this already has my geometry node set up that I'm going to show you in a second. But first, let's see the easiest way to create this kind of line art, the inverted hole version of line art with a modifier automatically. First thing first, what we need is a solidify modifier. What we need to make sure is that the offset is set to 1, so it exceeds the silhouette and it doesn't go inside of it. Right now we can see it's also a little bit too thick, so let's just set this lower, so until we basically see it go into the model. maybe like here, maybe right there. Okay, so now we have it exceed the silhouette of the original model. Now we need to go to the normals and we need to flip it just like we did it manually. So we just flip this and then that's correct. And the last thing we need to do is we need to change the material offset. The material offset basically describes, oh, you've created a new mesh with this modifier. Should there be a different material on this new mesh? And we want to say yes. And what this material offset does is basically it shifts the material that is applied in by a certain amount that you can determine here. So if I set this material offset to 1, now something has changed because what we've done is we moved the material that is assigned to these faces from, for example, if it's assigned to the top material, 1 down. I guess in this case, we should do it at least 3 times. So let's set this to 1, 2, 3. And then if we go here and create a new material, we can use the inverted hole, for example, the outline, and then it should be applied to everything. You can see it here, but it is not applied to the rest right now. Oh, look at that, I fixed it. So I guess you need to not only change the material offset, but also the rim offset, and then it actually works exactly how it should. One problem that this inverted hole line art method has is with singular planes, for example, which you can oftentimes see on, for example, video game models, that they just basically have like a single plane mesh where you can see theoretically the back face and the front face. It's not like this, right? It's like this. That's where this version of line art gets kind of like into trouble, you could say. So let's, for example, in theory, bring this out and duplicate it. It has created a solidification of it, but the problem is if there's just a single plane that a mesh has, the inverted hole, of course, just kind of extends that plane and creates the outline on the front-facing side of the plane. But if we look at it from the other side, there is no outline, which of course we wouldn't have. If this was just like a drawn thing, there would be an outline around the silhouette and not on top of, I guess, the front face, right? The front-facing part of the face. So that's where the line art has trouble with creating proper line art. So what you basically want to have here is you always basically want to make sure that your mesh is a manifold mesh. Extrude faces along normals. Like this, for example. Now it works properly because this actually has an inside and an outside. You can still work with single planes, but only really if they're either hidden or clipping, for example. Like if this was, for example, like this, right? Then it looks wrong again. Oh, we don't see a line out there. But if this thing, for example, was inside of this as like an extra object that just kind of like sits on top of the rest of the geometry, then it can still work because we can't see the back facing side of the faces. And in this way, since we can only see the front facing part, the line art still works. I hope that made sense. Another problem you run into is stuff like this. Look at that. Like, why is there like this corner right there? And that is because these faces are not connected. And that's why you have this gap right here. So what you would basically have to do is clean up the model for inverted hole to work properly. Otherwise you have like stuff like this. So if you just apply plug and play the solidify modifier on this mesh, it wouldn't really look properly. You have some glitches here and there, and you can also see like this weird transition. Of course you can make it smaller, but that kind of goes back to what the transition from line art to no line art looks like. This kind of way of creating line art cannot highlight corners that are facing the camera, only basically the silhouette of any object. And as I said before, we can also use weight painting, for example, to give this varying thickness. So here you can see I already applied it. And the way I did it is by using a vertex group that I just called thickness. I created a new one and then went over to weight painting and painted weights like this. So let's say we do the same here on this side. We make this nice and red. We go out of it and you can see this gradual change in thickness. But as I already said before, this solidify modifier version of the inverted hole isn't perfect. It doesn't have screen-based thickness, for example, so it gets thinner if you go further away. So it isn't perfect, and that's why I made a couple geometry node setups for you to use so you can create the best looking inverted hole based line art that you can. So here I already applied it. So this is the inverted hole line art modifier, and you can see we have stuff like thickness, of course, so we can adjust how thick it is. We can also have a thickness mask, which we can use, for example, just like the vertex group. You can see we can click on this to basically use a vertex group here. I created a vertex group that is called mask. We can also change the color over here. It automatically creates a material for this inverted line art, so you don't have to do that manually. And then this one is a setting that we're going to talk to in a second. But first, let me show you what I had to do to make this model actually work well with the solidify modifier, okay? Let's say we're starting from scratch. We just imported this model, and let's investigate a little bit like how this model is made and see what could be problems when it comes to creating the inverted hole line art. The first thing I'm seeing is here. Look at this. This alludes to thickness, but this model is actually just a plane. But because it has like this edge right here, it looks like it's thick, but you can see it is just a plane. There's no like inside and outside for this. So this is something we need to be aware of. This thing here, you can see this is just a single plane for the dress. Works for games, right? But if you want to use the inverted hole method, you need to be aware of that and kind of treat it in case it doesn't look that great from the perspectives you would look at this from. You can also see this by just going in here and enabling face orientation. Then you can also see where you can, for example, see the back faces from the outside, which also applies, of course, to these ribbons, which also are just simple planes. And then apparently also right here for the glasses. So I guess the glasses also only like are not closed. That is also something to be aware of and maybe fix. This part of the desk could still work quite well without having to adjust the mesh for inverted hole because it has like this extra little edge right there. But it's something we're going to see in a bit. Okay, so now we kind of know, okay, there's like some things we need to change. It is not perfect for the inverted hole method of creating line art yet. So something that is also worth doing sometimes is just like grabbing the geometry and see, oh, what is that? If there's a second layer of geometry right on top of the other one. As you can see right here, that is the case. Of course, I tried it on this model already, but it's worth doing that on your models too. Same thing here. Look how the highlight of the hair is on a separate model or mesh of the hair than the actual color underneath. And this could be the case for more stuff. I think it also exists here. And you can oftentimes see that when, for some reason, the lines or the edges look weirdly thicker than they normally do. That's when you have like these kind of problems. Another thing that is worth doing is just going over to any kind of like geometry, like here, for example, and just hovering over it and then pressing L. L basically selects everything that is linked together in a certain way. We can limit like in what way, but for example, if we set this to normal, it should select everything that is connected. But we can see if I press L again, this is kind of like a separate model. This is a separate mesh here. So we need to be aware of that too. Same thing with this. If we do this, for example, you can see, oh, separate mesh. And then if we do it here, for example, for the bottom where we saw that it is multiple meshes on top, you can see, oh, another leg. And then here, another leg as well. But somehow they're still weirdly connected in some areas. That is what I mean with what happens when you import game models oftentimes. Or like, for example, from a different program to Blender, for example, it just, for some reason, splits the faces and creates these gaps. So there's quite a few things we need to adjust to make sure that this model works the best way we can. Let's see what this would look like if you were to now just apply my geometry node setup, so the inverted hole line art. And we need to make sure that we tick not using duplicate mesh in this case, because we haven't duplicated the mesh yet. I'm going to tell you why we want to do that in a second, but for now we haven't done that. So we want to make sure that this is set on. And then we can see she all of a sudden has sunglasses, but also we can see the line art is applied and it looks okay in some areas, but then weird in some others. Look at this right here. There's like this huge gap, even if we reduce the thickness. And then we can look at this down here. Like we see some lines, but then some lines we don't see. So it's kind of like iffy whether this works or not. And then here we can see this actually works quite well. As you can see, the line art is there. I think it is there. Oh, it is not. It's actually part of the texture. So it is not there. But if we then look around this and turn around, you can see a second layer here. This is the texture. This is the extended silhouette, right? So it is there, and you can see it if we look from this angle, for example, but we can't see it from outside, which is of course also an issue. So there's some things we need to be aware of, and you should check when you apply this inverted hole. So now, how do we fix this, right? We could go in manually and merge these things and like select these things and remove the double geometry, because for the outline material, right, we don't need to have a different mesh for the highlight than the model itself. All we really need for the inverted hole line art is a mesh that describes the silhouette of the character. So we need to kind of determine like what can we use of this mesh and what can we not use. When you've identified that this model isn't perfect yet for line art, we need to prepare it, and for that I've also created a new geometry node system. And in general, something that I would recommend you do is that you create a duplicate of your model that you want to apply a inverted hole line art to. The reason why you want to have a duplicate of your object is because, for example, for this model, you don't want to use every part of the mesh that is in the original. We want to remove some that is like, for example, overlaying and on top of each other that is unnecessary, as well as maybe adjust some things that, for example, doesn't have any thickness. So we need to modify the mesh in some way. And we don't want to modify the original mesh, right? So we want to have a duplicate. Since we already created the duplicate, we can now talk about how we can clean up this mesh with my inverted hole preparation geometry nodes modifier. I tried to make this as clean as possible, as easy to use as possible. So basically the way this works is you apply this geometry nodes modifier. You can see this is what it looks like before. So this now is just your raw duplicate, and then you apply the modifier and you can start preparing the model. And the way this works is you start with the choose hole meshes step. And how you choose your hole meshes is by basically creating a new vertex group that then you apply right here. So let's first start by just going in here, creating a new vertex group, selected, right? And then we want to apply that first of all to the chosen hole meshes thing here. We just call it selected, and then nothing changes because right now nothing is selected, right? We did this, but we haven't assigned anything yet. So anything we now apply in the vertex group to the selected assign with a weight of 1 will be chosen for the inverted hole object. So let's say, for example, we go in here, and also something that makes it just easier to use like this is if you enable this setting too. That moves the mesh over to here as well, so we can select it over here. Let's go to something more complicated like the leg, for example, first. And you can see, oh, there's a leg right here, but then there's the second leg. How can we distinguish them? Usually if there's a duplicate of a mesh, it has different materials applied to them. So if you click on this, it highlights the material that is applied to this face. What you can then do is just click on select, and it selects everything that this material is applied to. And it looks like this material is applied to more than the other material. So if you click on this again, what is applied, what else is applied? There you go, this is the other one. And if you select this one, you can see it's only the legs. So there's like a double, but you can see this model, for example, this part of the mesh actually has the boots included. The other one doesn't. Except this one, I think, works better for what we want to do here because it includes more than the other one even includes. So this one is probably the main mesh, and then the duplicate is the other one. You can see the boots are on this one, so we want to use this one. So we can just go in here now into the data tab and apply this and assign it to the selected vertex group. Something you've probably just seen that happens like this. The way I calculated where to move the character is basically based on how wide the character is in its full dimension, and then I moved basically over by those dimensions and a little bit more. So if you move, for example, the mesh a little further, it increases the dimensions, which means the model gets moved over more and more and more. I wanted to make it dynamic, so if you have a huge model and I say, oh, move it by 2 meters, then you don't really see that it has been moved because it's so big. So I wanted to make it dynamic based on the object size, and I don't think I can change how that works now. So yeah, just a little thing to keep in mind and why that happens. So we have the legs already. So what else do we need? This thing right here looks like there's no internal mesh except for the skin underneath. Okay, so what material does this have? We select it, looks pretty good, and then we can assign it to this. Ta-da! Okay, so what else do we need? We have the hands, we have everything, the bows, and basically the whole outfit, including the legs. Now the last thing missing is seemingly the glasses, face, and the hair. Is there a duplicate for the face? Nope, doesn't seem like it. So we can select that material too. There you go, and we assign that as well. It seems like these faces are actually connected. It looks like they are lips that have different materials applied to them. So if we select this, okay, let's keep this as well. So we're going to assign it like that too. If the character opens their mouth, of course, we also want to have an outline on the tongue, for example. And the tongue is right here. So we're going to select the material for the tongue. And then we bring that over as well. And then another one that might give you a question is like, should you also include stuff like the eyebrows or the eyelashes and stuff like that? I think it kind of depends on if you want those to have outlines. So for example, here, I think it makes sense to, for example, use the big eyelashes and maybe the ones below too, but maybe not For example, the beauty mark right here. We can probably remove that one. So once we've selected everything from that material, we can deselect what we don't need. I think we also don't need this section right here. And maybe in general, the lower eyelashes don't need to be included. And then we assign it. You can see, and slowly we're building what we actually want to apply the outline to and what we don't want to apply it to. For example, something that you probably don't need the outline for are the eyes, because the eyes usually, I mean, I guess they technically have outline, but I don't know if it works that well for inverted hole here. So I'm not sure if we need it for this, but you know, there's for a test, I guess we can include the main iris, for example, because maybe it makes sense here. We can see. We can still delete stuff afterwards. So it's not like once you've selected everything, you can never go back and delete stuff. So now we've basically selected everything that we want to use for the inverted hole mesh, and everything else we don't need anymore. The next step is to select flat meshes. So once we finish this process step, we can now go in here and select the next step, which is the select flat meshes. Now this one disappears because we don't need it anymore. It's not deleted yet, but it is at least visually gone. What are flat meshes? Flat meshes are any meshes that don't have an inside, basically. So here, for example, we have this. Actually, these rings are the same way. If you look at this, see, they're just flat faces. So you want to select these as well. Do the same here. See, this one has thickness, so this one doesn't need to be selected. Whereas these ones, for example, once again, don't have that. So we need to select these as well. Something tricky where you have to kind of decide whether you want to use selected or not are these ones. Because these, they actually are not closed. So we can't technically see the back faces, but they're so close to the mesh that it may be not necessary to select these for this step. Then we could also think about, do we need it for this thing right here? It is kind of like, if you're not really sure whether you need it to select it or not, you don't need to select it right now. We can still select it later. So for now, let's just select all of that. Maybe we're going to select like the dress right here. I feel like the dress would make sense. You can see the dress is kind of split into multiple parts. So maybe we need to do this for here. And in this way, it gets kind of annoying selecting the geometry because it is still split up. The modifier hasn't taken effect yet. So the mesh is still split into so many different parts, which it makes it a bit annoying. But once you've gone through this cleaning up process once, you have a clean mesh that you can then use. So now we can create a new vertex group and call this, for example, flat. And then we type it in here, flat, and assign everything we just selected. We have selected the flat meshes for this step, and we can go to the next one. We can say see flat meshes only. In this way, you can also control whether what you've selected is everything or if there's still something missing. It looks like everything looks pretty fine in terms of like there's no individual faces that I forgot to select, so it looks pretty good. So now let's go to the next step, which is inverted hole preview. So now you can see what this would look like when you apply this geometry nodes modifier. This step is basically meant for you to be able to see if there's anything you need to adjust in the previous two steps, if there's anything you need to still select, if there's any flat meshes that you haven't selected. For example, here you can see there's some clipping, but that's just because the plane is so close to this. So that's not really something we can change right now. That's just like an issue with the inverted hole itself. But for example, here for these planes, you can see now they actually have full-on thickness and the line art goes all the way around this plane. Before, this wouldn't have happened. Same with these, for example. This line, okay, you can see maybe should we assign this to? Let's just do that and see how it changes the whole thing. For this to work, unfortunately, we need to go back to select flat meshes and select it right here. Otherwise it doesn't work. That's just like a little quirk with geometry nodes. And then we can assign that here too, see what it looks like. And then we actually see a nice solid line art. Okay, so now that we have cleaned up the mesh, the last step is to see the final mesh. So this is basically the final mesh that we have created that will now be used for the inverted hole geometry node system. The one thing that we haven't talked about here is the merging method. What this geometry node system does, one step that it does is that it merges by distance, and here you can change which one you use. So for example, there's this one merges by, if two vertices have the same material and they're close enough together, then they get merged. This one only considers if they're close enough. Could be something you could, switch around if it doesn't look great and consider using the other one. I think most of the time you can use this one and be better off. And so now that we've created this, let's actually apply the preparation. And oh no, there's an error. And this is something that you need to be aware of for the inverted hole modifier in general. It doesn't work because this object has shape keys. There's like this weird decision now that you have to do. Either you don't use shape keys and then it's pretty easy to use, right? Then you can just apply the modifier. But if your model has shape keys, you need to do a little bit of like a trick. The reason why you can't apply the shape key is because this now becomes a new mesh, and the shape key relies on the original mesh to apply their shape adjustments. So what we need to do is transfer the movements from the old geometry to the new geometry that is being created by this preparation geometry node system. And for that, I also unfortunately had to create a geometry node system, which we're going to get to in a second. So what do we need to do? First of all, of course, since we can't apply it, we need to finish the preparation by deleting all shape keys. We want to make sure that all shape keys are set to 0. And then we can say here, delete all shape keys, and all shape keys are gone. So now we can apply the modifier. Okay, first step is done. We have this new outline inverted hole mesh. Now that I removed the materials on the outline model, if I now use a shape key, you can see it doesn't move with the original model. So how can we fix this now? We need to transfer the shape keys back to this new mesh. And let me show you how that works, okay? It's tedious. That's why I'm saying you need to be aware of if you want to use shape keys or not, but it is possible, okay? So let me show you how this works. So the first thing you want to do is just move your outline model over here, not in edit mode, but in object mode. Just move it over here so that it's separated from the original mesh. Then you want to duplicate both of these models. So the idea is we go in here and we apply the shape key we want to transfer. So for this one, let's say we do the closing eyes, right? Closing eyes is applied to no other shape key. We can only do one because that's how I figured it out for now. We go in here, we apply this, and then we say apply all shape keys. The shape key is now applied to the actual model like this. Now we go to the duplicate of the inverted hole and we apply, we can also delete this for a second just to make it easier. We can apply this new geometry node system, which is called proximity transfer shape key. And this one is pretty simple to use, but it was pretty complex to figure out, even though maybe some geometry nodes wizards could do this in like 5 minutes. But basically the idea is we select the original mesh. Each point on this model now saves the position of the closest vertice on this model. And then we also select the model where we applied the shape key. If you go into solid view now, you can see the shape key has been applied to this model as well. And then we need to apply this geometry node system. So now we've transferred the shape key from the old geometry that looked different to this new geometry. And then we can select this one, then the outline material, the outline mesh that we actually want to use, and go to shape keys, create a base, and then we need to select join as shapes. Because these two have the same geometry, but just vertices in different positions, this one has now saved the difference between this one and this one as a shape key. So if we were now to do this, it applies the shape key. And this process you would have to do for every single shape key of your model. Once you've done this, you can delete these. You can bring this back to the original position. And then the last thing to sync up those shape keys is to go to the original, select the shape key, go in here, go to the value, say right click, copy as new driver, and then to the outline object, go to the shape key that's doing the same thing, and then paste driver. And now, if you do this, both models move in the exact same way. And that's how you can transfer shape keys from the old model to the new model that you want to use for the inverted hole. I'm sorry that it has to be this way, but at least you can do it, okay? This should, in theory, work for all models. If it doesn't, I don't know. Then I don't know, okay? This is the best method I could find, okay? So now that we fully created a perfect inverted hole outlines object, we can now apply the inverted whole line art again and look at all the rest of the settings. So the first one, of course, we have the thickness. Let's make it a bit thinner because then it looks a little bit better. We can also see that the thickness doesn't look that great. Like even thickness doesn't look great on everything. So for example, here we can see the eyelashes are maybe a bit too thick, the line art on the eyelashes, maybe even the line art on the glasses. So for example, the first things we could now consider is like using, for example, the thickness mask and using a vertex group to do like varying line thickness called thickness. First of all, select everything, make sure that the weight is 1 and then assign that. And then next we go in here, we assign it here, thickness, and everything looks the same. Now, for example, if you want to have varying line thickness and be able to see what it does, we can, for example, select the glasses, go over here to the thickness, and maybe, for example, change the weight to like 0.5. Now the lines for the glasses, if we assign this, should be half the thickness, as you can see right there, and that works quite well for the glasses, for example. If you do the same for the eyelashes, you can see all of a sudden the eyelashes are down here. That is because the edit mode always shows you the selected shape key. So if you go back and click on bases, it brings them back up. And then you can also assign it, and that looks better. Something I would also recommend you do is actually there's like some parts of the face that actually don't need any thickness at all. The silhouette of this part of the face is never really seen. So setting the thickness here, for example, to 0 doesn't have an actual impact on the outline. It might actually make it look better for the nose. So if we now look at the nose and then you set this to 0, we can see the line art of the nose actually looks better if it is 0. So in that way, you can also optimize a little bit your line art. Some things that we never see the silhouette of can just have no line art or the line art thickness be 0, and it might even look better in the surrounding areas. Now, what other settings do we have here? So the first one that we have is color attribute. So for example, if you wanted the hair to have a different color than, for example, the skin, we, for example, can go in here and create a new color attribute. Let's call it whatever color, I guess, and make it, for example, like a white to begin with, or let's start with the black because that's the default. Okay, and then let's say we go into the modifier again, and we first of all click use color attribute. This just says, hey, I want to use the color attribute, a color attribute to change the line color. The vertex color group is called color. And then if we go into vertex paint, while we have the outline material, object selected, and we, for example, use this pink, or let's say we use the color of the hair, all of a sudden we can make it the same color. Or if you make it a bit darker, you can make it a darker version of the hair. In this way, you can use custom vertex colors to tint your line art, for example. Then we also have the depth offset, and this one, the depth of offset tries to fix issues with viewport clipping or camera clipping. Let me show you what that looks like. So if I zoom out far enough, or if I just change the clip start, for example, to 1000, for some reason that makes these flat planes that have these thin line art objects, makes them kind of flickery. See how you have this flickering now on some of the meshes? And that you can either fix by just setting the end, for example, for the clipping lower, or what you can also do instead of that, to use the depth offset. So if we enable it, nothing happens for now. But now if we go here for the depth offset mask and set this to 0, you can see it shifts all geometry of the outline material a little bit backwards. And it does that based on the active camera. So if I move this camera now, the outline moves and is always trying to stay behind the original model. And what this fixes is this kind of flickering on these flat objects. The only problem you have with this is that you can't go too far. If you press backspace, you set the value back to default. What can happen is that the depth offset is too far, and then the whole object clips into the geometry of what is behind it, which of course you don't want to have, because then the line art disappears, as you can see here. So we need to find a way to only do it in select areas. And that's what you can do with the depth offset mask. You can just switch this to a vertex group again. Now, nothing should happen. Actually, everything should happen because nothing is assigned right now. So if we do this again and we assign it with weight 1, nothing should have the depth offset. And now we can go in here in weight painting, for example, and only remove some weight from here. And then you can see it kind of gets lifted from the original model. And this way it can, like, you can try to fix your little clipping issues. And then of course you can enable it and disable it per scene, for example. This one, the distance space thickness, is basically screen space line thickness. So based on where the camera is, based on how far it is away, that's how it determines how thick the line art is supposed to be. So when we go in here, we can enable it, nothing changes. But if we zoom out, the lines actually get thicker. And if we go in, the lines get thinner. And these are based now on the camera resolution and also the focal length. All you really need to do is type in the resolution that you're going to render with, or that the resolution of the camera basically has, and then also the focal length. For this camera, for example, the focal length would be 85. So we actually need to adjust it in the modifier and set it to 85, which changes the line art thickness a bit. And that's basically all you need to do. Sensor fit, you can adjust. You don't need to adjust anything like this, really. The reason why this exists here is because there's a node in Blender 5.0 that types all this in by itself, but that doesn't exist in 4.1. So I wanted to make sure that you can use this modifier in both in older version 4.1 as well as in 5.0. And so that's why these are here. But usually you don't change the sensor size. But if you do, I guess you need to adjust this. The last one is something that I kind of discovered while doing the depth offset right here, which is, what if you only want to use the inverted hole method for the silhouette? Now the lines are only on the outer silhouette of the model and not anymore here on the inside. See how it stops right there, and then it's only on the back. The rings don't have them. So if you, for example, want to do something like a drop shadow effect, you can use this by using the horizontal offset and the vertical offset. And then you can see it clips kind of through a little bit, so we can also increase the distance. And then all of a sudden we have this drop shadow effect. And now even if you rotate the camera, it is always behind the model. So if you want to use this for like some kind of effect like that, I included that there as well, because like I kind of saw that this is possible, and I thought, you know what, why not add that there as well? It might not be as useful as the others, but you know, it's a fun little effect. And if you can find some use for it, then you know, you can do it. Yeah, and those are basically all the geometry node systems that I have for you for the inverted hole line art. I wanted to make sure that if you wanted to use inverted hole line art, that you can use them in the best way possible, have all the settings that you might want to have, and you can use any, like hopefully any model that you want to use by first preparing it and then, you know, using my geometry node system to apply advanced, I guess, inverted hole line art to it. All of these geometry node systems you can download on the course page. There's going to be a download link for all the files. So if you want to use this, I would say you should use this, because setting this all up yourself, I spent like multiple days setting this up, so you can save yourself that time and just use mine. I have never seen a more advanced setup like this. So this one was really meant to be the all-encompassing version of the inverted hole that you can create in Blender, that can do everything that you kind of want to do with it. Oh, I guess the last thing that I have still not talked about is something I actually just noticed, is when you apply the modifier, I guess, it might remove the vertex groups. And if that happens, of course, then the outlines don't follow the rig anymore, which of course is a big problem. And the way you can fix that is by just going in here, selecting the original model, then the outline model, going over to weight painting and saying weights, transfer weights, data type vertex groups. And we want to select nearest vertex, by name, all layers, and that should transfer all the original vertex groups that were on there back onto this model as well. Then the outline should move in the same way as the original model does. So hopefully now you have everything you need to create nice looking inverted hole outlines, but we have a couple more outline types I want to talk about. So let's get into those now. Okay, finally we've gone through this. Now let's get to the next one, which now actually switches from 3D line art to camera-based line art. And the next one we want to cover is freestyle. Go in here into the, I think it's in the render settings, and down here we have this tick box, which is just called freestyle. Doesn't really say much about what it is. Why is it not just called freestyle line art? I don't know. That's what it's supposed to do, but yeah. So if we just render it by default, it looks like this. So now if I enable the freestyle and render it again, it now first renders the image and then calculates what the lines should look like based on the geometry that you see in the camera view. And then it looks a little bit like this. Look at that. That's like the default settings, I think, for the freestyle thing. Just as a quick disclaimer, freestyle is something that is kind of considered a legacy feature, even by the main Blender team, the developers. And the reason for that is that at some point they introduced Grease Pencil, and at some point they also want Grease Pencil to basically just replace the freestyle feature. The freestyle feature still has a few things that the Grease Pencil can't do, so that's why freestyle still exists, but the plan is that at some point freestyle will just be removed because the Grease Pencil can do everything that freestyle could do before. So I'm not gonna really go super in depth with this feature, but I want to still show you at least like the broad things, so if you want to look into it for some reason, you can do it. But in most cases, like 80 to 90%, it would probably be better to use one of the two other methods that I still need to talk about. But let's quickly cover like, how you can customize your line art for this. So the first thing first is we have a line art setting here. So this is what the default, for example, look like. And then if we increase the line thickness to like 5, for example, it's of course going to make it thicker. If we bring this back to 1, for example, I'm not exactly sure how thick the line art for anime usually is, but if you stick with 1, you should be pretty good. And that looks pretty nice in terms of thickness. Not really 100% sure what absolute and relative means. Oh, so basically the thickness is either just an absolute, how many pixels wide it's supposed to be, or it's relative to the resolution that you're choosing. Yeah, I just like a small change, I guess. So where are the other freestyle settings? Because this can't be everything, right? Nope, it is not. The other ones are in the view layer. Look at that. All of a sudden we have this new setting here, which is completely hidden until you enable freestyle in the render settings. First of all, a useful feature is that you can render out the freestyle as a render pass, so that you basically have the color image and then you have the line art basically as a separate pass, kind of like a second layer that you can then combine back together with the original color image. So if I render this again, it's going to calculate, but nothing's going to happen because we need to go to the compositor now. So this is what the output for the color looks like. For the color output, the image output, I guess, right here. And then we of course have the alpha, which is currently white because there's no alpha enabled. And then this is what the freestyle looks like. This actually has alpha. You have this as a separate layer rather than combined with the image, which you would have if you disable it as render pass. That might make it a bit easier to do some compositing stuff, for example. But yeah. So what else do we have here? The first thing we can determine here is like a few edge detection settings. Crease angle, what that means is like the crease angle basically determines the angle on an edge, what the angle needs to be for it to be considered for line art. So I think if you set this to like 180, it actually just renders all edges. There you go. And in case you didn't know, these lines are based on, of course, the geometry of the model, and it considers stuff like the geometry, but also the depth from one part of the geometry to the other. So if things are being hidden by one part, if there's like the hand is geometry and then the other hand is, my other hand is also geometry, stuff that is hidden by the front hand will not be considered for any lines, of course, because we can't see them. And in this way, for example, along the contour of the hand, there will be, for example, lines, and that's kind of how it detects the line art that it's, or the edges where there needs to be line art. Yeah, so there is a few settings you can play around here for the edge detection. Once again, I don't want to go into too much detail because both the next two features kind of do what this does, but better. So I'm just gonna go quickly through this, okay? We can also do stuff like what things should be considered for the lines, only visible things, only hidden things. You can change that here. You can also change which edge types are supposed to be selected or lines being drawn over, highlighted, I guess you could call it. So we could have like, oh, do we only want the silhouette? And then in theory, we only have lines around like the silhouette of every like shape, I guess. These are all the different ways, different edges that can be detected. And then, you know, you can determine which ones you want to include and which ones you don't want to include. We're going to get to face marks and like all that stuff later. For now, let's look at this stuff. Here, for example, we can determine what the endings of the strokes are supposed to look like. If they're supposed to be squares, you can see now it's flat. If I set this, for example, to round, it looks like this. So now it's slightly rounded, and that's what this does. Of course, you can also set the color and give these different modifiers for the color. So for example, you can also use a noise for the color, stuff like that. And you can have like alpha settings right here. Do you want to use transparency or not? You can even use a modifier for the transparency. And then this one, of course, is also very useful, the freestyle thickness. Here you can basically change the thickness based on whatever modifier you apply. So let's say, for example, we apply a noise modifier, and then let's see what it looks like when we render it. Wow, looks great. But then we can, for example, change the amplitude to like 1 and the period to, I don't know. Let's see what that looks like. And here you maybe already see kind of like a downside to this version of line art is that you always have to hit render to see the line art and the changes that you do to the line art. it is not real time. That's like one of the problems with it. And it also uses your CPU, which is generally just slower for stuff like this. So it also just runs slower than both of the other methods that we're going to talk about in a second. But with this, for example, we can adjust the thickness for the lines based on, for example, a noise modifier or based on a noise texture. Of course, there's also other things. One actually that is pretty useful for the thickness is the calligraphy. And what this does is kind of simulates as if your brush, for example, that you're drawing the lines with isn't perfectly round. Like if you draw like this, some parts will be thinner than others. And with the angle, you kind of determine what the brush angle would be. So if the angle would be like this, any lines drawn like this would be super thin. Any lines drawn like this, horizontal, would be very thick. That's what that would look like. See how it's like some thin parts, some thick parts, and it has the pattern of, depending on what angle the line is, it is either thicker or thinner. Another useful one in here is the long stroke setting or modifier. If you set the mapping to curve, you can actually create a custom curve for the thickness of each stroke. So what this modifier basically does is it looks at each stroke, and then it looks at the beginning and the end, and the curve basically describes what the thickness along that curve is supposed to be. So here, this here is the beginning, for example, and then this is the end. So if you set this like this, the end would be thick and the beginning would be thin, which then in the end looks kind of like this. It's a bit hard to see with this thickness, I guess. But for example, here we have set the base thickness to 3. And I guess if we set this max to 3 as well, we see it a bit better. So now we can see how the beginning of these strokes is thin and then it gets thicker as it goes. And we can then, of course, for example, create a cool effect like something like this, where it starts thin, ends thin, but is thick in the beginning, in the middle. It can look like this, for example, where we have these nice lines that have like this more organic looking transition, where they start thin, end thin, and then have this thickness in the beginning. Or even here, you can see it looks kind of nice with the edge ending right there. There's a few more things here, but these are all a bit more like niche. In general, the way that the freestyle modifier works, just to repeat again, you render your image from like with the camera, and then it looks at that image, looks at all the depth information, geometry information in that camera view, and then processes basically, oh, these edges are contours, or these edges are part of the silhouette of an object or of a shape. So there should be a line there. In this way, it calculates the various different types of edges and basically covers those or puts lines on those edges. The benefit of using this kind of line art is, for example, that you have screen-spaced lines because that is based on the camera resolution or the camera view rather than the actual 3D scene. So it doesn't matter how far away an object is. If I were to place this, for example, all the way over there and then I render it, in theory, the lines should be just as thick as if the character was closer to us, which it looks like it is. It also, as you've already seen with all these settings, has a lot of customizability, so you can really fine-tune what the lines in the end really look like, and you can you can make them look pretty nice with this. So this is like one of the good parts about this system. You can also, of course, have them as a separate render path, which is nice because then you have the color and the liner, for example, immediately separate, which works well for compositing. And it has a few unique features like the along stroke, for example, where you can customize what the stroke looks like along it, I guess. For example, for its thickness or transparency, you could apply the same thing. Something also positive about it is that almost all settings are in the same UI. So if you really want to fine tune this and hone these settings, they're all right here. They're not all like scattered in different places. That's also, a good thing. The downside, like one of the downside is that it can get quite slow, especially the more geometry you have or the more complex the geometry is. Especially since it uses the CPU, it's going to be slower anyway, and you're gonna only be able to see the line art in your rendered view. That's also a negative, I guess. I'm not exactly sure how well this runs, especially if you want to do it for like animations. Another big thing, of course, once again, is that it is not editable per frame. So once you render it out, it just is how it is. So the best thing you could do to edit it per frame, I guess, would be if you have it as a separate render layer, you could go into compositing, for example, and remove with masks, basically, any lines you don't want. But of course, it would be much easier if you could immediately do that in Blender. Something that it also just can't detect is intersections. So for example, if we have any objects that actually intersect with each other, here for example, do you see how this golden part is actually in separate object, but there's no line where they intersect? This feature, this freestyle edge or freestyle feature, cannot detect intersections, which in my experience is actually something that appears quite often. So of course you also want to have lines there. So adding lines, especially like we talked about like adjusting the line art frame by frame, adding lines afterwards is definitely much harder than removing lines. And if this feature doesn't even detect intersections, it makes that even more annoying. Another big thing, I guess, negative is that it's going to be replaced at some point, so I don't know if it's really worth getting into it anymore. I would prefer you to choose one of the other features we're going to talk about in a second. It's also not really useful for games, just because you can't export it into a game, because this is just a render feature in Blender. And then the last kind of downside is that it's hard to make the lines have aliasing. You can see they're already anti-alias because they're a bit blurry. And the only way to remove the anti-aliasing for the freestyle feature is by changing the render samples to 1. Then if you render it, you can see it has perfect aliasing, but that also then applies to everything else. So here, all of this also gets perfectly sharp aliasing, which can be, I guess, a benefit. We need that in the end anyway, but it would be nice if there was a feature or like a setting for the freestyle feature itself where you can just disable anti-aliasing. So what is this feature really good for? I think one good use case for this kind of style of line art is, for example, for still renders. If you, for example, do like architectural drawings, I think there it can be very useful because you're not going to create an animation from it. And so that could be, for example, one way you could use it. Where, for example, something like the inverted hole wouldn't really work that well. You want to have the lines exactly where the edges are, and you want to detect which edges are supposed to be detected, right? This, for example, can select edges that are pointing at the camera like this, right? Which an inverted hole can't do. So that's, for example, where you can use this quite well. Or, of course, you can also use it for like an illustration style, like a sketch style, because you can customize the lines so much. It can be pretty useful for that too. But once again, it's going to be replaced at some point, so I would recommend you check out one of the ones that we're going to talk about now. So the second to last line art method. This one is called Pencil Plus. And this is an add-on that has been developed actually specifically for 3D anime in Japan, or for actual anime that want to utilize 3D for their work. I think it's used a lot for like, I think in Evangelion, they used it, for example. What you can see right here is actually a window that opens whenever you want to use this feature, because there's the add-on that you can install for free, but to actually use the add-on, you need to also buy the software, which basically calculates all the lines. And this is pretty expensive, okay? It's like 400 bucks. So it's basically just a better version of Freestyle, but it's also a more expensive version of Freestyle. Of course, it's a one-time purchase, so it's not a subscription, but still, right, you have to still pay quite a lot of money for it. But also, you know, if you want to try, if you just want to test it out, you have a trial of, I think, like 14 days that you can test it out if you wanted to. The thing that you get with the add-on is this new little tab right here, which is called Pencil Plus for Line. And what you do here is basically you just click line preview. It was already enabled, so if you click it, it then starts up the line preview, and this is actually real time, as you can see. So immediately 10 times better than Freestyle. And that's why I'm saying why it's the better version than Freestyle, because you can actually preview this in your viewport and then also, of course, in your rendered camera. And what you can also immediately see is that it has screen space line thickness. So based on how far you're away from the object, it determines, you know, how thick the lines are supposed to be. So how does this system actually work? From me experimenting with this, it's basically really just an improved version of Freestyle. It takes what Freestyle has and then just repackages it and improves it. So basically, it first of all turns all these settings that you had in Freestyle into a node system that you can see right here. But to be honest, I don't know if really the nodes are really that useful. It kind of just shows you like a breakdown of all the settings you've set. Like if you click on this now, you can see it creates a new node. So it kind of just shows you like a tree of all the settings you've set. All the settings for Pencil 4 Plus that I found so far, I think those are everything you can find here in the end panel. And so we can see, for example, we have the line list, and we have line and line 001. This one is this node, as you can see, is called line. It is active, line, active. Then we also have this one. You can see it's actually here, the name of the line set 001, line 001. If I enable this, this also gets enabled. So that's how these settings in here are being reflected in these nodes right here. So what do we have here? First of all, of course, what we have is the line settings. So basically kind of like, oh, what line set do you want to use? And then also what objects are supposed to have lines. And I guess also what materials are supposed to have lines. So you can kind of mask that way what you want to actually include in these lines. So if I remove this right now, I can't even select that. What? If I remove it, oh, right. The buttons work in this way where you click remove and then you select and then you say, okay. I don't know why you can just select and then click remove, but yeah. And you can see the lines are gone. So if I want to bring back, of course, the lines, I need to select this thing here. So these are kind of like the base settings, right? And then we also immediately have, look at that, anti-aliasing. We can immediately set it to 0, and that means we have perfectly sharp, blocky, and clean lines, which of course we want to have. So this, of course, would be 0 when we want to render this. I'm not exactly sure what the oversampling and off-screen distance does, but they exist and you can play around with them if you want, right? Another big thing that we've also seen with freestyle, for example, are of course the edges. Which edges are actually supposed to be selected? So of course, if you unselect all of them, nothing is selected. But then, you know, we can select which ones actually are supposed to be included right here. So like, for example, the outline. This one actually, I guess we didn't really have for the freestyle. Outline would, like here in this case, would be like, yeah, only really the actual silhouette of the entire model, not like the silhouette of individual shapes, but the actual silhouette of everything. You can also here enable background color, and then you can see only the lines basically. And then of course you can adjust which color that's supposed to have as well. Can be pretty useful if you just really want to see what the lines are. And it might be a bit hard if you also see the colors underneath. And then of course we have stuff like object, like, oh, all the object lines, like what, like internal object lines. Here we also can say, oh, these lines are supposed to have different brush settings, which we can determine here in the brush settings. See, if I click this node, it immediately jumps over to the brush settings in here too. So these really reflect what you can just set in here. You don't really need to use these nodes if you don't want to. You can really just go through here and set all these settings if you want to. The great thing about this freestyle version or this Pencil Plus is that it actually has intersections. See, and now we can actually see like the intersections right here, for example. I don't know why they get so small. Let's increase the thickness a bit. So if I want to, for example, change the line thickness, I'm guessing I go to the brush settings and then I can change the size right here. So let's have this like 10, for example, and then it gets thicker. And we can see all the intersections here get detected. Before in freestyle, there was no line there, but here in this Pencil Plus, there are actually lines there. Another feature that we have with freestyle as well as this is something called freestyle edges. So for example, if I go in here and I select these edges and then I can press Ctrl E and I say mark freestyle edge. What that means is if the freestyle edges are enabled, it will draw a line on any edge that has been marked like this. So now if I render this, you can see nothing. Great. Because I think we need to first enable selected edges. And now if we do a line preview, you can see now the edges are actually there. And that's how, for example, you can make sure that some things always have line art. Even if, for example, here, oh, this thing, for example, we always want to have an edge right here, even if it's not necessarily a contour or anything. You just go in here, mark freestyle edge, and then of course you can also just clear freestyle edge if you don't need it anymore. And that's how you, for example, can be a bit more specific with what is supposed to have line art and what isn't. Of course, just like in freestyle, we also have the normal angle. If we enable this, anything like these corners here, for example, these edges are then now being detected, which can be very useful for example, stuff like this corset edge right there, or like up here, for example, stuff like this will then actually get detected. And you can once again determine the minimum maximum angle of edges that are being detected. Then, of course, we can also determine a little bit more about the brush settings in general, or how the lines are being drawn. So just like freestyle, right? We can determine the color right here. We can make it white. We can make it, I don't know, magenta if you wanted to. We can also change the size, of course, with this, which we've already done before. Let's set this to default 5. I don't know why it breaks sometimes. If it ever breaks, you can just hit line preview on and off and on, and then it should come back. There's a few more settings here, which I'm not exactly sure what it does, but the cool thing about the nodes is that you can actually see a preview of the brush right here. So if I change the stretch, for example, you can see it gets thinner like that. So it kind of recreates the calligraphy effect from freestyle, where it like determines an angle and then you can have the angle right here, see? It changes what part of the line is thick and what isn't. And then we have even more detailed settings for the brush by going in here into the brush details. Here, for example, we have stuff like different presets for different things. So if we select the bubble, for example, that's what the lines now look like. And other stuff like a soft circle, for example, I guess we always have to restart the preview maybe. And then also, of course, we have like stroke presets. For example, stuff like dashed lines or fuzzy, which makes it like wobbly in case you need this for something. I'm not exactly sure what you want to use it for, but you can. And then of course, these are just presets. You can then fine tune it with all of these settings as well. And just like freestyle, we also have the stroke size reduction settings, which basically means it's kind of like the long stroke setting in freestyle. So if we enable this, we can see, oh, now the beginning of each stroke starts small, or is in the middle, it's thicker. We can also do the same for the alpha. So the beginnings are transparent, and then as it goes into the middle of the brush, we can make them more opaque. And yeah, so basically all the settings you need are all in here, whether you want to control them or navigate through them with the nodes, or here in this setting, you can do both, right? So now the question is like, how do you use these? Because like, I guess, of course, you can just render it like this, and then it's both combined, but also you can, for example, here in this little add-on menu, you can, for example, render it, which should basically do the same thing. I guess this one actually renders the viewport, so that's the difference. It renders the viewport rather than using the actual renderer. What it also does, from what I understand, is that it actually renders in linear, which is why, for example, the viewport view or this rendered view usually always looks darker because it is in linear rather than applying a certain view transform to it, like AGX, for example, which is why I don't really prefer this when I tried to play around with it. But maybe you prefer it, I don't know. Maybe you can find a use for it. But this, just hitting normal render, I think is like the more intuitive way to render out the line art. So how does this actually get rendered out? Is there like a setting for rendering it out as a different view layer? Well, it kind of already does that by default, as you can see right here. So if you basically just render your image, like just hitting F12, you will probably not see anything in the preview. And the reason for that is that you first need to add the actual new node created by this add-on into the compositor so that you can then combine it with the basic render. And that's what you can find here in the new tab down here. If you go into the add menu, you can go to pencil plus for line render element, view layer, and then there should be one in here, or you just click new. But for me, this already exists, so I just added. So if I delete this one and keep this here, I render it again. Of course, nothing has changed. But as you can see, with a little bit of time, it actually gives me this preview now that there's actually line art. And if you look at it, we have a new layer that is transparent with only the line art. And then you can basically just combine this together with a mix node, for example, if you wanted to have it all in one layer, or export them separately with, for example, like 2 output nodes. Yeah, and that's basically how the Pencil Plus version of creating line art works. It's once again based on the camera perspective and creates lines on the finished render. But the cool thing is that you can also preview the lines here in the 3D viewport, which of course makes it immediately 10 times better than the freestyle version. It is also using the GPU actually instead of the CPU, so that also makes it immediately 10 times faster. And actually maybe, that's why you can actually use it in real time here in the viewport, because with the using a CPU, it would be way too slow. Being able to disable the anti-aliasing in a setting, of course, is super great. It is also the industry standard from what I know so far. So from what I know, Maya and 3ds Max are like the main programs that are being used for 3D anime. Some studios, I guess at least one, uses Blender now, but all the others use 3ds Max and Maya, but all of them use this add-on. And I guess one more positive with this add-on or with this way of creating is that you can theoretically save your nodes that you had right here. In theory, I guess you could save these as a node preset, and then you can import them into new files, for example, so that you don't have to set up the same line setup that you've set up once over and over again. You just copy it over and then you can immediately apply it. That's also, of course, a nice benefit that you don't have with freestyle, because freestyle is all set here in the settings, which you can't really export into a new file, except if you maybe create a default file where the freestyle settings are already set. So what are the negatives for this Pencil Plus? I think one of the biggest ones that would probably dissuade, I think is the right word, that would make you like say, maybe I wouldn't use this, is like the price. Around $370 is the price. Of course, it's a one-time purchase, so over time, the more you use it, the more worth it will be, but it still is a lot of money up front. There is a trial period, so you can first try it for 14 days and see if you like it and then buy it. So that's the positive, but it's still, at some point you need to buy it. One still big problem with this is that you still cannot edit it per frame. So you still have to do that, for example, in compositing afterwards. And then adding lines later is like super headache. So yeah, still, you can't edit this per frame. If you cut an animation with this, you just kind of have to take what line art you're getting and then have to modify it maybe afterwards. Of course, this is also once again applied to the render. So it is like an extra feature of Blender's renderer, which means that you can't export it into video games, for example. So this could also not be used for video games at all because there's nothing to export. And then, so one more thing that I guess you kind of have the same thing with the freestyle feature is that it is also kind of dependent on the resolution of the geometry. So if something is like very blocky, for example, like here we have this very clear corner that you of course wouldn't have if you were to just draw this line, then it would be very smooth. There's not really like a smoothing feature with this line art method. So every little geometric corner will be traced perfectly, which might be detectable, but of course if things are moving fast, then it's a bit harder to see. But still, right, like these like sharp corners will be visible in the final result. Lastly, this kind of way of detecting edges and putting lines on them is a bit more heavy. So using this would probably require you to have something like a medium to high-end PC, just so that you can actually run this well in real time. If you're using this, for example, on like a potato PC, it might be pretty laggy. I have a pretty good PC and it's already a bit more laggy, like not super smooth. So if you have like a, you know, like a laptop, for example, I don't know if you can really run this really well. So if you're going to spend this amount of money for this, you should probably beforehand upgrade your PC with the same amount of money. So to wrap this one up, what are the best use cases for this? A good argument for it is that it is already being used in the industry, so it is usable in the industry, right? You could, for example, fix stuff like the smoothing by just using a subdivision surface modifier and just smoothing the mesh out a little bit. Then all the lines, for example, would be nice and smooth. So yeah, the fact that it's being used means that you can, for example, use it for 2D animations, or for 3D looking 3D animations. In my opinion, I think it's still better for still frames than animations, because what can happen, let's see if we can kind of detect it if we move the model. See how the edges start to flicker when we rotate around like this, for example? I'm looking, for example, over here. Of course, these lines wouldn't have necessarily like the thickness variation, but still with this method of detecting edges, something that can happen very quickly is that there's like edges flickering in and out. See how there's like these lines right here, but then they just kind of disappear because they're not being detected anymore. This kind of temporal change over time is something that makes it look a bit more automatic and digital. Like this, why would you draw a line like this and not just finish the line right there? Stuff like this makes it look a little bit more digital and automatic and CG, which of course is something you want to avoid. So you would kind of have to find a way to kind of fix these things. Same with these edges. Look at the nose right there, for example. So you would really need to optimize your geometry for this line art to work in the best way possible. But like these transitions between when edges appear and when they disappear and when they transition or like move and stuff like that can look quite digital. And this is like one of the things why I always say that you want to have frame by frame editing, because then you can make sure that it's nice and smooth. Maybe the edges that appear here don't actually need to be there. Like this edge doesn't need to be there. Maybe not. If you look at how it moves, oh, it goes over there, and then maybe let's say the animation starts like this and then it transitions over to here. What if we just keep the line right there? I feel like it would still make sense. Why is it just completely gone? If we have frame by frame editing capabilities, we could just keep the line there, but because it's baked, you know, like basically because it is set in stone in this automatic way, you can't really edit it. This is like one of the problems that you have with this, or at least that's one of the main gripes that I have with it. It's being used in the industry, so, you know, that's one big argument for why you can use it as well. But now that we covered everything but one method, let's now cover the, in my opinion, superior and best way to create line art for 3D, 2D looking anime animations. The only thing we haven't talked about yet that you might already know about is Blender's internal grease pencil line art modifier. If you wanted to create a line art in Blender internally that isn't freestyle, for example, so, you know, we start with this with nothing, and then we want to add line art to it, we would go in here and we say, hey, I want to add a new grease pencil object, And then you can, for example, start with blank, or you can immediately add a line art object. And there are 3 different ways you can do line art, but let's just for now begin with the blank grease pencil object. So how do we actually add line art to this? We first of all go to the modifier, and then we add the line art modifier. Nothing happens yet, but that is because, first of all, we're missing a few things. So first of all, we can choose what we actually want to put line art on. Do we want to put it on a certain collection? Do we want to put it on an object? So we want a specific object that has this line art modifier, that this line art modifier considers, or do we want to take the whole scene? In my opinion, you never want to use scene, because depending on how much objects are in the scene, it can get very laggy or just straight up crash because there's so much in there. You only really want to use object or collection. This gives you the most control over what the line art looks like. And since we right now only really have one object in the scene, let's just use object. And then we select the model, and still nothing happens. And that is because we're still missing 2 things. The first one is the layer. I would recommend, if you haven't seen the grease pencil chapter in this whole course, then I would recommend you watch this first, because there we went over like layers and materials and whatever. So if you haven't seen this, you should definitely check that out first. But let's look at this. So the layer, we already have an automatic layer created, so we can just set that there. And here, for example, that's the one that we just selected. We can call this, for example, line art. And as you can see, it is missing now, so we need to actually reselect it. So whenever you rename something, I guess, you need to reselect it again. And then what material? There should be a default black material, and that is a pretty good one because we want to make the line art black, because that's what line art usually for anime looks like. And then you can see something actually happens. Wow, looks amazing. Well, of course it's not perfect yet, but now we can start fine-tuning what this actually looks like. The first thing, as you can see here, is the line thickness. Right now it's way too thick, so we can reduce this to maybe like let's set it to like 2. Looking at it from the camera perspective, you can see that gives it a pretty nice thickness. Another thing you can also set here, of course, is the opacity, which we for anime want to keep at 1, but if you want to change that, you can do that here too. And something that I want to immediately show you how the grease pencil line art works is, since grease pencil is basically a way for you to draw in 3D anywhere in the 3D scene, that's also a little bit how the line art modifier works. It basically detects the lines just like the freestyle and pencil plus methods, but it actually places the lines in 3D space in front of the actual 3D model. And that's why it looks like this. We have like this weird silhouette in front of it with all these lines, because these lines are being placed in front of where they would be from the camera perspective. So, you know, if you see this and you look around and you're like, what the hell, why is it offset? Doesn't matter that it's offset, because from the camera perspective, it looks okay. It is all based on the camera perspective. So, of course, just like any others that we've looked at before, we have the edge types right here. These ones are maybe a little bit differently structured than the pencil plus or the freestyle, and there's actually a few more features that we don't have in the other features. Let's just go through them in one by one so we know exactly what they are, because this one is going to be the one that I'm going to show you what a workflow I use. So we're going to go through this in more detail than all the others. Really, only the ones I haven't gone in detail with were the freestyle and the pencil plus. So if you want to go more in depth with that, you can play around with it yourself, or maybe I'll revisit that topic, but I don't really see a reason why I would. Just use grease pencil, okay? It's the best one, in my opinion, by far, okay? What settings do we have here? What edges can we detect? First of all, we have this setting right here, the drop down. This one basically gives you kind of like the silhouette edges. In this case, it selects the contour, which basically combines the silhouette as well as any internal, like in the silhouette lines, contours of the 3D model. If we switch this, for example, to silhouette, we can see it only selects exactly the outer silhouette of the object. So even though the arm is in front of the hair and this band, there's not going to be a line there because it is not part of the outer silhouette. And so the lines only go around there. And then the last one here, we have individual silhouette, which I think is when you, for example, have multiple individual objects, maybe. I never really used individual silhouettes, but you know, it might be useful for you for something. The next one is the crease threshold. Right now you can't see anything, and the crease threshold basically works just like it did in freestyle or in pencil plus, where it basically detects sharp edges. It doesn't work on this model right now because it is set to shade smooth. And if it's set to shade smooth, it doesn't actually see the sharp edges. The way you can make them visible again for this modifier is by going into the geometry processing, and enable crease on smooth. And then it actually detects the sharp edges that the model has. If you don't want this, of course, you can just disable crease on smooth or just disable crease threshold, I guess. The next one are intersections. So anywhere where faces or edges or anything basically intersect. So we can, with this one, for example, also only select any intersections, which I don't know why that would be useful, but it is very useful that it is at least detects the edges and combines those, for example, with the contour, which creates a much more refined version of line art than, for example, the freestyle, which can detect intersections and it wouldn't have these lines, for example. Like these lines just wouldn't be there. It also has material borders, which are basically the borders between materials, you would have guessed. So if there's, for example, two faces that are connected, but they have different materials, that's where they would add a line. Another one is edge marks, which are in freestyle, in Pencil Plus, they're called selected edges, which are the ones that I showed you for the freestyle method, where you basically can select an edge and then you can Control E and mark freestyle edge. Those are basically the marked edges, and with this edge marks, those are being selected. And then of course you can clear them again with the clear freestyle. This one is actually only, from what I know, accessible in grease pencil, and this one is actually a huge, this one is a huge bonus when it comes to creating line art in 3D, and a huge help for creating even better line art. And that is the loose setting right there. What that does is, even if it's only a single edge rather than a full face, it still detects that geometry and puts a line on that edge. So let's say, for example, we just take this edge right here and duplicate it, move it over here, and then let's say we do this. It is still being detected, as you can see. So these are now the loose edges that it detects. This can be extremely useful. Let's say, for example, we want to have an edge that is like right here. We want to have like a little scratch edge, let's call it. We can just duplicate the geometry like this. And then, of course, we can just place them a little bit, somewhere on the model where we think it looks good. Like here, for example. Maybe scale this one smaller, move it over there. And then all of a sudden we have just like two lines like that, all just created with these loose edges. This can be an extremely useful way to add more detail to your model without having to affect the actual geometry of the original model. And then we have these few here: light contour, cast shadow, and then the one that I haven't talked about here at the top, illumination filtering. This is all based on a light object. Here in the light reference, we can select a light object like a sun, for example, and putting the sun into the light reference selection right here actually allows us to use these settings now. So let's go from top to bottom. The first one is, for example, if I enable the contour, the illumination filtering basically allows you to only put line art where there's light or where there is shadow, for example. So if we set this and then we say create illuminated, it will only put the lines where the illuminated parts would be. If you switch this, for example, to shaded, it will only do it where the shaded parts would be. The shading isn't that great yet, isn't that great here in this scene, but that's how it works. And the way that it detects that is based on the sun object that you set here. Then it basically copies the rotation and treats that light object kind of like a second camera, and it mixes those two together and says, oh, if this line would be visible in the light, it would be part of the illuminated section, and if it isn't visible from the light's perspective, it would be in the shadow section. And that's how you can, for example, create specific line art for sections in shadow and sections in light. To be honest, I've never really used the light reference thing, but there's one use case where I think it could be pretty useful. And oftentimes these can kind of work a bit weirdly. Like you can see, I enable light contour, but nothing happens. Cast shadow, nothing happens. So it doesn't work that well. What light contour is supposed to do is basically draw a line along basically the shadow edge where the light hits the shadow. That's where it should put line art. Whereas with the cast shadow, if you enable this one, it basically draws a line where the cast shadow would hit on itself as well as on the ground, for example. In this way, for example, that's the third way you could create drop shadows or like a shadow of a character on the ground without having to use the actual 3D light shadow, which, if you've seen the lighting section, I don't like and you shouldn't use. And I'm going to explain, of course, and I explained in that section why that is. And those are basically all the line types that can be drawn. Now we get to the geometry processing section. Here, what you can do, for example, is set a custom camera. Usually when you use grease pencil line art, it always bases the line art on the active camera. So if I now, for example, rotate this around the middle, you can see the line art is always facing the camera and is based on that camera's perspective, which also means that if you, for example, want to see this in real time in the viewport, you could treat the camera like the viewport and, for example, in here say view, camera to view, and then move around the object while still being in camera view. So this is basically a way where how you can always see the line art rather than seeing it like this, right? This is kind of weird to work with. Something I guess you could do with the custom camera, for example, is if you have multiple of these line art modifiers, you could create line art from different perspectives. I don't really know why you would do that, but that's something, for example, you could do by assigning each line art modifier, for example, a different camera. I'm not really sure when you would do that, but you know, it's something you can do. And so I just wanted to mention that real quick. Another setting is overlapping edges as contour. What that basically does is all of these edge types are generally considered separate, which means that each one of them can be, for example, their own material, their own lines and all that stuff. But if you tick on overlapping edges as contour, it basically converts any edges that connect to a contour line. If there's any lines that connect with one of these, they will merge together and then create a simple contour line. Generally, the geometry processing is more of like a fine-tuning step, which doesn't change much about the final result, but it can make like the performance, for example, a little bit better, or it gives you like niche methods that you could maybe use for some small situations. This instant object basically just allows you to also consider any object instances for the line art modifier. So for example, if you have a geometry node system where you have points and on each point is a certain object, the points get replaced by a certain object. By default, those points or the objects that are on those points are instances, which means they're basically more performant duplicates of the original, and those you can then enable or disable for this line art consideration, I guess. The clipping boundaries basically describes the view clipping. If I have this enabled clipping boundaries and then I go to the camera settings and I, for example, change the clip start to 1, we don't see anything. But then if we extend the clipping a bit, at some point we're going to see the character again because the clipping goes past the character. And then with clipping boundaries enabled, it basically draws a line wherever the clipping starts showing the character again. I don't really know why you would use this, but it is, I guess, a setting you can enable if you want to. And then we also talked about crease on smooth already. So if you want to have the crease threshold enabled, you need to make sure that crease on smooth is also enabled. The next setting is crease on sharp, which sounds pretty similar than the previous one. Because what it basically allows you to do is expand what the crease threshold basically puts lines on. And this one allows you, for example, to consider any edges that are marked here as sharp. If you've used mark sharp before, it basically allows you to mark edges in your model that are always supposed to be shaded as sharp. And so you can then enable for those to be recognized as well. So for example, if I go in here and I select this edge and I say crease mark sharp, then you can see there's a line right there. And it is because of the crease threshold. If you disable it, it is gone. And of course you can remove the sharp mark again by Ctrl E, clear sharp. And the last one is force backface culling. I think at this point you already know what backface culling is, so I'm just saying basically that backface culling happens before the liners are being considered, so that if there were lines that would exist because of back faces, they are not being considered anymore. I guess that's kind of how you can describe it. So what is the occlusion setting? The occlusion setting is actually pretty useful because it basically allows the line art modifier to look past a certain material or object. So first of all, let's bring back some of these lines, like these, for example. The basics of the occlusion setting is if you go into render view, we can right now, of course, see all the lines on the character. But now, for example, if I bring in a plane and I put it in front of the character, no lines anymore because the plane is now in front and occludes the model behind it. But now, if we, for example, increase the occlusion, which I guess in this case, for the occlusion to work, we need to make sure that the lines are actually here in the viewport display set to in front. What that basically means is that the lines will always be shown in front of any 3D object, which you kind of want to do by default anyway for your line art settings, but we're going to talk about the default settings in just a bit. Once we do that, we can then enable the occlusion. The level basically means through how many faces am I supposed to be able to see? Or I think it is through how many objects am I supposed to be able to see? So if we set this to 1, all of a sudden we can see the line art because it can see through this one plane. If I now, for example, go in here and I extrude it along normals, all of a sudden we can't see through it anymore because now we would have to see through 2 faces. So if we go in here again and we increase the range, Now we can see through it again because we set it to 2. If you enable range, you can basically determine a min and max value for faces to look through in case you want to use that. I've never really used this, but it's something you can do. And then we have something here called a material mask. The material mask basically allows you to only apply the occlusion to certain materials. For example, right now we don't have any line art on the eyes because they're behind the glass material. As you can see right here, there's faces right here. I think it's even like a double, yes, it's like a double-sided glass mesh, I guess. And that's why we can't see any line art on the eyes. If we were now, for example, to increase the level, at some point you can see there's line art on the eyes. So how can we now use the material mask to show the line art through the eye, through the glass? So first of all, we have to make sure that we locate the glass material, which seems to be this one right here. So now we know the glass material. Let's just call it glass. Why not? Makes it easier. And then in here, there's a setting in the line art tab in the shader settings. Here we can now enable a material mask. So we can, for example, say I want to enable material mask and I want this mask to have a certain pattern, for example. This is kind of like, I'm going to show you what this is for, but let's just set this to something like this, for example. Now this material has this kind of mask and it says levels 1. So through this material, we're supposed to see through 2 faces if both faces have this material, basically. Now, if we go back to the line art modifier, we can enable material mask and all of a sudden everything is gone. Because first of all, we need to enable the levels that we want to see through an object. So if we set this to 1, for example, and then we, for example, set a mask, all of a sudden something happens. Right now, what we've basically said is any material that has a mask with this pattern. So if any material has this little cube or this little block blue, they will be considered for see-through. But if we want, for example, only materials with an exact pattern to be considered, then we want to select exact match, and then we want to make sure that we select the pattern that we set in the material mask. The problem now is that since this material had 2 faces, right, had thickness, we need to set the occlusion to 2. And now we can actually see the line art behind the glasses. And that's how you can use the occlusion setting, for example. Something you might also notice now that is that everything else is gone, which you can, for example, fix by just, for example, duplicating the line art modifier and then removing the occlusion, for example, and the material mask. And then we have both. So you're not limited to one line art modifier. I think it's actually like better to use multiple for different use cases. So in theory, you could even have like one for contour, one for crease threshold, one for intersections, so on and so forth, and do it that way if you want to. Next up, we have intersections. Intersections basically allow you to, once again, use collection masks to determine which collections basically are supposed to be part of intersections, and you can basically exclude collections in this way. So whenever you go to a collection, into the collection settings right here, right there, right? We have some line art settings here, which includes the collection mask as well. Collection line art settings are a bit laggy and a bit unintuitive, so I wouldn't recommend using them. And we're going to go through the line art settings here in a second, but I would recommend not to use these. But you can basically determine if you have multiple intersection line art modifiers, for example, you can select different collection for each line art modifier. I don't know why you would do that, but you can do that, right? Just another setting you can play around with, or maybe you can use it for something. The next thing we have here is actually pretty useful, which is face mark filtering. This is actually also a freestyle tool, and let me show you what it does. For example, right here, you can see the lips are kind of like, since they're so close together, the lines just kind of double up and become this very thick line. What we can do then is just go over here and first of all, select all of this. So now we've basically selected all of these faces, and what we basically want to do with face mark filtering is exclude these edges to be considered for line art. So once we have all these selected, we can then go and press Ctrl F for this. And here we can go to face data, mark freestyle face. And once you've selected faces like this with the face mark, you can then go back to the grease pencil setting and just make sure that the face mark filtering is on. This should, in theory, like the way that I think it should work, basically just remove any lines to be drawn there, but it actually doesn't work this way. I experimented a little bit more with this, and even if I remove keep contour, which basically says, hey, contour should still be here, there are still some lines there, which makes it really like weird, like what really use case does this have? I think one thing that it basically reliably does is that, for example, if I mark this edge right here for a freestyle edge, mark freestyle edge, it, for example, either only includes them, or if I invert it, only includes the ones that are not in the green area. But otherwise, like, I would expect it to basically just exclude anything from being there, but it doesn't, which makes it really unreliable and not really that useful. There's a different way you can remove those, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But if you can make it work, then it can still be a useful feature. Next up, we have chaining. Chaining basically means once these lines have been drawn, it kind of considers from the camera view if there's any lines that can be merged based on how close they are. Yeah, so you can basically like just determine which lines can be chained together, and you can also determine like, oh, how big the image threshold is, like how close together something needs to be chained. So if I, for example, increase the size right here over time, you can see it merges more and more things together, because this size gets bigger and bigger. The smooth tolerance tries to, I think, smooth out certain edges by merging them, I think. I don't really use these settings that much, and the angle splitting, like it splits edges rather than merging them if they have a certain angle. I never really used this either, but it might be useful and you can play around with it if you want. But in general, it basically just kind of tries to clean up your line art a little bit. Something else we can do with this is transfer vertex weight. So for example, if we have vertex weight on the actual 3D model, it can then be transferred onto the line art. I've never found a reason to do that, but in theory, what you could do, for example, is have a thickness modifier, for example, after the line art, and then it takes basically the thickness factor from vertex groups. So that's what you enable this, and then you can select the vertex group here. And if you've transferred the vertex group from the 3D model to the line art modifier through the transfer, you can use it here in here then. And then, for example, you could create a varying line thickness based on the weight painting that you've done on the original object. I've never really used it, but maybe you find a way to make this work or to use this for something. Lastly, we have a few compositing settings. So for example, the overscan right here is for how far past the camera view it still considers edges and draws lines on it. The overdrawing is important because if things move in and out of the vision, the lines could like pop in and out, which of course you kind of want to avoid. And that's why you start drawing lines before they actually appear in the camera. And so you can see if I, for example, reduce this, less and less lines are being considered outside of the camera view. And I think this overscan works based on the overscan basically checks for edges and not necessarily for lines. So that's why this line I think still exists, because this edge is just so long that it doesn't get removed even if we set the overscan to 0. And then you can also enable the image boundary trimming, for example, to basically like trim the line exactly where the overscan ends. Like this. If that's something you want to do, you can do that. I don't really know why you would do that. Just keep it at 0.1 and turn it off, and then you should be good. And then the last setting that I kind of alluded to in the beginning is the depth offset. So if you didn't set this to in front, you can now in here determine how far the line art is supposed to be in front of the actual object, so that it, for example, doesn't get occluded by it. We can, for example, set this like to twice the distance, and then it's just a little bit further away from the character towards the camera. And here you can set, if you have a custom camera, you can move it towards that. Usually you don't need it because you just want it to be in front all the time anyway, but you know, in case there's a use case for that for you, you can do that. And then probably one of the most important settings in here is actually the bake setting. Of course, since this works in real time, and if you move the camera, the line art also adjusts. If you then animate the camera or animate the character like throughout an animation, the line art would change as well. What the baking allows you to do is basically lock in the lines on the timeline with actual keyframes. Just as an example, this is just a very simple animation I just made. And then if we go back to the grease pencil line art modifier, in the bake settings, we can now bake the line art that would be created for every frame. So we just basically hit bake line art. If you have multiple line art modifiers, even multiple grease pencil objects, if you hit bake line art, every single line art modifier in the blend file or in the scene will be baked. And then of course you can clear the bake if you don't want it anymore. So if you, for example, now hit bake line art, something that happens is that sometimes you click bake and nothing happens, which is a bit weird. I don't exactly know why that happens, but if you click continue without clearing and then bake line art again, it should work. So if it doesn't work the first time, just click it again. And then you can see it has created a keyframe for every single frame. The great thing about this is now we can actually go into every single frame and say, hey, I don't actually like this line right here. So I go into draw mode, I select my eraser, and I just erase these points. And then all of a sudden, I've cleaned up this specific frame. This is why baking can be so great. Another benefit of baking is if I now, for example, delete these keyframes again, or I clear the bake, if I play it again, it is a little bit more laggy than if I bake the line art. So if you, for example, have something closer to a potato PC, okay, baking line art brings it from being pretty laggy to pretty much real time in terms of performance or in terms of playback speed. So this is why baking can be really useful. But of course, you need to make sure that you bake once the rest of the animation is done. So you can't bake and then all of a sudden change the position of your character. We have these lines. Now, if I move the character, you can see the line art stays in place because it has been baked. It has been locked in place. So if you need to make sure that when you bake and want to, for example, clean up the geometry or the line art a little bit, you need to make sure that you don't want to do any more adjustments on the character or the 3D scene itself. So those are all the settings in the line art modifier, but there's a few more that I want to show you that can be very useful to kind of improve the line art end result, the automatic end result even more. The first one I want to show you is if you go into the layer or data settings, in here we have settings for strokes, and these need to be set to screen space. Stroke thickness, screen space. This setting is only available in Blender 4.1 and not in Blender 5.0. So if you're choosing between the two, as I said, you should choose between the two in the beginning. 4.1 has this setting. 5.0 has a geometry nodes modifier that I linked to in the grease pencil section of this course. So make sure that it is set to screen space. I also explained there why screen space. Set it to screen space. That makes it work properly. The next thing I want to highlight real quick is the loose edges again, okay? Let's now say, for example, this line art looks pretty good already, but we want a little bit more detail, for example, here around this area, right? So what we could do, of course, first of all, is go to these edges to mark them, for example, so that these are always drawn right there, and then we have the edges right there, which is nice. For example, now we want to have, I don't know, like a little heart right here, but we don't want to cut the heart into the geometry and then mark it as freestyle edge because we don't really want to modify the original model. So what we could do, for example, is let's say we start with just one edge and we duplicate it and bring it out and then separate it into the new object. There you go. So now we can create basically like dedicated line art meshes with loose edges. But of course, if we do that, we can see that they're not being detected anymore because they're not part of the object that we selected in the grease pencil line art modifier. We're using the object selection right now, or object detection. If we wanted both of these to be detected, we now need to create a new collection, and we can call this, for example, line art. And now if we move both of these objects in there and we change the grease pencil modifier from object to collection, we can choose line art, and now both are being detected, as you can see right there. So now what I could do is just go in here, select, for example, here these extra edges, just create a simple heart with simple edges. And then if we wanted to, we could even use snapping to put it on the surface and then make sure that it is above the surface so that it can actually be detected. If it's underneath or poking through, it will not. And we can see now we have a little heart right there. And the great thing about this is it will be detected on every single frame, of course. Now you might wonder like, oh, okay, but we have the edges right there floating above the original surface, but how do we make them actually move with the character once it actually moves through a rig, for example? Like, how do we make it, stick to the surface? There are a few different ways how that can be done. Okay, I just created a very simple armature right here so that I can show you what I mean or how the workflow would work. So now you can see there's one bone for the whole body, and then there's one right there where the heart would be, just to show you like, oh, it doesn't move with deformations, of course. Yes, not yet. So let me show you how we can do this. First, we have these line edges right here, of course, and the first thing we need, of course, here is an armature modifier. So let's add that first. Let's add a new armature modifier and select the armature that we have for the body. Then what we want to do is go in here and select the main mesh, then the line edges, go to weight paint and then say weight transfer weights. And I usually like to do vertex groups, projected face interpolated, or nearest face interpolated. I think projected face works better. And then we want to say source layer selection by name and then all layers and replace. That should create something that works. So now it basically transferred from the original mesh to these edge lines the weight, which means that it should move with the bones. So this works quite well, but there will still be a problem once you have like deformations, when lines go more across like multiple parts of the geometry. When that happens, something that will make this work a lot better and look a lot better is once we also add another modifier, which is called the shrink wrap modifier. And what this basically is trying to do is, even if the deformation or the weight painting isn't perfect, it will still try to put the lines above the surface of the original object, because it's supposed to be above it, right? So how do we do that? We say, first of all, which target is it supposed to be? We want to select the original body, of course. That makes it immediately snap to the surface, of course. But you can see that creates a problem, because then it is intersecting with the object, and then all of a sudden it's not fully being drawn anymore. So the first thing we want to do is change the offset to like 0.01, maybe even less. It depends on your scene size, of course, your model size. And it should be pretty close to the actual surface. So you need to find something that prevents intersections and also doesn't make it float way too high above it. Now for the wrap method, we don't want to use nearest surface point. We actually want to use target normal project. Usually with shrink wrapping, I think the way it works is that it basically takes the object where the modifier is on and looks at the normals of that object's surface and then projects the vertices onto the selected object right here, onto the target object. With this though, it looks at the target object's normals and basically like projects from there out and then snaps in that way. I don't know if I explained it well, but it basically reverses which normals it chooses. This works really well for this method. And then we just need to make sure that the snap mode is set to above the surface. And now if you move this, you know, of course this already worked before, but now especially this should work really well. I've used this for like 2 or 3 animations now, and it has worked really well. Added like a ton of more detail to it. And the cool thing with this kind of method of loose edge lines is that you can also do these scene specific. So let's say, for example, you have a scene where the character has like, you know, rough hands, and they look at it and you can see like a close-up of the hand. If you don't always want these edge lines to be there in every scene on his hand, you can, for example, also just in the scene itself where you wanted, create the edge lines, then target them to his hand, snap them, and then only have them in that scene and don't have to draw them each frame yourself. This is why the loose lines are so powerful, because they basically allow you to automate the adjustment or adding more lines process, because you can model them and then they stay permanently in the position that they should be. Hopefully I made it clear why these loose edges can be so powerful. So just to wrap this up, let's first of all talk about like the pros of the grease pencil way of working. First of all, it is real time in the camera, you know, pretty useful, because then we can actually see what it looks like at all times. And also it has a baking feature, which once you know that the animation is done, you can bake it, and then the line art is basically near real time. Something you can also do if you don't want to bake your line art yet, but it creates lag in your scene and you're still animating, for example, you can also disable the grease pencil with this screen icon, the disable in viewport. If you only hide it in the viewport with this eye icon, it will only hide it but not disable it. The reason why you want to use the screen icon, the disable, is because then it actually removes the object from being processed in the scene. With the eye, it only hides it, so it makes it not visible, but it still processes it. So you want to make sure that you use the screen, and then when you use this thing, it will make the scene a lot smoother. Of course, you're not going to see the lines, but you know, you kind of have to choose what you want to do. Another thing is that these lines are screen based, which is of course the default with 2D anime, so you want to have it in 3D anime too. If lines are close to you, they should have the same thickness as if they are far away. The next thing, which we're going to get to into rendering, we haven't covered it here yet, but we can also disable anti-aliasing actually in 2 ways. For example, here in the grease pencil settings, you can see the anti-aliasing threshold, and if you just set this to 0, there's no anti-aliasing and you have crisp lines. So anti-aliasing can be kept, which is important, which is also a pro. It also is still in active development, so it actually gets new features and gets improved over time. So even now, this version will still get better and better over time. What I mentioned, for example, in the grease pencil section of this course is, for example, that since 5.0, actually 4.3, I think, you can, for example, also apply geometry nodes to the grease pencil to make it even better. For example, you can use that to smooth the lines, and this, of course, also applies to the line art modifier. So once you bake something, or even before you bake something, you can apply certain things to clean up the lines, to make them smoother, to do all kinds of stuff, even give them different color textures and whatever. You can do all of that with geometry nodes, and we're going to get into some experiments that I've made there in a second, or in a little bit later. But yes, it has active development, which for example Freestyle doesn't have, and Pencil Plus is kind of like very foreign, I guess you could say. There's probably more development still, but it already kind of does what people want. So I haven't really seen like any like, oh, they're really actively working on it still. But for grease pens, I know that they do. The biggest thing with this, why I like this one so much, is that you can edit the line art frame by frame. That means not only removing line art, but also adding new line art. And I can say, oh, actually, you know what, for this frame, or now I actually don't want to have the heart anymore. So I can just go in here and just remove it like that. And then I can go next frame, remove it there again, next frame, remove it there. But then, oh, in this frame, I actually want to have it. So we can keep it there. And then we can remove it again, remove it again, remove it again. And of course, we can also do the exact opposite by using the pen brush, pen tool, and just adding more lines. So this is why I like the line art modifier so much, because you can actually handcraft the line art. With any other feature that creates line art, you have to take what you get. With this, you can actually customize it exactly how you want and make it actually look like it was made by a human and wasn't just automated. That's why I like it so much. And unfortunately, it's the only way you can do this. And then the other hard hitter is what I would call it, okay, is just having these loose edges that can be detected by this modifier. There's no other feature that can detect these loose edges. It just combines all the best features of everything else into itself, and that's why I use the Grease Pencil Lineup modifier. The loose edges is a huge thing. Editable per frame is another huge thing. And so, you know, that's why, in my opinion, this is the best way to create line art for 2D looking 3D anime animations. Let's talk about the cons, because there are still some cons with this. First of all, it is less beginner friendly. There are a lot of settings, and also a lot of these settings are like spread apart in different ways. For something I actually haven't shown you yet, when it comes to like the line art settings that I wanted to talk about, is let's say we clear the bake again. So right now the heart, of course, is considered for the lines. But for example, let's say we have a collection with line art, but then there's one object in there that shouldn't be considered. The way I did it before is just create a collection with all objects that should be considered, and then one collection with objects that shouldn't be. But what you can also do is just go to the object settings right here, go to the line art setting, and then say usage, set it to, for example, exclude, and then it's not going to be included for the lines. You can also set it inherent, basically means copy the settings from the collection settings, but these I found to be very laggy and like inconsistent, so I would recommend to just use the line art settings in the object settings. And a few others you have is like, oh, only include lines where it occludes something, or only create lines on this object where it intersects something. Stuff like that you could do with this too, but this is something that can be very, very useful, but the setting just doesn't exist in the line art modifier. It is somewhere else, right? So it's all a little bit spread out, and maybe in that way a bit less beginner friendly. This one is more of like a half con, I guess, half negative side, which is that in 4.1, at least if you're using version 4.1, the line art is a little bit less flexible than it is in the newer version 5.0, for example, because within 4.1, for example, you cannot use geometry nodes. There's no way to interact in geometry nodes with these lines, but in 5.0 you can do that, which for example then allows you finally to do the same feature that you had in Freestyle or Pencil Plus with like the long stroke, where you can give each stroke a certain profile that it follows, so that the ending and beginning can, for example, be thin and then the middle is very thick. Stuff like that you can only do in 5.0, for example. It can be a bit glitchy and unintuitive in some ways, for example with the baking, where you have to click multiple times for it to work, or like the collections just not working sometimes, or like the Freestyle face collection just not working. I don't really know, like some things are just kind of weird in how they work, and sometimes they don't work. Sometimes you have to re-enable the line art modifier for it to work properly, or reload, stuff like that. Like there's some things that are kind of weird, but yeah, it's just another thing that makes it a bit less perfect, I guess. It's also not suited for games, because there might be something generated in the 3D scene, but you can't export Grease Pencil into a game engine because it's a Blender internal feature. And then also you kind of need like a medium to high PC to show the real-time line art, but once you bake it, I guess you can use any kind of PC and it would be performant. So the baking feature sets the PC requirements, I guess, a little bit lower, but still, if you want to see it in real time, it makes it a bit laggy, and then you would have to have a higher performant PC, so that it's not perfect for potato PCs, for example. Okay, now we're almost done. We've almost finished the line art setting. I've been recording this now. I think in the end, when I look at my recordings, I'm gonna have like 4 hours of just line art recording because it's so much information and so many different ways you can do it. And I wanted this to be as expansive and hold as much information as possible, so you know exactly which one you could use and how to use it. But yeah, it's been so long. So yes. Let's go next. Since we now know which versions or which ways we can create line art, let's finish it all off with my personal workflow that I would recommend you use too. If you, well, don't create game characters or don't create something for video games, but just create, you know, like an animation that you wanted to look as 2D as possible. And for that, let's just start from scratch. So we basically have like this list that you can go through to set everything up perfectly. The first thing I want you to add is, who would have thought, a grease pencil object. You could in theory immediately add a collection or object. If you choose one of these, they will immediately choose the object or collection that you have selected. If you don't want that, you can just add a grease pencil object. And then you want to make sure that it's not in the line art collection. It doesn't really matter, but I like to just keep them separate in a, for example, separate line art modifier selection or something, collection. But then we add a line art modifier. We want to use a collection. If you have multiple objects we want to capture in this line art modifier, or if we only have one object, we select object. Let's, for example, in this case, use the collection since we have line edges as well as the actual main object. And the collection here is called line art. There you go. Next, we need to select a layer, and usually there's already a layer created by default. So it's just this one right here. If you want to make it a bit more clear which layer it is, for example, if you use this grease pencil object for multiple different things, like adding VFX, adding like paint overs and stuff like that, you probably want your layers to be clearly readable. So you could call this, for example, line art, for example, and then you just go back to the line art modifier and select the line art layer. Then the last thing we need to do is assign the line art material, which in this case would be the black one, the one that is being created by default. The line thickness, of course, in the beginning usually is way too big, and so I think something the size of like 2 or 3 usually works quite well. So this one kind of depends on your preference, I guess, and what kind of look you're going for. Actually, in my notes, I just saw that the line thickness right here, it varies between the old grease pencil, so 4.1, and then the new one, 4.3 plus. The line thickness 2 works quite well for 4.1, and then for 5.0 or anything 4.3 plus, from my experience, I think something like 0.001 works quite well. You can consider those line thicknesses as the default, for example, for your line art. The next thing I want you to set is in the object settings of your grease pencil object. We go in here and we enable in front. This one just makes sure that the object itself doesn't actually occlude any lines that are being generated. The next thing I want you to set is in the data panel for Blender 4.2. This is now. I want you to go to the strokes panel or strokes, whatever tab, and set the stroke thickness from world space to screen space. And this way you can make sure that they always have the same thickness no matter how far away an object is from the camera. If you're in Blender 5.0 or 4.3 plus, I think, you need to use a modifier. And for that, I'm going to have a download link here in this section somewhere for the screen space line art geometry nodes modifier. So when you use a version that is newer, like 5.0, you need to then add a new geometry nodes modifier in here and then select the screen space line art modifier in there. In there you can then set a few camera settings that you can basically copy from either the output settings right here, like the resolution, or from your camera settings when you select the camera right here. In the camera settings, these should be the other settings that you should paste into the geometry node setup. Next, what I want you to consider is how you want to set up the line art. I think by default, it makes sense to basically just start off with one line art modifier and then maybe add a few more. Let's say, for example, you want to have a line art modifier for one object and then a line art modifier for a different object. What you could do, for example, is use multiple line art modifiers, for example, to separate where these lines are being saved. So you could have one line art modifier, let's say, for all of these lines, except for example for the loose edges. So we could deactivate it here, and then we say this is for the line art layer, and then we could, for example, create a second layer, which we could call like loose edges, for example. And then in here, we can then duplicate this modifier, for example, make sure that we only select loose edges on this one. And then we want to change the layer, for example, to loose edges. If you want to create some kind of structure like that, so you have all of these separated, you can do it like that, for example. So the loose edges, for example, could also be a different color. That's how you can kind of customize, for example, different things for different edge types. And something that will also help you is to click this button right here, which is the use cache feature, which basically just copies some stuff that has been calculated here in this first modifier and basically just applies it to this modifier as well. So this should make it run a bit better when you have multiple of these line art modifiers. And then usually the edge types that I like to use are contour, so just this one, intersections right here, not crease threshold. I usually don't like to use crease threshold. Edge marks, in case I have any marks, any edges I always want to have lines on. And then, yeah, like the optional ones are, for example, the crease threshold, material borders, if there's like some clever use cases, for example, or the loose ones, if I use them. Usually I use them because they just allow me to add so much more detail to the line art, but they're not necessarily always there. And the ones that I always use is contour, intersections, edge marks, and then these are the other ones are optional. Next up, in the geometry processing, I don't really use light references, but if you, for example, want to create the cast shadow on the ground with grease pencil, you could consider using it for that, but I have never done it. I just use my geometry node setup where I throw the original object onto the ground. That's what I like to use, but you know, it's something that you can consider if you want to. If you haven't seen this method of like throwing the object onto the ground, you can check out the lighting section where I explain different ways of creating shadows on the ground that look better than the actual 3D light shadows, if you're curious about that. The geometry processing is a little bit depending on the scene. So for example, do you have instance object? Do you have clipping boundaries? You really actually don't need really. I would just set this to off because I never had a scene where I wanted the clipping boundaries to be clipping something in the scene. Maybe you need this, but usually I don't really use it for anything. Crease on smooth, you need to have on if you want to use the crease threshold while your object is set to smooth shading. And then crease on sharp, for example, if you also want this crease threshold to detect any edges that are marked as sharp. These are all kind of like user specific. In my experience, they don't really change much when it comes to how I like to work. So you can just keep them how they are by default. I think this is like the default, but you can also play around with them. Maybe some of these benefit you in some way, but for me, usually I just keep them by how they are by default. Occlusions, I really don't use that much. Maybe you can find a way to use them. For example, for like glasses, for example, I would probably use them, but otherwise you just keep it at 0. Intersection, same thing. I don't really use this like intersection like, oh, these are supposed to be part of intersection, these ones aren't. I usually just keep all intersections because I can remove them afterwards anyway, based on my personal preference, rather than having to like fiddle around with the automatic generation. Face mark filtering, you can consider if you can make it work. It is a bit weird and doesn't work that well, but if you can make it work, then maybe there's a way you can use it. Next up, we have the chaining though. This chaining section is a bit more interesting. I would probably generally recommend to just set it to all lines. I think this one just summarizes or just basically enables all of these. And then this one you probably can also enable. These I think basically allow you to merge as many lines as possible, so you have as few lines as possible that you then need to adjust. Usually you keep the thresholds here as default as well, so nothing really there to change. Vertex weight transfer I don't really use, so if you can use it for something, then of course you can try it, but I never really use. And composition stuff I also usually keep how it is by default. And then, you know, the next thing you do is baking. Before you bake, make sure that your animation is 100% finished, because Otherwise, you would either have to rebake the animation, or if there's like only 1 or 2 frames different, you would have to basically create manual line art on these frames if that is less time than rebaking everything. Make sure that everything is 100% done in the 3D scene, and then you generate and bake the final line art. Something also you need to make sure is that you set your objects to max resolution so that you have as little of these geometric lines or geometric edges or corners as possible. If I, for example, added like a subdivision surface modifier to this, which probably wouldn't work that well because it's not really meant for that, but oh, you can see now it has updated actually. So now everything is nice and smooth, but of course the model also looks different. So it depends on if you can use it or not. Something I want to mention right now for geometry nodes, because you can use them now in 4.3 plus. So if you use 5.0, you can use them. I've created some geometry node system that can help you improve your line art after it has been baked with the grease pencil. We're going to talk about that in a second, but with that, for example, there's also one way you can smooth the lines, which we're going to talk about in a second, but I just wanted to mention that real quick. Maybe you can get away without having to add a subdivision surface modifier, for example. So once everything is highest resolution and everything looks nice and smooth, then you just hit bake, so you know everything gets baked. And then the first thing I would want you to do is, usually if you're creating an animation with limited animation, there's probably gonna be every second frame which basically looks the same if the camera isn't moving at all. So if you have a still camera and only the character, for example, is moving, the line art probably has every second frame that is exactly the same. This frame has changed, and then this frame hasn't changed. If you delete this frame, it basically just copies what this keyframe does. So this keyframe is active until the next keyframe comes. So in this way, the first thing I want you to do is just delete every second keyframe that is basically redundant because it already exists visually in the previous keyframe. So this is like the easiest way you can immediately save you a ton of work, because these keyframes are basically just doubled. So why would you do double the work, right? And now all of a sudden, we only have half the keyframes we need to work with. I think something you can also do is, there was a setting for remove similar keyframes. Maybe it was in draw mode, clean up, and then delete duplicate frames. And this actually does it automatically as well. So you don't have to do it manually. You can also just use draw, clean up in draw mode, clean up, and then delete duplicate frames. And this basically allows you to remove all the unnecessary frames that you have here. I don't know why I didn't delete this one. You can probably then check afterwards manually if there's some more you can delete, and then you have half the work that you need to do. The next thing I want you to do is basically just go through and delete any lines you don't like. So let's say, for example, here, these lines, they're kind of weird, right? Why would you have these lines in there? Maybe you would have one of these, but having two, especially from the final camera perspective, just makes this area a little bit messy. So stuff like this, for example, I would recommend you to delete first. So you just go back into draw mode, and then you make sure you have your grease pencil selected. If you don't see any keyframes here on the bottom in the timeline, you need to select the grease pencil again, and then you can see the keyframes. And then you just need to make sure that you are actually on a keyframe, and you can use, for example, the eraser, set it to stroke, for example, and just get rid of these. Maybe keep one of them or none of them, whatever you think looks best. And this way, just clean up any edges that you see that are kind of undesirable. You can also use the arrow keys. If you use left and right, you move one frame to left or right. If you move up and down, you always jump between keyframes and not frames. You just need to make sure that you select the right layer right here. Since I have the line art collection enabled, it actually jumps between the keyframes, but if I am here and I select loose edges, it just jumps to the beginning. So you have to make sure that you're selecting the right layer, and then you can jump between keyframes like this. And this way you can very quickly go through here and delete these lines very quickly like that. So this would be the first step I would recommend you to do when you do your cleanup. Something you might notice sometimes is that you delete edges that are actually you don't want to delete, like this one, right? These are fine, but then I delete this one, but this one you don't want to delete fully. If that happens, you can, for example, use the point mode rather than the stroke mode. And then you can see it just deletes this little point right there. If you have any questions about this process of cleaning up, I probably answered them in the grease pencil section. So if you haven't seen this yet, make sure to watch that section as well, because there I kind of explain all the settings, all the tools, and like a little bit of like the kinks that those have. Next, what I want you to do is look at any lines that seem a bit uneven or just kind of like wobbly. Let's see if you can find one right here somewhere. Like this, for example, this kind of cluster of edges, it looks like so digital and so automatic. I would immediately like delete this because it just looks like a black blob in the final render. You can also, of course, check it in rendered view if you see anything. I actually don't see anything crazy wobbly right now, but let's say, for example, we have these kind of wobbly edges like this. Why is this going up and then down? We could, for example, then for these kind of wobbly edges, straighten them a bit, either in edit mode by pressing tab to go in edit mode and then selecting each point and adjusting them, or we can also go into sculpt mode and then just by holding shift smooth these points out, for example. I don't know why it went that way now. Another way we can do it is with the push brush or grab brush by just pushing them over there, for example, and then make it a nice smooth curve. Or if you, for example, have like big things you need to adjust, you can also just go in here and use the push brush to just move things around like this. That's where sculpting mode is really useful. Another tip that I also mentioned in the grease pencil section is when you're drawing and you, for example, see something that repeats over and over again in multiple frames. Let's say, for example, this line right here that looks a bit weird, right? It is right there. It is in this keyframe, in this one, this one, this one, this one. What we can do is actually, we could theoretically just go in here and delete them like this. Previous frame, previous frame, previous frame. But what we can also do is enable this option right here, which is called multi-frame. What this allows you to do is once you have it enabled, in 5.0, it's going to be at the top right rather than the top left. You can then select all the keyframes you want to adjust at once. So let's say like these. And then it shows you all the lines from those keyframes. And then you basically just have to delete them like this. And all of a sudden, all the lines are gone. Wow. This just makes it even faster for you to clean up everything if you can use it, of course. You know, if there's a lot of movement, it doesn't really work that well. But if you have just like very subtle movement where there's the same line you want to remove over and over again, this works really, really well. And then once you've basically cleaned up the automatically generated line art, I would then recommend you afterwards add more lines, whether it's in drawing or in edit mode, or adjust things, of course, in sculpt mode. So first you want to subtract the things you don't like, and then you want to add the things that you want to see in there. So for example, here, as I had as an example before, I could, for example, go in here to this line. I don't really like what it looks right now because it doesn't really describe the shape that well. So I can just go here and delete, for example, this one. This one doesn't want to be deleted. But if I do this, that works quite well. Delete that one. And then I can either go in here and use the draw, of course, the pen, draw this manually, or if I want to continue the same stroke, I can also go in here in edit mode and just extrude this to finish the line, whatever you think is easier. And then look at that. Now it looks like a nice clean line that has been manually handcrafted. Same here, for example, we see these weird gaps. What if we just extend them? And I think you can even select 2 and then press F. Oops, nope, that didn't work. You just, I guess in this case, you just kind of extend it so that they basically touch but aren't merged like that. And then we fix that section too, and we can do the same over here as well. Of course, some of these things could be automated, like for example the line I've drawn just here. I could probably also create with my loose edges technique that I've explained before. So if you haven't seen that, make sure to go a bit back in this, and then I explain like how you can use loose edges to basically create these kind of lines, these manually handcrafted lines automatically that you can then make part of the model, and then they're automatically detected without you having to draw them every single frame. Before you consider like doing this manually, I would recommend thinking if you could do it with that, and then do it with that rather, because of course that can save a lot of time as well. The last thing I want to talk about is, for example, let's say you either use my geometry node system that, for example, smoothes the edges. So let's say, for example, this edge gets smoothed and it all of a sudden kind of extends the silhouette. Somehow, of course, you need to make sure that the line that now gets filled again because it exceeds the silhouette. And then you would, of course, go in here and create a new layer. For example, let's call this fill and place it underneath the line art. And then you can go in here, for example, and fill this again with a new material. Make it a fill material and make it, for example, white. This, of course, works better with flat color cell shading rather than like a texturous character. And then you can fill this again with grease pencil as well by drawing over it. You just have to make sure that the layer has the lights disabled. And there you go. This way you can, for example, fill any edges that might have jumped over the actual silhouette. And that's basically how I do my line art and like paint over for my animations right now to make them look as 2D as possible. I start with an automated line art generation and then I manually handcraft it to make it look as good as possible. Usually if I can, I like to work with only grease pencil line art. For my Demon Slayer animation, I actually used the inverted hole method as well because it was already created for the model because I used the in-game model. So in there, for example, I decided I'm not going to spend more time making it look good with the grease pencil line art. I'm just going to use the grease pencil line art to do like overpainting and add maybe a little bit more of details and the VFX with grease pencil. But if I start from complete scratch and create my characters myself, I like to do every little bit of line art with the grease pencil modifier, just because in my opinion it's the best way to create line art in Blender. So now there's two more things I want to do and show you. The first one is just like my experiments I've done right now with Blender 5.0 with geometry nodes and the line art that can hopefully make your line art look even better and cleaner automatically. And then the last one are just like some tips I want to share in the end. So we're now on Blender 5.0. Let me show you all the geometry nodes experiments I've played around with. These are all still very experimental, but I will make them available for you to download since, you know, then you can play around with them yourself, analyze them, see how they work, and see maybe, you know, maybe somebody can find even more systems that can make the line art modifier even better, gets inspired and creates something even better and stuff like that. Or maybe just like improves the ones I've made already. These are the kind of like experiments I've kind of like did that were somewhat successful so far. The first one is the same thing that we already have in Pencil Plus and Freestyle, which is the along stroke setting, which I've created right here with the thickness along stroke group right here. So if I enable this, you can see what happens. All of a sudden, we have the same thing with grease pencil as well. The beginning is thin, the ending is thin, and the middle is thicker. And you can control that in here with this curve right here. It basically just uses a set curve radius to change the radius of this grease pencil. And we use this float curve right here to determine what the shape should be like. So if I want this to be the opposite, for example, I can just do this and then it looks like that. But of course that doesn't look that great. So yeah, this is like how you can recreate this effect, for example, and you can check it out yourself as well. The main experiments that I wanted to create or have is I wanted to find ways to improve what the line art modifier gives me even more before I even do any manual adjustments. So I have to do as little work as possible manually. What I already talked about before is like using a grease pencil layer to, for example, draw over the 3D scene. But the annoying part about the grease pencil line art modifier is that it places the lines all basically on top of the model and they're all kind of like scattered like this. So I thought, can I somehow like merge them all together and put them onto one plane in front of the camera instead, so that they're all nice and organized and they're all basically on one plane. This is what I wanted to do with this one, the flattened strokes onto plane group. And yeah, it basically does what it says. It basically just takes all the lines and puts them all onto one basically little layer in front of the camera. And if you see it from this perspective, you can see if I enable and disable, you see the only thing that changes is the thickness, because right now I don't have the modifier enabled that has the screen space thickness. So right now it's not screen space thickness, and that's why it changes the thickness for this. But if you enable that, then the thickness stays the same. And here we can, for example, change the distance from the camera as well, you know, just moving it closer or further away. Yeah, I thought this is just like a nice cleanup to make it a bit easier to work with outside of the camera view. Another one that I've made here is I wanted to find a way to smooth these lines to, for example, even if your model is not as high resolution, that it can still look smooth. And that's what I've tried to do here with smooth, non-sharp corners. This one doesn't work as well yet, but you can see a slight difference between before and after. So this is after and this is before. So I basically tried to create some kind of effect where sharp edges, like sharp, very geometric edges or lines basically, are being smoothed a bit. But then if it's happening, for example, on all corners, that would also smooth out any edges that are, or any lines that are supposed to stay sharp. So I tried to find an automatic way to detect very sharp corners and not smooth those. But if they like have a very shallow angle, then I wanted to smooth them. It doesn't work that well, but you know, it's an experiment still, so it's not final. Another one that I've done here is to delete any points that almost have no direction change. Why do we need to have multiple points on that line if you can also describe the same thing with just one at the end and one at the beginning? That's what this thing is here. Delete points with near zero direction change. It is not perfect because, for example, for these very subtle curves, it also deletes points there, which it shouldn't. So you can see like the silhouette changes all of a sudden here, which it shouldn't, of course. So this one is very, very experimental and doesn't really work that well, but it's just something I wanted to try. You can see it here too. It's a very subtle curve and it deletes those, but of course it shouldn't have. So this one is probably the least useful, but it still exists. I just wanted to, you know, I just experimented with it and wanted to see what I can do with it. This one basically tries to merge any strokes that are very close together. So stuff like this over here, where we have like these lines that are so close together that when you're far away, they basically just become like a thick line because they merge together visually. Why not merge them together geometrically, I guess, as well? That was kind of my thought with this. For some things it works well. Right now, just deleting the default color for some reason. In theory, it's supposed to, like if I, for example, make this smaller, I mean bigger, see, like now it actually merges these together and cleans them up a bit. So of course this value is maybe a bit too big. But if you make them, for example, if you make this a bit smaller again, let's set this to like 0.5, you can see it makes it a bit nicer. So I wanted to find some kind of way to, for example, where lines are close enough together to just merge them together. Like these here, for example, you can see it's still not perfect, but it created one line out of two and made it visually a bit cleaner. That's what this merge node was supposed to do. I tried, okay? Maybe you can find a better way to do it. And then this one, I think this one is actually the most useful one. And what it does is it detects edges that only have 2 points and where the distance between those 2 points is short enough. So edges under this amount will just be deleted. In this case, for example, this one right here. Ta-da, and it's gone. So the reason why I wanted to have this is oftentimes with the line art modifier, there might be like a lot of like small edge contours all on top of each other, and deleting them can be kind of annoying. So I thought maybe I can already delete like the smallest ones that are very hard to see by just creating this setup. And as you can see right here, you know, the mouth, for example, is already gone. It's hard to see if there's anything else that got deleted. See how much cleaner this section here is, for example, with this, just because, yeah. All of these nodes I'm going to give you, and then there's one more that I think have disabled. Actually, I don't have disabled. This one right here, the screen space line art modifier. This one is actually based off of a modifier that the Blender Studio made after they removed the screen space setting from the data panel right here. They made a modifier that basically does the same thing, but you now have to use a modifier. This should probably be below any other modifier. And then here you can basically change the thickness of it. All you need to do really here is you can change the thickness with it, and you need to set the resolution X and Y. Once you've set this, it should basically be perfectly always the same thickness no matter how far something is away from you. Yeah, so for example, now if I enable this flatten strokes onto plane modifier, you can see now everything should be the same thickness no matter where it is. See, and nothing changes. Before, if I disable this, you can see how it changes thickness. That's what the screen space thickness does. Yeah, so if you want to check out any of these geometry nodes and maybe improve them yourself, make sure to tell me if you've actually improved them. And then I might even upload an updated version on the course page. If you want to download any of them, go to the course page. There should be download links and you can experiment with them yourself. And that summarizes the line art section. Probably the longest section out of all of the ones, probably also because there was just so much info to cover. But hopefully now you know everything you need to create the perfect line art for your case. And of course, if you have any more questions, you can always either post them in the comments of this video or post them, I guess, in my Discord if you want to join the Discord and ask questions there, or show your cool new renders that you've made with the help maybe of this course. I tried to provide as much information as possible so that you have as few questions as possible left in your mind. And so yeah, if there's any more left, then make sure to ask them. And then maybe I'll even do a like frequently asked questions section in the course page where I update it over time if I see any more questions that pop up more frequently, and I can paste my answers in there in case any more people might have those questions and they can see them there rather than the answer being buried in the comments. Now the only really thing that is missing still in 3D that we still need to create are the VFX, which is going to be the next section, and then we can actually finally render and composite our final animation. So we're almost there. I applaud you for sticking around for this long. If you've watched everything, that is pretty crazy. I don't know how long this is going to be in the end, but it must be, you know, at least like a couple hours. I've recorded for 4 hours for this section almost. So I bet the full thing is going to be like at least a couple hours. So if you stuck around for all of this and taken all this info in, then hopefully, you know, you find this useful and can use this for your own animations. It has been a long journey up to this point. We've defined what NPR is, have learned how to develop and analyze a style, how to create a character in 3D that you can then use to create 2D looking animations. So a character that looks 2D, how to shade the character to make it look as 2D as possible, how to rig the character and animate it to make even when it moves, it not break out of this 2D look, how to do some small fix up with the grease pencil, for example, to add that little bit of handcraftedness to it as well, of course, now lastly, adding the line art, that last little piece to make the characters really look as 2D as they can be. Without the line art, of course, it wouldn't really work. So yes, now we have one more element that we haven't talked about yet. And this one might actually be one that some of you have skipped forward to because it is very different to everything else we've covered before. And that is VFX. So all these special effects that you oftentimes see in anime, that you usually have in every anime, but you know, to some degree more, to some degree less. And creating good looking 3D anime VFX can be pretty challenging. So let's look at all the techniques that we can use and how we can use them in the best way to create the best looking 2D anime VFX. And maybe for the last time now, actually, what I want to look at first is basically just generally, you know, understanding again how 2D anime uses VFX and integrates them into each scene so that we can then kind of imitate that and see what we want to take away, what we want to recreate, and what we maybe not even need to, you know, think about when we do it in 3D. First of all, let's look at this one right here. This one is part of the making of video from the newest Demon Slayer movie. And here we can kind of see a breakdown of how it has been created. Here, I think they used a lot of 3D stuff to create all of this. Drawing this would be pretty painful, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's 3D. And then you can see they add all of these 2D drawn VFX on top. Plus, of course, some more stuff there as well. All of this is 2D, as you can see, with like these lines and whatever. And then, of course, if we bring it all together with correct colors and correct compositing and all of that stuff, in the end it's gonna look like this, where everything looks nicely integrated and everything looks like it's actually part of the same scene. Here we have another example. I think it was from My Hero Academia, with all of these sparking flashes and these arrows circling around the character. You could even argue that I guess the background would be an environment, so they're just these clouds because they don't look like they're actually moving. And then we have like this huge explosion of fire and even more sparks around the character sparks. Then we also have like these sort of fire lines or something, explosion lines, glowing lines at least, that makes it look like they're like super hot and burning. We have like these red glows, these stars again still. You could see here maybe the clouds right there are moving, so you could argue that those are also VFX. And then of course here on the hand, the lighting on the fingers, for example, reacting to this lighting. And what we can also see is that all of these effects are all pretty much basically cell shaded, just like the characters. They're not painterly like the environment, for example. They're still all very graphical and hand drawn looking with a cell shading look, so fairly flat. But then of course with compositing on top, they're glowing. They didn't look like this before the compositing. They look like you know, flat shapes basically that then are made to glow afterwards. Here actually they use, here first of all, I guess the beams coming out of the mouth and everywhere, and then also stuff like here, this orb, I guess, is also, I guess you'd consider like a VFX, which then turns glowing like this and even explodes. Another VFX, of course. And all of this stuff is I think pretty typical for what you see in anime. What are the kind of main things that we want to kind of emulate here? Most of these things are pretty opaque, so they don't really have any transparency, but they can have some transparency. I don't know if we have an example here, but sometimes, for example, if you have somebody charging up like an energy beam or like an energy around a character, you can have, for example, transparency for those kind of VFX. They have been flat before, but then in compositing, they are being put on top of the character and then made a little bit transparent so you can see the character through, for example, the effect. But when they have been created, they were all flat and basically opaque. That's something important to keep in mind. Something else that is usually the case is that, for example, the glow, like the red glow right here, or the glows around the VFX right here, are all made in compositing and not in while they're being drawn, just because it's just much easier to do that afterwards, after you have like the flat cell shaded things. Another thing to keep in mind for these is that usually realism is still the base that these are based off of. So if you imagine, for example, these explosions right here, or these smoke plumes, they're still modeling how an explosion like this would look like in real life, but they're giving it a stylized look with like stylized shapes, maybe even stylized movement, that kind of stuff, to make it seem like something that is real, but then giving it the style to make it look more appealing, for example. But the base of all of this is still realism. So for example, like the smoke isn't all of a sudden just like disappearing in some weird ways that you wouldn't expect from smoke. They still, you know, move in a way that you would expect. Something else you can see here, even though this moves pretty fast, like look at the frame rate difference between these little dots right here and then these clouds. So here we have 1 frame, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Actually, do the clouds even move anymore? Yeah, there you go. Of course, these clouds aren't final, so they probably move a bit more in the end. But something I think kind of unique for VFX like this is that they can have variable frame rates, especially if it's a very complex effect and it's not necessarily part of, for example, like a super complex scene or a super important scene. Oftentimes, or if they're, for example, in the background, oftentimes the VFX have quite low FPS compared to, for example, the characters in the same scene. So if you, for example, have a character in the foreground, kind of like in a portrait shot, and then behind them there's, for example, like smoke or whatever, oftentimes the smoke, especially if it's not moving fast, is like animated on every 8th frame or maybe over every 4th frame, just to save some, of course, work there, because it's more in the background, so why would you animate it more? Here, for example, since it's more of the main spectacle of the shot, you see more animation, of course. So this one is animated on 2s, it seems. But even here you can see like this fire is animated differently than these little stars, for example. And then this one, of course, if you look at this here, for example, a bit later, this one is also animated on 2s. So usually if you have like this main big VFX, you can expect it to be animated on 2s, maybe on 4s if it's like slowing down. Like if you, for example, imagine like a character exploding something and then turning around, the camera focuses on them and the smoke slowly starts to fall down. That's oftentimes where you see like in the beginning where he shoots the thing or explodes the thing, it's like all super fast, animated on 2s, maybe even on 1s, so every frame. But then as it slows down and, you know, just kind of falls to the ground and the effect is kind of over, you oftentimes see like very slow movement. Another thing to keep in mind for these effects is that they actually have kind of their own layer between the character and the environment. What I mean with layer is kind of for compositing. Like VFX are kind of their own thing compared to characters. They move in a different way, they kind of act in a different way. They look the same way as characters, but they of course look very different to environments. But they also oftentimes don't necessarily interact with each other, the character and the VFX, except if it's like a person like moving through smoke or whatever. Sometimes the smoke kind of moves around the character, but oftentimes it's also just kind of like there's like 2 layers, like here's the smoke and this one's the smoke and this one's a bit smaller, and then there's a character walking and the smoke just kind of lifts sideways. Oftentimes you can see that, for example, as well for VFX. So sometimes it kind of feels like the VFX are not necessarily like fully interacting with the character, because it can be hard to do sometimes. I also just want to quickly kind of list all the kind of effects or types of VFX that I would count as this, as such. Like, what would I consider VFX? One of them might surprise you. The first one is elemental effects. Any kind of stuff like fire, water, ice, earth, wind, crystals even. Whether you see like crystals of ice, for example. I guess I said ice before, but other crystals, for example, like rubies or anything like that, I would consider like elemental effects. And these are oftentimes very much based on real stuff. Like, how does fire move in real life? How does water move in real life? How does maybe even earth would crumble and move if it is being broken and stuff like that? These kind of effects are oftentimes very based on real elements, I guess. Then we also have stuff like magic or sci-fi, so like lasers, light beams, light in general, light effects like light orbs, or like darkness too. Darkness effect, I guess you can see here, as well as light. You could argue, I guess, that this would be light, and then this one over here would be darkness, like these black and then with the red outside. You could say that these are kind of like darkness effects, and these oftentimes are much more abstract, because of course there's no real reference for them in real life, like this red weird like spiky branches, I guess you could call them. Or for example, the same thing you can see in One Piece with the hockey attacks, where they have like this black with the red, glowing red. Somehow they always go with glowing red to make it look like dark or something. Yeah, this would be more of like the magic or sci-fi effects, or fantasy, I guess you could call it too. Another one in this that I would count as a VFX would be impact frames, or like reactions or weird faces. Like if they have like very extreme faces with very comic like looks, like huge eyes or like blocky mouths or stuff like that, I would actually include that as well. I would call that like emotional VFX, especially the impact frames, where you can have like these moments that really highlight the strength of an impact, or like the strength or impact of an emotion, for example, I guess, or a reaction. And then the last one that might surprise you actually is something that I thought about, like, okay, how can you, like, what's the best way to create this in 3D? What's the best way to do this? But sometimes it is just not possible to recreate it really well in 3D. And what I'm talking about is hair. Especially if hair is very dynamic and moving. I'm thinking of like this kind of hair. This one doesn't move that much, but you can still see like every frame is like a different shape, and you can see like each individual strand flying and all that kind of stuff. Doing stuff like this in 3D, where it still looks simplified but also very wavy and moves organic, is really extremely hard to do in 3D, and sometimes even impossible. And for stuff like this, you would want to, for example, use a grease pencil rather to draw the hair, rather than actually using a 3D model, because the 3D model just can't move as well and as organic as you could draw it with grease pencil, for example. So I would call that a VFX as well. So now let's talk about in which way we can create VFX in 3D. There's basically two ways you could do it. And the first one might be a bit like, oh, is this really 3D? But I think it's still important to mention it, because it opens up a lot more possibilities that you wouldn't have otherwise. The first way that I want to mention is probably the easier way out of the two to create VFX, depending, I guess, on your skills. And what I basically mean with how to create VFX in the more easy way is basically by doing a paint over. So imagine that you, for example, already have animated your character, and now you want to add some VFX into the scene, maybe even on top. The easiest way to do that would be using grease pencil and then basically painting over the 3D scene and adding the VFX that way. So the way you would do that here, for example, is to, let's say we go into the general scene collection, and then we add a new grease pencil object. Now, of course, it's just been added into the middle. And if you want to know exactly how you do paint over with the grease pencil, I would suggest, if you haven't yet, to check out the grease pencil section of this course, because I go in depth into how to exactly do grease pencil paint over. That's been covered there. I just want to quickly mention how you can do it here. Like, for example, as an example for VFX, we have the grease pencil object in the scene. And then, for example, let's say we want to make like a fire effect, for example. So we have the black right here. If you want to have a fire effect, maybe we don't want to have a black outline. Let's make it like a dark red, for example, like this. And then we also, of course, need a flame on the inside. So let's go here and make this a fill and set it, for example, to a nice little like yellowish tone like this, let's say. So now how do we add an effect on top of this 3D scene? Well, we basically just have to set, for example, the 3D cursor over here. And then we can basically draw on a layer between the camera and the 3D scene. So here in this case, we can then, for example, disable all the rig stuff and whatever, so we don't see that. We have the grease pencil selected, and then we go over here into draw mode. One thing we have to make sure, of course, is as we've just set the 3D cursor to be there, we need to make sure that we draw on the stroke placement as at the 3D cursor, which means that if we draw something right here, you can see it is placed right there. So now we just go in here and we select our line art, for example. You want to have maximum strength right here because you don't want to have any opacity. You want to add the opacity afterwards in compositing, not in here. And then, of course, you can just kind of start by, let's say, like drawing a flame like this, right? It's going to look very weird or not really that great. I just want to kind of show you the general idea of this. And then you fill it like this. And then we use, for example, the fill material. We probably want to use a new layer because this one is, for example, meant for the line art. So let's make the second one for the fill. Let's call it, for example, fill, and this one lines. And then here with the fill, for example, with the fill tool, making sure that everything is set well. I also covered that in the grease pencil section. And then we can just kind of fill this up. And there you go. So this is how you can, for example, do a very, very, very simple VFX overpaint over the original image. Of course, what you then would want to do is render these out in separate layers. So the fire would be on a different layer than, you know, the 3D model and the 3D scene. We're going to cover that in the next section, in the rendering part, which actually is not going to be that long. It's pretty simple, but still, you know, I want to tell you that now so you don't think like, oh, how do we export this now? It looks kind of weird, right? So we can composite this well. We will export it as separate layers, but of course, we want to keep it opaque and like this in here. And that is basically the easy way to draw any kind of VFX over your 3D scene in your 3D anime. And in my opinion, actually, it is probably the better way to do it as well. Whenever I've seen like 3D stylized stuff that then combines that with 2D VFX, for example, for some reason, it always looks better. I guess Arcane uses like both simulations as well as 2D VFX, but I think the 2D VFX stick out a bit more because they're more stylized, of course. And then I've seen like some commercial stuff. So usually I've seen like stylized VFX just look better because they have just more freedom. They have like infinite freedom. And some things you just can't really create with 3D geometry as well, at least, as you could do it with just, for example, by drawing it. I've never seen a video or somebody actually creating a smoke simulation that you can then stylize, like a smoke simulation that is stylized. Let's say how you would see it, for example, with the ones over here, like seeing a stylized smoke simulation like this. I've never seen this in my life. And I don't know if it's really possible because smoke simulations are based on realism. So you would have to kind of use some kind of filter to then afterwards make it stylized, but it's really hard. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can do it. Even then, I don't know if it's going to look as good as you can do it in 2D. So in my opinion, this is like the easier way of doing it, but also probably in a lot of cases the better way. But of course, this is only one way of doing it. The second one is going to, you know, be about 3D modeling and creating 3D VFX, which can also still work quite well, especially if you want to reuse an effect multiple times. So yeah, that's going to be the second part. Some more tips that I want to give you for this kind of way of working. First of all, I would also recommend that you, when you do these kind of effects, especially if they're more complex, I would recommend that you start with line art and then fill that line art with fill rather than immediately starting with fill. In my experience, that's a bit easier to plan ahead. It might not be very hard to first draw with the fill color and then, for example, add line art afterwards. But if you want to do that over a longer time with an evolving effect, in my experience, it's easier to first start with line art and then afterwards fill the rest. That's also what the industry does, right? They first draw only line art with even like line art that indicates shadows and light, and then afterwards they add the colors. The second one is to use onion skinning. Once again, if you want to learn more about onion skinning, you can check out the grease pencil section, but onion skinning allows you to basically see the frames before and after the current frame that you're drawing in, which of course helps you a lot when you want to create like in-between frames or make sure that an animation evolves well over time. So now that we have the 2D version, the 2D overpainting method out of the way, let's talk about the 3D method. Also, something I want to give you as a tip, maybe you think like, oh, maybe the 2D overpainting method like seems like it was pretty short. Like, you know what, like how do I do things? How do I, to be honest, first of all, I'm not a really good VFX artist like that, drawing VFX. So I'm not really super good at that. The way that I usually do it is really analyze and bring, like try to find the best references for exactly what I want to create and then try to kind of imitate that or try to analyze why it is that way. Maybe even if it's a real element effect, like analyze real references and stuff like that. I don't really have a good workflow for how to create a 2D drawn animation like this because, to be honest, I haven't really done it that much yet, and I'm kind of not, I don't consider myself like an expert at it, but I at least wanted to give you the method of how you can do it, and then you can, if you want to use it, for example, learn more about it in your own time. So at least now you know how to do 2D paint over VFX, and you can kind of, you know, get into it yourself. Now let's talk about 3D VFX. The closest I would relate 3D VFX for anime to is video game VFX. We're gonna get a little bit closer into what that means, and just as a prelude, I guess, I would also recommend, if you haven't watched it, to watch the shader section of this course, because the shader section basically gives you the very important basics of what we're going to talk about from here on. So if you haven't watched this yet, definitely watch that first, because it's going to give you the basics, like the gradient concept and how to mix colors, how to use, like, you know, the values from 0 to 1, how to mix those together with the different mix modes and stuff like that, that we're going to now utilize in the VFX to really create, you know, 3D VFX. Let's start with what kind of 3D VFX really exist that we maybe could utilize. The first one is basically VFX with set geometry, and then VFX with simulated geometry or dynamic geometry. The one with set geometry would be something like, let's say here currently I have my Anime VFX pack that you can check out with links in the description, and I might even put it on for my memberships for free, so you can get it there maybe as well. I need to still think about it, okay? Let's look at, for example, this cylinder right here. Right now it looks like nothing, but for example, if I go in here and I increase the sequence or change the sequence, you can see what it's supposed to do, right? And then, for example, we can change the settings, make it go deeper, or for example, we can change the inner radius, make it thinner like this, and then we have like kind of an effect like this. This is created with set geometry. So, you know, just a ring with vertices and edges and stuff like that. And then of course a shader. This kind of VFX is what I would call like static geometry VFX. The geometry doesn't change, it might be modified a bit so it moves differently, but the topology, for example, doesn't all of a sudden change. It's not like we have in one frame or in one part of the animation we have like 1500 vertices, and then in the other one we have like 1800 vertices. The vertice amount always stays the same. The other one is simulated VFX. So something that you would see more in like realistic VFX for like movies, like water or fire. Fire actually doesn't have any vertices. It would be more like volumes, but like more like water, for example, because water is basically simulated by creating, I think, a volume first, and then that volume gets converted into geometry. I guess technically you could do that with fire too. And for that, it's basically like every frame gets remeshed again because the volume changes over time, and so the geometry can't stay the same, and so it basically needs to take the volume and then remesh it for every single frame, so that every single frame has different topology and a different amount of vertices. This is what I would call like dynamic topology. Set topology, the first one, like this one for example, is sort of handcrafted, so you really design what the VFX is supposed to look like. Let's say, for example, we have this wind streak right here. This, for example, is just a curve, and then of course this curve has geometry just like any other object. We can see all of these have very designed geometry, and then if I move this, for example, you can see it changes, but this one, that's because it's more of a procedural effect. Once I place it in a certain way, and then I, for example, leave it there, it will stay the same geometry. It is very controlled and looks very clean and designed, I guess you could call it. So then if I play it, for example, you can see it does this, right? So this has a lot of intention behind it, but that also means that it is hard to change. So let's say, for example, we have an effect where we use a cube with certain geometry, and then we want to say, oh, but now I want this cube to be a sphere. Well, now that makes it a bit difficult. What if we, I don't know, make it like smaller, for example, like this? Like we can make it smaller and make it more into a sphere. I think there's actually a modifier for that, but because of the limited geometry, like, there's really not much we can do to turn this into a sphere. Like this, for example, we couldn't turn this into this because there isn't enough geometry. And if we want to, for example, turn this into this, we would have to add way more geometry, which might be unnecessary for the effect that we want. So the geometry is way more stiff than in comparison to the dynamic topology, which of course is very much automated or automatic, like simulated. Of course, it's kind of easy to use in that way, and it changes very easily. But this also gives you a different problem, which is that it's hard to, first of all, manipulate and look exactly how you want it. For example, stylizing it, basically like try to stylize the water simulation. But it's also hard to give it a smooth look in that way. Let's say we turn this cube into a volume cube. See how kind of like blobby and like really undefined it looks? And then if we, for example, let's say change the threshold, we can change it a bit, but it still always looks very undefined and kind of like, I guess you could say it's organic, but it's still hard to really, let's say, for example, I want this to look more like blobby. I guess maybe if you're like a wizard with geometry nodes, maybe you can do that. But it's still like, if you say like, oh, I like that it's blobby now, but now I want this blob to look slightly different. Like changing one specific thing about it is really, really, really hard, especially in the way that you want it. So in that way, for example, stylizing something like a simulated effect gets really hard. I think you can do it more after the fact. So once it's stylized, you can maybe add some filters to it to make it look more hand-drawn, but stylizing it in the way that the shape looks a bit more stylized is much, much harder. The geometry for this is definitely like much more dynamic and can create different effects that you couldn't create with this, but creating something that is like fully handcrafted gets really, really hard with this. The other problem with this kind of geometry is that it is really, really hard also to make it look smooth. This is now a stylized shader, but see how like weird it looks. The shapes all look very like unintentional. They all look like very like just wobbly and weird. There's no real like coherence. It's all just like random. And so it's really, really hard to make this look like something that would actually be drawn, because the goal in the end of the day is to use 3D to create an effect that looks like it has been drawn in 2D. And something like this, like, I don't even know how you would even come up with something like this to draw something like this, right? It is very dynamic. It has the capability to shape itself into anything, but it then also is very hard to look like anything very specific or handcrafted. But what volumes or simulations can be good for is to use them as reference. So let's say you have a very complex effect, like, or just like an effect that is very specific, like a boot pushing over the ground, scraping over the ground and creating like a dust cloud. You could, for example, create a cloud simulation and then draw over that to create something stylized, but still with a reference that is specifically what you're looking for. So in that way, you can still use these simulations as references, but not necessarily as the final result. But if we go back to, for example, these other ones, in general, 3D effects like this can have one big positive. That's also why I created, of course, my VFX pack, that you can use them and reuse them for different cases and for different scenes, and just basically, yeah, they're basically infinitely reusable, and especially if you set them up in the correct way, customizable however you want. Like this could be looking like this, right? Then it could look like this. Let's say it could be blue, or it could have like a background instead, so that it's like an actual background. You can use it as a background. If we hit the radius like this and make depth, for example, long, all of a sudden we have like these zoom lines right here. If you set up effects like this properly, you can really use this for like a lot of different use cases, and it's not like a one and done thing that only works for one scene, because the perspective needs to be exactly right. In case, like if you draw something in 2D, you draw it probably in perspective, and then finding a scene where it exactly fits the same way with the same perspective is probably pretty hard to do. With 3D, you don't have that problem, because of course these are 3D effects and they can just move and be placed in any way in the 3D scene. So if you can make 3D VFX work, they can save you a lot of time. So now that we know kind of like the characteristics and limitations of 3D VFX, let's kind of look at the 3D VFX building blocks that make up these kind of effects. Like, how do you actually build 3D VFX? And for that, I want to reference again the VFX from video games, for example, because they kind of already do what we want to emulate for our animations as well. All of the video game effects, or most of them at least, start with geometry. So first you need to imagine what you want to create. Let's say, for example, you want to create a tornado. You probably need something like a cylinder, right? And then the cylinder probably should be thinner at the bottom and then thicker at the top. And then maybe, because the cylinder would be looking kind of flat if it was only like one cylinder, maybe you even have like some ribbons of wind going around it as well. And this way you can create like this more of this multi-layered tornado kind of geometry, right? So the beginning of any VFX would really be the geometry, where then we can put textures on that then create the actual visual effect. So in 3D VFX, you can kind of imagine the geometry as being the canvas, and then the actual visual VFX that we can see in the end will be created in the shader through textures and various effects you can do in the shader. And the reason for that is that, once again, 3D VFX are limited by their geometry. And if you don't want to have like insane amount of geometry that would get very laggy, the best way to have a lot of detail for your VFX is when you use shaders or textures, because those are not limited to the geometry. Let's look at this effect, for example. It's kind of supposed to be sort of like a wind streak effect that you can, for example, see for like a wind ball or some just kind of like wind flying through the scene. So here, because for example, we can see that with the sequence thing, we can kind of like move the wind effect across the screen or across this like, you know, the actual geometry of the object. And then of course we can also, you know, adjust the color. We can change the seed of this. Oh, hello. We can also wait for it not to be crashing anymore. Like this, for example. We can change the line scale. So how big these kind of like broad shapes are. So you can make it this like very, very long lines, for example. And then we can change the width of this too. So it can look like this, for example. But what is really behind this effect? Like what makes this look like that? Because if you just look at the geometry at its base, it all starts with just a simple ribbon that is either black or white, I guess, right? So we start with this. How do we then turn this into something like this? What has to happen to do that? And that's where shader effects and textures come into play. The first thing we want to get away from when it comes to 3D VFX is the limitation of the geometry. Like if you look at this now close up and we look at the base ribbon, you can see, we can immediately see where they, like where each face is or where each edge is, right? These very clear geometric corners, right? We want to immediately get away from that. And the best way we can get away from that is by first starting, well, I guess by starting first by making it invisible and then only making, for example, the ribbon visible in some areas. And the way we can do that, for example, is by mixing between transparent and emission, for example, with, let's say, a noise texture. Let's just plug the noise texture in here, and all of a sudden, we have an effect like this. And now we can see that it is still just a ribbon, but because of the texture controlling what is transparent and what isn't, it looks like the geometry has like much more detail now. But the detail doesn't come from, of course, the geometry. The detail comes from the texture. And the texture can be much more detailed and isn't reliant on the geometry's resolution. It is reliant on, I guess, the texture's resolution. And especially if you use procedural textures, we can have basically infinite detail. So if I, for example, increase the detail here, for example, you can go more and more and more in detail. And if I change the roughness, it can be even more detailed. So you can go like into insane amounts of detail without having to worry about how much geometry this plane or this ribbon actually has. So the essence really here is that we want to use, the grid geometry as the canvas to then create the actual VFX on top. Let's say, for example, we want to create a glowing orb. We could create a circle, for example, like this, and then we fill it, and then we could make this just have a glowing color, right? But that doesn't really give us a lot of room to play with. What we would rather do is actually start with simpler geometry with just a plane. And if we, for example, go in here and start with something and create a new material, and for example, just do the same setup again with the transparent and emission. And then let's add a gradient texture, for example, and plug the gradient factor into the factor of the mix shader. All of a sudden we have something like this, which doesn't look that great, but we can make it look better. If you're using VFX, you usually look better with blended. Dithered always makes it look noisy, which you never really see in anime. So if you use any gradients, which you technically I guess shouldn't, but if you use any, you should use blended. But since we want to use very sharp distinctions between existing and non-existing, because it's anime and VFX are cel shaded in anime, we want to use, for example, something like the greater than node. And if you're wondering like, oh, what is all this that he's setting up here, check out the shader section once again in this course. The shading section explains everything I'm doing right now and how the shader is set up, like the shader settings and what is the greater than node and all that kind of stuff. We have a gradient texture here now, but that doesn't really look like a glowing orb. But now what if we change this to a quadratic sphere? Now it doesn't exist anymore. But what if we change this? Doesn't do anything either. Oh, there it is. It's in the corner. We can fix that very easily by just bringing this in and then changing this to object, the texture coordinate node, and then we have an orb in the middle. And if you compare that, let's add the sphere again, and we compare this to this. Look how blocky this sphere is compared to this one. Even if I add a subdivision surface modifier, at some point, you still see some blockiness. Of course, it gets easier, but compared to the shader one is perfectly smooth. There's not a single corner or edge anywhere. And all we're using is a plane with 4 corners. So the shader allows you to go just into way more detail than you could ever do with geometry, at least for the same amount of performance use, let's call it. The only downside that you have to consider with VFX that are based on geometry, where the geometry is the canvas, is of course, just like line art that is based on a 3D model, that the canvas is still limiting the VFX shape. So for example, right here, the VFX are always bound to the ribbon's shape and silhouette. They can never extend past the silhouette. So a way you would kind of solve this is, for example, if you duplicate this and then, for example, create like a layered effect, that's how you kind of imitate like a multi-layered kind of effect, like layering multiple VFX like this on top of each other definitely helps with creating a more dynamic and a more hand-drawn look and a more organic look. But at the end of the day, the 3D object that the VFX are on are still the canvas. So if you can see the outer silhouette of something, like here, for example, the VFX just kind of have this hard stop there because that's where the ribbon stops. That's just like a, very hard limitation for VFX like this. But if you play it right, and especially if you align the ribbon, for example, with the camera, so if you, for example, always make sure that it's pointing in this direction, it gets a bit less obvious. Okay, so now we know that we want to use textures and we want to use textures in shading to create these VFX. But now how do we create specific effects? And that's where you're not only using one texture, but you're combining textures to create certain effects. Let's say, for example, that this noise texture is only supposed to be in the middle of this geometry. It is not supposed to reach the edges, so it's harder to see, for example, where the ribbon actually ends. The way we can do that, for example, is by introducing a new node, which is the gradient texture node, for example. And we control this one with, for example, the UV of the object. This ribbon is made in geometry node, so it has custom UVs that I had to create. So I'm using the attribute node. It looks, for example, like this. And what this does now is the gradient is now basically following the shape of the curve. And now we can, for example, use the gradient as a kind of mask to remove the noise texture from the edge. And as we can see, if we look at this, okay, black equals transparent, which means that if we take the gradient here, which also has black on this edge, and for example, multiply it with a mixed color node with the noise texture, all of a sudden we get something like this. And now the noise texture never really reaches the actual edge of this ribbon. If you want to make it look a bit more organic, you would probably want to use color burn. That usually gives you a better effect. Actually, maybe I guess not in this case, but we can also, of course, adjust the gradient color a bit more with the color ramp, for example, make it a bit more extreme, setting it for ease, for example, and then just bringing it up like this can give it a bit more of a stronger effect like this. So now it looks like this. And if we look at it like here, you can see it creates something like this. I think in this case, actually, it's better to use the multiply. So it looks more like this. And if we now preview this with the final shader, it looks like this. And all of a sudden, it doesn't reach the edge of the ribbon anymore. And now it just basically looks like the VFX have just infinite detail all the way up to the edge. But of course, as I said before, VFX for anime never really have any gradient to them before compositing. So we want to make sure that this edge right here doesn't fade out like this. And the best way we can do that is just by, for example, by using a math node again, set to greater than, and then we just plug this in there, and then we can play around with the threshold to adjust how bright something has to be of this texture that we mix together for it to be existing or not. So now we've already made the top part of the ribbon invisible. Now let's also do the other side. And of course, where we can do that is just basically by putting the black not only on one side, but also on the other. So we create another handle and make that one, for example, dark. And then if we mix that together like that too, we have now basically masked out or removed the edges of this ribbon. And in the end, if we look at this, it looks like this now. And now we have a perfectly high resolution, except for this edge, I guess, VFX that we can use for something. Now, for example, we can play around with the noise texture right here, make it maybe a bit less, give it a higher resolution, maybe even less detail. Usually you don't want to go that rough. Maybe give it a less or a bit more detail, maybe something like this, maybe even some distortion here. And then we get an effect like this. We probably also want to use UVs here actually. So let me put this over here and just plug this in too. And then we get something like this. And now we've already created our first 3D VFX. But now, of course, we have maybe created the look of the VFX, but how do we now animate this? To animate any 3D VFX, you basically want to find any kind of parameter that you can change over time that affects the transition from one frame to another. Let's say, for example, we change the location of the noise texture along the UVs. So if you change the X location, for example, it moves upwards. Let's say we use the Y. This one looks pretty good. So if we, for example, now were to animate the Y direction, so moving the noise texture along the UV of the object, we can now create something like a wind effect like this. And this is how quickly you can create VFX with two textures, a little bit of shader math, I guess, mixing together these two textures and then plugging them together with a transparent and an emission effect. The emission is really only there to give it color, and the transparent is there to remove the parts of the ribbon that we don't want to see. The one big thing that, of course, is a downside to using the shader internal nodes, so basically the procedural nodes, is that they're going to be very samey. Yeah, they're not going to be very handcrafted looking, because they're just mathematical equations that you can then kind of, adjust to make them look different, make them look slightly different, but never really have like a lot of character to them. So if you really want to create handcrafted VFX, you definitely want to create your own self-made textures. And we're going to look at what a VFX effect with self-made textures can look like in a second, and how you can combine multiple textures to create like different animations, for example. But first, let me just kind of give you a few more tips for how to work with these textures. The first tip I want to give you is that when you create or when you use any of these textures, you always want to make sure that you use them in grayscale. They shouldn't have any color. That just makes it a lot easier to think about like how they're going to be mixed together with the mixed color node, for example, because grayscale basically just has one value from 0 to 1 on each pixel of that texture. But colored textures have 3 values, R, G, and B, which are all grayscale. So each, R is grayscale, G is grayscale, and B is grayscale. But if you mix them together, they're all assigned to one color, and then mixing them together creates the full color spectrum. And thinking about how those are mixed together is kind of really hard to do in your head, because you have to do like mixing 3 values from one into 3 values from the other, and how they're mixed together with the formula of each of these. It's like really hard to do. So I would always recommend to use black and white colors, because that just makes everything a lot easier. Also, I want to give you some more ways you can animate these kind of VFX. Of course, the first one we've already discovered is just, for example, moving it along the UV of an object. But otherwise, rather than moving the texture, for example, what are some other ways we could animate these? Other ways we could, for example, animate this would be, for example, with shape keys. So shape keys, of course, are a way to animate the geometry of an object. So like stuff like this, right? So if you were, for example, if you wanted to animate these points, for example, so that the orb, for example, moves around a bit, we could do that with shape keys right here. To just create, for example, like a little bit of movement, a little bit of wobbling, for example, so that we don't have to do that in the shader, for example. Another one would be modifiers. You could even create full VFX just with modifiers, or I guess on the other hand also geometry nodes, which is what all of my 3D VFX from my VFX pack are made with, are like geometry nodes. So for example, this shockwave right here is just basically taking the geometry of this sphere, and then over time with a certain noise texture deleting more and more of that geometry to create this kind of effect. So you could, for example, also use a noise texture as a dissolve texture, what you can see here, for example. Let's go here to the sphere now, and we want to dissolve the sphere, but in an organic way. I've just created this void node texture right here, which gives us this kind of pattern. And now we want to use this pattern somehow in combination with this gradient texture to make it disappear over time. We have this gradient then, and what this describes basically is anything that is above the threshold 0.08 should be visible. Anything below that is not visible. So now what we could do is mix these two together. Let's say, for example, we mix them with a multiply, if I put that in here and I multiply, you can already see the difference if I just multiplied with, for example, let's say black. I'm not multiplying, it looks like normal. And then if I multiply more and more and more, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So if I now plug this, for example, into B, and then I increase this, you can already see what happens. It kind of starts to dissolve based on what this texture gives us. So this is being created, but because of the greater than, it gets sharpened, I guess you would call it. And now we can add one more node right here into the Voronoi texture, because we can also adjust the values that this texture has. Right now it starts from 0 to 1, but we can, for example, use a math node to adjust these values. What if we add, for example, more to this texture? It gets brighter. If we subtract from this texture, it gets darker, which means if we compare that and mix that now with the texture, with the sphere texture, if we add more, it gets brighter. And if we subtract, it gets darker, which also means if you, for example, set this to 1, or let's say we set this to 2 so that it's fully bright, we look at this, it looks like this, right? Let's make it a little bit brighter maybe so that it's nice and round. And now let's see what happens when we animate this, for example, from 8 to something negative. So let's say we go from here and then we animate it, and this slowly, with the second texture, we can dissolve the actual sphere until nothing is left. Let's make this actually smaller, like this, to make it maybe a bit more visible. We start with something like 8 or 13 or something, and then over time, it slowly dissolves because the second texture is being mixed together via multiply with the original gradient texture. And slowly over time, the values of this gradient texture, this gradient sphere, get smaller and smaller than 0.08. And so it slowly dissolves. So this way you can not only animate by changing like this kind of stuff, or maybe some kind of values in a procedural texture, but you can also, for example, use another texture and animate that one, like animate, for example, the value of that texture or how these are being mixed together to, for example, dissolve something. So let me show you an example of a video game VFX that mixes different textures together to create certain effects. How you can handcraft these textures to create a very specific look. This is a dev article about the rework of Volibear, which is a character from League of Legends. And here they also talk about the VFX. If you want to check this out yourself, I'm going to link it in the course page that you can find with the link in the description, and it should also be in the pinned comment. Here you can see all the textures that have been used. This one is basically like all these textures combined, just every texture is in a different channel of this image. We have R, G, B, and alpha, and so each one of these channels can hold one of these black and white values. So you couldn't combine all of these together, but I think like R, G, B, and alpha, you can see like this texture is the green one. This one, I'm guessing it would be the red one. This one would be, I don't even know if that one's in there, but this one would be the blue one. And I guess this one could be maybe the alpha. Yeah, you can see, why am I even saying it? It says right here. And all of these are being used to create this kind of effect. So how do they do that, right? Let me explain how these two textures and this geometry creates this effect. You start with the geometry, right? And both of these textures basically move along these ribbons. As you can see how it moves down these. So this texture is basically the look that you will see in the end, the look of the VFX on these ribbons, as you can see right here, right? I can't pause this, it's a GIF, right? So you can see like this, these kind of swirlies are what you see as the actual VFX. But you can also see that these swirlies are only visible on a certain part of the ribbon. And that's where this second texture is being used, the wind mask. This mask is basically being used for the transparency or visibility of this texture. And that's kind of also what we did for this sphere. Let's say, for example, we use, instead of the Voronoi texture, let's say we use something else. Let's say we want to show this or make this appear in some sort of way. So let's say we use, for example, another gradient texture that looks like this. And then if we apply a mapping to this, and let's say we move it from left to right, it would look like this, right? So now if we mix these two together and set it, for example, to multiply. So let's see what it looks like first without the greater than. If I now move this gradient, you can see this is kind of what happens. So this could be, for example, an animation of how this orb appears. And then if we show this with the greater than node, it would look like this. in this example that I just showed you, one texture is being used like a mask, how you would see it in 2D applications like Photoshop, where black would mean it's invisible and white would mean it's fully visible. And you basically apply this to the actual original texture that you want to, that's basically the VFX. By multiplying it together, you basically make it fully black and make it disappear basically. And if you then apply that with the greater than, we make sure that we have perfect sharp shapes, which then in the end creates an effect like this. Ooh. So this is, for example, how you can use these kind of two textures to create an effect like this. And the way that they move down the ribbon is that this texture is basically moving down this ribbon in the same way that this gradient basically moves along the UV. We can see how this gradient moves along this plane, right? In the same way, this texture right here, this mask moves along the ribbon and reveals wherever it is white, this kind of swirly effect. And that's how, for example, this effect has been created, or at least like this, the outer part of it. And then afterwards, once you have created the actual visual effect, you can then of course give it colors by just multiplying a color on top, for example. So if I go in here, I guess in this case, it's actually easier because I can just go in here and change the emission color to some kind of color, right? But in theory, I could also, for example, use this as the color. We could, for example, just use another multiply, put that in here, and then set this, for example, to any kind of color. And that would work as well. But of course, if we want to use cell shading, and in that case, we just need one color like this, for example. This is one way you can do it. You can kind of mix textures like this together to create these kind of effects. The other one we've also seen already is this kind of like erosion effect. So this is the original actual effect. And this erosion mask is being used to create basically a transition from fully there to disappearing more and more and more. It's basically like the Voronoi texture that we've already used. But let me show you how you would animate stuff like this. Let's say, for example, we have a noise texture instead. And the noise texture looks like this. We have some very dark spots, so 0. We have some very bright spots, so 1. And then, for example, if we use a greater than node right here, we can, for example, use this texture to create something like an erosion that looks kind of like this, right? So less and less of the white is visible. And then we could use this texture, for example, on this gradient texture to make it erode over time. So if you were to mix this together with a multiply right here, this sphere and this erosion mask, basically, it would then in the end look like that, where with this value, we can now slowly let it erode over time. So this is, for example, how you can use an erosion mask. The most important part about all of these kind of things is the only way you can achieve a smooth transition from one to the other with like any of these values is that you need a somewhat blurry texture. That's why none of these textures are like super sharp. They all have like slight like fall off as if they're like blurred on the edges, because through that blurriness you can create a smooth gradient over time, because you basically clamp out more and more of the brightness values until nothing is left. And that's how you can create an effect like this. And this is also, for example, how they do this kind of erosion effect with this kind of like rocky texture disappears and only the cracks remain. And then at some point those cracks disappear as well. For that, I'm guessing they also use some kind of erosion map, which I think is the one that we can see up here, which is this one. I think this one is the erosion map they use right there. And then they probably just multiply that with some kind of like black, for example, so that these elements start to turn into black, 100% black first, and then over time this side right here is the end that turns black the latest, I guess. Hopefully this makes sense how I'm explaining it. If you have any more questions, of course, you can post them either in the comments. I may even set up a frequently asked questions section in my course page with like questions that come up multiple times, so you can maybe find your answer there as well. Or of course, you can also join my Discord. There should be a link in the description, or maybe even on the course page, where you can also ask questions, and I usually try to answer as many as possible. Now let's look at this one right here, a static flipbook. So what are flipbook textures? So this is a flipbook texture, and I think you can kind of already guess how this works. A flipbook texture has basically a whole 2D animation in one texture, where one frame is one part of this grid. So over time, if you just play this frame by frame, you see this evolving effect. And I already set this up right here. Without this, of course, it would look like this, but then I kind of created this tile mapping effect so that we only see one of these tiles, and then we can move it with this sequence value. And so all we really do with this is move down through these grids to play the animation, which in the end then would look like something like this. This is oftentimes used, for example, for fire VFX in games, or like more like evolving effects that are hard to do, like especially organic effects that are hard to do with procedural or like textures like the ones we've discussed before. So this kind of stuff is where you would use more like flipbook textures. I think flipbook already kind of explains what it is. So you basically kind of like just like flip through the different frames of the texture, and all the frames of that animation is saved in one texture. And this is also, for example, what they use right here for this lightning effect. They basically have 3 different versions of this lightning, and they all can appear on this ribbon. And then I guess they just kind of flip through different versions, like either one of these is shown, and then they kind of like switch between them very quickly to make it look like it's, you know, animated like this. So this is another kind of texture. This one probably requires maybe the most effort to create, but they can also create the most organic looking and varied looking animations. Okay, so now we kind of discussed how you can combine different textures to create different kind of 3D VFX. You can oftentimes also, if you, for example, look through Pinterest, see a lot of references or guides to how to create these kind of VFX for video games, and then you can of course recreate them for anime, for example, as well. Okay, so now to tie it all together and give you something that you can, for example, look up and maybe learn a little bit more about. If you want to learn more about how to combine these textures to create all the effects that you want, let me give you kind of like the words for all the kind of textures that you can find and what they are. First one is non-tileable textures. Those are kind of the textures that are basically seamless. So if you were to move them along, for example, the UVs of an object or of geometry, you would very clearly see like that they have clear texture seams. So they don't fit seamlessly together. If you, for example, scale them down and you repeat them over and over again, you can clearly see that it's supposed to be one texture that isn't supposed to be next to itself. It's only supposed to be visible once. Then we have tileable textures, so textures that are actually seamless. These are oftentimes very useful for if you want to move the texture along a UV, for example, to create a certain flow effect, for example. That's where these textures are very useful for like water effects or like some kind of wind effects where you just have like a square texture, but because you can scroll it along the UV, it looks like a very, very long, infinite basically texture. Then we have flipbook textures. Flipbook textures are the textures where you basically have a whole animation saved in a grid, where each piece of the grid is basically one frame of the animation, and then you basically play through the animation by going through each grid individually one by one. Afterwards, one that we might not have kind of specifically called out or talked about are sprite sheets. Sprite sheets are basically kind of like flipbooks, but they're more meant for variation in effects. Let's say, for example, we have a particle effect, and the particles are supposed to be kind of some kind of glowing orbs, but the orbs are not supposed to be all look the same. What we can do, for example, is create a 2x2 grid with different looking orbs, and then we can use the texture and randomize which part of that grid is being used for each particle. And in that way, we can vary the look of the particles by only choosing one of these versions on the grid. So this is what you would call sprite sheets, just an easy way to kind of vary the look of a very repeat, like an effect where you have like a lot of them at the same time, like for example sparks or little glowing orbs. And the last one would be erosion maps. So maps that are being used to create a transition where a different texture is basically shown and then slowly disappears. And with the erosion map, we can design in what way it's basically supposed to disappear. To create more effective and good looking VFX, you want to make sure that you combine multiple textures together, especially if you want to make them handmade. You want to make them look handmade. You want to, of course, also make the textures handmade. For that, for example, you can use Photoshop or any kind of drawing program. There's actually a free version of Photoshop or a free alternative to Photoshop called Photop. I'm going to put a link to that in the course page too, which is basically trying to recreate everything Photoshop has, but you can use it in the browser. And it tries to give you everything that Photoshop has, you know, but for free basically. The last resource I want to give you, you can once again find in the course page, which is a link to something called the Textures VFX database. Somebody put together basically a page where they try to collect as many VFX resources as possible. Some things are tutorials, some things are actually resources, some things are free textures, some things are paid things. And you can just look through it and kind of see a little bit more inspiration for how you can create VFX, what textures look like for these kind of VFX and what they create, and learn a little bit more about this very different part of the anime creation process that I think you don't really see that often when it comes to like Blender VFX, especially for like anime style stuff. And with that, we basically have now created everything that we need for our anime animation. So the next part is about rendering out all the parts that we've created in the correct way, and then importing them into Davinci Resolve so we can do compositing and make them look 10 times better than they already look. Well, congratulations. Now you know everything that I know about creating 2D looking 3D anime in Blender. But you might notice, like if you look at your animation now, well, it still doesn't look as great as if you compare it to, you know, your favorite anime, for example, or even the one that you wanted to recreate. And that is because there's still one thing missing, and that is the compositing. Anime wouldn't be anime without a lot of heavy compositing work after all the frames have been created. And that's of course what we also want to then do for our animations. You might think, well, I don't care about compositing, like I want to work in Blender, I don't want to do anything else like that. Like why would I even do that? Let me tell you, as somebody that has ignored compositing for a long time, it's probably the thing that you can learn that will give you the fastest improvement in your final results compared to anything else you can learn. So once you learn compositing, you will very quickly see a very big improvement in how your final results will look. So even if you're still not fully convinced, you know, just stick around and see if the things that we talk about here might seem interesting, and then, you know, you could try it after seeing, you know, what you can do with it. But of course, to be able to do some kind of compositing in Davinci Resolve, we first need to export all of our stuff. And that's what we're going to cover first in this section, the render section. It's not going to be long, it's pretty short, and it's, in my opinion, pretty easy to do. It just requires us to set up one or two things, and then, you know, make sure that the exports look right. At the beginning of this next section, I'm also going to tell you why you really shouldn't ever use Blender for compositing. And then, of course, I'm also going to demonstrate why that is the case. At least, of course, in my opinion. Okay, so now I've kind of prepared this file basically so that we can go through all the steps that are kind of required to create the best render outputs that we can then use for compositing. There's only really one or two layers that the compositors for any anime get. From what I've seen, sometimes they only get basically everything in one layer, so environment, characters, VFX, and all the other stuff. If there's even more, maybe all of that is just one PNG that they get, and then they have to basically separate it all out individually themselves so they can apply certain effects to certain things. They don't really get like individual layers, for example, for the character, for the line art, and all that stuff. But of course, we don't have to do that ourselves. We can make our lives a little bit easier and create layers so we don't have to work with such a big constraint as they have to. If we're going to use layers, what layers do we really need? Well, let's kind of think about what kind of elements we have that are kind of separate from each other. The first thing we have, of course, is the background or the environment. So here in this scene, it would of course be just like this background plane. Another thing that we of course here have, for example, is the character, and then the character I would also separate between line art and the colors. It's generally good to have those two separated because you kind of interact with them in different ways. You wouldn't put a glow on the line art, but of course you would you know, put certain different color adjustments or all that kind of stuff on the colors. So that's why you, for example, want to have the color separate from the line art if you can. Then also, if there are some VFX in the shot here, right now there isn't any, but if you have any, I would also recommend to separate the VFX into at least one layer. For example, if you have VFX that go behind a character, for example, like 3D VFX, so there's like multi-layered VFX, you could also create multiple layers so that you can make sure that you know, you don't have to do some extra masking or whatever to make sure that it all works well. Now, how do we actually create those layers? We have, you know, the scene, we have everything here in these collections. The way we will separate these into individual layers is with view layers. View layers basically allow you to take the same scene and then hide different things between the different layers. This one is an everything layer. Usually what I like to have is one layer that has everything enabled, and then I like to, for example, create the other ones after that. So this one, you know, with everything enabled, can just stay on, and then the next one we can just, for example, say, do we want to copy the settings? Do we want to just say new or blank? Blank, I think, for example, disables everything. Copy settings keeps everything how it is right now, and new, I guess, I don't actually know what new is. I guess maybe just everything is enabled. So for example, now if we click on blank, it gives us this, and then we can call this, for example, background. And what is in the background? Let's see, is it in here? Nope, it's here, the environment collection. And this is the background that we need. In theory, we could also enable the camera just so we can see where it is, but that's really all we need here, because this background is just emitting color, emitting light by itself, so it doesn't need any lights. Of course, if there's something that needs lights, which we're going to see in a second, then we also need to enable the lights, but for the background, we don't need it. Next up, after the background, let's create one for the colors of Luffy, of our model. So then we just go in here again and we create another blank scene and call it, for example, colors. I would also not include the VFX in the colors. I would separate those out too as well. And for example, if you have multiple characters that are maybe like let's say you have like a structure set up on your scene where you have like a character in the front, some VFX, and then another character, and then some more VFX. I might probably even do 2 VFX layers and 2 character layers, including 2 colors, 2 line art, and whatever, right? Just to have as much freedom with them as possible. Now let's set up the colors. And for the colors, we want, of course, the geometry. Something else we're missing right now is all the shading, all the lighting. Look at this bald spot right here, just because of how I set up the hair for this. It's just, you know, some planes on the side. So what we need here, of course, also are the lights. And there you go. That looks a lot better. But something I actually almost forgot is I also used the grease pencil to do some color adjustments, as you can see here. I added some color adjustments, and then I also, or shading adjustments rather, and then I also added some lines on the hat, for example. So now we need to think, okay, so if we use the grease pencil for colors, we also, of course, need to include it in the colors layer. So if, for example, here in this example, we have a grease pencil object that has shadows and or colors and lines, there isn't really a way to enable one or the other for each view layer. So what we basically have to do is duplicate this and then separate them that way. So we have one where, for example, the lines are enabled, and then one where the colors are enabled. Yeah, so that's a little bit of annoying in the exporting process of grease pencil. If you have, like, for example, one grease pencil object with like VFX and colors and lines and all that stuff, you would have to basically duplicate them or like separate them all out, which is a bit annoying. Maybe there's a better way, and if somebody, for example, comments a better way, then I'll make sure to include it in the course page. But for now, that's how I found it works best. What we need here now are not the lines, but the colors. So we just hide the colors. And for this now, for the view layers, you don't want to use the screen, you want to use these eyes. The eyes are local, so they can be different between each view layer. The screen is basically global. You cannot have a different setting there between each view layer, and so you want to use the eyes for your view layers. Of course, we also don't need the body line art, so we can get rid of that too. And I think that's everything we need for this. Quick correction on this right here. It isn't enough to just disable or enable this. It's still going to be rendered when you click the icon, the eye icon. What you have to do actually is probably separate the individual things you either want to toggle on or off in the render with collections like this. So here, for example, for the colors, I now created a grease pencil collection which has the grease pencil object which have the colors, and grease pencil objects which have the lines. And for the colors layer, then of course I want to make sure the lines are off, but then for the lines layer I want to make sure that the colors are off. And this way you can make sure that only the collections that are enabled will be rendered. So then let's go to the next one. We also have one for lines, of course. So then we need the lines back, but of course we don't need the colors right here. There you go. Okay, so now we have the colors and we have the lines as well. And I think that's really it for this. If I had some VFX, of course, I would then separate them out as well, but I didn't have them here. So I'm just gonna stick with this. The next thing I want to quickly just go through and check again are the view layers. Oh, also as a quick reminder, this kind of like creating multiple layers for the same thing, like color, for example, can also apply, for example, for environments. Whenever you think like multiple layers make sense, you would, apply that and do that to whatever element of the scene you have. You could even have a VFX like effect. There's like, for example, the one that we've seen before with like the stars and then the fiery streaks. You could, for example, separate the stars from the fiery streaks as well if you want. So you can, you can just kind of choose what you want to do. Something else I want to mention for these view layers, if you're not using the grease pencil line art, but for example, using the inverted hole or textures are really hard to work with here. You have to be a bit more tricky with how you can export things. If you, for example, use the inverted hole method, where the line art object, the hole, right, is basically behind the original object, and then if you were to render it in individual layers, you would have like basically this whole black silhouette as one layer of the inverted hole object. But if you, for example, want to render the inverted hole layer as lines, how they actually visually look around the character, you would have to use a method called holdout that you can then apply, for example, to the actual original model that the inverted hole is applied to. Let's say, for example, here you want the sphere to be removed behind the hat, but also not make the hat visible in this render layer, because this render layer is meant for the sphere. What you can do is go in here into the restriction toggles and enable this little thing right here, which is a holdout. And then if you go here to your collections, for example, you can either set this on collections or on individual geometry or objects. But basically now if you click this, it makes all of these things that are in the collection basically remove what is behind them and make it transparent. Basically, that's what you call a holdout. This works on the collection that the objects are in, but it doesn't work on the object on a collection where collections are in. So you have to basically go to the collection where the things are actually in. So here, for example, we have like all these proximity things. So here for this it works, but it doesn't work for if I put it on the main geometry collection. Just something to keep in mind. This is a way you can make sure that you only really render what is actually visible. I guess when you have layers, it doesn't matter as much, but maybe there is a case where you actually have to cut it out, and then you know how you can do it. So now that we set up all the view layers, we can check them again. So we have the background, we have the colors, and then we have the lines. And if you don't see your background how I do have it right now, you should go back to all the way to the beginning where we set up our Blender scene. And there you want to make sure that you click on the transparent tick box. And now that we know that we have all these layers, let's go through the other settings that we need to set. The first thing I want to check is we need to go to the view layer settings right here. So what should be enabled here? The first thing that should be enabled is combined, which is basically just everything. The second thing that should be enabled is Z, and you want to make sure that that is the case for all layers. I think we said Z, we enabled Z in the Blender setup in the beginning, but just to make sure, right? We're going through everything again. Z should be enabled. Z is kind of like a depth pass that is, for example, important for grease pencil stuff. So if you're rendering, if you have like grease pencil objects, for example, that are part of the environment, you need to have the Z pass enabled, because otherwise the lines will just appear in front of everything else. So make sure that Z pass is enabled. The next one you want to enable are actually nothing here, only the object and material cryptomats. That's all you really need here. So we want to combine. We want to have combined, we want to have Z, object, and material. And this we want to do for the everything layer. We want to have the object and material selected. And now we also need to go and do the same thing for all other view layers. But for these view layers, we don't need object and material. We only need it for the everything. And what cryptomats are, why we enable them, they allow you to select objects in the scene, in the compositor, much easier than, for example, saying, oh, I want to select this color. Let's say you have two objects, one is black and one is dark brown. It gets very hard to distinguish with your color picker which one you want to select and adjust. So with the cryptomat, it basically gives each object or each material a different number or ID. And through that, each one is easily identifiable, and you just click on it and then it's automatically selected. But this we only need for once, right? We only need it for the everything, where everything's actually in one layer. For the other individual layers, we only need combined and Z. But we want to make sure that that is the case for all of this. Now let me talk about some special cases, okay? Some special special people out there, okay? Maybe it's you. For example, if you're using texture-based line art. Texture-based line art requires to use AOVs to add them to an individual layer, to a separate layer. AOVs are awesome, overpowered vehicles. I don't know what it's called. I think it's like something arbitrary, orb vans, I don't know, okay? But what they basically allow you to do is, imagine you have a noise texture that you then use, for example, as a texture as your color. What you can do is actually create a render pass that basically only renders that texture on that object. Here, for example, you can see this quite well. So this is the texture on the code. And you can see we have some lines in there as well. And we want to, of course, now separate the line art from the color. That's why using textures for line art can be so painful. So how do we do this now? The first thing we want to do is somehow select the line art. And since usually line art is basically pure black, we can just use a math node and set this, for example, to greater than. And if we plug the color in there, basically everything is white that isn't pure black, which means pure black is 0. So the lower we set this value here, the more accurately we can select the line art. And this looks pretty good. So this would now basically be all the line art of the texture. It worked fairly well here, but it can be a bit harder for some other textures. For example, I actually got lucky because this is pretty dark too, but of course this is even darker. So that's why it was able to select only one and not the other. But if you have textures where it doesn't work that well, something else you can also try is to use a separate color node and then do the same operation for all individual channels. So you can do it for the red channel, for the green channel, and for the blue channel. And then you can either see which one works best. So for example, here the red one has the biggest contrast between light and dark. So the red one here would be the best. But in my case, I don't need to do that. I can just use the color right there and then it, selects the line art for me. So now how do we create one of those AOVs? All we really need is an AOV output. And then we just plug the value into the color and the value can just say 1. The value is like an input that we don't really need, but I just set it to 1. Why not? Because I like the number 1, I don't know. And then we need to also call this something. Let's call it, for example, texture lines, let's say. So now we've basically said, I want this texture to be its own render pass. And it's supposed to be called texture lines. But this will not work until we not also have added this AOV name into the shader AOV window right here. So we need to go in here and call this texture lines, just copy and paste it from here to here. So now we have a separate export of this and then the main thing that we can see right here. So if you were to render this now, this is the normal render. And then I think if we go in here, we can see a new render layer. We have the combined one, right? The one that has everything. And then we have the texture lines right here. And this is what it gives you in the end. This is basically now the exported line separated from everything else. So what you could do now is, let's say you can just pick the white color and remove it, for example. Let's say, oh, everything that is white should be gone. So everything is transparent except for the black lines in compositing. Or you could just keep it like this and then just multiply it on top of the rest, right? You can then put this on top again, but at least now you have it as a separate layer that you can then manipulate in some kind of way. What I usually like to do, because oftentimes there isn't only one model that has line art textures. If there is one, I like to make this a group like this. And then I can basically just go in here and call this, for example, lines AOV. And then all I need to do is copy this. Let's say we go to the next thing here, which would be the body. We bring this in here, and then we need to just identify where the lines come from, which come from here. You can see these are the lines. So this texture needs to be basically plugging into the color. And now if we render this again, you can see in the texture lines, now this part here is also included. So this way you can separate the lines into their own layers if they're part of the textures, which gets a bit more complicated, but I told you shouldn't use texture lines, but you did it anyway. Yeah, but at least, it's still possible to render it out that way. Okay, so we've set up the view layer settings. and we have all the view layers set up. Now let's quickly go through the render settings, because there's a few settings that I haven't mentioned yet in the Blender setup that we now need to set up, because they can look visually a bit weird if you're working in Blender, but we need them when you're exporting the Blender file or the Blender end result. And that's why I don't want to enable them in the beginning, but now we need to enable them. The first thing we need to make sure is that anti-aliasing is disabled. There's a couple of ways you can do that. You can either set the render sampling to 1, which isn't really that practical, so I wouldn't recommend it. The easier way of doing it is to go down here into your film and just set the filter size to the smallest one. Just drag it to the left, all the way to the left. 0.01 I think is the smallest one, and that should work quite well. If you want, you can also go to your grease pencil settings and just disable anti-aliasing, but if you have set this filter size down, it should already work. So, but you know, just to make sure you could disable this as well if you wanted to. The reason why we want to disable anti-aliasing is because that makes selecting separate specific colors much easier in compositing. That's why we want to do that. And we're going to add anti-aliasing afterwards in compositing anyway. If you're using textures, so in here, for example, if you're using textures, you can't just disable anti-aliasing. That will not be enough. You have to make sure that your texture right here, your line art texture, the interpolation is set from linear to closest. And you of course have to do that for every texture. This is linear. You can see it's a bit smoother and a bit blurred out. And then if we set it to closest, it is crisp as it needs to be and should be, okay? So this is how you do it for textures. In Pencil Plus, for example, there's a setting in the Pencil Plus settings right here, right in the Pencil Plus menu. There's an anti-aliasing value slider that you can switch. You set it to 0 and that should work to disable all anti-aliasing. Okay, so now that we've also already done that, now is basically everything set. That's really the only setting that we really had to make sure that is enabled or disabled, I guess, depending on how you want to see it. Then we want to just make sure that everything here looks how we set it in the Blender settings in the beginning of this course. Like hide bit depth, like high cube size and cascade size and all that stuff. Filter size, of course, lowest as possible. Make it transparent, enable transparent. And these settings will also be the same for all view layers, so you don't have to go through these for every one of them. Here, for example, if you use simplify, you want to make sure, of course, that for the render, it's set to the max subdivision level. And then you also want to make sure, of course, as we said in the beginning, to set the view transform to standard and the look to none, and then exposure 0 and gamma 1. And that's basically all you need to make sure that is the case. Now we can create the final files. So we can switch to the compositor right here, and then we can see this. So what is this really? This node is basically responsible for showing you the render result. If I were to plug this out, you wouldn't see the render anymore in your like little window that pops up. And then if we look at this node, this is basically the render layer or view layer node. So this view layer node currently shows us the outputs that we set here in the view layer settings for the everything scene. See, we have the cryptomat object and material here, as well as the depth, which was Z, the Z path, as well as image and alpha. Alpha just means transparency. But of course, we also set up some more layers. So let's now create multiple nodes for those as well. We have the background, we have the colors, and we had the lines. So these are all the layers that we set up. Now, how do we combine them to create two final files? Well, all we really need is an output file output. And of course, if you're using freestyle, for example, there's a setting where you can say render as a separate layer, and then that should be part of one of these nodes. Somewhere in here, there should be a freestyle output. It's probably going to be the everything layer. If you're using Pencil Plus, there's an extra separate output node that you can add into the scene as well, which is just called something like Pencil Plus render output or something. It's going to be below all of these. Yeah, if you want to learn more about that, check out the line art section of the course. So we have the file output, and this we can now use to automatically save the file in a certain folder. We want to have two of these, so let's create two. Just duplicate one, right? And then we can go in here and look at the node settings. In this, we can't really see much, but if we press N, with the node selected, we can see all the node properties right here if we open the properties panel. The first one, of course, is the base file path. So here we just click on the folder, and then we can select where we want to save this. Let me save this, for example, in my Blender folder, my project folder for this. Of course, you can also just type a name in here. So for example, what I like to do for my names, the first output file that we're going to create is going to be the beauty file. So what I like to do is, for example, call this something like, if this is the Luffy scene, we call it like Luffy or One Piece. Let's call it like One Piece 3D anime. And then of course in the end we call it beauty. And then I also like to add an underscore afterwards, because what Blender does for a longer animation, if you do an animation, you want to make sure, or I like to have an underscore at the end of the name, because Blender at the end of the name that you give the file adds the frame number. And if you don't have this underscore, it basically just, you know, puts it like right here, which then looks like this. And I just prefer to have a little underscore there. So if you add the underscore right there, it then adds the numbers after that. So that's how I, for example, create my name. It just calls this, and then in the end, make sure that it's called beauty. You could even make it capitalized if you want to, so it's easier to see, and then you just accept. There you go. And we can see not only, of course, the path in here on the node, but also in here. Next, we have these settings right here, the other settings. So this is going to be the beauty file, which means all the layers that we can visibly see. And for that, we want to make sure we're going to use OpenEXR multi-layer. And then we set the color depth to float half, codec DWAA, color management. Make sure that you change the color management to override linear rec 709. So which are all the visible layers that we need? Well, we first of all have the color, or let's say we have the environment layer. Then we can add another one right here, add an input. We have the colors, we have the lines. The everything one we don't really need, because we want the individual layers, right? But if you want to, of course, you could add another one and call it like everything, but you're not going to really use it in the end. And if you want to delete one again, you can just go in here and click this X, and then it's gone. Okay, so for this scene, we only really have environment, colors, and lines. And you can see the inputs now in here as well. So all we really need to do now is grab the background node and plug it into the environment. I guess you could call it background just to make it, you know, the same background. For example, we have the colors, we plug it into the colors, and then we have the lines and we put it into the lines. And then the beauty file is already set up. Now let's set up the other file, the file that will help us select colors and all that stuff a little easier. For this, we want to make sure that we set, of course, we can basically copy the same path if you want, like this, and then, for example, just call it data in the end. So you can save them in wherever you want, of course, but you want to make sure that this one is called data, so that the second one doesn't override the first one. And then we need to make sure that we once again use OpenEXR multi-layer, but for this one, we're going to use color depth full, codec, zip, and then color management override, and not linear rec. We want to use non-color. This basically just makes sure that any data that these crypto mats have will not be changed in any way. If you don't use zip, but something that is lossy, it will not work. It will be very noisy selections, and it just will not work. So you need to make sure that it's at least like something lossless. I just use zip. From what I've seen, that works the best. And then make sure that it's non-color. And of course, we want to use EXR multi-layer. So what do we have? Well, we basically have 6 inputs that we need, because all of these need individual inputs. So we're going to add 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There you go. And then we just call it like crypto obj underscore 000. And then we have 01 and we have 02. And for this one, we have crypto mat 0001 and 02. And then we basically just plug them in. And then we can just kind of quickly see if everything is properly set up. We have background, background, colors, colors, lines, lines, crypto object, 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 material, 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 material. Nice. And you need to make sure that the object and material, whatever, have 000 as the first one, then 1, and then 2, not 1, 2, 3. I don't know if that makes a big difference, but, you know, as long as we just put the same thing in as we generated, it should work well. And this is basically everything you need to do for this. So now the export is basically set up. You're going to render this out, and you're going to see 2 new files wherever you set these to be saved in. And once it has gone through all the layers and rendered them all, you can also, you know, check them again if everything looks right. So in here, for example, You can switch between the individual layers. If you click one that has multiple passes, for example, like the everything layer, you can see you can also switch and look through all the passes on the right. It opens up another drop menu. This is what a cryptomac looks like in Blender, at least. And then you can see like the everything layer, the background layer, the colors, and the lines. And once you render your whole animation, for example, you're going to have a bunch of beauty files for each frame and a bunch of data files for each frame. I would recommend not to use video files, because the problem with video files is if you render it out and at some point, like in the middle, for example, of an animation, it crashes. The whole previous rendered frames are also broken. And that's why we want to render each frame individually. And it's probably good if you're doing multiple frames to also make sure that you have like a beauty folder and a data folder, so that you don't have both of these in one folder. Of course, this is more like a organization thing. So you could just have them all in one, and since you've named them beauty and data, they're easy to separate. But you know, if you want to separate them even more, you can create their own folders as well. So now nothing but stands between us and compositing anymore. So now let's finalize our creation and make it look as good as possible. Okay, well, we've reached the last step on our journey. This is the last thing we're going to cover together. I hope you had a good time so far. And now let's get into how you can make your animation look as good as possible. In the last step, we made sure that we export our animation as good as possible. And now in this last step, we're going to make sure that the final animation is going to look as good as possible. I'm also going to cover real quick why you should never use Blender for compositing, okay? And then of course we're going to go into the general settings and workflow. Some of you might have never used Davinci, so I'm going to try to make sure that it's going to be as clear and easy to understand as possible. And then we're going to cover what techniques are commonly used in anime, how you can use them in your projects, for example. I also have some custom effects that I'm going to give you, and that are going to be on the course page that you can download. And yeah, so let's now cover how you can implement all that into your own animations to create one final awesome looking animation. Let's first start by covering how anime is being composited in the industry, I guess you could call it, or traditionally. So 2D anime compositing is generally being made, I think like 99% of the time, in After Effects. I have spent a lot of time seeing and finding the differences between After Effects and Davinci, like things you can only do in one and not in the other. And in my experience so far, I have not found many things you cannot do, or really anything you can do. You can recreate in Davinci that you can do in After Effects. There are, for example, some like add-ons or like different extra stuff that you can get that of course then are specific to After Effects, but oftentimes you can find similar effects in DaVinci Resolve as well. So I've never really found a moment where I think like, oh, I just can't do this in DaVinci Resolve. So that is already one reason why you should use DaVinci Resolve. Another one is, instead of After Effects, because After Effects costs a lot of money, okay, per year, DaVinci Resolve is free. Ooh, look at that, just like Blender. There's a free version for DaVinci Resolve, and then there's also a paid version. The paid version has like a few more effects that they give you, like more advanced effects that are good for like advanced editors or like create like effects and stuff like that. But in general, you can do probably, let's say, like 80 to 90% of what you can do in the paid version also in the free version. So it's not really like you need it. And I don't think for anime editing you really need it at all. I have the paid version because I use it for my editing my videos, of course. There it makes a bit more sense, but for anime editing or like compositing, I don't think it really makes that much sense. There should be also a link in the course page for where to download DaVinci Resolve, and then, you know, it should lead you to the free or paid version. Of course, you can also pay it immediately, but why would you even do that if you've never used it before? If you're rich, then I guess you could do it, I don't know. Then let's also answer, why not use Blender? Blender has compositing. Why don't we just use Blender? We've already created everything else in Blender, so why not use Blender for that compositing little last step as well, right? Why do we have to use this whole new program? Basically, the way I like to describe DaVinci Resolve when it comes to compositing versus Blender is DaVinci Resolve is Blender, but just better in every way, okay? That's why I'm saying don't use Blender for compositing, okay? The way you composite in DaVinci Resolve and the way you composite in Blender is the same way. You use nodes. Blender has all the different render layers. We exported all the different render layers and we can access them now through our files that we've created in DaVinci as well. I don't know of a single benefit of using Blender over Davinci. Davinci is easier to use because it is faster in terms of like playback and whatever. It also has just more tools and more effects than Blender. So I don't really see a reason why you should use Blender. I'm not trying to say that Blender's compositing is like bad or like you should never use it because it's so bad. What I'm trying to say is just that everything you have in Blender, you have in Davinci, and then more and better. So that's what I'm saying. Just use Davinci. Of course, the nodes in Davinci are going to be slightly different than in Blender, but if you know how to use one system of nodes, like one node system, learning a new one really only means learning what nodes you have available in this new system. So now that we talked about why we want to use Davinci, let's get into Davinci and actually create our scene. First of all, if you haven't used Davinci ever, there's going to be links in the course page for a beginner tutorial for Davinci Resolve if you want to learn just a bit more about this stuff, more than I'm trying to cover here. I'm going to try to cover this as if you don't know anything about it, but if you want to learn a little bit more, you think like I'm passing over something that you like, I've missed something that you don't understand, maybe the beginner tutorial can teach you about it. And then I also have another beginner tutorial about Fusion, which is what we're going to use for compositing. So I have basically two beginner tutorials for two different sections to hopefully get you through this as easily as possible. When you open Davinci for the first time, if you've never used it before, you might see something other than this, but that's, I think, because you need to maybe change some settings or whatever, but at some point you should reach this point where you can basically, look at all your projects. And if you, of course, haven't done any project yet, you should just see nothing, I guess. So what we want to do, of course, for this new animation is create a new project. So we just go down here and we click New Project. Then we can give it a name. Let's call it, for example, One Piece Luffy Summer. I don't know, just something, of course, that fits for your animation or for your project. You can also change the location, but I usually actually don't change this. And then also you can change the media location. I haven't really changed the location ever. I actually don't really know what it does, but it has never caused problems for me to change this, to keep it where it is. So you can just keep it right there. And then we just click on Create. And it should open the Davinci Resolve window, the main working window. So this is what you're going to work with mainly. Yours is probably going to look a little bit different than mine because the first thing I want to make you aware of are these tabs down there. Look at all these different tabs right here. We have the editing tab, we have the fusion tab, we have colors, Fairlight, which is for sound, and then for the deliver, which is the export one. And then there should be two more here on the left for you, probably that you're on right now, which is, I think, like the default where you can put like clips together or something. We're not going to use that one at all. That's why I disabled this one, because I've never used it in my life. I don't actually know how you disable it now because I couldn't tell you. But what I want to make you aware of, just to follow this in the easiest way, switch from this tab down here over to the edit tab. Click on this and then you should basically see something very similar to what I'm seeing right now. Let me quickly explain what we see here, because this can be probably kind of confusing, like what is this, what is this, what is this? So first of all, just like in Blender, we have a timeline, which is this thing right here. Of course, I can't scroll it right now because we don't have a timeline or like a project actually created, but this is where you can scroll, through your animation and playback and whatever. Here on the left, we have effects. And if you don't see this, all of the tabs that I have currently open can be shown or hidden with these buttons right here. So for example, the effects tab might be disabled for you or not shown. So then it might look like this. Or if there's another one enabled like the index, it might look like this. Or like sound library. I've never used sound library, but could be here, right? And then keyframes is this one. But I think by default you see the media pool and then the effects, so it looks like this. We don't need the effects for our work, so we could even just like disable, so we basically only have this left. And what this is, as I said before, the media pool. The media pool is basically all the files you import into this project. The way this works is that it doesn't like save the files in this project, just like Blender does with textures, for example, but it actually just links them into this project. So if you move a file from one folder, for example, to another folder, it will then say, oh, it's missing, where's the file, right? It's going to mark it in red and it's going to tell you that the link is broken. And if that happens, this thing should turn red, this little relink media icon, and then you can click on here and it should tell you what is missing, and you can then say where the folder is that it is in now, where you can find the files. It's kind of like the what's it called? There's like an option in Blender as well where you can do that, like find missing files. That's basically the same thing what this thing does. We now know where to put our files and we know how to navigate with this thing right here. Oh, and then of course here, this thing. The next thing that we have here, of course, is this big gray box, which is going to basically be your preview. So if you play something right here, it's going to be shown right here. And then the last thing we have here is this big box, which is for properties. It's kind of similar to Blender's object or like general properties panel, where you can change things like speed of the video, volume of the video, and all that kind of stuff. That's what you can find right here. With this one can also change to other things. So right now we can see the inspector, we can see like metadata, mixer, and quick export, but this stuff we don't really need for this project. All we really need is the inspector if we want to work with this, and that's all we really need. So in the end, it should look something like this. So we have the media pool enabled, nothing else, and then here we have the inspector enabled and nothing else. How do we now bring our files in here? Well, first of all, we just open our project, of course, where we saved it. And then in the render, I saved it in here. I have these two files, the beauty file and the data file. And you can see here now the frame number right there as well. For you, if you have, of course, multiple frames, there should be like a whole lot of files. And the cool thing is that Davinci Resolve actually recognizes if there's a sequence of files, basically. If the files create a sequence, it's going to import them all in one batch and create one file, visible one file in here. So even if you import like 1,000 frames per data and beauty, it will only show one beauty file and one data file. And then it says like beauty _ 0001 to 1000. So that's how it's going to work. So if you only see two files, don't worry. That just means if they say multiple frame numbers or frame range, that means that all of them are included. So if we just drag them in here now, they are in our project. If you want to rename these, you can, for example, left click and then after a second, left click again. If you want to preview them, you can double click on them and that's going to show you this. They're not going to be very useful to preview like this because we have to set them up first, but I just wanted to tell you this. Now that we have the files in our project, the next thing we need to do is determine our project settings. It maybe by default has created the settings for me already, but if that isn't the case for you and it asks you, oh, what project settings do you want to use? Let me show you what we want to use, right? To change your project settings, if it doesn't ask you in the beginning, you click on this little cogwheel down here, and then you can have your timeline format and all that, basically your project settings right here. Probably, you know, if you're doing normal anime, you're going with 1920 by 1080. Even if you rendered it with a lower resolution, now it's the time to basically scale it up and fit it into this 1920 by 1080 frame. Of course, you can also create like a 4K image, but I think for anime, it's more traditional to do 1920 by 1080. And then we also want to make sure that the timeline frame rate is set to 24 because that's what we've rendered it out as in Blender. So we want to make sure that the timeline frame rate is 24 in here as well. Same with the playback frame rate. And that's really all that we need to do here. So as long as this is like this, we can then just say save, and there you go. Now we have the files, we have our project settings, but you know, where do we put the files? What we need now is a timeline, basically a container that can contain these two files on the timeline, right? And for that, we can just right click in the media pool right here, right click timelines, create new timeline. This we can call whatever. Let's just call it like One Piece 3D Anime. And then the rest can basically stay default. So video tracks and audio tracks can be 3. Audio track type, stereo, empty timeline, and use project settings, the ones that we just set. And then we just click create. This will have created a new thing in here, which is called One Piece 3D Anime, the one that we just created, which is the timeline. I guess you can separate them, or you can distinguish them based on the icon, I guess. And then we can take this and drag it either in here, or it will probably has already opened this timeline on here on the actual like timeline like this. If it doesn't do that, you can double click on it and then it should open it right here. Now we have a timeline, and in theory, right, we could just put these in here. Oops, put these in here. But that's not how we're going to work like this. This will now have created a timeline for us, and the timeline is important if you, for example, have multiple scenes for your animation. So if you, for example, have multiple, like let's say scene 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, here then you would want to put all your scenes, but each scene will be in a separate other container. Okay, this might be a bit confusing, but this will be the timeline where all the scenes will be. And now we need to create a container for each scene that contains all the layers. So these two things. Right now, of course, we only have one scene, but if we had multiple, we would create multiple for each of these scenes. And the way we do that is by creating another new thing. So we right click and then we say new fusion composition. Fusion is what we basically use to composite all the things together and create the final look of the animation. So we're going to say new fusion composition, and then we can call this, for example, like scene 1, frame rate 24, duration and time code doesn't really matter that much. And then we just basically say create. And now we have this right here. This is the icon for a fusion composition. And now we can take this and pull it in here. If you want to make this smaller for some reason, like I like to have them small, there's some settings right here. So you could, for example, make the video layer smaller, and then the audio can be smaller too. Quickly, how you navigate on this timeline, middle mouse button allows you to scrub through, or you can just use the bar right here. You can use left click to move this, right, the playback head. And then here you can just take things, for example, like this, and move them around. I'm not going to go super deep into how to edit in DaVinci Resolve. That's why I gave you the beginner tutorials. They're going to go a little deeper into how to actually edit in DaVinci Resolve. We're going to talk about the compositing and how you can create the final image with the two files that we just created. Now we have the container for our layers, right? This is the scene 1. If you had another one, of course, you can say new fusion composition, scene 2, and then we have another one right here. And then we could do stuff like, oh, like this one should be a bit shorter, so I'm going to cut it right here, and then I can bring this closer. And that's what this timeline is for. Once you've set up your scenes in here, you can then composite them together in this big timeline. So now that we have these two in here, how are we going to actually use them? Because like they're supposed to be containers for our layers, but how do we put layers in there now? Well, I think the easiest way to do that is to go back in here into the media pool. We basically just go to scene 1, for example, the first fusion composition, and then we just double click on it. Look at that, another new UI to explore. Okay, this probably looks a bit different than what you might see right now. So let's go through how you can set it up like this, because I think this is the best way to work. And I'm going to show you the settings that I think you should use to work most efficiently with Fusion, basically. You can already see we have the node system right here, and then this one is basically the preview window again, and here we have the timeline just set up in a slightly different way. The structure is a bit different, and we have all the resources that we put into the file here as well. The media pool is what it's called. So it's pretty similar to what we had in the previous tab right here in the editing tab as well. The new one right here is this one, which is the node window now. So these are the nodes. It might look a bit different to you, but if you see the look of them, you probably see that it's just a bit structured a bit differently for you. And then here we also have the inspector, which was the one which has all the properties for different things. Like for example, now if I select this, you can see the properties for the media out node. Next to this timeline, we also have a timeline right here to play back in case you like this one more. I usually switch between these, so both of them can be good. But now let's go into how you can set it up like this. First of all, let's go up here to all these and go to workspace and use layout presets, fusion presets. Yours is probably set to default right now, and the one you want to use is mid flow, which gives you this right here. You can see this has changed for me right now because I didn't have it set to the default. What this basically is just two different preview windows. So if you want to preview two different nodes, for example, you can put one here and then put one here. This can be very useful. If you only want to see one of these preview windows, you can, for example, click on this button and then the other one gets hidden. If you click on this one, the other one gets hidden. Before we set up anything else, I want to show you what these settings actually visually change. So let's first put something in here so that we can see something, right? And the first thing I want to import here is the beauty file. And the way we just do that is by dragging it from here from the media pool over here and create a new node like this. And now we have created a media in node. The media in node basically is just the nodes that contain some kind of file that we imported in here into the media pool. So whenever we pull something from here in here, it's going to be inside a media in node. Now, if you, for example, pull this over here into the preview window, it's going to show us a preview of this node. So this is how you can preview nodes. You can either click on one of these two buttons right here and assign them to a preview window, or you can also just draw and drag the node over here. Let's, for example, say we want to preview the media out node right here, and then we want to preview the media in node right here. I think the description already kind of describes what they do, but basically the media out node is the final node. It's basically the output that you can then see in the editing tab for the fusion composition, and the media in is basically just, you know, something that it puts a file into this node system. How do these nodes work compared to Blender? Let me kind of compare them to Blender's nodes. I think that makes it the easiest. The look of the nodes doesn't really change that much. They might have a different shape and structure slightly different, but in general, I think they're pretty similar. What is of course different is, first of all, the preview thing right here, which doesn't exist in Blender. And then also these little attachments right here, the colored ones, which here it is yellow, here it is blue, and then the gray one, which is on both of these. The colored ones are inputs. So in Blender, you would see them on the left side of a node. And then the gray ones are the outputs. So in Blender, you would see them on the right side. So now, for example, if I grab the output of this node and drag it over to the input of this node, all of a sudden we can see something in the media out node preview. And it looks basically the same because we just put this in here. Something also to note is that right now, of course, the output and input are vertically, where in Blender it's horizontal. But if you move these, I think they also change position. The color, of course, just like in Blender, the colors of the inputs have different meanings. Really, the only ones you need to care about right now are the blue one, the yellow one, and then I think that's really it. The pink one isn't really that important. The beige, the cyan one, I don't really know what that is. The most important one out of all of these are the yellow ones. The yellow ones are basically the main input, which is the color input. And that's why we also plugged this node into the yellow one, because the media output takes the final color output and then shows that in the fusion composition. So now that we know that this is the color, what is the blue one? The blue one is for transparency, or for using a mask. Let's say we add a circle. This would probably look different for you here, this little top thing. This is basically like effects that I saved right here to just put them in here rather than using the add menu, which we're going to get to at some point. Let's say, for example, we take this ellipse right here, and we want to use this ellipse that you can see right here, right in the circle. We want to use this ellipse as a mask for the media in node. We can also preview the ellipse, of course, which looks like this. So this would be what a mask looks like. White is visible, black is invisible, and then we can take this and plug it into the blue, and then all of a sudden we only see what is inside the circle. And if I move this, you can see it only shows the inside of the circle. So that is what the blue input is for. Let's look at another node, which I think also has an important input, which is the merge node. This is what a merge node looks like. I just added two simple colors right here. This one is black, and let's just make this one, for example, cyan, for example. So now we have a cyan color and we have a black color. These are two background nodes. Now, if I want to merge them together, I can use the merge node. Let's say, for example, I want to have the blue. I'm going to put it into the yellow. So this is the main color input. And then we also have a green input. What does the green input do? The way that the green input works is basically both green and yellow are color inputs, but yellow is the first color, and then green gets put on top of yellow, which means that if we preview this merge node and then we put the black color into the green, all of a sudden it turns black because the black color is supposed to be put on top of the cyan one. If I, for example, now use another circle as a mask on this background node, you can see the blue outside of the black because I am masking it out so that we can only see the black in the circle, and underneath that you can see the blue. If I change the color now, you can see how it changes. So this is what the green input does. This is, for example, important once we want to merge our layers, all the different layers we've created. We want to use the merge node to bring them all together and sort them based on which one should be top, which one should be bottom. We want to put the line out on top of the line, the colors and stuff like that. That's why we want to use merge nodes. How do we even add nodes? I have already added like nodes from here, but these are not all the nodes that we can add. These are just basically the ones I've saved up here to access them quicker. So how do we add nodes? Well, the way you do that is by just being in here somewhere and then pressing Shift Spacebar. Pressing Shift Spacebar, you open this add menu, and then you can basically look for or search for what you're looking for. Let's say, for example, we want to add a background node. Yeah, right. The one that we added, which gives us a color. We just click the background node and then we say add, and then we have a new background node in here. The background node is useful for basically solid colors, or let's go into the settings right here in the inspector now. If you don't see this, make sure that you click here in the inspector, and then you can see we have these settings for the background node. And each node also has different settings. So whenever I click on a different node, you can see different settings right here. This one is kind of like the end panel from the compositor that we just went through. So whenever I click any of these, they have different settings. And oftentimes they also have multiple tabs right here. So this might be one settings tab, and then up here we have another one for the image tab, and then we have another one for more settings. Let's say, for example, we want to change the color of this background. We just go in here into the color tab, and then we change the color right here, either with this, or we can also change the sliders like this. If it's easier or whatever, you can do it with that, for example, as well. Usually, I don't really change the image layer that much, but the settings layer can be useful. Here, for example, you can enable stuff like motion blur. So for example, if you use like zoom ins or whatever, you can enable motion blur, for example, but that's something more advanced, I guess. We're not going to get into that right now. Another quick tip, which can be helpful, is you can not only connect a node by just taking the gray and then putting it into a color output, you can also take the gray, hold Alt, and then let go over the node you want to connect it to. And then it's going to tell you all the connections that you can put it in, or all the inputs you can put it in. Let's say, for example, we have a merge node, and if you don't know what the green means, or any other color, for example, you can just pull this out, hold Alt, let go over the node, and then it tells you, oh, we have the background, we have the foreground, and we have the effect mask. That's what this blue one is. The blue one is an effect mask. Okay, so now we know how to add nodes, how to move nodes, and how to connect them together. Next up, let's talk about the different settings I want you to set so that this is properly set up and it works exactly how you want it to work, okay? So basically just like a few extra settings that I would like you to change to not run into any issues later. The first thing I want you to change, you can access most of these settings right here with right click. The first one I want you to change is in the options and then build flow vertically. You can also set it to build for horizontally. I think horizontal is the default, but I would say vertically is better because the nodes are like super flat. So it makes more sense in terms of space wise to sort them vertically than putting them all next to each other like this. But if you like the horizontal more, of course, you can also use horizontal. It doesn't really matter that much. Another one that is probably set by default for you already, but I tried the other one, the orthogonal pipes, is you can choose between those, the orthogonal pipes or the direct pipes. Orthogonal pipes basically creates these geometric straight lines, whereas if we switch this to direct pipes, it creates this straight lines from one to the other. I think I like this one actually more, so I'm actually going to stick with this. The orthogonal pipes can be a bit weird and take up more space than these ones, so I'm just going to stick with these ones actually. I tried the orthogonal pipes, but I like these ones more. The next thing I want to make sure that you have enabled is in right click and then arrange tools. We want to make sure that to connected is enabled. Grid, you can decide whether you want to use it or not, but connected is very useful. What it basically does is when this node, for example, reaches parallel to this node, it automatically snaps into place like this. If I go to side, it snaps like this. So that basically the line right here is straight. Another one that will not be in here, but in the preview is something that we can see if we zoom in very close. What we want to make sure that is disabled, I think, is if we right click here and then we go to options and we uncheck smooth resize. This basically unchecks or disables anti-aliasing in the preview. And now we can see the crisp lines of our picture and each individual pixel. This will be very important once we want to do like color picking and stuff like that. The next one that I want you to disable is if you right click over here again, you want to make sure that force all tile pictures is off. This one basically just gives you like previews on like visual nodes like this, I don't really think it's necessary. Like it makes all of these visual, which in my opinion isn't really necessary because I can also just drag them in here and preview them. I don't really need it, and I don't think you would need it, but if you like it more, you can keep it enabled. But it just makes these nodes much smaller, and I like to have a smaller node system than be able to see each individual like output. I think it also makes the nodes, or like the working with these, a bit laggier, and that's why I also like to make sure that force all tile pictures is off. And then you could even do this for source tile pictures off, which basically, yeah, removes the preview from the media in nodes as well. The last thing as a tip I want to give you is if your playback for your animation is a bit slow, especially for example in the editing tab or even in the fusion tab. So if you want to play this and you realize it starts to stutter and lag, something you can try is if you go over here to the playback, you can change the timeline playback resolution. This allows you to reduce the resolution of your playback, which can help you with video playback and might make it smooth enough for you to actually preview it. And this also of course works in Fusion. So now that we know generally how to work with this, let me show you how we're going to set up our scene. Let's create the basic tree structure where we have all layers connected and everything is set up how we've seen it in the Blender view. And then we can add effects and adjustments and all of that afterwards. First of all, we already have our beauty file in here, and we of course want to keep it. If you want to rename a node, you can press F2 while you have it selected, and then you could call it, for example, beauty, and then press OK, and then we have it right here. We can do the same with the other one, with the crypto mat node or the data node. We just grab it, we put it in here, and then since it only contains the crypto mat, we could, for example, call it crypto and then say OK. And then we have the crypto mat in here as well as the beauty file. If you look back at how we actually saved these files, what we've done is created multiple layers, right, for the beauty file as well as the crypto file. So there's going to be multiple layers saved in these. This one will have the view layers and this one will have the crypto mat layers, right? So how do we access each individual one of these? We can do that by selecting the node, and then here we have the layer drop-down menu. If you click this, we can see the layers that we have saved in here, and we can, for example, say, hey, I want to see the colors. And then we can see the colors in the preview right here because I'm previewing the media out 1. So this is now basically the colors layer. What you want to also do basically now is copy this file to have one for each layer. So I guess it didn't really actually make a whole lot of sense to have this be called beauty. If we control and then V, control and V, we're going to have 2 more. If you have something selected and then press Control and V, it's going to connect them immediately. So it might have just messed up your node system, but that's fine. You can just delete the merge node and then you have both nodes separate. So now for the beauty file, we not only need this, which is going to be called colors. We also want to have this one, which will be the lines. And then this one will be the background. This one is going to be the crypto, of course, but this one can just stay like this, because for this crypto node, we're going to use a crypto mat node, which will identify what the layers are. First of all, we can preview that these all look correct. So does the lines layer look fine? Yep, looks pretty good. You can see the aliasing right there. Does the background look good? Yep. And then the colors look fine too. You might notice that the colors are a bit darker than they should be, but that is intended. We're going to adjust these in a second. But first, let's combine them all together so that the final media out has all layers combined. If we press Shift and spacebar, we can once again add a new node, and we want to use the merge node right there. So now, as we already looked at this merge node, the white one is the lower layer and the green one is going to be put on top of the yellow one. So the lowest layer, of course, is the background. So we're going to put the background into the yellow, and then the colors come afterwards that are going to be on top of the background. So we're going to put the colors into the green. And then if we plug the merge 2 into the media out, it looks like this. Look at that. So we already have now merged the background with the colors. Now all that's missing are the lines. And what should the lines be on top of? Of course, they should be on top of the colors. So we need another merge node right there. We selected and then press add. And then we put this in here. A quick tip for this. If you already have a connection like this, right, this one is already connected right here, you can insert a node like the merge node in here by holding it, moving it, holding shift, and then once it lights up like this, it will be inserted into this line. And then we can just take the lines node and plug it into the green. And there you go. Now everything is connected and everything is in there. Now that we have the layers, let's get into how we can first of all make this look how we remember creating it in Blender, right? This currently is using the linear reg color space, as that's the one that we exported it as, but we want to use the sRGB space in the end. Linear reg, I think, is like the default editing color space, but it's not the default like final output space. So we will need to now convert this to sRGB so that we have the final look set up. And for that, I have added a download link in the course page for all the different nodes we're going to work with and some extra effects for Davinci Resolve that we're going to get through and I'm going to cover in a bit. One of those is going to be the converting linear reg to sRGB node. Once you've downloaded the files and you open it, for example, you should see a bunch of different .settings files in that folder that you just downloaded. In theory, you could just take the file and then drag it in here into this node grid, and it will just create the node that the .setting file is saving or is containing. But there's actually an easier way to use them, and that is to save them internally in Davinci Resolve, so you can just access them from there always. And the way you can do that is, let's go in here into Davinci, and then we go over here and enable the effects tab. And then down here, this should have opened this new effects tab right here. You should see 3 tabs right here. If you expand the tools tab, you can then scroll down right here and find the macros folder. We want to right click on the macros folder and click on show folder. This opens the directory basically where we want to save our files. And then we basically just take all the files and drag them in here. They might have a different name in here than the final ones that I'm going to give you, but like some of these are going to be the ones that you're going to have. So you just take them from the folder that you downloaded, take the files, put them in here, and then you can close this window again. Now, if we're in here, we can access them by right-clicking in here, add tool, macros, and then you can see them all in here. Or if you know the name of them, let's say, for example, there's one in here that, or one for you that should be called linear to sRGB. We can also find it by going into the add menu with shift spacebar and then looking for it with sRGB right here, linear to sRGB. We can add them like that as well. So once you've put them into your folder, you can just go back to Fusion and then here with shift spacebar, look for sRGB. It should pop up the linear to sRGB node. You just hit add and then we get this new node. All it really does is take an input and then turn it into sRGB. And since we have the linear, which is Rec 709, which is what we use to export, is linear, we're taking what we have so far, we're putting it through this node, and then we're putting this into the final media out. And now we can see it looks just like how we see it in Blender. Now that we fixed the colors, there's one more thing we need to fix, and that is right here, the anti-aliasing. Of course, in the end, in the final result, we want to actually have anti-aliasing because it makes the image look much smoother. So we want to add it in here as well. And for that, there's going to be another node, which should just be called something like anime aliasing, which is called anime anti-aliasing, which is also one of the custom nodes you should have now. And if we add that one and put that in here, once again, if you hold shift and hover with a node held over a line, it should show you this highlight, and then you just let go and it connects together. And you can see what it did. It now added anti-aliasing to basically everything like this. Quick fun fact about this node, the anti-aliasing node. The reason why most people do After Effects compositing, so compositing in After Effects for anime, is because some kind of person, I guess in the industry, has developed a plugin that you can install in After Effects that allows you to do anti-aliasing, and a tool that allows you to separate the line art and the colors and then fill the gaps that would remain where the line art would have been with colors, right? So that's 2 tools that exist for After Effects, but they didn't exist for Davinci Resolve. So that was like one of the big roadblocks that I had for like, oh, how can I just do this in Davinci? These tools don't exist, right? But then like a person that I spoke with, they sent me a link of a Twitter post in Japanese about somebody doing a live stream or like a presentation for how they do compositing, anime compositing in Davinci Resolve. And they have a friend that created a custom node, which is the anti-aliasing node that is right there, that created the custom node, and you can download it on their GitHub page and then install it and use it in here. in Davinci Resolve. That's how insanely deep I had to go to be able to do everything you can do in After Effects and basically do the entire anime, creation workflow. That's how deep I had to go to basically finalize and finish and have a complete anime compositing and creation workflow with Blender and Davinci Resolve. It took a different person randomly seeing a Twitter link and then sending it to me, and then me watching like the 1 hour video. I'm probably going to link it in the course page as well if you want to see it, and then watching the entire video, and then in one little section they talk about the anti-aliasing and how you can install it. Like, how would anybody ever find this? I want to make sure that you know about it, okay? That's why you have it in here, okay? So now hopefully more people know about this and I can use, Davinci Resolve for compositing. But yeah, so now we have the aliasing as well as the linear to sRGB nodes in here, and we have basically the final look already here. So if you wanted to, right, if you don't want to do any adjustments, which doesn't really make sense because why would you even export it then bring it into Davinci Resolve? You could export this now and have your final animation. But of course, we want to do some cool stuff to this to make it look even better. Okay, well, now that we have everything set up so that it looks the way that it looks in Blender, let's now go through some of the more common ways that you would probably adjust this to make it look a little bit better, right? The first thing that we could look at, for example, is oftentimes, as I talked before in some section, I don't know which one it was, okay? I was talking about like, if you can change the colors in the shader for when the character is in a yellowish lighting environment and then in a bluish lighting environment, for example, or kind of whatever color, right? Or you could do that in compositing. So how would you, for example, now adjust the colors so that it looks more like the character's actually in the environment that you can see in the background? First of all, what do we actually want to do, right? We want to adjust the cell shaded colors of Luffy to different colors to adjust them a bit more, make him more bluish so that it looks like the bluish light of the background or environment is hitting his skin and, his colors basically. What do we need for that? We of course need the colors layer. Let's pull this a little bit up here. For this, we have a few different options. When we want to adjust the colors, and we want to add a little bit more blue into it, there are two that I would recommend when it comes to doing this. The first one I would recommend is to use a shift spacebar to find the node. It's called a color corrector. If you add this one and then you slide it in here with holding shift, you can do some general color adjustments, like for example, saturation or hue or contrast and all that kind of stuff. If you ever want to completely reset one of these nodes, you can use this button up here, for example, to completely remove anything you've done here back to the default. Now we could, for example, look at, okay, so we can change the range, so we can adjust the shadows, we can adjust the midtones, or we can adjust the highlights with this, or master just means everything. And I have never changed this, so this one I think is just like different editing modes. But for this one, I want to use the colors mode, because what I basically want to do is add a little bit of a blue hint in here into his colors. So I can, for example, take this middle little dot and pull it a little bit over to the blue, and all of a sudden it already looks a little bit more like he is part of the environment, because he's actually affected by the blue light around him. And if you want to disable a color, you can either mark the node that you want to basically disable and then press Ctrl P, which stands for pass through, I think, or as you might have already also seen, you can just click this thing and that also disables a node. So this is one way you could do it, right? Basically, for example, add a little bit of color like this. Another way you could do it is by using a curves node, and we want to use the color curves node. If you've ever used curves, for example, in Photoshop or any editing software, image editing software, you've probably seen this before. Maybe this even exists in Blender too, color curves. I think it actually does. And with this, we can now adjust the mix between red, green, and blue based on the brightness of the image. So if you look at this little window right here, we can see this little line in the middle, right? The way this works is basically that you can see like these guides here on the side, which means at the bottom left, we have dark, completely dark, the x-axis, and then also completely dark, the y-axis. Whereas on the other side, where we have the other dot, we have completely bright x and completely bright dark. Now let's say we add a little node in the middle here. This would be now 50%, 50%. But if we raise this now, for example, we can see we basically take what has been value 50, 50 or 0.5, 0.5 and move it up so that it now is like let's say 0.745, for example. So this basically says this value right here is not supposed to be 0.5 anymore in terms of brightness. It now is becoming 0.75. And then it also linearly changes the colors that kind of lead up to that point. That's why this whole line raised, and if I move this, not only this point changes, but basically all of these points up to the next point. If you, for example, want to keep everything the same, except for example, for this middle square, you can create 2 more points. And then if you move this, you can see only this smaller area changes. And with this, we can not only adjust the brightness, but also we can see we have a few tick boxes here. So let's say, for example, we want to make this a bit more blue. What that means is, first of all, we don't need to adjust the alpha, so transparency should stay the same. So we can remove this. And then we, for example, want to say, okay, well, if there's supposed to be more blue, we need less red and green, for example. So if we untick blue as well, because we don't want to adjust blue, and we just take the red and green, we can take away a little bit of red and green from this image. And if we move it around a bit, we can kind of see what that looks like. So for example, we can say like, oh, the darker spots are supposed to be a bit more blue, like this, for example. And then the brighter spots could theoretically be even more red and green, which would create yellow. But of course, it's supposed to be more blue as well. So we're going to lower that as well. And you can see now the blue is still default, as you can see with this blue line, but the red and green line is now a bit darker, or it's just reduced a bit, which creates a more bluish tint. Maybe it looks a bit dark, so we can raise this a little bit. And of course, instead of lowering red and green, we can also then raise blue. So we disable green and red and only enable blue. And then we can bring it a bit higher as well, for example. And that gives us a nice little blue tint in his colors. Then we can preview it again on and off. You can see now he looks a little bit more like he's in the scene. What if we actually want to change a specific aspect or a specific color in this scene, right? The easiest way, or the most visual way we could do this, is with a color key. So we would look at the colors right here, and then we would select a certain color, like, oh, for example, this color right here, and then we can do certain adjustments to it. So how would we select a color like that for this example? Let's say, for example, but we want to change the hat. First, what we want to do is add some kind of key. Usually I like to use the chroma key. This one is, I think, one of the more intuitive ones. So if you add this one, you first need to give this the image that it's supposed to key from. So we're going to take maybe even just the basic colors, and then we can preview what this looks like, right? It just looks like the colors that we have from the original without the transparency though. Now we can basically just go in here and we can see, what does this chroma key actually do? If you open this, we can see we can basically limit what is visible based on the RGB channels, or of course on the luminance. So if you want to, for example, adjust every bright thing, you just slide this slider, for example, and then everything bright is selected, and then you can, do your adjustments, which we're going to do in a second. Another way you can do it is we can also just basically mark a section like this by holding left click, and then this will be selected as well. You can see we get a little bit of like a weird selection right here. This is usually because of lossy compression. So we need to maybe go a little bit more in depth and add a little bit more in here into the selection to make sure that everything is really selected. We don't want to go, of course, too far. Also, if the chroma doesn't work as well, you can also try resetting and then switching to the color. And then if we do this, for example, we can be maybe a bit more precise. And then the last thing that can also help is once we kind of have almost everything selected right here, and there may be just a few dots left like this, we could then, for example, also use the soft range to just increase the selection by a little bit to hopefully select everything that would be included in here. And then something like this looks pretty good. Quick correction right here, okay? I want to tell you that I think for something like anime compositing, the chroma key actually isn't the best one. I just experimented with it, and it seems like the 3D keyer, this one seems to actually work better than the chroma keyer. If I use the 3D keyer and I just click on, for example, the shadow, and I preview it, you can see everything has been perfectly selected without me even having to do anything. So maybe I need to do a few more experiments, but it seems like at first glance, the 3D keyer actually works better than the chroma keyer. For your own convenience, it's probably better to use this one. Let's actually try it again. Let's see if it works better on other colors too. Let's say like the skin, for example. It looks like it does a pretty good selection. Oh, it selected a little bit of the red right here. So how could we fix this? Whenever you do a selection, that's what you call a matte. Matte is kind of similar to a mask. Let's say, for example, we go to the matte finish, and let's say we clean the black. Oh, no, that's not right. Clean white. That works quite well, but it makes the selection blurry. So maybe a white clips works better. And now you can see that it cleans up the selection a little bit more. So maybe this one works better for solid colors than the chroma key, and then you can adjust it a bit more with this right here. The same thing works with the chroma key as well. It also has more adjustments for this, I think, somewhere in here. You can experiment with which keyer works best, but it seems like the 3D cure might even be the best out of all of them. So now we've basically created a mask right there. Of course, we want to actually change the hat. Let's say, for example, the shadow of the hat. We have the hat shadow selected. Now we of course want to adjust it. We actually don't want to remove the shadow of the hat. We want to remove the rest of the image. And for that, we can go to the matte and say invert matte. And now we can see the hat color, the shadow hat color. And now we can, for example, do adjustments to it. Like, let's say we use a new node that we haven't used before, which is the brightness contrast, for example. If you plug that in here, and then we preview it and we do some adjustments like the gain, for example, we can make it a bit brighter. Maybe we can make it even darker, for example. Maybe we even change like the saturation a bit. And then, of course, we need to bring it back onto the original image. So onto what we have right here. And we can do that now by using another merge node. Now here's something important to keep in mind. Right now the flow is we use the colors and then we use the color curves to adjust the colors a bit and then we merge it with the rest. Now what we've just done is we used the colors, plugged it into the chroma key, the original colors, and then we've done some brightness adjustments and saturation adjustments. If we now merge this together after the color curves, we have not applied these color curves to the brightness and saturation adjusted original colors. So we either want to merge this with the original colors and then do the color adjustments, or we take the color curves, plug it into the chroma key, and then we would have to key it again to then apply these adjustments to the already adjusted color curves output. I think in this case, it makes more sense to just go in here and add a merge node and put it in there. If we preview this, it looks like this. And if we put it on here, we can see the hat has now changed like that. So this is like one of the simple ways you can do adjustments. You can select a certain color range, like the hat shadow, and then you can do certain adjustments to it. But of course, you might be wondering, like, have we created the crypto thing here for selections? And yes, but this crypto thing is not useful for everything. Let me show you what we actually want to do with this, or what this is useful for. What we need for this to work is a new node, which is called the crypto node, crypto mat. If you bring this in here and then we put the crypto, our data file basically into the crypto mat, it should automatically detect what the crypto mat is supposed to give it, detect what the crypto mat contains, which means if we preview this now, we get something like this. So now basically everything that the crypto mat picked up has different colors. It's basically color coded. And actually, something I couldn't solve yet is that it didn't detect the background, even though we had the background as just an image. But I guess it's kind of like if you select everything, then the background is unselected, and then you just invert the selection and then you have the background selected. So I guess, in that way, it's kind of like you can technically still select the background. If you now go to the crypto mat, you can add any of these color coded things to your selection. So let's say, for example, I want to select the hat. And now the full hat is selected. I want to also select the body, and now the body is selected. Let's also select the teeth gum, and now this is selected. Everything that is yellow now is selected. And you can see a list of everything that is selected over here as well. These are all the material names that you have in Blender. So we have the Luffy straw hat, Luffy skin body, and then gums. And if you want to remove any of these, of course, you can just click on the trash can. So let's say, for example, we want to adjust the teeth. We just select the teeth, and then we can see Luffy teeth, and then we can adjust them. But we can also not only work with the materials, we can also work with the objects. Let's say, for example, the materials don't work because an object has multiple materials applied to it, and we want to select the whole object, then it would be kind of tedious to select all the materials. But if we just want to select the object that has all the materials, we can just switch over here, have to make sure that the selection, of course, is clean. And then we can say, oh, I want to work with the hat. I want to work with the body again, the shirt and all that kind of stuff. You can even see the individual objects now of the teeth. The teeth had the same material before, but since they're different objects, we can also now select them individually. And this is why the Cryptomat can be very useful for selections like this, because then it allows you to do very clean selections just by clicking it and doing adjustments to this. So I could now adjust, let's say, the hat again, but see, as you can see right here, the hat can be selected fully, but I couldn't select the hat shadow because the shadow, it has been made in the material, but since the Cryptomat only saved different objects as well as different materials, it didn't save a distinction between shadow and light because the shadow and light has been created in one material. So for stuff like this, for example, we would still need to use the color keys to select only the shadow, for example. Let's adjust his shirt, for example. How do we now adjust his shirt? We select the shirt and now we have the selection, but what do we do with the selection, right? First of all, we can change the view mode right here. I don't think it is important, but in case you want to see what the mask now would look like, you can also change this from view mode colors to matte, for example, and this gives you basically the mask that is going to output. You can either output this to alpha, or I guess otherwise it's luminance. I think outputting it to alpha is easier because that's the default masking mode. So if we can set that there, we're going to keep this here, for example. So now this has become a mask for the shirt. And then let's say, for example, we go over here and we move this up and we create a new, I have it right here, the color corrector. If you ever want to save new nodes up here, you just drag them in there and then you can save them in there. That's how that works. There's like a whole lot of customization in there, but that's not really like a beginner thing. Let's say, for example, we want to do some more color adjustments here. We can just put this in here and then we can use the Cryptomat selection, put that into the alpha. And then in theory, if we go in here and we change, for example, the gain, only the shirt gain changes. So this is what the Cryptomat is very good at. This is like the easiest way to select something as long as it's either a material or an object. Now we know how we can select different colors and select different objects. What else can we do in compositing? Well, we kind of already looked at masking a little bit, right? With, for example, here, either doing a chroma key, creating an alpha like this, right? Creating an alpha and then using that, for example, to put that on top. So we use the chroma key as a mask. Of course, what we also have seen before that is, for example, if we have a colors like this and we just add a shape like this mask, this ellipse or a polygon or a B-spline or rectangle. Let's say, for example, you want to do a free shape. So you want to select, let's say, his teeth. What you can do is just select this, then click on, for example, polygon. I prefer polygon over B-spline. You can also just search for that, of course. Polygon. So anything that you see right here that I mentioned, you can also search for it, okay? And then I can say polygon. Usually, if nothing is selected, right? Nothing shows up. It will only show up once the mask is done by default, or you can go in here and invert the selection and then you can see what isn't selected. So now we can, for example, go in here and do a quick mask on the mouth, for example, by just drawing these lines. You can also use it like curves, if you've ever used curves in Photoshop or something like that, for example, to create more smooth shapes like this. So dragging it allows you to create these handles that are kind of similar like to the ones in Blender, but maybe, of course, it's slightly different because they're in 2D. I usually just like to click. In this way, they're basically unsmoothed. I find that a bit easier. And there you go. Now we have the mouth selected. Of course, we want the mouth to be visible and we want to mask out the mouth. So in this case, we want to, for example, invert this. And now you can see the mouth. And now if you look at this, in the final result, all we can see is the mouth for the colors. So this wouldn't really make sense for anything big, but let's say we want, for example, his teeth to be a different color. And for that, we don't want to use a chroma key, but we actually want to use the masking feature. How could we do that? Let's use a brightness contrast again. And we plug the colors in here. So now we want to do another new selection. So we create a new branch out, which looks like this. We want, first of all, to mask out what this brightness contrast is supposed to do, right? We want something in the blue output. And for that, we can once again use the polygon right here. I'm just going to do a quick selection for the mouth right here. Nothing changes because the mask affects or selects what this effect does, but this effect doesn't do anything yet. If we now do anything in here, you can see it actually changes, but only where we've selected it. Now that we have limited the effect to the teeth, what do we actually want to do? We want the teeth to be the only thing that still exists. We want to give everything transparency except for the teeth. To do that, we basically enable the alpha channel in here in this brightness contrast. And all these things, you don't need to remember all these tips that I give you. It's more that I want to give you examples for what you can do for compositing. And then if you want to look deeper into, oh, how do I do this? How do I do this? You can then experiment yourself and see how you can create these things. So these are kind of like examples through which you can learn different techniques, basically. Maybe now I'm saying it's a bit too late. Some of you might be like, oh my God, this is way too much. But I thought, you know, better too late than never. So we enable the alpha and then we bring the gain down. Oh no, the teeth are gone. Well, we can now invert the mask in here and then we only have the teeth. Look at that. So this is an easy way to remove anything that isn't masked. Of course, if you remove this, everything is gone, but then it's kind of useless. So we want to do this, and then we can do an adjustment to it. Let's say we want to adjust the colors again. Let's make the hue a little bit, I don't know, like this. Maybe give it some colors too and saturate it a bit. Oh, I don't see the preview. There you go. And then we want to put it back on top. Another way you can merge things together is by selecting the ending of this one and then the ending of this one. And then it creates a new merge node. This one, because there were multiple endings that came out of this node, it is a bit confused which one you wanted to actually work with. So I'm not going to do it this way. I'm actually just going to create a new merge node, put it in here, and then put that on top. And then he has blue teeth. So this is how you can isolate something and do adjustments to it with the brightness contrast node, removing everything else. But in theory, we also could have gotten away without the brightness contrast node. So for example, if we were to remove all this and now we only have the color corrector and we put that in here, now everything is blue. But now if we plug this mask once again into the blue and then we invert it this time again, now only the teeth are adjusted. So this is also how you could have done it. The isolation works better if you do more broad changes that you then want to bring back to the original later, for example. Or if you, for example, have something like certain VFX you want to apply multiple times, and then you isolate them, and then you add a certain effect and you bring them back in, and then you maybe do another one with a different effect, and then you add it on top of that. That's when isolation works really well. Another thing that is very useful is, for example, if you want to have gradients in your characters. This is often sometimes you see in anime that they have like slight gradients over time. But of course, as I said before, throughout the scores, you never want to have anything but solid colors for your cell shaded objects, so your characters or any VFX or whatever. You want to add the gradients afterwards. How it could be, for example, make the bottom part of his a little bit darker so that there's a bit more focus on his face, for example, and it kind of maybe alludes to that there's like shadow here. How could we do that? All we really need is, first of all, a black color that we can then put on top, and then we just go in here and, for example, multiply it with the base colors right here, right? We want to merge it with the base colors. And then we, for example, use, let's say, a ellipse mask and invert the mask. So now we can kind of say, okay, we want this bottom part here to be a bit darker. Of course, it doesn't really look that great yet. And that is because we still want to soften this mask a little bit. Right now it has perfectly sharp shadows. It looks like it's like a James Bond shot. We need to go into the mask settings, and in here we can change the soft edge, which means that it gets nice and soft like this. And then we can control the mask a bit more, control like what it looks like this. You notice that it also goes beyond the colors and also affects the transparency. And for that, there are a few different modes, once again, in the merge node, which are right here, the operator. We have over, in, held out, atop, and whatever. And I think the best one is one of these down here. I don't know exactly all of them, what they do. I guess it's either in or atop. You can see both of them kind of do the same thing, visually at least. And now the mask, the black is only on his actual silhouette. And then we can make this a bit darker and maybe also adjust the blend so that it's not as strong. And all of a sudden, we have a nice little gradient in here. Of course, we can make it bigger again if you want to, like this, and then you can see it looks nice and soft. You can also, if you see this value doesn't go higher than 2 with the slider, you can also increase it by writing something like this, but sometimes that makes Davinci crash. I'm not sure why. I think it's just because sometimes some things just require much more calculation if you go beyond what it suggests you want, like you can put in. Sometimes it doesn't work that well, but I guess you're going to see if it's going to work well or not. Okay. And these are kind of like the broad things that you usually always do for any shot. Now let's talk a little bit more about the effects that you sometimes use and sometimes you don't. Some of these are very common and some of these are more niche. And I want to kind of give you like a repertoire of effects that you can consider. And then we're going to look at some anime, how they actually do their compositing, so we can see how they use these effects. The first effect, I think we basically already talked about, which is like gradients. So, you know, the simplest way is like using, for example, like a background color like this, or in theory, you wouldn't even have to use a background like this. You could have also just used, for example, a brightness contrast node, put that in here, and then just like change the gain a bit to make it darker on the edges. That could have also worked, for example, or gamma or whatever you want to use. So you can do all of these kind of different things in different ways. Another one, of course, that is very common is a glow. Something that helps a lot with like feeling of ambiance or like feeling of immersion is adding a glow, for example, to the colors, especially when the glow is applied to the lines as well. So let's say, for example, we want to add a glow and we only apply it to the colors. Let's see what that looks like. I have a glow right here. I actually have two. I like to use the soft glow. If I apply this to this, it looks like this. Looks a bit weird, but if we increase the threshold and we remove alpha, I don't like having alpha enabled. If you increase the threshold, it basically says the higher the threshold, the brighter the color has to be for it to glow. So if you increase this, you can see at some point everything is gone. And then of course we can increase it again to bring more colors in. And then we can change the gain a bit and of course change the glow size as well. So we could do something like this, for example, maybe change the gain a little bit more just so we have a very subtle glow like this. You could maybe even go a little bit lower. But as I said before, I have currently applied it only to the colors and then the lines come afterwards. But usually it works better if you use the soft glow after the lines and maybe even after the background. It kind of depends on how you want to structure it. Actually, yeah, let's include the background as well. So now if we put the soft glow in here and then we look at it, it looks like this. Now, of course, we can also see a little bit of a glow from the sky coming and going past the silhouette onto his hat, for example, or onto his skin. And we can then do some more fine adjustments here. And you can see this automatically kind of gives you a little bit more of a sort of like atmosphere effect. And it adds just a little bit of a blur to the image. So this is like the first effect, playing around with the glow a little bit, especially for VFX. This is very important. And the more you experiment with it and think about like how you could add different glows, you can create some really cool effects with this. Another very important thing that is used a lot in anime is just a basic blur, whether it's a basic blur or a lens blur, which basically imitates depth of field. We didn't use depth of field in the scene, so now it's time to add it. If the camera, for example, focuses on Luffy, the sky would probably be kind of blurry. So we can go here to the background layer and we add something like, let's say, a lens blur, let's say. If you put that in here and we plug that in there, we can see it is nice and blurry now. We can change the blur size and you can see what that looks like. It creates like these like lens bokeh shapes. The normal blur looks a bit different. It looks more even. This one creates like these camera bokeh shapes, which look kind of nice and a bit more cinematic, I would say, as well. And then you can make it maybe a little bit, you know, like this. And then all of a sudden there's a lot more focus in the image on Luffy, of course. And also it feels like there's a bit more depth to it. Another one that is, I think, fairly common is to use chromatic aberration. Chromatic aberration you can also add in Blender's compositor. And it's basically like where the RGB channels are kind of splitting on the edges of the image and create like the cool like rainbow effect. The easiest way you can add chromatic aberration is by using a lens distortion effect. Then we have to make sure that the RGB have same distortions tick box is disabled. Now if we plug that in here, we can see it looks a bit weird. Let's change the values first of all to 0, all of them. The best way that I found to set this up is to extend the blue distortion. So now the image kind of gets stretched past its bounds, but that doesn't really matter that much. So if we extend it a little bit, you can see this kind of like separation of the colors right here. And then if we do the same with the green, you can create a nice little like chromatic aberration effect like this. And it will only be on the edges, not in the middle. If you, for example, have a character that is supposed to be focused, you can also move this little star right here, which is basically like the middle point of the distortion to the character. And then you can make sure that the character, for example, the face at least, doesn't have any of this chromatic aberration. Look how it kind of breaks up the shapes or the colors right here on the clouds, for example. Especially if I make it stronger, you can see it right here. Of course, you don't want to make it too strong, but you can see what this effect does. Another simple one is to, for example, add light rays. For that, we have another node. I guess there's two kind of ways you can add light rays. The first one, I'm just going to give you a hint and then you can try to recreate that yourself, which is if you want to have like a light cone coming through like from the top of the image, for example, like shining down on him, you would just use a, for example, white color and then mix that together with the rest of the image to kind of just like add this light cone with a mask, for example. And then the other way of creating or adding rays is to use a rays node. If we add this rays node, it might look a bit crazy, but you can see what it does. If we move this little arrow right here in the middle, we can create like kind of like light rays like this that can, for example, shine on him. With these light rays, we can also, for example, change the threshold to increase the amount a bit, basically everything. And then we could say, for example, the decay should be stronger or softer. We can say the weight could be a bit lighter. And this could, for example, be used to kind of indicate that there's light shining over his, like the shadow of his hat, for example. But of course, this is a bit extreme right now. So let's say, for example, we want to only have this on his hat. Then we could remove the rays, create a second branch right here. And then let's say, for example, we could use the crypto mat again. We could do this, right? We can just copy this, then maybe move it over here. And now for this crypto mat, I don't want to select the shirt. I want to select the hat. So now the hat is selected. Use it here for the mask for the rays. Actually, no, we don't want to use it for the rays. We want to then mix the rays back in here, which looks like this. A little bit bad. But if we use the mask on this, we only mix it on top of the hat, which then in the end looks like this. And of course, you also have to keep in mind that when you apply certain effects. So right now we've done the rays after chromatic aberration, which creates like a weird effect right here. But if you, for example, do the chromatic aberration after the light rays, it probably looks a little bit better. So if you bring this in here, you can see now it looks much better. Look at that. Usually by default, the rays look very sharp. So what you could do then is add something like a blur, for example, to make them a bit softer and create some more soft light rays like that. There's two more effects that I want to show you to give users some inspirations for what you can do and how you could create these effects. The first one is an edge light effect. Let's say, for example, there's a big light behind the character that is basically like all behind him, right? Like a big area light. And then of course, what you would see is that the light kind of encroaches on the character's silhouette. So it brightens the edges of the silhouette as well. Let's say, for example, the sky is kind of affecting the edges here, for example. How could you create something like that? First of all, let me just remove all of these so I can have a new starting point. So what we need is, first of all, the silhouette of Luffy, which we can find in the colors right here. And then we also need, of course, the colors of the sky, which we can find right here. So this is going to be a bit more tricky, but I want to show you a slightly more advanced effect. The first thing I want to use is this colors to just separate where the blue is supposed to be and where it shouldn't be. So for that, I'm going to use a brightness color again. I'm going to grab the background, just the background for this. And then I'm just going to add transparency like this. Then I'm going to use the alpha of the colors, put that in here, and then I need to invert it in the settings over here in the brightness contrast settings. We can apply mask inverted, which now means the blue is only where Luffy's silhouette is. So this is the first step. The next thing we need to do is actually, I set this to apply mask inverted, but we actually need to invert this again. This effect is a little bit more complex, but I wanted you to kind of see how like the thought process for this can go. So what I basically want to do now is kind of extend the surface, right? The mask into the inside, and I want to remove what is on the outside again so that we are left with what goes into the inside. I'm just going to show you what I mean, okay? So the first thing I want to do is take the colors input here, and I want to use a blur node so that I can blur the mask a little bit. So it looks a little bit like this. You can see it is now a bit blurrier. And then if I go here like this, I can extend it into the middle like that. Then what I basically now need to do is add another brightness node. And now use the base color again that isn't blurred with the standard transparency. If I put that in here now, and I set this to alpha and remove this, but then this one I invert the mask, all of a sudden we have this. And this already looks pretty close to what I want to create here. The last thing I really would need to do is I want to blur the color a bit because I want to have a very broad, similar looking color around everything. So it's going to look a little bit like that. And now I have this little output right here. Something useful also is if you hover over a line and then you hold Alt and then left click, you can add this little like reroute thing. Can be, for example, useful if you want to structure your nodes well, which I would recommend. So now that we have this, we need to add it to our colors. Let's actually preview the final version. Actually, no, let's go in here and then let's add this on top like this. So we're going to merge this output into the main colors. It looks like this. Let's say we say something like, we do something like screen, and then we have this nice like blue hue around the edges. And this just adds a little bit more interaction with the environment, for example, to the character. And then we can, for example, make the edges reduce the amount that it creeps into the silhouette, for example, with the blur again. So this is another technique you can use. And now we get to the last one, which I actually just discovered fairly recently. And this one I actually like a lot. And I'm actually going to use in my next video that I have already kind of halfway worked on. So it's already halfway done. With this one, you can create the rim light on your characters. For that, we need colors and we need a node called filter. This is the filter node. If we add this and we plug this in there, it looks like this. It looks kind of weird and not that great because it identifies all the different contours of these colors. So basically all the edges, and then tries to make this look like a kind of like a bump map, or like it has like depth to it. But we need to use it in a slightly different way. Actually, first of all, we need to remove alpha. So that already looks better, but we want to only use the alpha input of this. One of the easiest way you can do it is, for example, just to add a new background node and set this to white. And then if we plug the color into the background mask input, the alpha now creates a cutout like this. If you plug this in here, it creates this effect, which is basically what we're looking for. If we do this with the angle, you can see now we can change from which direction the light is supposed to be. And we can already see some kind of very, very slight rim light effect, but we can make it even stronger by blurring the background. So if I now use the blur node, you can see how much thicker this gets. And now we're getting somewhere. So let's say, for example, the rim light is coming from the top left. We're getting something like this now. And now let's say we only want to use the bright parts. After like the edge line, we want to add the rim light. So we're going to add it right here. And all we really want to do is grab another one of these background nodes, plug this in here, which then makes it look like this. Of course, we want to use a white color. And then in the settings right here, there's this, we want to, of course, use the luminance, which looks like this. And then we can actually clip the colors. If I do this, now it increases it to full white. Or I can also do this, and now we have limited it to only the white parts. So this basically takes this input and then says anything below 0.5 in terms of brightness will be 0 brightness, and this basically works like the color ramp in Blender. We talked about in the shading section how you can use the color ramp, and so if you want to learn more about that, you can check that out. But now we have limited it only to the bright parts, and then if we put that on the merge, we can create some nice rim light right like this. But it doesn't look that perfect, so maybe we can reduce it a bit by reducing the size of it, and maybe we can also limit it by the silhouette as well. You can see it kind of extends the silhouette right now. So we want to limit it by the silhouette. So let's just grab the color again and plug it in here. And this way we can use the alpha of the original color to limit it to the actual silhouette. And then maybe we can even use another blur just to blur out the edge a bit more like this. Look at that. We don't want to make it too strong, of course, the blur. You can see this node has a little bit of a struggle when it comes to edges like this, but otherwise it works quite well. Same with here at the top. I think this just comes from the blur. So let's see if we can get rid of this somehow. Let's say we, for example, use a mask node and do this, and then we invert this, and then we've removed it there. I guess a different thing we could also do is just, instead of doing this first, we first use this node, which is a transform node. I actually haven't talked about this one, but if you want to do any transformations, you want to use a transform node, and this allows you to do stuff like zoom ins and whatever. In this case, I want to use it to zoom in just a tiny bit to remove the top little pixel that got blurred. And then we can maybe also reduce the strength a bit with the merge node right here. And so it looks a bit more like this, for example. And then if we look at the final result, it looks like this. Of course, this isn't as dialed in now as I did it for my thumbnail, for example. You could, of course, do a lot more with this and add stuff like lens flare and whatever. So you can explore different ways of doing like different effects and whatever. There's like stuff like particles and lens reflections and lens all kind of lens stuff and so many different effects that hopefully I kind of given you a little bit of a taste and given you a little bit of like the thought process and generally process of how you can create different effects for your compositing. And of course, I've also prepared quite a few of these already in the downloadable files that I've given you that you hopefully have now installed in your Davinci. So you have them all either here in the macros or by just looking them up. The roughen edges effect will probably be in this pack. Let me show you what this one does. So if I plug the lines right here into the roughen edges effect and then I preview it, you can see what it does. It adds this one piece style line variation, kind of random line variation to these edges. And then you can use these controls right here to customize it a bit. This isn't perfect, and sometimes you can, for example, if you left click in here, you can go into the effect and kind of see what is happening inside the group. For like a default look like this, it looks pretty good. If you want to fine tune it, you would have to go into the actual node, of course, or recreate what's inside the node. That might even be easier. But you can see now we have like this little bit of a line weight variation, which means that if we look at the final result, we have this now. Might be a bit too strong, but you get the point, hopefully. Another useful one that you might actually find very interesting is the prism blur node. This one is actually by default in Davinci. Let's say, for example, we added even after this. You can still work after the aliasing, but you have to just keep in mind that after the aliasing and after especially the linear to sRGB, the linear to sRGB, let's say like the spectrum is like this before, the sRGB, linear to sRGB basically crunches it down to something like this. So if you want to do any color related changes, you probably want to do it before this node. If you want to do any color selection, you want to do it before the aliasing, because the aliasing adds the anti-aliasing to it, which then makes it harder to select this color, because then it has trouble selecting, oh, should this be included, should this not be included? So if you want to do any color selections, you want to do it before the aliasing has been applied. So, but let me show you what the prism blur does. I'm just going to put it here at the end. It's kind of like chromatic aberration and blur combined. You can see this is just a basic blur. We also have aberration, right? Chromatic aberration. This one looks a bit different because this one is blurred as well, whereas the one that we used before with the lens distortion isn't blurred. We also have, of course, aberration strength like this. And then we even have a vignette in here if you want to use a vignette, for example. The last thing, I guess, that would still be important. Let's actually use something like a transform node, and let's create a simple animation. So how would you, for example, do a little zoom in like for this? If you add a transform node, you can do all kinds of different transformations, like moving things around, of course. And here we can do like scaling and rotating and all that kind of stuff. Let's say we want to do a quick, like a zoom out, let's say, right? With these values, of course, we can change them. So we can, for example, start with a simple, let's say we zoom in like this, and the pivot allows us to zoom from a certain point. So this would kind of be like the anchor point. So now it zooms from that point. I can make it a bit more obvious if I move it over here, and then you can see it does this, right? So that's what the anchor point, the pivot does. And then the center is basically the position. Let's say we want to animate this. How would we do this? Well, just like in Blender, we have these dots on the side here, which if we click them, we have created a keyframe right here. And you can also see this is basically what is being reflected in this timeline, which isn't reflected as well in this timeline. So let's say we then go over here to frame 40, and we then zoom out, let's say to 1 again. You can see now this graph that you can see in the graph editor in Blender, for example. Another good useful setting, just, you know, if you want to do animations in here, is in these triple dots, there's a setting called show only selected tool. What this means is that the curve window or whatever only shows the node that is currently selected and all the inputs that has. So if I, for example, select, let's say, brightness contrast, and then I say the gain, then all of a sudden the gain shows up in here. Otherwise, nothing else is shown. If you have this disabled, I think everything shows up, and that's like very, very confusing. So I like to enable this here, for example. And then also if you have something like this where the curve is very shallow, you can click this. That basically tries to fit it into the current view like this. And then if you press Control and mouse wheel, you can zoom in and out, and that also works here. Of course, middle mouse button is how you move. I think that's the same in Blender, right? And the same here too. Let's select this and then press F, which says flatten curves, which basically also makes them have this nice ease in and ease out. You can press F for that, and then I think you can press like L for linear or something. You can see those if you press right click in here. Linear, Shift L, smooth, Shift S, flat F, ease in and out T. And then there was one more, which was like step in and step out I and O, which is for stepped interpolation basically. Oh, I guess you have to select both. There you go. Now this is in and then this is out. Yeah, so let's say we, for example, want this to be eased. We can select these, press F, and then we have a nice little zoom out. Ooh. And that's how you would do all the kind of camera moves that you haven't, for example, added in 3D yet. Okay, so we've now created our final composite. How are we gonna now create actually the final MP4 that we can share with every one of our friends, our parents, to make them proud of us and show our friends how much better we are than them at compositing? How do we do this? Okay, let's go over back to the edit tab. And here now you can see the animation is playing. Wow, what a great animation. First of all, one more tip. In case, for example, you add a lot of effects and the playback gets kind of laggy, you can, of course, as I said before, change the timeline playback resolution. For example, for quarter. Oh my god, it changes the look a bit. So usually the look stays somewhat the same with half, but it gets a bit more baked with quarter. And so if you want to just kind of see the general movement and stuff in smoother playback, you would want to use quarter, but otherwise for visuals, I would probably say use half. And then this should be quite a bit smoother than using, for example, full. But let's say, for example, playback still isn't great, even if you set the playback resolution to quarter or whatever. You can also pre-render the scene so that you can preview it, for example. Let's say you can, for example, take the scene, and then if you hold Alt and then drag it up, you can create a duplicate, and then you can right click and say render in place. This basically allows you to save a pre-render of the scene somewhere. For example, you could create in your project a underscore bakes or something folder to save all these in there. Otherwise they can hog quite a lot of file space, for example. The settings that I like to use is QuickTime with a DNxHR, and then we use DNxHR HQ. These ones are the settings that have worked quite well for me. They improve playback speed, but they don't really reduce quality. And then you just hit render, and then this clip right here gets replaced with the rendered clip. And then you can hide this one, and then it should play back pretty quickly, because this one has now been rendered, and you know, there's no real-time effect processing that needs to happen anymore. So let's say now we have done all this and everything looks perfect and we want to finish our animation. How would you now render this out, right? So that you have one final MP4 that you can share. If everything looks good in here in your playback, right, everything looks how you want it, you can then go over to the deliver page. Over here in the deliver page, you can see once again your clips, basically another timeline, and then you see this little bar at the top, this gray bar. This gray bar basically determines the part of the timeline you want to render. And of course, it basically begins where the first clip begins and then ends where the last clip ends, so that you don't render like 10 more hours where there's nothing there. In case you want to, for example, render only half of your animation, you can also drag this back and then it only renders this part. What do you do? Well, I think the easiest one you could just choose would just to use the YouTube 1080p. Then you can give this a name, you can give it a location, right, where you want to save it. Resolution can basically stay the same, timeline frame rate 24 frames per second, and all the rest can basically stay the same. You don't really need to use normalized audio. This is more for when you want to actually upload it to YouTube. Something that YouTube does is that it optimizes the audio of a video so that there's no like super loud sounds. It kind of regulates those down. And if there's like super quiet sounds, YouTube tries to push them up a bit. With this, you can do that before YouTube does it, in case you want to do that for some reason. But I think you don't really need this if you're just creating like an animation. You can also upload it directly to YouTube, but you probably don't want to do that anyway. And so once you've set your name and your location and this looks good, you're basically good, because you can keep all of this to default, and then you just hit add to render queue. Of course, I can't do that because I need to actually set this up, but then it's going to show up over here in the jobs section. You just created a new job and then you just hit render all, and it's going to render your animation, and you're going to see the final MP4 in your folder. And that is basically everything about how to create beautiful 2D looking 3D anime in Blender and Davinci Resolve. If you've watched the entire thing, thank you for going through the entire process with me. It's taken quite a long time, not only to write everything down with notes and whatever, but also to then, of course, record everything. I've been recording for like 5 days or so. I guess it depends. You can count based on the amount of shirts or clothing changes I had. But hopefully now you're kind of confident in most or all aspects when it comes to the whole process and can create whatever you want. And if there's any more questions, of course, you can post them in the comments. If there's anything else like requests or you want to share your projects with me, you can, for example, join my Discord. There's going to be a link in the description. Also, there's going to be a link probably in the course page. In the course page, there's also, if you still want to know more informations, there's also going to be a section which is going to be called Extra Resources, where I'm going to include even more links that you can follow to learn more about things. People that you can check out that cover anime stuff, 3D anime stuff, other stuff like blog posts, like all the other stuff I referenced before throughout the course page, and all that kind of stuff you're going to find in there too. So even more that you can dive into and check out. And of course, if you want to get some more up-to-date news, like even more info that I might just cover like from now on, right? That I can't cover now in retrospect in this course, like all the new things I'm gonna explore and learn, and maybe even some resources from projects. I'm gonna share those in tutorials, and then like downloadable resources in my memberships, which you can join on YouTube or on Patreon. If you're interested in that, you can check that out. There's going to be a monthly tutorial, as well as maybe like feedback sessions, or as I said, resources, whatever you think would be useful. I want to make this, valuable to you, to put out even more stuff, information around, especially 3D anime. That's kind of what I want to focus on right now. And otherwise, hopefully now, you have this little hub right here where you can go back to and find resources. And if you have any more stuff that you want me, for example, to include in the course, stuff that you've found, you can post that stuff in the Discord, for example, as well. And so, yeah, like one reason why I created this is I thought like, oh, I had to go through so many different rabbit holes and different languages, and like just through sheer luck, I found some of the things. And then I looked at like what is available on YouTube, and I saw like that there's only really like the basics that you can find. And all the in-depth stuff, I was like, I needed to kind of like piece together by looking at either like interviews or blog posts, or by just figuring out myself, or by just like seeing like analyzing results from other people. And so hopefully this now, can be like something that actually goes in depth and allows people to learn what I have learned through just like piecing it together in a more, structured format. And allows them to do, the cool things that they want to do a little bit quicker without as much pain as I had to go through. This basically marks the ending of the course. I hope you enjoyed it. Maybe you'll stick around. Of course, I'm going to continue uploading videos, projects, and I'm going to probably experiment with other stuff too, see, what people like. And so, yeah, if you want to see more of 3D anime and this kind of stuff, then make sure to stick around and see what comes up next. Thank you for watching. Maybe I'll see you in the next video. Maybe I'll see you in the Discord. Until then, I hope you have a great day.